If you could go back to the past, what would you do? Friends, pick up your phones, add this to your bookshelf, and let's go back to the 70s together. 1970, Haichen, the Su family. Su Nuhan slowly opened her eyes, her head aching in confusion. What she saw was completely unfamiliar. A room with half-green painted walls, a window covered by pale yellow floral curtains, and a hard wooden bed beneath her. She frowned slightly and looked around.
Huh.
Wasn't I blown up? Where is this? Her voice was hoarse as she tried to sit up. Just then, a flood of strange memories rushed into her mind like a broken dam, mixing and merging violently with her own. After a long while, the pain in her head faded, leaving behind a new set of memories.
So,
I've traveled through time. I've been reborn in the 1970s, in the body of someone with the same name as me. Her eyes widened in shock. The original Su Nuhan was the real daughter of the Su family in Haicheng, who had been lost at birth due to a hospital's mistake. She grew up in a poor mountain village in the north, enduring hardship for 18 years. Half a year ago, the Su family finally found her through an old keepsake and a birthmark and brought her home. She thought her suffering was over and that she could finally live happily with her real parents. But she hadn't expected that the family already had a carefully raised fake daughter, Su Nianwei, who had lived as their child for 18 years. Just yesterday, the government announced a new list of young people to be sent to the countryside. The Su family had one spot. Originally, Su Nianwei was supposed to go. But the entire family, from parents to brothers, agreed that Su Nuhan should take her place. They said she had grown up in the countryside, was used to hard work, and knew how to contribute to the country's development. Su Nianwei, on the other hand, had lived a comfortable life and couldn't handle such hardship. So, it was only reasonable for Su Nuhan to go instead. Her father even promised that she only needed to stay for 3 months, after which they would find a way to bring her back. Believing him, the original Su Nuhan prepared to leave for the countryside. But then, by accident, she overheard a conversation among the Su family members. It turned out that they brought her back only to fulfill the marriage agreement her grandfather had arranged long ago. Later, when they heard that the Fu family had run into trouble and never came to propose, the Su family began to treat her harshly, often scolding or hitting her. When they received news that Su Nianwei was about to be sent to the countryside, they decided to keep her at home instead, so that Su Nianwei wouldn't have to suffer. Otherwise, they would have sent her away long ago. What was even more upsetting was that the Su family had long known Su Nianwei was not their real daughter, and that the original girl had been living in a northern village. If she hadn't been useful to them, they would never have acknowledged her. Hearing this, the original girl felt deep pain. She remembered how she had been humiliated in the countryside, and even though life in the Su family was not as hard, she still suffered constant rejection, scolding, and punishment. Her so-called family saw her only as a tool. Unable to accept this reality, she felt that living had no meaning anymore. In despair, she harmed herself. That was where the memory ended. Su Nuhan looked down and saw a deep wound on her left wrist. The blood had mostly dried, but the bedsheet beneath her was stained red. The uneven edges of the wound showed it had been made by something rough and sharp. Seeing it, a wave of emotion hit her chest, making it ache. She pressed her hand to her heart and thought it must be the original girl's lingering sorrow. With a soft sigh, she whispered, "All right. You really couldn't bear it anymore. But since I've been reborn in your body, I am you now. Don't worry. Those who hurt you, I'll make them pay. Rest in peace." As soon as she said that, the pain in her chest faded, and she felt much lighter. She pushed herself up weakly and looked around the room. In the dim light, she saw a half cup of water and some blood-stained cotton on the bedside table. She slowly moved over, picked up the cup with her uninjured right hand, and poured the water over the wound to clean away the dried blood. Then she tore off a clean corner of the bedsheet and, using her teeth and right hand, quickly and skillfully wrapped the wound to stop the bleeding. In her previous life, she had been a top mercenary, skilled in both combat and medicine, so simple bandaging was no problem for her. However, this body was far too weak, and the heavy blood loss made even basic treatment difficult. After finishing, she let out a long breath and leaned against the headboard, panting slightly. This body is really too weak. Just wrapping a wound leaves me out of breath. How did the original owner ever think she could handle life in the countryside?
Sigh.
To think that a top mercenary from the 21st century would end up in such a fragile body, what bad luck. Dizziness from blood loss came in waves, and her throat felt painfully dry. She turned to look at the empty cup on the bedside table and licked her cracked lips. A strong desire rose in her heart. If only she had some water, some food, or even a bit of the special medicine from her past life. Just as the thought appeared, she suddenly felt a strange burning pain on the inside of her left wrist, right where she had just bandaged the wound. It wasn't the pain of the wound itself, but something deeper, as if it were connected to an unknown force. Then, her vision blurred, and the world around her twisted and changed. When she came to, she found herself standing in a gray, misty space. It wasn't large, perhaps 100 cubic meters, with hazy, shifting fog all around, like the chaos before creation. The ground beneath her feet was solid, smooth, and cool, like polished jade. At the center of the space was a small pool of crystal-clear water, about the size of a basin. It was perfectly still, yet it gave off a faint, refreshing energy that calmed her mind. What shocked Su Nuahan most was the neat piles of 21st century supplies beside the spring: medicine, food, medical tools, seeds, even gold.
This
is. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Could this be the legendary gift of a traveler, a personal storage space? Excitement quickly replaced her weakness and discomfort. She reached out, scooped up a handful of the spring water, and took a sip. As the spring water entered her body, a warm current spread through her, as if it were clearing all the energy channels inside her. She couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of relief. The weakness and exhaustion she had felt disappeared instantly, and her spirit seemed to grow 100 times stronger. Then a thought struck her. She quickly unwrapped the bandage on her wound. To her surprise, the once terrible wound had completely healed. Wonderful. Just like in those short stories, this spiritual spring fruit really can heal injuries. With this secret space, even in these hard times when most families can barely get by, I can still live well. Su Nuhan's heart filled with joy. Right after that, she began to plan her new, better life. In her previous life, she had suffered too much, living every day in danger and tension. Now that fate had given her another chance, she was determined to enjoy this life. Even though times were tough for everyone, she was different. She had a special gift. She could eat whatever she wanted and live happily. Thinking of this, Su Nuhan focused her thoughts, and a piece of bread appeared in her hand. She quickly unwrapped it and began to eat eagerly. After finishing, her hunger vanished and her strength returned. Patting her stomach, she smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. Time travel really is great. I can finally live a peaceful life. In her past life, she had spent every day either on missions or in training, always under pressure.
now.
It was time to let all that go. As for being sent to the countryside, she didn't care. What use were those so-called family members anyway? And those relatives who had bullied her before, she would make sure to settle things with them and bring peace to the original owner of this body. Just then, Su Nianwei walked in, her shiny new shoes clicking on the floor. Her face carried a sweet smile, but the pride and challenge in her eyes gave her true feelings away. "My dear sister," she said in a soft, almost sugary voice, stepping closer with every word, her tone full of open pride. "Now you finally see the truth, don't you? So, what if you're their real daughter? In the hearts of our parents and brothers, I'm the one they truly care about." She leaned forward slightly and lowered her voice. "Let me tell you something. Our Su family wasn't supposed to have a spot for going to the countryside this time. It was me. I was the one who applied to the youth office, because I knew that our parents and brothers would never let me go through such hardship." She giggled softly after speaking. Su Nua Han stayed silent, only lifting her eyes to look at her coldly. That gaze held no anger or despair as expected. Instead, it was calm and deep, like a frozen lake, making Su Nianwei feel uneasy. But the image of Su Nuahan being timid and obedient was deeply rooted in her mind. She quickly regained her confidence and mocked. What? Looking at me like that? Are you upset? Wanna hit me? She leaned closer on purpose, her tone full of scorn and challenge. Go on, hit me. I'm right here. Do you dare? Before she could finish, slap. A sharp, loud sound echoed as a heavy slap landed on her proud face. The force was so strong that Su Nianwei froze in shock. Her ears rang, and one side of her face turned red and swollen almost instantly, burning with pain. She covered her face, staring wide-eyed at Su Nuahan, who looked cold and calm. You actually hit me? The slap's already done. Why ask if I dare? Su Nuahan sneered and slowly lowered her hand. Then, with clear disgust, she picked up a rag nearby and wiped her hand carefully. You awful person. How dare you hit me? I'll fight you. Su Nianwei finally snapped out of her shock. She screamed, losing all control, and rushed at Su Nuahan like someone who had gone mad. Su Nuahan gave a cold snort, moved slightly, and kicked her sharply in the knee. Thud. Ah! Su Nianwei cried out in pain, lost her balance, and fell forward heavily. Her face hit the hard floor with a loud sound. Dust filled her mouth, her lips swelled, and blood started to flow from her nose. Ah! Blood. Seeing the blood streaming from her nose, Su Nianwei completely broke down and screamed in panic. The loud noise instantly alarmed everyone in the Su family. The sound of hurried footsteps quickly approached. The first to arrive was Mother Su, Lin Wanfang. At a glance, she saw Su Nianwei lying on the ground, her cheeks swollen, face covered in dust, nose bleeding, looking pitiful. Oh no! My poor Weiwei, what happened? Lin Wanfang cried out, rushing forward in panic to help her up. Soon after, Father Su Yaoyang, along with the eldest brother Su Tianyu, the second brother Su Tiancheng, and the third brother Su Tianming, all rushed into the small storage room. As soon as they entered, their eyes were drawn to Su Nianwei, who was crying on the floor. They quickly surrounded her, voices full of concern. What happened? Weiwei? Who did this to you? Dad, Mom, brothers, it hurts so much. My whole body hurts. Su Nianwei sobbed in Lin Wanfang's arms, her voice trembling. Su Yaoyang suddenly turned his head towards Su Nuhan, who was standing unharmed in the room. Anger surged through him as he shouted, Did you hit Weiwei? Hearing this, Lin Wanfang also looked up sharply, her eyes filled with fury. How dare you hit your sister? Kneel down and apologize to her right now. Have you lost your mind? How could you raise your hand against Weiwei? Su Tianyu scolded harshly, his face dark with anger. Su Tiancheng quickly crouched down to check Su Nianwei's injuries carefully. After a moment, he frowned. Her cheek is badly swollen, and her nose seems to be bruised. She needs a cold compress, right away. Luckily, there's no serious damage. He let out a sigh of relief, then turned to Su Nuhan, his eyes cold. Haven't I told you before that Weiwei is the treasure of our family? How dare you hurt her? Su Tianming stepped forward, his presence strong and intimidating, his sharp gaze fixed on Su Nuhan. Apologize to Weiwei immediately, or don't blame me for being harsh. Facing the family's anger and accusations, Su Nuhan remained calm. A faint, cold smile appeared on her lips. Apologize? She doesn't deserve it. But before she could finish her words, Su Nianwei interrupted her with tears in her eyes, her voice full of grievance and kindness. Dad, Mom, brothers, don't blame my sister. It's all my fault. I was being thoughtless. If I had known my sister was upset because she had to go to the countryside in my place, I wouldn't have come to bother her. What do you mean by that, Weiwei? Lin Wanfang asked in confusion. Su Nianwei sobbed and said, I just came to ask my sister if she needed anything before she leaves in a few days. I wanted to help her prepare, but I didn't expect to make her unhappy. As soon as she finished speaking, the Su family's anger reached its peak. You ungrateful girl. Wei Wei cares so much about you, yet you treat her like this. Su Yaoyong shouted first, the veins on his forehead bulging. Lin Wanfang's face was full of bitterness and disappointment as she pointed at Su Nuhan. What did I do in my past life to have such a cruel daughter? You've really let me down, Su Tianyu said, his eyes filled with disgust. Su Tiancheng gave a cold laugh, his tone full of rejection. I told you before, having Wei Wei is enough. We didn't need to bring her back. Look at what's happened since she returned. Has there been a single peaceful day? She only causes trouble. Su Tianming's voice was even harsher, carrying a clear threat. Apologize to Wei Wei right now, or I won't hesitate to use my authority to deal with you. As the Su family continued to scold Su Nuhan without giving her a chance to speak, Su Nianwei, still leaning against Lin Wanfang, secretly glanced at Su Nuhan. A faint, triumphant smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Seeing this, Su Nuhan sneered inwardly. Her cold gaze swept over everyone in the room as she said firmly, I will never apologize.
Fine.
You ungrateful child. I'll teach you a lesson. Su Yaoyong roared in fury. He grabbed a thick wooden stick from nearby and pointed it at Su Nuhan. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel and apologize to Wei Wei, or you'll regret it. Lin Wanfang and her sons didn't try to stop him. Instead, their eyes showed approval and satisfaction. Su Nianwei's eyes flashed with excitement, but she quickly put on a frightened expression and cried out, Dad, please don't. Don't hurt my sister. Lin Wanfang gently patted Su Nianwei's back, glaring at Su Nuahan with disgust. Do you see this? Wei Wei is so kind and gentle, yet you hurt her like this. She's still speaking up for you. As her older sister, why can't you learn from her and be more sensible? That's right, Su Tiancheng added sarcastically. I've always said that people from the countryside are no good. Su Tianyu stared coldly at Su Nuahan, his tone harsh. Apologize right now. If Dad decides to punish you, I won't stop him.
Ha.
Su Nuahan gave a cold laugh. Punish me? Let's see if he's capable of that. You ungrateful child. Su Yaoyong shouted angrily. Do you think I won't dare to touch you just because you're leaving soon? Before his words faded, he swung the wooden stick in his hand towards Su Nuahan's shoulder with great force. Su Nuahan stood still, not moving an inch. Just as the stick was about to hit her, she suddenly raised her hand and caught it firmly in midair, her fingers gripping it like steel. Su Yaoyong felt a powerful shock travel through the stick, numbing his hand and stopping his movement completely. He stared at Su Nuahan in disbelief, trying to pull the stick back, but it didn't move at all. It was as if it had been welded in place. Everyone around was stunned. When did this girl become so strong? Lin Wanfang and the others looked on in shock. Su Nuahan held the stick tightly, her eyes cold and sharp as she looked straight at Su Yaoyong. Is this all you can do? And you think you can hurt me? As soon as she finished speaking, she pushed forward with a sudden burst of strength. Caught off guard, Su Yaoyong stumbled backwards several steps and almost fell.
Dad. Dad.
Su Tianyu and Su Tianming rushed to steady him. The stick slipped from his hand and fell to the ground with a loud clang.
You.
Su Yaoyong pointed at Su Nuahan, trembling with anger and fear, unable to speak clearly. He wasn't just furious, he was also terrified. In that brief moment, he had seen something in Su Nuahan's eyes and presence that made his heart tremble. Lin Wanfang and the others were all stunned by the powerful presence in the room, and for a moment, no one dared to speak. Su Nianwei's proud smile froze, replaced by a look of disbelief. Su Nuahan didn't bother to look at their faces. She bent down, picked up a wooden stick from the ground, and weighed it in her hand. Her cold gaze swept over the uneasy group before finally stopping on Su Nianwei, whose face had turned pale. Seeing these fools stand up for you makes you proud, doesn't it? Su Nianwei trembled and tried to look frightened and pitiful. I didn't.
Sister.
Please don't hurt Mom and Dad. If you're angry, Take it out on me instead.
Oh,
Is that so? Su Nuahan's lips curved into a cold smile. Since you asked so nicely, wouldn't it be rude of me not to do something? With that, she raised the stick, as if to strike.
ah,
Su Nianwei screamed and hid tightly in Lin Wanfang's arms. You ungrateful child! How dare you! Su Yaoyang shouted, trying to sound forceful, but his voice clearly trembled. The stick hovered in midair as Su Nuahan looked at him coldly. Why wouldn't I dare? You all heard her. She asked for it herself.
you.
Su Yaoyang was so choked by her words that his chest tightened, nearly making him faint. Fear flashed in Lin Wanfang's eyes. She quickly turned to Su Tianming.
Ming. Hurry.
This girl has lost her mind. Take her to the station and keep her there until it's time to send her away. Yes, Mom, Su Tianming replied and stepped forward. Try taking one more step, Su Nuahan said, spinning the stick to point at him, her eyes cold as ice. Su Tianming froze under her gaze. As a security officer, he was used to facing dangerous people without fear, yet now, facing his suddenly unfamiliar sister, he hesitated. The determination and chill in her eyes left no doubt. If he dared to move, Su Nuahan would not hold back. I advise you to put the stick down. Resisting the law isn't a small matter. You could really go to jail for that, Su Tianming said, trying to sound calm, though his voice betrayed his unease. Resisting the law? Su Nuahan let out a mocking laugh. Su Tianming, what law are you talking about? The one twisted for personal gain, or your own version of it? What nonsense are you talking about? Su Tianming's face darkened instantly.
Oh,
Did I say something wrong? Su Nuhan asked coldly. If you want to arrest me, tell me, what law have I broken? Su Tianming replied sternly, intentional injury and attempted murder. Hearing that, Su Nuhan sneered.
ha,
Really? I didn't know that. You're a law enforcer. Don't you know that cases require evidence? Without proof, I can accuse you of slander and abusing your power to protect your sister. Do you believe me? If I do that, you might lose your job.
you.
Su Tianming was left speechless. Indeed, to detain Su Nuhan even for 2 days, he would need to follow procedures and file reports. For serious charges like intentional injury or attempted murder, without solid evidence, the case wouldn't stand. Even if Su Nianwei testified, her words alone, without witnesses or physical evidence, wouldn't be enough. Besides, this was, after all, a family dispute. Seeing Su Tianming silenced by Su Nuhan's sharp words, Su Nianwei secretly cursed him for being useless. Then she put on a gentle expression and said, all right, third brother, sister didn't mean it. Let's give her another chance. Look at that. Wei Wei is still speaking up for you, Lin Wanfang said to Su Nuhan with disgust. How can you be so heartless? Su Nuhan gave a cold laugh. Heartless? And what about you? If I'm heartless, then you're far worse.
You.
Lin Wanfang was too angry to speak. Su Nuhan stepped forward.
What?
Tell me, since I came to the Su family, have I ever had a single peaceful day? For the past 6 months, I've been like a servant, washing clothes, cooking, taking care of everyone. And in the end, before she could finish, Su Yaoyang shouted angrily, Enough!
How dare you say that?
You eat our food, live in our house, and still claim you've had a hard life? If it weren't for us, you'd still be struggling in the countryside. You're an ungrateful person. I regret ever bringing you back. Su Nuhan sneered. Funny, because I regret coming back to the Su family too. You. Fine, you regret it, do you? Su Yaoyang trembled with anger. From this day on, I, Su Yaoyang, no longer have a daughter like you. Fine. That's exactly what I want, Su Nuahan replied firmly, without a trace of hesitation or regret. From today onward, I cut all ties with you. What did you say? You want to cut ties with us? Su Yaoyang's face turned red with fury, his anger almost bursting out. At the same time, he looked doubtful, thinking he must have misheard. Ever since Su Nuahan was brought back to the Su family, she had always been obedient and quiet. Now she dared to say such words. He could hardly believe it. That's right. Su Nuahan stood tall, her eyes clear and her voice steady. From now on, I have nothing to do with the Su family. For the past 6 months, the original Su Nuahan had worked tirelessly for the Su family, giving everything she had. Yet she received no warmth or affection, only endless mistreatment, which eventually drove her to despair. But now, things were different. The new Su Nuahan, once a top mercenary, would never tolerate such treatment. She had great skills and even a secret advantage that would help her rise higher and higher in the future, so high that the Su family would one day look up to her. Cutting ties now was the best choice, so they couldn't use family guilt to control her later.
Suonge's chest heaved violently.
He took several deep breaths to suppress the urge to lash out again. Through clenched teeth, he said, "Fine. Very well. You said it yourself. Once you leave, don't ever call yourself my daughter again." Hearing that, Su Nuahan laughed. "Do you think you're some great figure or a famous celebrity? Why would I want to claim you as my father? Go walk down the street and tell people your name. Let's see how many even know who you are. You're just a deputy director at a textile factory. Don't act so high and mighty." "What did you say?" Su Yaoyang's eyes widened in rage. Su Tianqing shouted, "How dare you?" Su Tianming immediately scolded, "Who allowed you to talk to Dad like that? Have you no manners?" Lin Wanfeng's voice rose sharply as she pointed at her. "You ungrateful girl. We raised you for nothing. You're nothing but a heartless child." Su Tianyu also spoke coldly. "That's right, Dad. Since she's made up her mind, let her go. Our Su family doesn't need someone who lies, schemes, and has no integrity." Su Nuhan's sharp words were like stirring a hornet's nest, instantly angering everyone in the Su family. They all began shouting at her, pointing fingers and scolding. Su Yaorong nodded, took a deep breath, and forced down his rising anger. His eyes blazed as he glared at Su Nuhan.
"Fine.
I hope you mean what you say." Su Nuhan looked at him with disdain. "Don't worry. I've long stopped wanting to be connected with people who can't tell right from wrong." "Very well." The veins on Su Yaoyang's forehead bulged as his anger reached its peak. "Since that's how you feel, pack your things and get out. Don't ever show up in front of us again." After speaking, he turned to the rest of the family. "Let's go." He turned to leave with them.
"Wait."
Su Nuhan raised her hand, her voice calm but firm. Hearing this, Su Yaoyang stopped and turned back, a cold sneer on his lips. "What? Regretting it already? It's too late to apologize now." Su Nuhan glanced at him and said evenly, "You're mistaken. I just want to move my household registration out of the Su family record before I leave." "What did you say? Move your registration?" Su Yaoyang looked shocked. He hadn't expected her to make such a request, and so directly. "That's right." Su Nuhan nodded firmly. "Impossible." Su Yaoyang refused without hesitation. Su Nuhan gave a cold, mocking smile. "What's wrong? You told me to leave, and said I'm no longer your daughter. Now you can't bear to let me go? You!" Su Yaoyang was speechless, his face turning red with anger. "Yaoyang, since it's over, just let her move it. That way she won't be tied to our family anymore," Lin Wanfeng said with disgust.
"She's right, Dad."
"Let her do it," Su Tianming added. Su Yaoyang thought for a moment, then took a deep breath and waved his hand. "Fine. Since you insist, I'll agree. But don't come back later and cause trouble." Hearing this, Su Nianwei felt a surge of joy in her heart. Finally, that woman was being driven out. The title of the Su family's daughter would belong to her alone. Even though she thought that way, she still put on a worried and sensible look, gently saying, "Sister, don't be impulsive. We're family. If there's a misunderstanding, let's sit down and talk it out. If you act like this, think how sad Mom and Dad will be. Please apologize to them. I'm sure they'll forgive you." Su Nuahan glanced at her coldly and said in a frosty voice, "Be quiet. If you say one more word, you'll regret it."
"You."
Su Nianwei wanted to say more, but when she met her sister's icy gaze, she didn't dare continue. She quickly buried her head in Lin Wanfeng's arms, pretending to tremble.
"Mom."
Sister is so scary. Though she said that, a sly look flashed in her eyes as she glanced at Su Nuahan. What's going on with this woman? Why does she seem like a completely different person after just one night? Was her gentle and obedient act before all fake? Lin Wanfong, feeling sorry for her, held her tightly and gently patted her back. Don't be afraid. Mom, Dad, and your brothers are here. We won't let her hurt you. Then she glared angrily at Su Nuahan. I should be thankful the hospital mixed up the babies back then. If you had stayed with us, who knows what trouble you would have brought to the Su family. Su Nuahan actually smiled at that. What a coincidence. I'm also thankful I was switched at birth and didn't grow up in your family. Otherwise, I can't imagine how much I would have suffered. You. Lin Wanfong was so furious that she trembled all over, pointing at Su Nuahan, her chest heaving as she struggled to speak. Enough. Su Yaoyong glared at Su Nuahan and said coldly, We're leaving. He turned sharply and walked away. Lin Wanfong gave Su Nuahan one last hateful look, then held the still pretending to cry Su Nianwei and followed him out. Su Tianyu, Su Tiancheng, and Su Tianming, the three brothers, didn't try to stop them. They each gave Su Nuahan a cold, disgusted, warning look before leaving as well. Watching their backs disappear through the doorway, Su Nuahan's lips curved into a cold, mocking smile. The Su family, each one more foolish and ridiculous than the last. He ignored his own daughter, who shared his blood, showing her no love or care, yet treated Su Nianwei like a precious treasure, always taking her side. Such blindness of heart and mind was both pitiful and infuriating. But perhaps this was for the best. Once her household registration was officially moved out of the Su family, she would be completely free, with nothing holding her back. From then on, the world would be wide open for her to explore. Thinking of this, Su Nuhan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Meanwhile, Su Yaoyong and the others returned to the living room. The Su family home was a large single-story house with 5 bedrooms, a dining room, a spacious living room, and a big courtyard. Next to the main house was a small storage room, which also served as Su Nuhan's living space. Lin Wanfong helped Su Nianwei sit down, gently took out a handkerchief, and carefully wiped her face. Weiwei, how are you feeling? Does it still hurt? She asked softly. Su Nianwei's eyes were red as she shook her head.
Mom, I'm sorry.
It's all my fault. Because of me, Sister wants to cut ties with us. Don't mention that ungrateful girl again. Just thinking about her makes me angry, Lin Wanfong said sharply, throwing the handkerchief to the floor. That's right, Weiwei. This isn't your fault. Don't worry about her. Once she suffers enough outside, she'll come back begging, Su Tianming said, patting Su Nianwei's shoulder to comfort her.
Exactly.
Weiwei, I'll go get some ice for you, Su Tiancheng said with concern. Su Nianwei nodded with a small smile. Thank you, second brother. Silly girl. No need to thank me, he replied, then quickly walked toward his room. At that moment, Su Nianwei noticed that Su Yaoyong was still sitting on the sofa, not making any move to get the household registration book. She frowned slightly. Dad, Sister probably said that out of anger. Please don't really move her name out. As soon as she said that, Lin Wanfong turned to Su Yaoyong, frowning. Yaoyong, why are you still sitting there? Weren't you going to remove that girl's name from the household record? Su Yaoyong's face darkened. There's no rush. Hearing this, Lin Wanfong looked puzzled.
Why not?
Su Yaoyong sighed. That girl went to the countryside in Weiwei's place. If we move her name out now, it might cause trouble. What's wrong with it? The quota for going to the countryside has already been decided, hasn't it? It can't be changed now, right? I know it can't be changed, but that spot belongs to our Su family. That troublesome girl is representing us. If we move her household registration out, she won't be part of the Su family anymore. Then, if she goes to the youth office and says she's not from the Su family, she won't be representing us. Wouldn't that mean Weiwei would have to go to the countryside instead?
This.
After thinking for a moment, Lin Wanfong realized Su Yaoyong made sense. She nodded. You're right. Let that ungrateful girl stay a few more days. Su Yaoyong nodded in agreement. Su Nianwei, however, felt unhappy, though she had to admit his reasoning was sound. She had volunteered to go to the countryside herself, but if that girl refused to admit she was going on behalf of the Su family, she might end up losing both ways. Forget it. Let her stay a few more days.
Still,
That girl dared to talk back today. If she stays longer, who knows what trouble she might cause.
sigh, never mind.
She'll be leaving for the countryside soon anyway. Whether she's kicked out or not doesn't matter. At worst, they can move her household registration out on the day she leaves. That'll be soon enough. Meanwhile, Su Nuahan had been waiting in the storage room for a long time. It was almost noon, but Su Yaoyang still hadn't come with the household registration book. She frowned, let out a cold laugh, and shook her head slightly. The Su family really had no backbone. They spoke so confidently before, but now no one showed up. How ridiculous. Still, she was determined to move her registration out. Since they weren't coming, she would go find them herself. The sun was high, it was lunchtime anyway. Perfect time to get a meal. The original owner had lived in the Su house for half a year and had never once eaten at the main table. Today, she would enjoy a proper meal on her behalf. She stood up, straightened her faded old clothes, opened the door, and walked toward the main house. When she arrived, the living room was empty.
Sulogan from net pusled.
Could they really have gone to handle the registration transfer? No, that didn't seem right. Going to handle the household registration transfer shouldn't require the whole family, and since it's hers, she should be the one to go. Could it be they all went to work? Su Nuhan frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then looked toward the inner rooms. The original owner had lived in the Su family for half a year but had never entered the inner rooms. Only the kitchen, living room, and dining room. She had never seen what the other rooms looked like. Well, since no one was home, she might as well take this chance to look around. When it was time to move to the countryside, she could make better use of the space. Once she decided, she acted immediately. Su Nuhan entered the inner rooms, checking them one by one. The first room she opened was the one closest to the living room. It was bright and spacious, neatly arranged, and had a scholarly atmosphere. On the desk were a few books on mechanical engineering and a pair of glasses. This must be Su Tianyo's room. She quickly scanned the area. The work clothes in the wardrobe were neatly pressed, and the bedside table held only a few small items. She opened each drawer, noting the money and belongings inside, then stepped out. Next was the room next door. This one was smaller but just as tidy, with a faint smell of disinfectant in the air. On the desk were several medical books and a stethoscope, clearly Su Tiancheng's room. Su Nuhan's gaze paused briefly on a small medicine box in the corner before moving on. She opened the drawers and checked them as well. The third room belonged to Su Tianming. It was simple and orderly, almost rigidly so. Certificates hung on the wall, and a neatly folded police uniform rested on the chair. Su Nuhan noticed that the desk drawer was locked. Her eyes flickered, but she didn't act immediately, just made a mental note of it. Finally, she reached the room at the end of the hallway, the brightest and most spacious one. She gently pushed the door open, and a faint, sweet fragrance drifted out. The room style was completely different from the rest of the house. Pink curtains, a soft bed with floral sheets, a large wardrobe by the wall, and a dressing table filled with rare items of the time. Face cream, hair oil, powder, a few delicate hairpins, and a beautiful silk scarf. There was even a small radio by the bed.
Ha!
She hadn't expected the Su family to spoil Su Nianwei so much. The luxury was beyond imagination. Even the three Su brothers couldn't compare. Su Nuhan gave a cold smile as she looked around, feeling pity for the person whose life she had taken over. She walked to the wardrobe and opened it. Inside hung all kinds of dresses, many of them brand new and made of fine fabric. As she flipped through them casually, her hand touched a small hard box hidden in a corner. She opened it and found a few small gold ornaments and a stack of carefully hidden money. Well hidden, she sneered, putting the box back exactly as it was before leaving the room. She then entered the largest bedroom. The air carried a faint smell of old furniture mixed with mothballs. The room was neatly arranged, with a solid wood bed, wardrobe, and chest of drawers. "So this must be Su Yaoyong and his wife's room," she murmured. Her sharp eyes scanned every possible hiding place. She gently pulled open a drawer in the chest. Inside were neatly folded clothes. Reaching under them, she felt a heavy iron box. She didn't open it, but a knowing smile appeared on her lips. Next, she examined the wardrobe carefully. Soon, she noticed a small irregularity in the seam of a wooden panel inside. Using her fingernail, she pried it open slightly. It was movable. Behind it was a hidden compartment containing some document folders and small boxes. As expected, she thought with a cold smile. Su Yaoyong, the factory director, and Lin Wanfeng, the accountant, neither looked like honest people.
Good.
Very good. When I leave for the countryside, it will probably be the beginning of the Su family's downfall. After restoring the hidden panel and closing the wardrobe, she turned to leave. Then she noticed a locked camphorwood chest under the bed. "Well, that must hold something valuable too," she said with a faint smile. After that, she entered a small 6 square-meter room. It contained only a bed and an old wooden cabinet. When she finished checking everything, she returned to the living room and sat down. Lin Wanfeng and her daughter, Su Nianwei, walked in from outside with smiles on their faces. As soon as they entered the living room, they saw Su Nuhan sitting calmly on the sofa. Lin Wanfeng's expression darkened immediately, and her tone turned sharp. "Who told you to sit there? Didn't I say before that you're only allowed to clean this room, not touch anything, and definitely not sit on the sofa?" Hearing this, Su Nuhan's eyes turned cold. She stood up suddenly. "I sat here. What can you do about it?" Before the words had even faded, she kicked a nearby wooden chair hard, sending it crashing into the wall. She thought bitterly. She was this woman's own daughter, yet she wasn't even allowed to sit on the sofa. Was this what family meant? They treated her like a servant.
Bang!
The heavy chair hit the wall with a loud thud, one of its legs cracking before it fell to the floor with a harsh scraping sound. The sudden noise and force of the action startled both Lin Wanfeng and Su Nianwei. Lin Wanfeng's anger froze on her face, replaced by shock and a flicker of fear in her eyes. She looked at the broken chair, then at Su Nuhan, who stood tall and cold, her presence filled with quiet strength. For a moment, Lin Wanfeng forgot to scold her. Su Nianwei gasped in fright, stepping back several times and clutching her mother's arm tightly, her face pale. After a long pause, Lin Wanfeng finally came back to her senses, her face twisted with anger and embarrassment. "You ungrateful girl! How dare you act like this?" she shouted, rushing towards Su Nuhan. "Don't test me," Su Nuhan said coldly. Without moving much, she lifted her leg and pushed Lin Wanfeng away with a strong kick.
Ah!
Lin Wanfeng cried out in pain and fell heavily to the ground. The impact left her curled up, her face pale, unable to speak clearly as she trembled in pain.
Mom,
are you okay?" Su Nianwei screamed, running to her mother's side in panic. Lin Wanfeng held her stomach, unable to answer, only curling up on the floor, groaning weakly. Su Nuahan looked down coldly at the scene before her, her eyes calm and emotionless. Su Nianwei lifted her head and looked at her. "Sister, if you're angry, take it out on me. How could you hit Mom? Take it out on you?"
fine.
A cruel smile appeared on Su Nuahan's lips as she slowly walked toward her. Seeing her approach, Su Nianwei trembled in fear and stepped back again and again, shouting nervously, "What are you trying to do?
Sunoran smile depenet.
Didn't you ask for it? I'll give you what you want." Before the words faded, she suddenly reached out, lightning fast, and grabbed Su Nianwei by the collar, lifting her roughly from the ground.
Wei.
Wei. Lin Wanfeng cried out in pain and panic. Su Nianwei's face turned red as she struggled to breathe, forcing out broken words. You're crazy. Let me go. Or else. Or else what?" Su Nuahan's eyes were icy, her presence filled with cold fury. Then she raised her hand and slapped Su Nianwei hard across the face. A sharp sound echoed.
Su Nianwe's cheek instantly swelled.
You awful girl. What are you doing? Let her go. Lin Wanfong screamed, her voice hoarse with anger. Su Nuahan glanced down at her and sneered. You call me that? If I'm the awful one, what does that make you? You! Lin Wanfong trembled with rage, unable to speak. Ignoring her, Su Nuahan looked back at the struggling Su Nianwei. You asked for this. I've never seen anyone like you. Another slap landed. The other side of Su Nianwei's face swelled too, her whole face red and puffy as tears streamed down from the pain. Her breath grew short, her legs weak as she struggled helplessly. Wei Wei! Lin Wanfong cried, her heart aching at the sight. She tried to get up, but the pain in her body kept her down. All she could do was shout hoarsely, You're out of your mind. What do you want? Let her go. Su Nuahan saw Su Nianwei's eyes start to lose focus and knew the moment had come. With a cold snort, she swung her arm and threw her aside like tossing away trash, right next to Lin Wanfong. Wei Wei, are you all right? Lin Wanfong hurriedly held Su Nianwei, asking again and again in panic. Cough. Cough. Su Nianwei, barely escaping danger, collapsed on the floor, coughing hard and gasping for breath, unable to speak. Just then, a rush of footsteps came closer. A group of neighbors, hearing the noise, quickly entered. When they saw the scene in the living room, they all cried out in shock.
Oh my!
What happened here? Fong, what's going on in your house? Han, what's this all about? Asked Aunt Wang, looking at Su Nuahan with confusion and concern. Su Nuahan's expression changed instantly. The coldness from before vanished, replaced by fear and deep sadness. Tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke in a trembling voice. Auntie, I wasn't feeling well today. After cleaning the living room, I just wanted to rest for a bit. But when my mom and sister came back and saw me sitting, they started scolding me. They said I was a country girl, dirty, and would make their house messy. Then they tried to hit me. When my mom rushed at me, she tripped over a chair and fell. My sister said it was my fault and started hitting me with a broom. I was in so much pain that I had to run away. But she got even angrier and swung the broom wildly. It hit the table and bounced back, hitting her own face. Then she said I did it on purpose. Aunties, please help me, or they'll hurt me again. As she spoke, she quietly rolled up her sleeve, showing the marks and bruises on her arm. You wicked girl. What nonsense are you saying? It was clearly, Lin Wanfong shouted angrily, trying to explain. But Su Nuahan didn't give her the chance. Crying harder, she said, Aunties, look at my injuries. They're from being hit with sticks and branches. Aunt Wang pointed at Lin Wanfong and scolded loudly. Lin Wanfong, no matter what, Nuahan is your own child. How could you treat her like this? That's right. She was lost for 18 years and suffered so much. Instead of feeling sorry for her, you treat her this way? Are you even human? I've heard you didn't like this child, but I never thought you'd go this far. Shame on you. Even animals treat their young better than this. That's right. The neighbors, seeing what was happening, became furious and started accusing Lin Wanfong.
No.
It's not like that, Su Nianwei, seeing that everyone was turning against her, hurried to explain. But the neighbors were too angry to listen. Aunt Wang, the first to speak up, walked over to Su Nuahan and held her with pity. Poor child. I knew your life was hard, but I didn't think you were suffering this much. If I'd known, I would have told you to stay in the countryside. That's right. The Su family has gone too far. Ever since this girl came back, she's been doing all the housework. I even saw her washing clothes in the dark one night. Such a pity. So sad. Exactly. The neighbors all started talking at once, their words and anger almost drowning out Lin Wanfong and her daughter. Just then, what's going on here? A deep, displeased male voice came from the edge of the crowd, instantly silencing the noise. Everyone turned toward the sound and made way. Su Yaoyong stood at the door, his brows tightly furrowed. His eyes swept over the crowded living room, his face full of confusion and irritation. When his gaze passed through the crowd, and he saw what was happening inside, his confusion quickly turned into shock and anger. He rushed into the living room, his sharp eyes glancing over Su Nuohan before landing on his wife and daughter. Wanfang, Wei Wei, what happened? Seeing her husband, Lin Wanfang felt as if she had found her savior. The pain and frustration she had been holding back suddenly burst out. She pointed at Su Nuohan and cried, "Yaoyang! It's her. It's that ungrateful girl. She not only hit me but almost hurt Wei Wei too." Su Nianwei lifted her swollen face, tears streaming down as she sobbed. "Dad.
Sister. She's so scary."
She wanted to hurt me and Mom." "What?" Su Yaoyang shouted, about to lose his temper. But the neighbors spoke up first. "Hey, Lin Wanfang, Han is your own daughter. Even if you don't like her, you can't accuse her unfairly." "That's right, Director Su. You're a leader at the factory. You should know better than to judge without the truth." Exactly. It was clearly Lin Wanfang and Wei Wei who started it, and now they're trying to blame Han instead. Look at this. Poor Han has so many wounds, old ones on top of new ones. It really breaks my heart. It was the two of them against her. She just lost her balance, fell, and the broom bounced back and hit her. And now she dares to blame Han first? All the neighbors stood on Su Nuhan's side, speaking up for her one after another. Aunt Wang even pulled Su Nuhan behind her protectively and said firmly to Su Yaoyang, "Director Su, you're the head of the family and a leader. You should be fair. We all saw and heard what happened. It's your wife Wanfang and daughter Nianwei who can't stand Han and keep picking on her. Everyone in the neighborhood knows this. I'm telling you, if you punish Han without finding out the truth, we won't let it go." Aunt Wang is right. That's true. We all know what's going on. Han is the one who's really been wronged. The crowd grew angrier, and all their blame turned toward Lin Wanfang and Su Nianwei. Even Su Yaoyang began to face doubt.
"No, it's not like that."
Su Nianwei, overwhelmed by the accusations, lost control. Her long-kept gentle image completely collapsed. She suddenly looked up, her swollen face twisted with anger, and shouted sharply, "You fools! Are you all blind? Can't you see who's lying on the ground right now?" Her words were like lighting a fuse. "You rude girl. What did you just say? Who are you calling fools? Watch your mouth. Didn't your parents teach you manners?" Exactly. No wonder people say she's spoiled and rude. I told you, she only pretends to be nice. This is her true nature. Enough. Su Yaoyang shouted, his head spinning from all the noise. His face darkened, and he glared at Su Nianwei angrily. Then, forcing himself to calm down, he turned to the angry neighbors with a strained smile. "Everyone, please don't be upset. Wei Wei is still young and doesn't understand things well. She spoke out of anger because she felt wronged. I apologize on her behalf. She didn't mean it." "Yes, please forgive her," Lin Wanfang added quickly, looking embarrassed. "Young? She's already old enough to get married, and you still call her young?" "That's right. Feeling upset doesn't give her the right to speak so rudely." "That's right. You must apologize to us today." Su Yaoyang was speechless, the veins on his forehead bulging. He took a deep breath and said to Su Nianwei, "Wei Wei, quickly apologize to the ladies." Although unwilling, Su Nianwei lowered her head toward the neighbors and said, "I'm sorry, aunties. I spoke carelessly and offended you. Humph. If it happens again, you'll regret it," one plump woman warned. Su Nianwei nodded, but then glared angrily at Su Nuohan. "You troublemaker, this humiliation is all your fault. I won't forgive you." Her apology finally quieted the neighbors. Su Yaoyang looked around, took a deep breath and smiled. "Ladies, since everything's fine now, let's all go home. This is our family matter and we'll handle it ourselves." "Handle it? How?" Aunt Wang stood protectively in front of Su Nuohan and warned, "Director Su, we all know what kind of person Han is. If you dare to hurt her, don't blame us for reporting you together." Su Yaoyang forced a smile. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Nuohan is my daughter. How could I ever hurt her?" Just as the neighbors were about to leave, Su Nuahan looked at Su Yaoyang with teary eyes and asked weakly, full of sadness, Dad, have you already removed my name from the family record? Family record? Aunt Wang asked in confusion. Han, what do you mean? Sniffling, Su Nuahan said sadly, to tell the truth, my father planned to drive me out this morning and remove me from the Su family. What? Aunt Wang shouted angrily.
Director Su.
Is this what you call not hurting your child? You're throwing her out of the house. How heartless. Never seen parents like this. The neighbors began to murmur again. No, please let me explain. Su Yaoyang tried to speak, but no one listened. Taking the chance, Su Nuahan spoke again, her voice filled with quiet sorrow. Dad, I know you all look down on me, because I'm just a country girl who only knows farm work. Since there's no place for me in this family, I'll leave. Han, you just came back from the countryside. Where will you go? Aunt Wang asked, holding her hand with concern.
Sunugan ni pedherters.
Thank you for caring, Auntie. In this house, I'm scolded and hit every day. I'd rather leave anyway. They've already signed me up to work in the countryside.
What?
You're going to the countryside?
Sunugan nodded sadly.
Aunt Wang sighed heavily. Oh, what a poor child. Su Nuahan turned to Su Yaoyang, her voice firm.
Dad.
Since you only care about Su Nianwei, I can't stay in this house any longer. Just like you said this morning, please move my household registration out.
You.
Su Yaoyang wanted to scold her, but when he saw the neighbors watching closely, he forced down his anger and put on a kind smile. Nuahan, what I said this morning, that was just out of anger. You're my daughter. How could I not want you? From now on, I'll definitely Dad.
Sunugan interrupted him sharply.
Whether it was anger or not, I'm not staying here anymore. Everyone here can be my witness. From now on, we're done with each other. Please move my registration out right now. Nuahan, are you sure? Aunt Wang frowned.
Sunugan nodded firmly.
I'm sure. I'd rather leave than stay here and be treated badly. Aunt Wang sighed again and turned to Su Yaoyang.
All right.
Since the child has made up her mind, we neighbors will be her witnesses. Su Yaoyang's face darkened, his brows tightly furrowed. He stared at Su Nuahan, thinking quickly. He knew that if he didn't agree today, things would only get worse. Finally, he sighed deeply. Nuahan, I know you've been wronged. How about from now on, no? Su Nuahan cut him off firmly. I want my registration moved out right now.
You.
Su Yaoyang gritted his teeth. Fine. You want it moved? I'll do it in a few days. It's only noon, Su Nuahan said, blinking innocently but pressing harder. Can it be done today? Faced with her persistence and the silent pressure from the neighbors, Su Yaoyang had no choice but to agree through clenched teeth.
Fine.
I'll take care of it this afternoon on my way to work. Once things were settled, the neighbors slowly left. Seeing her goal achieved, Su Nuahan also prepared to go.
Stop.
Su Yaoyang's face turned dark, his voice filled with barely contained anger. Did I say you could leave? Su Nuahan stopped walking and slowly turned around. A sweet smile appeared on her face, completely different from the cold look in her eyes. Anything else? Su Yaoyang gave a cold snort. Kneel. Hearing that, Su Nuahan laughed softly.
Kneel?
And who are you to make me kneel? The emperor? I'm your father. Su Yaoyang shouted angrily. My father? Su Nuahan raised an eyebrow, her tone full of open mockery. Director Su, have you forgotten? Didn't we already cut ties today?
How dare you?
The veins on Su Yaoyang's forehead bulged. As long as your name is still in the Su family record, you are my daughter. You must do what I say. Su Nuahan couldn't help but laugh. I must do what you say? Do you really think you have that right?
You
ungrateful child. I'll teach you a lesson today. Su Yaoyang was completely enraged, losing all control. He paced around the living room like a trapped beast, searching for something to use. A moment later, he grabbed a heavy wooden stick and pointed it at Su Nuahan, his voice sharp and furious. Kneel or not? The mocking smile faded from Su Nuahan's face. Her expression turned cold as ice, her eyes calm and fearless. If you don't want to end up like them, I suggest you don't move. As she spoke, her gaze shifted toward Lin Wanfang and Su Nianwei, who were struggling to stand nearby. Su Yaorong froze for a moment, glancing at his wife and daughter's disheveled state. A flicker of fear crossed his heart, but then he straightened his back, forcing himself to look strong.
Fine.
Let's see how I deal with you today. As soon as he finished, the stick in his hand swung down with a sharp sound, aiming straight for Su Nohan's head. The strike was fierce, enough to cause serious harm if it landed. Yet Su Nohan didn't even flinch. Just as the stick was about to hit, she moved slightly to the side, swift and silent as a shadow.
Phew.
The heavy laundry stick brushed past the edge of her clothes, missing its mark. The strong force made Su Yaoyong stumble forward, almost falling. The strike missed. Su Yaoyong's face darkened with anger as he glared at Su Nuhan. Well, you've really gone too far. How dare you dodge? Su Nuhan gave a short laugh. Not dodge? Should I just stand still and let you hit me? Are you calling me foolish, or are you the one who is?
Fine.
I'll teach you a lesson today. Su Yaoyong shouted, his pride wounded. Furious, he swung the stick again, aiming straight for Su Nuhan's waist. This time, Su Nuhan didn't move away. With a cold snort, her hand shot out like lightning, her fingers gripping the stick firmly in midair.
Bang.
A dull sound echoed from her palm. Su Yaoyong felt a sharp jolt in his hand, followed by a strong rebound that forced his grip open. His arm went numb, and he stumbled back several steps before he could steady himself. Yaoyong.
Dad.
Lin Wanfang and Su Nianwei cried out in alarm at the same time. Ignoring them, Su Yaoyong looked up in shock at Su Nuhan, whose expression was cold and unreadable. His brows furrowed tightly as a chill crept into his heart for the first time. When did this daughter of his become so frightening? Su Nuhan shook her wrist and gave a cold, mocking smile. With skills like yours, you think you can deal with me? Even when given a chance, you still fail. What about me? Su Nuhan cut him off, her eyes sharp as blades, her presence icy and intimidating. If it weren't for the fact that we're family after what you just tried to do, you wouldn't still be standing. With that, she tossed the laundry stick aside.
Bang.
The wooden stick slammed hard against the wall, making a loud noise before clattering to the floor.
Ah.
Startled by the sudden sound, Lin Wanfang and Su Nianwei screamed and clung to each other. Su Nuhan gave the frightened pair a cold glance, then turned her gaze back to Su Yaoyong, whose face had turned pale with anger. Her tone returned to calm warning. I advise you to behave yourselves before I leave for the countryside.
Don't provoke me.
Otherwise, don't blame me for cutting off the last bit of family ties between us. After speaking, she turned to leave. You ungrateful child. Su Yaoyong's anger surged, and he was about to shout again. Su Nuhan suddenly stopped walking. The rest of Su Yaoyong's words stuck in his throat. He didn't dare to continue. Su Nuhan slowly turned around and looked at him coldly. Her gaze made Su Yaoyong uneasy. He stepped back a few times and forced himself to ask, what are you going to do? Seeing his fearful look, Su Nuhan's lips curved into a mocking smile. Don't worry, I'm not going to hit you. I just want to remind you not to forget to transfer my household registration this afternoon. She paused, then added, Of course, you can go back on your word if you want. But as you can see, I'm no longer the daughter who begged for your pity and let you treat her unfairly. After saying that, she turned and walked away calmly. Her back was straight and firm, showing no sign of hesitation. When her figure finally disappeared at the door, Su Yaoyong suddenly collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. Through clenched teeth, he forced out 2 words, ungrateful.
Child.
Oh heavens! What did I do in my past life to deserve such a child? Lin Wanfang cried bitterly, patting her legs as if she had suffered great injustice. Su Nianwei quickly put on a worried expression, tears in her eyes, and moved closer to Su Yaoyong. Dad, are you all right? She asked softly. Su Yaoyong's chest rose and fell violently. He waved his hand, his voice hoarse with anger. I'm fine. When he finally calmed down a little, he frowned and looked at Su Nianwei. What exactly happened? How did you end up being hurt by her? He asked in a deep voice. Su Nianwei's eyes flickered. She avoided the main point and exaggerated the story, completely clearing herself and Lin Wanfeng of any blame, painting Su Nuhan as unreasonable and aggressive. That ungrateful child. Su Yaoyong cursed again, his eyes dark with anger as he glared at the empty doorway, his chest heaving. Dad, do you really have to transfer my sister's household registration? After all, she's your and Mom's own daughter. We're still a family. Su Nianwei spoke at the right moment, her tone filled with reluctance and worry. Nonsense. Su Yaoyong slammed the coffee table, making the cups rattle. She's not worthy of being part of our family. That's right. Wei Wei, only you are our daughter. That cruel girl doesn't deserve it at all, Lin Wanfeng quickly agreed, looking at Su Nianwei with loving eyes. Su Nianwei felt secretly pleased, but on the surface, she looked gentle and understanding. She softly held Su Yaoyong's arm.
But
do we really have to let my sister leave like this? She'll be all alone out there. Let her go. Su Yaoyong, already furious, interrupted harshly. Let her go as far as she can. Isn't she asking to move her household registration?
fine.
I'll handle it this afternoon. From now on, whatever happens to her has nothing to do with the Su family. Hearing this, Su Nianwei was overjoyed, her eyes turning cold as she glanced toward the door. Once you're out of this house, just wait and see what happens next. As the three were talking, Su Nuahan returned. When she entered, the three in the living room froze. The air seemed to turn heavy. A moment later, Su Yaoyong was the first to react. His brows furrowed tightly, his voice uncertain.
You.
What are you doing back here? Su Nuahan wore a faint smile and walked calmly toward them. She naturally reached out her hand. Give me 200 yuan and a ticket. I need to buy some things for the countryside.
What?
Su Yaoyong jumped up from his chair as if he had heard something unbelievable. He laughed angrily. After what you've done, you still dare to ask for money. Su Nuahan's lips curved into a cold smile. Why wouldn't I dare? You want money? No way. Su Yaoyong waved his arm firmly, refusing her outright. All right then. Su Nuahan nodded, her smile unchanged, but her tone carrying a clear threat. If you won't give it, I'll go to your factory and make a scene. I'll tell everyone about the things your family tries to hide. Then we'll see what matters more, 200 yuan or your position as factory director. Humph, ridiculous. Su Yaoyong's eyes flickered for a moment, but he forced himself to stay calm and snorted coldly. What could we possibly have to hide? The curve of Su Nuahan's lips deepened. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. As long as I make some noise, someone will come to investigate. After all, you're the factory director.
You.
You ungrateful child. Su Yaoyong's face turned red with anger, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Wanfeng suddenly stood up, pointing at Su Nuahan and shouting, You heartless girl. We've been feeding and clothing you for half a year, haven't we treated you well? And this is how you repay us? Su Nianwei quickly stood up too, pretending to be on the verge of tears, her voice soft and pleading. Sister, please don't be angry. We're all family. If there's something wrong at home, be quiet. Su Nuahan cut her off coldly, her eyes sharp as ice. Have you already forgotten the lesson from last time? Su Nianwei shivered under her gaze, the rest of her words stuck in her throat. She quickly covered her still sore cheek with both hands. You ungrateful girl. If you dare touch Wei Wei again, I'll have Tianming take you away. Lin Wanfeng pulled Su Nianwei behind her, shouting fiercely, though her voice trembled. Su Nuahan gave her a mocking glance and sneered.
Oh.
Since when does your Su family make the laws? Can Su Tianming arrest whoever he wants? Believe it or not, I'll report him too. You've gone too far. Oh, what a miserable life I have, raising such a troublesome child. Lin Wanfeng, unable to argue back, sat down on the floor and began to cry loudly, trying to gain sympathy. Su Nuahan looked at her coldly, then turned to Su Yaoyong.
Fine.
Since there's nothing more to discuss, I'll go talk to the committee. With that, she turned to leave without hesitation.
Wait.
Su Yaoyang called out quickly, his voice carrying a hint of panic. Su Nuahan stopped and slowly turned back, a faint, knowing smile on her face. Director Su, is there something else?
You.
Su Yaoyang took a deep breath, as if gathering all his strength. He closed his eyes for a moment, then spoke with difficulty.
Fine. 200 yuan, right?
I'll have your mother give it to you. Su Nuahan shook her head and smiled. No, it's 500.
What?
Su Yaoyang's eyes widened in disbelief. How much did you say? 500? His face twitched with shock and anger. Su Nuahan nodded lightly, her tone calm and cheerful. That's right. 500.
You.
You ungrateful girl. Giving you 200 was already a huge favor. How dare you ask for more? Lin Wanfong screamed as she struggled to her feet. Fine, forget it then, Su Nuhan said, pretending to turn away.
Wait.
Fine, fine. Su Yaoyang forced the words out through clenched teeth, his voice full of frustration and defeat. He looked at Lin Wanfong, exhausted and hopeless.
Go.
Give her 500 and the tickets. Now he finally understood. The Su Nuhan standing before him was no longer the daughter they could control at will. The fact that she dared to cut ties and even fight back today meant she no longer cared about consequences. If they refused to give her the money, this rebellious daughter would definitely report them. Forget it, he thought. Consider it money spent to avoid bigger trouble.
Dad.
That's 500 yuan. Su Nianwei cried out, her face full of pain and unwillingness. Lin Wanfong also said anxiously, Yaoyang. Su Nuhan lazily urged, say one more word, and I'll make it 1,000. You, Lin Wanfong tried to argue. Enough. Su Yaoyang roared, his voice hoarse. Stop talking. Go get it. His face was so dark it looked like a storm was brewing. Startled, Lin Wanfong swallowed her anger and glared fiercely at Su Nuhan before slowly getting up and shuffling toward the inner room, turning back every few steps. The living room fell into heavy silence. Su Yaoyang glanced at Su Nuhan, then slumped back into his chair in defeat. Su Nianwei stared at Su Nuhan with eyes full of jealousy, resentment, and disbelief. Let's see if you can even keep that money, you shameless girl. After a while, Lin Wanfong finally came out, moving slowly. She clutched a thick stack of bills and several tickets so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Her face was twisted with pain and anger. She stopped beside Su Yaoyang, hesitating to hand them over. Su Nuhan had lost all patience. She stepped forward, held out her hand, and said simply, "Give it here." Lin Wanfong's hand trembled as she looked to Su Yaoyang for help. Su Yaoyang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and gave a small, heavy nod. Having received her permission, Lin Wanfong reluctantly placed the 500 yuan heavily into Su Nuhan's open palm. Here, take it and get lost. Su Nuhan smiled and glanced at her, then deliberately began counting the money in front of them, slowly and carefully. 10, 20, 30. Each note, she counted, felt like a small knife stabbing into Su Yaoyang and Lin Wanfong's hearts, making them feel pained. Su Nianwei watched with red eyes, filled with anger and frustration. After finishing the count, Su Nuhan happily folded the money and casually put it into her pocket. Then she looked up and smiled sweetly. Thanks. Director Su, Madam Su, I didn't expect your family to be so wealthy, able to easily come up with 500 yuan. Looks like I should take less next time. You, Su Yaoyang almost lost his breath after hearing this. Su Nuhan interrupted his angry outburst and waved her hand. Oh, don't worry. It's okay, I won't ask for it again. Get out. Leave immediately. Su Yaoyang could no longer keep his dignity. He trembled as he pointed at the door and shouted loudly. He was afraid she would stay even a second longer, and he might burst a blood vessel on the spot. Su Nuhan, happy to have the money, nodded. All right, I'll leave now. I won't bother you. And you can continue feeling sorry. With that, she turned gracefully and left, leaving the three of them with a confident, decisive back view as she strode out of the living room. As her figure disappeared at the door, The tense anger in the living room finally exploded. Su Nianwei rushed to Su Yaoyang's side, clutching his arm tightly. Her voice was trembling with tears and frustration.
Dad. Sister.
How did she become like this? She not only dared to threaten us, but also took 500 yuan at once. That's money a regular worker struggles to earn in a year. Su Yaoyang, already heartbroken, felt even more suffocated by Su Nianwei's words. He suddenly slammed the table, causing the teacup to clatter loudly, and shouted angrily, "Don't mention that unfilial girl to me. I might as well have fed that 500 yuan to the dog." Thinking about the money made his heart bleed. In this era, that was a huge sum, enough for an ordinary family to live comfortably for a year or two. He was forcibly accused like this, and he couldn't be happy about it. But what could he do? He couldn't risk being reported. Lin Wanfeng also looked pained and angry. She gritted her teeth and said, "That troublemaker. If I had known this would happen, I never should have brought her home." Su Yaoyang felt upset and interrupted harshly. "Enough. Everything has been given already. What's the point in talking about this now? Is the food ready?" He then looked at Lin Wanfeng and asked. Lin Wanfeng was caught off guard by the question, then timidly replied, "The food. Wasn't it prepared by that brat before?" Now Su Yaoyang was already angry and furious when he heard the food wasn't ready. He slammed the table hard again and shouted, "Without that troublemaker, would our family starve to death?" Lin Wanfeng shivered from his intimidating presence and hurriedly said, I'll go make it now." "Forget it." Su Yaoyang waved his hand impatiently. "When it's ready, I need to go to work. I'll eat at the factory cafeteria." After saying that, he stood up angrily and stormed out without looking back. Lin Wanfeng let out a long sigh and turned to Su Nianwei, her tone softer. Wei, since your dad is eating at the factory, let's go out and get some food." Su Nianwei nodded obediently, then hesitated and asked, "Mom, is that 500 yuan really going to your sister?" Lin Wanfeng looked full of resentment. "What else can we do?" A hint of calculation flashed in Su Nianwei's eyes. She lowered her voice and smiled slightly. "Mom, if you're not happy about it, we can find someone to get the money back." "Get it back?" Lin Wanfeng frowned and immediately understood her meaning. "Are you saying to have someone steal it?" "Exactly." Su Nianwei's voice was tempting. "Mom, look at Dad. He's so angry because he cares about the money. If we can get the money back, Dad will be very happy. Is that possible?" Lin Wanfeng looked at her skeptically.
Su Nianwei smiled confidently.
"Why not? As long as you agree. I'll find someone to do it." Lin Wanfeng thought for a moment, then shook her head with a hint of fear. "I think we should forget it. That troublemaker is crazy now. Besides, she's leaving for the countryside in a few days. It's better to avoid trouble and not provoke her anymore." Upon hearing this, Su Nianwei glanced at Lin Wanfeng and silently cursed her as useless. She said no more. The two of them then got up and left the room. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Nuhan happily walked down the street holding the 500 yuan she had just received, gently flicking the fresh banknotes with her fingertips. "With this 500 yuan, I feel more confident about going to the countryside. Although the space has many things, most are not suitable. I still need to buy some supplies openly, but in this era, just having money isn't enough. Where can I get meat coupons and grain tickets?" She paused, frowning slightly as she thought. After a moment, she shrugged. "Never mind. First, I'll fill my stomach, then go to the supply and marketing cooperative." Deciding so, she headed straight to a restaurant. The original owner hadn't eaten many full meals in the past half year at the Su family, let alone meat. As soon as she sat down, she ordered braised pork, chicken legs, and 2 stir-fried dishes. By the end of the meal, she had eaten 5 bowls of rice, and all the dishes on the table were finished. Her impressive eating capacity and manner drew surprised looks from the customers and staff in the restaurant. They stared in amazement. Su Nuhan didn't care at all. She paid happily and then went to the supply and marketing cooperative. As soon as she entered, the air was filled with a unique scent of soap, snacks, and fabric. Most shoppers inside looked serious, carefully comparing items, asking questions, and calculating every penny and ticket carefully. Su Nuhan didn't do any of that. She entered without looking around and simply asked the clerk to pack all the essentials. Her actions immediately drew many eyes. Her natural beauty, simple clothes, and her cool, noble aura made her stand out. After shopping, she carried a large, bulging travel bag and filled mesh bag, then left the cooperative. Walking some distance, she took advantage of the lack of attention around her, found a corner, and with a thought, she secretly stored most of the items into her space, leaving only some clothes for changing. After finishing, she let out a breath of relief. Her basic supplies were now ready, enough for her to live decently in the countryside without attracting suspicion. She carried her lighter luggage along the street, feeling the warm sunshine on her, which was very comfortable. Watching the busy crowd on the street, she couldn't help but think of modern times. Forget it. Since I am here, I might as well accept it. It's just living in a different era. Nothing serious about it. Moreover, things are much better now than in my previous life. In my past life, I was assigned by the government to be a mercenary patrolling the border, guarding the country. Most of the time, I was on the edge of life and death. Now, I have a chance to live differently, which is a blessing from heaven. Plus, I have space and skills. The most needed thing in this era is ability. With my skills, even if I go to the countryside, I believe I can make a name for myself. Su Nuhan thought this, a confident smile appearing on her face as she headed back toward the Su family. As she turned into the alley leading to the Su house, suddenly a group of 6 rough men blocked her way. Su Nuhan quickly scanned them. They all looked fierce and unfriendly. She sneered inwardly but pretended to be scared, taking a small step back with a timid look, her voice trembling. Who are you? What do you want to do? Want to do? You should know. Ha ha ha. The leader, a burly man, finished speaking and let out a lecherous laugh. The others joined in with mocking laughter. Su Nuhan shook her head hard, her eyes slightly red, looking more helpless. I don't know you. I don't recognize you. Don't recognize us. The man stepped closer, his eyes greedily scanning her and her bag. Stop pretending. I heard you at the supply and marketing cooperative. You're generous, carrying hundreds of yuan. If you're smart, hand over the money and let us have some fun. Otherwise. Haha, he finished with a lecherous grin. Su Nuhan continued to act scared, asking carefully, the money. I give it to you. Do you have a way to spend it? The rough men froze at her words, their laughter stopping abruptly. After a moment, the leader finally reacted, furious and ashamed. You bitch. What did you say? Su Nuhan shed her weak act, sneering. I advise you to leave on your own, or I won't be responsible if things go wrong. The other 5 people also sneered and moved closer, blocking Su Nuahan's escape route. Seeing this, Su Nuahan sighed softly and shook her head slightly. Oh, what a bunch of fools. As she spoke, she moved. She sidestepped the punch from the strong man. Next, she quickly reached out with her right hand, accurately grabbing the leader's wrist, then twisted and pulled downward. Crack. The sound of bones breaking and the leader's scream echoed in the alley. This sudden change stunned the other 5 strong men who had been about to attack together. They froze in place, their fierce smiles gone, showing shock and disbelief. The leader, at this moment, supported his right hand with his left, his face pale, forehead sweating coldly, and he staggered back several steps in pain. After creating enough distance from Su Nuahan, he looked up at her with a face full of horror. You, his voice trembled, almost unable to speak a full sentence. Su Nuahan kept a gentle, harmless smile. How about it? Still want to fight? You. The leader looked at her smile and saw his arm broken easily. A cold feeling spread through him, and he couldn't speak for a moment. At this time, the other 5 recovered from their shock and hurriedly gathered around, asking anxiously, Boss, are you okay? Hearing his brother's concern, the leader seemed to find some courage again. He shouted fiercely, Damn it! What are you all standing there for? Attack her together. Break her. Yes, boss. The 5 responded and rushed towards Su Nuahan. A cold smile appeared on Su Nuahan's lips. I'll give you a chance. If you don't want it, don't blame me. After saying that, she moved like the wind, stepping forward to face them. She aimed at the closest one and delivered a sharp, clean punch right to his nose.
Bang.
Ah! The man screamed painfully, blood splattering from his nose. He covered his face and backed away, bending over in pain. Without stopping, she quickly moved among the remaining four, her fists, elbows, knees, and legs flashing like shadows. Suddenly, there were several loud bangs, accompanied by the sounds of bones breaking and screams. The strong men either fell to the ground, clutching their feet and crying out in pain, or holding their hands and groaning with pain. One even fainted on the spot. The leading strong man stared in shock at the scene, his mouth slightly open, frozen in place with a look of horror. After a while, he realized he must have been mistaken. He shook his head and closed his eyes. Then, looking carefully again, he saw that all his men were too injured to fight back. Only then did he fully believe he wasn't dreaming and hadn't made a mistake. How could this be? He barely saw how she attacked, yet each of his men was hurt. He looked at Su Nuhan in panic and asked, Are you a human or a ghost? A slight smirk appeared on Su Nuhan's lips, with a hint of teasing. How about now? Still trying to steal? I won't steal anymore. Please, hero. Ancestors. Spare me. The leading strong man's mental defenses collapsed completely. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed loudly. Su Nuhan shook her head with a smile. Spare you? That's impossible. You dare to try to steal from my family's head, so just wait to go to jail. The leading strong man wanted to say more. At that moment, a series of quick, orderly footsteps approached from afar. Su Nuhan turned her head and saw three young men in neat military uniforms running quickly, clearly attracted by the noise. The kneeling strong man saw things weren't looking good and struggled to get up and run away. Su Nuhan seemed to have expected this. She gently kicked a wooden stick on the ground, which suddenly shot out as if alive, hitting the man's back with a loud bang.
Bang. Ah.
A loud crash and scream followed. The leading strong man was knocked to the ground by the stick. At the same time, the three soldiers arrived nearby. One of them, with visible insignia on his shoulder, looked sharp and scanned the scene. His gaze finally settled on Su Nuhan, who was still standing, and he asked in a serious voice, Comrade, what happened here? Su Nuhan smiled slightly. Comrade, these people tried to steal my money and insult me. I suspect they are troublemakers. Please take them back for questioning. The leading officer's expression hardened, and he nodded firmly. Comrade, rest assured, we will not let any bad elements go free. After speaking, he waved to the two soldiers behind him. Take them all back, yes. The two soldiers immediately stepped forward and efficiently subdued the struggling troublemakers on the ground. Captain Lee then looked at Su Nuhan with a hint of curiosity. Comrade, are these people? All you're doing? Su Nuhan shyly smiled.
Not exactly.
I just used the narrow alley to make them fight each other. The officer in charge frowned slightly, clearly not believing this explanation. But he didn't say anything and simply said professionally, In that case, please come with us to make a report. Su Nuhan nodded gently.
All right.
They arrived at the police station. After completing the report, Su Nuhan was about to leave when she unexpectedly ran into Su Tianming, who had just finished his mission. Seeing her, Su Tianming's eyebrows immediately furrowed, and his face darkened. His tone was cold as he asked, Why are you here? The officer in charge, who was organizing the report, looked up and was surprised. Tianming, do you know this lady? Su Tianming sneered. Captain, I don't know her well. It's just official business. Whatever needs to be done, just do it. No need to consider my feelings. Hearing this, the others in the office paused their work and looked over curiously. Su Nuhan chuckled softly, full of sarcasm. The officer in charge also looked confused. Tianming, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Su Tianming's face was serious. Captain, I mean that we shouldn't show favoritism before the law. Exactly what Comrade Su said is right. Su Nuhan nodded in agreement, then turned to the officer. Are you the team leader? The officer nodded. Yes, my name is Lee. Su Nuhan smiled softly. Then I want to report something. Captain Lee looked puzzled. Report. Su Tianming also looked confused, frowning. Su Nuhan, what are you doing? Su Nuhan ignored Su Tianming and looked at Captain Lee, nodding firmly. That's right. I want to report Su Tianming for neglecting his duties, disrespecting the law, and using private force. Upon hearing this, Su Tianming's face filled with anger.
Su Nuhan.
What nonsense are you talking about? When have I neglected my duties or used private force? When? Don't you remember? Su Nuhan sneered coldly. Su Tianming was stunned by her question. He believed he had been diligent since joining the force and had never crossed any boundaries. How could he be accused of using private force? He felt Su Nuhan was just causing trouble and trying to embarrass him. Su Nuhan, you'd better think carefully. Defaming a public official is not just about going to jail. Captain Lee also looked serious. Comrade, do you have evidence? I do, Su Nuhan said loudly, then rolled up her sleeve. Look, these injuries on me are caused by Su Tianming. Everyone gasped as they looked at the fresh and old wounds on her arm. Even Captain Lee looked shocked. Su Tianming's face was full of anger. Su Nuhan, what are you talking about? Talking nonsense? Do you dare say these injuries weren't caused by you? Su Nuhan asked firmly. Su Tianming wanted to defend himself, but it seemed he remembered something. His words caught in his throat, and his face suddenly turned grim. He had indeed hit Su Nuhan before, but mostly it was his parents who did it. Almost everyone in his family, except Su Nianwei, had been hit. Now, if he denied it, Su Nuhan would not let it go.
What could he say then?
That his parents and 2 older brothers hit him? That would be a disguised way of reporting them. But if he admitted to hitting her, he would be breaking the law and using private force.
His job might be at risk.
Su Nuhan saw his struggling expression and chuckled mockingly. So? No more to say, you. Su Tianming's throat tightened, cold sweat running down his face. He couldn't say a word in reply. Captain Lee saw Su Tianming's reaction, frowned, and looked even more serious. His voice grew colder. Tianming, was it really you who did this? Captain, it's not what she said. Su Tianming still wanted to argue. Captain Lee slammed the table hard and stood up suddenly, his anger bursting out. Then what exactly is going on? Under the heavy pressure, Su Tianming blurted out, She's actually my sister.
What? Your sister?
The office instantly erupted, filled with shocked gasps and whispers. Everyone's eyes darted back and forth between the two, full of doubt and confusion. Captain Lee frowned deeply and turned to Su Nuhan, his tone questioning. Comrade Su Nuhan, is what he said true? Are you 2 siblings? Su Nuhan lifted her tearful face and shook her head sadly, her voice trembling.
No, Su Tianming.
To escape punishment, you dare to make up such nonsense? Captain Lee's voice thundered, his eyes sharp as blades. Su Tianming broke into a sweat, speaking quickly. No, Captain, it's true. She really is my sister. You can check if you don't believe me. Then he turned to Su Nuhan, his tone a mix of frustration and pleading. Sister, I know you're upset. You've suffered a lot these past 6 months, but this is a family matter. Can't we solve it privately? Why bring it here? Su Nuhan let out a cold laugh. Comrade Su Tianming, I remember clearly. When I first came to your home half a year ago, you told me yourself that you had only one sister, Su Nianwei. You told me not to expect you to ever accept me. And now, just to protect yourself, you suddenly admit I'm your sister? Su Tianming was speechless, his face turning red. Su Nuhan pressed on, her words sharp and unrelenting. And you just said that the law is above personal feelings, that work must be handled fairly. So what now? Su Tianming felt the stares of his colleagues like countless needles pricking his skin. Cold sweat slid down his temples. Seeing him at a loss for words, Su Nuhan's lips curved slightly. So much for your arrogance. I was going to let you be at ease for a few more days, but since you still dare to challenge me here, I'll make sure you regret crossing me. She gave a quiet, cold snort in her heart, and then tears streamed down her face like broken pearls, her voice filled with sorrow. I was living happily in the countryside, but you all insisted on bringing me back. Nonsense. Su Tianming couldn't hold it anymore and shouted loudly. Captain Li pounded the table again and said sternly, "How dare you, Comrade Su Tianming? Is this how you talk to the people?" Captain Li glanced at Su Tianming and then smiled at Su Nuhan. "Comrade Su Nuhan, you keep talking. Don't worry, we are here. He won't dare to hurt you." Su Nuhan nodded timidly. "They brought me back just so I could go to the countryside to replace your precious sister, Su Nianwei. But that's okay. Contributing to the country's development is everyone's duty, and I am willing to do it. However, I didn't expect that they didn't treat me like family at all. They made me work like a beast every day, serving their whole family. Instead of warmth, I only received beatings and scolding. Your parents hit you because you did something wrong," Su Tianming said hurriedly, trying to shift the blame. "I did something wrong." Su Nuhan suddenly looked up with tears in her eyes, her gaze sharp.
Fine.
"Then you must tell Captain Li and everyone here exactly what I did wrong today. If you can prove it, I will withdraw my report immediately and apologize to you, leaving the matter to you." Su Tianming opened his mouth but was at a loss for words. "Yes. What exactly did she do wrong? Why are we hitting and scolding her?" Seeing his speechlessness, Su Nuhan sneered coldly. Then she looked sad and hopeless, shook her head weakly, and said, "Forget it. Captain Li, everyone, thank you for listening to me. I know you and Su Tianming are colleagues. The Su family is wealthy and powerful. I am just a small person, and my words don't matter. You probably won't do anything for me. Actually, I knew this long ago. Otherwise, I would have reported it earlier. Sorry to bother you with my problems. I will leave now." After saying that, she hugged her thin little bag and turned to leave, her back looking very lonely. Wait! Captain Li felt a surge of strong justice in his heart. Su Nuhan stopped and slowly turned around. Her eyes, swollen and timid, looked at Captain Li. Captain Li took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said firmly, "Comrade Su Nuhan, don't worry. As long as what you say is true, our team will never bend the rules or act unfairly. We will give you justice." "No, Captain, this is our family matter."
Look,
Su Tianming said, forcing out a smile that was even more painful than crying. "Family matter?" Captain Li suddenly interrupted him, raising his voice with disbelief and anger.
Comrade Su Tianming.
"Look at her. She's just a young girl, beaten up like this by your family. You call this a family matter? Even if she really is your sister, is this how you treat her after bringing her home? You're supposed to be an officer. Where is your sense of duty? I am so disappointed in you." Captain Li's scolding seemed to ignite a fuse. The colleagues in the office, who had been holding back their anger, immediately started talking. "Exactly. Comrade Su always acts so upright, but secretly he's like this.
Right.
Which family brother would beat his sister like that? This family is too cruel. Knowing a person's face doesn't mean knowing their heart.
Bah.
They're just tarnishing our team's reputation." Their accusations made Su Tianming's face turn pale and his body stiffen. Captain Li took a deep breath. "Comrade Su Tianming, I will give you a punishment now. Go back and write a 3,000-word self-criticism immediately. Also, until the matter is fully investigated, you are temporarily suspended for reflection." "No, Captain. It's all a misunderstanding." Su Tianming's face turned ghostly white at the mention of suspension. He was preparing to compete for the deputy captain position and couldn't afford to have any trouble now. He quickly rushed to Su Nuhan's side, ignoring the situation, lowered his voice with a threatening tone and said, "Hurry up and clarify. Say this is our family matter, or else, when I get back, you'll see how I deal with you." Su Nuhan smiled slyly after hearing this.
All right.
"I'm waiting." After saying that, she grabbed Su Tianming's hand and pushed him towards herself.
Ah.
She screamed in fear, and her whole body fell backward like a kite with a broken string. "Comrade Su." Captain Li saw this and reached out to catch her, but he was too far away to help in time, his heart pounding. Fortunately, a nearby female officer quickly caught her. Are you okay? The female officer asked with concern, then glared at Su Tianming. Su Nuhan snuggled in the female officer's arms, trembling uncontrollably. Her eyes looked terrified as she stared at Su Tianming, her hands flailing in the air as she begged tearfully, "No. Please don't hit me. I was wrong. I won't report anymore. I won't dare again." Her performance painted a picture of a victim threatened by violence, trembling with fear, convincingly. Su Tianming stared in shock at this sudden change, speechless and completely stunned. Su Tianming. Captain Li was furious. He pointed his finger at him, trembling with anger. "How dare you threaten and attack openly in front of so many people? You're completely lawless. There's no need to investigate further. The facts are clear and the evidence is solid. I will write a report immediately and submit it for serious punishment. You must be dismissed from your position." "No, Captain. Please listen to me. It was her own doing," Su Tianming stammered anxiously. "Enough." Captain Li waved his arm forcefully, cutting him off. His face was pale with anger. "No more explanations. Everyone saw what happened. What are you trying to argue now?" The female officer supporting Su Nuhan also looked pale with anger, scolding sharply. "Exactly. If I hadn't been right there holding her, this lady would have hit the table corner. The consequences could have been terrible. You're not just teaching her a lesson, you're trying to hurt her. That's so cruel. I never saw this side of her before. Still claiming they're siblings? I think she just sees her as an easy target. Yes, this kind of behavior must be severely punished." "No leniency. Exactly, severe punishment, severe punishment." Everyone continued to criticize him. Hearing the accusations, Su Tianming's face turned pale. He looked at Su Nuhan trembling in the female officer's arms, but a sly glint flashed to her eyes. His anger reached its peak. Captain Li took a deep breath, looked at Su Nuhan with an apologetic expression, and said, "Comrade Su Nuhan, don't worry. Our department will give you an explanation." Su Nuhan bowed gratefully and replied, "Thank you. Thank you, Captain Li." "It's just that she looked at Su Tianming with a fearful gaze. Captain Li quickly understood and snorted coldly, "Don't worry, I promise he won't dare to hurt you. If he tries anything, just come to me. I'll handle it." "Thank you. All right, go back first. We will handle this matter seriously," Captain Li said with a smile. "Captain, you're wrong. I really am like siblings with her," Su Tianming hurriedly explained, trying to defend himself. Captain Li shot a sharp look at him, full of obvious disdain, and said coldly, "Huh? Siblings? You know she's your sister and you still beat her like that?" I didn't, Captain." Su Tianming tried to twist his words, looking anxious. "Besides, that's just family business. Every family has some disagreements, small fights, right? Small fights." Captain Li raised his voice sharply, full of righteousness, radiating a stern aura. "You call that a small fight? That's clearly trying to hurt her." "I didn't. It was just..." Su Tianming still wanted to argue. "Enough!" Captain Li interrupted angrily. "If you have something to say, talk to the organization." Su Tianming trembled all over, realizing he was defeated. Any excuse now seemed useless. He suddenly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Su Nuhan, as if to devour her alive, filled with hatred, and said through clenched teeth, "Su Nuhan, how could you be so cruel? I am your brother." Su Nuhan pretended to be scared, shrank her neck, and whispered softly, You forgot? This morning, I was already kicked out of the house by you all. Su Tianming was so angry he felt his blood boil and his chest heaved violently, but he couldn't say a word. Seeing his speechless state, Su Nuhan sneered coldly and ignored him. She turned to Captain Li, bowed respectfully again, and said, "Captain Li, sorry for bothering you and everyone. There's nothing else, I'll go now." Captain Li nodded. "All right, be careful on the way." Su Nuhan nodded slightly, turned, and left the security office. As soon as she stepped out, she lazily stretched her waist. A bright smile with a hint of cunning appeared on her face, showing a victorious and charming expression.
"Phew."
"That was so satisfying," she whispered to herself, her clear eyes shining brightly. In my memory, the entire Su family, especially Su Tianming, disliked the original owner the most. Once he even kicked her so hard she coughed up blood and nearly died. If she hadn't been taken to the hospital in time, she might not be alive now. Today, I disrupted Su Tianming's work and caused him to be investigated, which is also a way to avenge the original owner. Next, there are Su Tanqing and Su Tanyu. But these two brothers. Never mind. I'll wait until tonight to clear out the Su family. After muttering to herself, Su Nuhan smiled brightly and cheerfully headed back to the Su house. When she arrived home, she quietly peeked inside to check the living room. She saw Lin Wanfang and Su Nianwei sitting close together, whispering softly. Su Nuhan thought for a moment, then confidently walked in. Her sudden appearance surprised the mother and daughter first, then they both stood up quickly. Su Nianwei looked surprised and asked nervously, How are you here? Su Nuhan slightly smirked and said mockingly, What? Seeing me here surprises you? I don't see what's surprising about it, Su Nianwei replied, her eyes flickering with fear and avoiding her gaze. Lin Wanfang, however, looked annoyed and snapped, You little brat. Who allowed you to come in? Get out. Su Nuhan shot her a glance and retorted sharply, Old hag, you're so scared. Did you do something bad? Who are you calling an old hag? Lin Wanfang instantly became furious. Su Nuhan sneered coldly, then gracefully walked over to the sofa, sat down leisurely, and crossed her legs as if she were the mistress of the house. She looked up at Lin Wanfang and said with a light smile, Of course I'm talking about you. I'm your daughter. If you call me a little brat, then you're an old hag. That makes sense, right? You dare. Lin Wanfang trembled with anger, pointing at Su Nuhan with trembling fingers.
Dare, Sunuan scoffed.
If anyone should be struck by lightning, it's you. An blind, heartless woman who abandoned her own daughter and forced her out of the house. You. Lin Wanfang was hit hard by her words, feeling dizzy and chest-tight, her blood boiling with rage. She couldn't catch her breath and tremblingly pointed at Sunohan. Her body went limp, and she collapsed onto the sofa, gasping as if she had an asthma attack.
Mom,
are you okay? Don't scare me. Su Nianwei anxiously helped Lin Wanfang breathe. She then turned her head, tears in her eyes, and looked at Sunohan. Sister, how can you talk to Mom like that? She is your biological mother. Biological mother? Sunohan sneered coldly. She doesn't deserve that title. Enough, Sunohan interrupted impatiently. Stop pretending with that fake kind girl act. I never cared for the Su family. If you want it so badly, I might as well give it to you. After saying that, she suddenly smiled. Those troublemakers you brought earlier, were they your friends? Hearing this, Su Nianwei's heart fluttered with fear. She quickly denied, What troublemakers? I don't know what you're talking about. Sunohan smiled slightly. Don't know? That's okay. Those people have already been taken to the security office. I believe you'll be going there soon too. I won't bother you and your mother-daughter bond anymore. After speaking, she patted her thigh and got up to leave. Su Nianwei stared at Sunohan's departing figure, her eyes filled with poisonous hatred. She screamed inwardly, Bitch, you wait. Even if you go to the countryside, I won't let you have a good time. After cursing, she forcibly suppressed her evil thoughts. She put on a worried, obedient face and turned to Lin Wanfang softly asking, Mom, how do you feel? I'll take you to the hospital right now. Lin Wanfang weakly nodded. With Su Nianwei's support, they left the house. Meanwhile, Sunohan returned to the small storage room. She initially wanted to lie down and rest, but suddenly remembered something. She sat up again, rolled up her sleeves, and carefully examined the scars on her arms. Then she took off her outer clothes, picked up a small mirror, and looked at other old wounds on her body. Sure enough, she was right. The whip marks and scars had faded a lot, thanks to drinking the spiritual spring water this morning. She had only taken a little in the morning. If she drank more now, would all her scars disappear? Thinking this, a gleam of joy appeared in Sunohan's eyes. Then she moved her mind. The next moment, She found herself in a dull, gray space. Su Nuhan first looked at the supplies she had bought today, then walked to the edge of the spiritual spring. She cupped her hands and took a sip of the spring water. The sweet, pure taste instantly soothed her throat. After drinking, a warm, familiar feeling spread through her limbs, making her feel energized. Her whole body felt relaxed and full of strength.
Wow.
This feels so good. It's the spiritual spring water. One sip, and I feel so refreshed. Su Nuhan smiled happily and excitedly. Then she looked at her arms and body. Her skin was smooth and even more delicate and white than before. Su Nuhan smiled happily. Great. All the scars on my body are gone. After her body recovered, she walked around in the space for a while, then left. She planned to lie down and rest for a bit, but suddenly, heavy footsteps came from the yard, approaching from afar. Su Nuhan frowned slightly and looked toward the door. She saw Su Tianming holding a leather whip tightly in his hand. His face was twisted with anger as he stormed into the room, shouting fiercely, "Su Nuhan, you wicked girl! You caused me to lose my job, and now you've made Mom go to the hospital. Today, I will punish you severely." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his arm suddenly, and the whip whistled through the air, aiming fiercely at Su Nuhan's face. Su Nuhan's eyes turned cold instantly. Just as the whip was about to hit her skin, her right hand shot out as fast as lightning, gripping the whip's end with iron-like precision. Huh? Su Tianming felt a huge force from the whip's tip, making it impossible for him to pull it back no matter how hard he tried. The whip was stuck firmly in Su Nuhan's hand. He looked up in shock and anger.
Good.
You dare to fight back? Let go of it. Su Nuhan's eyes shone with cold light, her voice icy and sharp. It seems the punishment from the Security Bureau was too light, and you still haven't learned your lesson. Since that's the case, I don't mind helping you learn a good lesson, you fool. As she finished speaking, she suddenly pulled her wrist back with force. Su Tianming felt a burning pain in his palm. The strength suddenly disappeared. Looking up, he saw the whip had changed hands and was now in Su Nuhan's grip. You. The weapon was taken away, and Su Tianming became even angrier. Don't think that just because I dropped the whip, I'm afraid of you. Today, I will definitely kill you. Ha.
Kill me. Su Nuhan sneered softly.
Then let me give you a taste of what it feels like when a whip hits a person. After saying that, she raised her arm, and the whip cut through the air, striking the ground hard. Crack. A loud bang exploded, and dust flew everywhere instantly. Seeing this, Su Tianming's heart suddenly thumped. He looked at Su Nuhan, who was holding the long whip with a cold look in her eyes, and his face showed shock. What? What are you trying to do? I warn you, if you dare hurt me even a little, my parents will never forgive you, he said. Su Nuhan chuckled softly. Calling you stupid is an insult to stupidity. Do you really think I'm still afraid of you now? Without wasting more words, she flicked her wrist. The whip, like an angry snake, sliced through the air, leaving a shadow, and struck Su Tianming's thigh with force. Smack! Ah! Su Tianming let out a loud, pig-like scream. His leg hurt so badly that his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud. You actually hit me. He gritted his teeth, trying to endure the pain. He looked up, eyes blazing with anger, glaring at Su Nuhan, almost squeezing the words out of his teeth. Su Nuhan sneered coldly, her tone full of mockery. Are all the people in the Su family crazy? Always asking such stupid questions. I've already hit you. What's there to dare or not dare? Today, I will also let you feel what it's like to be whipped by me for the past half-year in your family. With that, Su Nuhan's eyes sharpened. She raised the whip again, swinging it left and right, mercilessly striking Su Tianming. Crack. Crack. Ah. Ah. Su Tianming rolled on the ground, wailing in pain. The whip marks appeared quickly, and the burning pain spread all over his body.
Su Nuhan.
How dare you hit me? When my parents come back, see how they deal with you. Hearing his threat, Su Nuhan paused, took a shallow breath, and sneered coldly. Good. Still threatening me? Looks like I haven't hit you hard enough. Before she finished speaking, the whip struck again like a sudden storm.
Crack.
Crack.
Ah. Stop.
Stop hitting me. Su Tianming finally couldn't bear the intense pain and cried out for mercy, tears streaming down his face. Su Nuhan paused again, looking down at him with a cold gaze. She let out a heavy breath and snorted. How does it feel? Is the whip comfortable? Su Tianming didn't answer. His body was torn and bleeding, and the severe pain almost made him faint. Su Nuhan looked at him curled up like a broken rag doll, with no trace of mercy in her eyes. It was only a few whips, but the original owner had endured much worse punishment before. Not talking, Su Nuhan gently tapped his swollen, bloodied cheek with the whip's tip. Her touch was light, but filled with extreme humiliation. It seems you haven't had enough. Hearing this, Su Tianming shivered in fear, terrified that the terrifying whip would fall again. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Please. Don't hit me anymore. At this moment, he truly thought Su Nuhan had gone mad and regretted provoking her. If he hadn't mocked Su Nuhan today, he wouldn't have lost his job. Just like now, if he hadn't come to find trouble with her, he wouldn't be beaten like this. Had enough. Su Nuhan raised an eyebrow, her tone full of sarcasm. How does it taste? The taste is... Su Tianming was in so much pain, he didn't know how to answer. Say it. What is it? Su Nuhan's voice suddenly turned stern.
It's...
A sharp, stabbing pain. Su Nuhan sneered coldly. Now you understand. I understand. Then tell me, did it hurt when I beat you before? Su Tianming's eyes flickered with fear, afraid to answer. It seems you still don't know what pain is. With that, Su Nuhan raised the whip again, making a move to strike. Seeing this, Su Tianming quickly spoke. No. I know, I was wrong. Wrong? Then tell me, what did you do wrong? Su Nuhan raised an eyebrow, a slight smile on her lips. I shouldn't have
hit you.
Shouldn't have come to bother you. Su Tianming struggled through the pain, stammering. After hearing this, Su Nuhan sneered coldly, put away the whip as if discarding trash, and threw it aside. Then she coldly spat out one word. Get out. Su Tianming, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, ignored his pain and messy state. With all his strength, he scrambled and crawled, using his hands and feet to escape from the storage room. Seeing him run away in a mess, Su Nuhan's lips curled into a sneering, contemptuous smile. Cowards who bully the weak, and they still dare to provoke me. They're just asking for trouble. Meanwhile, Su Tianming, enduring intense, tearing pain all over his body, dragged his nearly broken body forward, staggering. Just as he reached the door, he collided head-on with Lin Wanfang and Su Nianwei, who had just returned from the hospital. It was already dark outside. The dim yellow porch light illuminated Su Tianming, instantly revealing his tragic state. His once neat clothes were torn to shreds by the whip, with strips of cloth barely hanging on. His exposed skin was crisscrossed with red, swollen bruises and cuts, with whip marks open and bleeding. Blood seeped from his wounds, soaking the tattered cloth, looking shocking and frightening. His hair was messy, and his face bore red marks from the whip. He looked as if he had rolled through dirt and blood.
Ah!
Who is that? Lin Wanfang was the first to react, screaming in fear. Su Nianwei also looked terrified.
Who are you?
Why are you here at our house? Su Tianming struggled to speak. Mom, Wei, it's me, you. Hearing this, both women froze for a moment, then slowly moved closer to Su Tianming.
You're
Tianming, third brother. Is that you? Their voices rose in surprise. Then, Lin Wanfang's voice changed.
Tianming. What happened to you?
Why do you look like this? She reached out to touch Su Tianming but hesitated, afraid of hurting his wounds. Her hands trembled in midair, tears suddenly streaming down her face. The breath she had just regained at the hospital almost escaped her again. Su Nianwei was also frightened, her face pale. She covered her mouth with her hand, eyes full of shock and disbelief. Third brother. How did you end up like this? Were you hurt on a mission? Su Tianming was in pain and anger, overwhelmed by blood loss and shock, his mind buzzing. He opened his mouth, wanting to accuse Su Nuhan of violence, but his remaining reason made him swallow his words again. He only weakly said, "Quick, take me to the hospital." Lin Wanfong and Su Nianwei saw his condition and dared not ask more. They hurriedly supported him from both sides and rushed to the hospital again. When they learned that Su Tianming had been beaten, Su Yaoyang and Su Tianyu also quickly arrived at the hospital. In the hospital room, Su Tianming was lying on the bed, with bandages wrapped around his back and legs. His face was pale, and he looked weak and exhausted. The Su family members gathered around the bed. "How did you get hurt like this?" Su Yaoyang asked with confusion. His son worked in the security department, so if he was injured like this, it must have been during a mission. But if it was a mission, someone from the security department should have brought him to the hospital. Why did he come back home, looking so defeated? Su Tianming closed his eyes tightly, his clenched fists trembling slightly from the effort. He took a deep breath and then told what happened. What? What? Su Nianwei was the first to scream in shock, her voice rising sharply. "Third brother, are you saying you lost your job and now have to face an investigation from the organization and your injuries? Was it caused by sister?
How dare she?
She's your sister. Unfilial daughter. Truly an unfilial daughter." Su Yaoyang's face instantly turned pale, his chest heaving violently with anger as he growled. Lin Wanfong, as if drained of strength, took a step back suddenly, almost collapsing to the ground. Then she started to cry out, "What have I done to deserve this? How could I have given birth to such a beast? Dad, Mom, I'm going home now to confront her." Su Tianyu's face was full of anger and disappointment, and he immediately tried to rush out. "Big brother, I'll go with you." Su Tiancheng also nodded grimly. "I want to see who gave her the guts to beat Tianming like this." "Don't. Big brother, second brother, please don't go." Su Nianwei quickly shouted to stop them, worry written all over her face. "Sister. She's like a different person now. She dares to argue with and hit our parents, so what about you guys?" Her words seemed to try to calm the situation, but actually added fuel to the fire. Su Tianming looked up, still showing a trace of fear in his eyes. "Yes, she's like a madwoman now. Forget it, she's leaving for the countryside the day after tomorrow anyway." Su Tianyu acted like the older brother, saying, "What? Is she really going against us? I'm her big brother. I should be able to handle her." Su Tianming sighed, like Wei Wei said, "She even dared to threaten our parents, so what about you guys?" "Yeah. Big brother, second brother, I think we should forget it. Sister doesn't see us as family anymore. If you go, you might get into trouble. I think we should stay out of it," Su Nianwei advised. This seemed like a peace offer, but every sentence was actually provoking them, reminding them that Su Nuhan no longer wanted to be involved with his family. Lin Wanfong listened to her children's conversation and cried even louder, slapping her thigh and cursing, "That wicked girl. She's pushing us to the edge. Yaoyang, say something. Are we just going to let that troublemaker walk all over us?" After cursing, Yaoyang, with a gloomy face, closed his eyes. His voice was hoarse, filled with suppressed anger and exhaustion. "Enough, stop arguing. Like Tianming said, she's leaving for the countryside soon. Let's just endure it for now." "Endure? Yaoyang, that wicked girl has already ruined Tianming's work. Don't you want to teach her a lesson?" Lin Wanfong asked unwillingly. Yaoyang glanced at her. "How do you want to teach her? Didn't you hear Tianming say that Captain Li from the Security Bureau is investigating whether we hit and scolded her? If this gets out, it's not just a family matter. We might get involved in something bigger. Don't forget how she blackmailed us for 500 yuan today." Lin Wanfong wanted to say more, but Su Tianyu interrupted her, asking in shock, "What? Our parents? She's blackmailing us for money?" Yaoyang sighed and nodded. "That's right.
This."
The three brothers of the Su family looked at each other in silence. The hospital room fell quiet. After a while, Yaoyang closed his eyes heavily. A few seconds later, he opened them, and his expression was no longer filled with anger, but with a calm assessment of the situation. Let's put this behind us. From now until she leaves for the countryside, no one is to bother her. Understand? As for Tianming's job, I'll try to find a way to fix it. At least, he shouldn't face any punishment without explanation. When Su Tianming and the others heard this, although they felt angry and upset inside, they dared not oppose their father's decision. They could only grit their teeth, feel humiliated, and silently nod in agreement. All right, Su Yaoyang waved his hand and said, since Tianming only has minor injuries and has been suspended, he should stay in the hospital to recover. Once his condition stabilizes, he can go home. Tiancheng, arrange someone to take good care of him. Yes, Dad. I understand. Su Tiancheng nodded in response. Then, the Su family members, feeling heavy-hearted, angry, and helpless, left the hospital and returned to the Su family house. Meanwhile, Su Nuhan waited in the storage room for a long time. She thought the Su family would come to confront her, but as night deepened, there was no sign of movement. She frowned and thought silently, strange. Su Tianming was beaten so badly and reported by her, yet they haven't come for her? Are they afraid? Or are they secretly planning something? Forget it. Whatever they want to do, we'll face it when it comes. When the enemy arrives, we'll block them. When water flows, it will cover the ground. After saying this, she glanced out the window, noticing the night was thick. She guessed the Su family members were probably already asleep. A sly smile appeared in her eyes. She quietly left the storage room and tiptoed to the front door of the main house. She pressed her ear against the tightly closed door and listened carefully, but it was silent inside. With a slight mental effort, she used her space magic to teleport into the inner room. Sure enough, besides a faint light coming from Su Nianwei's room, all other rooms were dark. She thought for a moment and quietly sneaked to the window of Su Nianwei's room, peering inside through the crack. She saw Su Nianwei holding a wooden box filled with money and bills, concentrating on counting them, seemingly planning something. After a while, she tidied up the money and locked it back in the cabinet. Looking at the full box of money, a calculating smile appeared on Su Nuhan's face. Then, her figure flickered and appeared in Su Yaoyang and Lin Wanfang's bedroom. Listening to their steady, deep breathing, she confirmed they were asleep. She swept her gaze around the room. Then, with a slight mental effort, snap! The entire wardrobe disappeared instantly, stored away in her space. Next, she moved the wardrobe, desk, and even the heavy box under the bed. Anything visible, except the bed frame, was all stored into her space. It only took a moment. All the furniture and items in Su Yaoyang's room were looted, leaving only the lonely bed frame beneath the couple. Su Nuhan smiled happily, her figure disappearing again. In the next moment, she appeared in Su Tianyou's room, doing the same. The desk, wardrobe, boxes, anything that could be moved, were all stored away. Then she moved on to Su Tiancheng's, Su Tianming's, and finally Su Nianwei's rooms. Anything she wanted to move was completely cleared out. After emptying all the bedrooms, she slipped into the kitchen. The rice jar, condiments, noodles, even the heavy iron pot, all were taken. The living room was no exception. The sofa, coffee table, chairs, all were stored in her space. The whole operation was quick, efficient, and silent. After finishing everything, she returned to the storage room, activated her mind, and entered her space. Looking at the mountain of stolen goods, she felt a great sense of satisfaction. All right, now I just wait for tomorrow to see the Su family cry, she whispered to herself. Just as she was about to leave the space, she suddenly remembered something. She moved her mind again. Money, tickets, and some documents appeared in her hands. She first counted and organized the money and tickets, then retracted them into her space. Next, she carefully examined the documents. As she looked, her heart filled with joy. These were solid proof that Su Yaoyang had taken bribes and embezzled public funds. Good. Her eyes flashed with coldness. With these, the Su family's good days are probably over. After reading the documents, she was about to put them into her space when her eyes caught a yellow notebook labeled Household Register. Huh? Household Register. Su Nuhan reached out and picked it up. Inside, her page was missing. It seems Su Yaoyong really went and transferred my household registration. As she spoke, a sudden idea flashed in her mind, and a sly smile appeared on her lips. The next morning, a piercing scream nearly shook the roof of the Su house. It was Lin Wanfeng's voice. God damn it. Yaoyong, wake up. It looks like someone broke into the house. Why is the house so empty and deserted? Su Yaoyong was awakened by a loud scream. When he rubbed his eyes and looked around, he was instantly terrified. He saw that the room, which was normally filled with furniture, was now completely empty. He quickly sat up and looked around. His heart nearly stopped. What's going on? Where are the wardrobe and the table?
And
Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He scrambled out of bed and crawled to look under it.
ugh.
A rush of blood to his head made him feel dizzy. His vision darkened, and he fell backward. Yaoyong! Yaoyong! Lin Wanfeng was so frightened she almost fainted. She hurried over and helped him up. Su Yaoyong looked pale and trembling, asking, "What's happening? Where are the things in the room?" Lin Wanfeng was panicked and crying, "I don't know. I woke up and saw the house was completely empty. Everything is gone." Su Yaoyong tried to stay strong and was about to get up and check. Suddenly, a scream came from Su Nianwei. The couple's hearts tightened, and they rushed out of the room to Su Nianwei's house.
Wei Wei.
Lin Wanfeng called softly, trembling. Su Nianwei turned around, her face pale, pointing at the empty room and speaking incoherently, "Dad.
Mom.
Did someone break in? Why is everything in my room gone?" Before they could respond, loud shouts of Su Tiancheng and Su Tianyu came from next door. They hurriedly ran to their sons' rooms. Again, the same scene played out. Everything inside was gone. The entire Su family was thrown into chaos, like a scene from the end of the world. There were crying, shouting, cursing, and questioning each other, mixed together. Finally, they all staggered into the living room, looking lost. But the empty living room made them all pause in surprise. After a while, Dad, Mom, the sofa, the coffee table, they're all gone too. Su Nianwei said with tears in her voice, trembling. "Oh my goodness! Who the heck did this? Who's so evil? It's like they're trying to drive us to death." Lin Wanfeng's legs gave out, and she sank to the ground, crying loudly and hitting her thighs. Su Yaoyong forced himself to stay conscious despite dizziness, and with a pale face, he carefully checked all the doors and windows. Sun Tiancheng and Su Tianyu, the two brothers, looked as if they had lost their souls, standing still and expressionless. After a moment, Su Yaoyong slowly returned, his face calm but serious. "Dad, how is it? Were the doors and windows broken into?" Su Tiancheng asked eagerly. Su Yaoyong shook his head slowly, his voice hoarse. "No, all the doors and windows are intact. How is that possible?"
Su Tianyu shouted in disbelief.
"The doors and windows are fine. Does that mean the big furniture in the house just flew away by itself?" Su Yaoyong frowned deeply, looking very upset. A strange chill ran down his spine. Losing things in the house didn't matter much. He could earn more money. But there were many important documents, receipts, and certificates in the box under his bed. If those fell into the hands of the committee, not only could he lose his position as deputy factory director, but Lin Wanfeng might also get involved. At this moment, Su Nuhan walked in calmly, glancing over the empty living room and the stunned people. She pretended to be surprised and raised an eyebrow.
"Oh.
What's going on here so early in the morning?" Hearing this, everyone looked at her. It was Su Nuhan. Su Yaoyong's face darkened immediately. "What are you here for?" Su Nuhan smiled slightly, speaking casually. "Of course, I came to have breakfast." Su Yaoyong was already annoyed. When he heard about breakfast, he almost spat out blood. This troublemaker. Is she trying to make him angry on purpose? The house had just experienced such a big problem, and she didn't show any concern. Instead, she just asked to eat, as if this was a restaurant. He took a deep breath. Get out of here. Don't forget, we've cut ties. The household registration will be ready this afternoon. Go to the registration office and get it yourself. Su Nuhan glanced at him when she heard this. If you won't feed me, then fine. Why are you so fierce? Just a friendly tip. Older people should stay calmer to avoid aging faster.
You.
Su Yaoyong was so angry, he couldn't speak. Su Nuhan smiled slightly. All right, no need to be so angry. If there's no food, I'll leave. She made a move as if to turn and walk away.
Wait.
Su Nianwei suddenly called out to her. Su Nuhan stopped and turned back, looking playful. Little green tea, are you planning to prepare breakfast for me? Big sister. Su Nianwei stared at her with suspicion and blame in her eyes. All the things in the house disappeared overnight. Did you do it? Su Nuhan snorted softly. I think you're just bored and looking for trouble. Are you throwing dirty water at me? Is that it? Halfway through her words, she deliberately looked around the empty living room with a suspicious expression, then sneered mockingly. You really are my family. I just sat on the sofa twice, and you're so afraid I'll sit again that you emptied the whole house and hid everything? Besides, I'm leaving for the countryside tomorrow. When you want me to sit again, I won't even bother.
You.
Get out. Leave immediately. Never come back in front of me. Su Yaoyong was so angry that his chest heaved heavily, and he pointed at the door, shouting,
Dad.
Don't let her go. Su Nianwei was convinced it was Su Nuhan's fault and insisted she admit her mistake. Su Yaoyong waved his hand irritably. Enough. It can't be her. She's alone. How could she move so much stuff? Just let her go. Although he had some doubts earlier, moving the entire house silently was beyond Su Nuhan's ability. Su Nuhan saw this, and a sly smile flashed in her eyes, but she pretended to be confused.
What?
What's going on with you? I don't understand a word of what you're saying. None of your business. Get out now. Su Yaoyong, worried about the documents, didn't want to argue with her and urged sternly.
Su Nuhan smiled slightly.
If I want to leave, I will. Why rush me? You have no manners, and you're still the factory director.
You.
Su Yaoyong almost lost his temper, but managed to hold back. Su Nuhan happily ran out of the living room.
Hey.
Cold girl, what's going on with your family? Aunt Wang, passing by the door of the Su family, stopped and asked with curiosity. Su Nuhan looked upset, her eyes red. Andy, do you think I'm really their biological daughter? What's wrong? Cold girl? Aunt Wang quickly asked with concern. I only sat on their sofa twice, and they were so scared they emptied the living room, afraid I'd sit again. I really doubt I'm not their real daughter. Maybe they brought me here just to be a servant, Su Nuhan cried, tears in her eyes.
What? They?
Emptied the whole living room? Aunt Wang's eyes widened in surprise, and her voice rose several tones. She couldn't believe her ears. Su Nuhan nodded hard, tears falling like broken beads. Her shoulders trembled slightly, looking very pitiful. Aunt Wang, I don't know what I did wrong. Since I came back home, I've been working hard to please them.
But they
seem annoyed just seeing me. They won't even let me sit down. I have to go to the countryside tomorrow, and they can't wait that long. Such a sin. Truly a sin. Aunt Wang pounded her thigh loudly, her voice strong enough for the whole alley to hear. This deputy factory director Su's family is really terrible. Bringing her daughter back just to make her a servant is one thing, but not even letting her sit on the sofa in the living room? Is that something a person can do? Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. She grew angrier as she spoke, grabbing Su Nuhan's hand to comfort her. Cold girl, don't cry. A family like this isn't worth your sadness. Don't worry, Aunt Wang is watching out. I will definitely speak up for you. Su Nuhan looked up with tearful eyes, grateful, and sniffled as she said, Thank you. Thank you, Aunt Wang. But I think I don't need to bother anymore. I've already cut ties with them. I can't stay in this home even for a day. Good riddance. If you can't stay, then don't. Anyway, you're leaving for the countryside tomorrow. Once you're there, work hard. It'll be better than suffering here, Aunt Wang promised passionately. Cold girl, don't worry. With me here, who dares gossip behind your back? We stand firm on this. Su Nuhan nodded. Aunt Wang was a lively community worker, very experienced in spreading gossip. Anything she knew about would be spread throughout the entire residential area within a morning and even beyond. The Su family. Just wait to be overwhelmed by public opinion. Su Nuhan said goodbye to Aunt Wang and then went to the youth office on the street. Behind the desk sat a woman in her 30s, wearing black-rimmed glasses, busy organizing a stack of forms. Comrade, hello. May I ask which places are there for going to the countryside? The woman looked up when she heard, pushed her glasses up her nose, and asked routinely, And you are? Oh, my name is Su Nianwei. I'm here to sign up for going to the countryside. Hello, comrade. Upon hearing that it was for registering to go to the countryside, the female officer kindly stood up and shook hands. Su Nuhan shook her hand and smiled, asking, Comrade, are there still spots available in the northwest? You want to go to the northwest? The female officer looked a bit surprised and asked carefully to confirm. Su Nuhan smiled slightly. Yes. Since it's all about going to the countryside. Responding to the national call to help build rural areas anywhere is fine. You're very dedicated, comrade. There is one spot left in Heiha. Heiha? Su Nuhan pretended to think for a moment, then nodded with a smile. All right, Heiha it is. Great, I'll register you now. The female officer sat back down and took out the roster, ready to record. Su Nuhan suddenly said, Wait. The female officer looked up at Su Nuhan with curiosity. Su Nuhan smiled and said, I have an older brother who also wants to go. Is that possible? Yes, it's possible. But there's only one spot in Heiha. If your brother also wants to go, he can only be assigned to a nearby commune. Is that okay? Yes, of course. Wow. You really are good comrades. I'll register you both now. Thank you, comrade. Sorry for the trouble. Su Nuhan's smile was sweet and her tone sincere. Soon after, the female officer finished the registration. Looking at the names on the list, Su Nianwei. Su Nianwei. Weren't you the one who volunteered? Well, I'll help you out. I hope you can handle it. As for Su Tianming, he's lost his job now, so going to the countryside is unavoidable. Su Nuhan expressed her gratitude to the female officer, then happily left the youth office. After leaving the youth office, Su Nuhan went to the post office. She packed some documents and sent an anonymous report letter to the Revolutionary Committee, then wandered the streets alone. The Su family had already been emptied, and since she had anonymously reported, her revenge was somewhat avenged. There was no need to go back now. As for the household registration, she would get it in the afternoon. Thinking that she already had living supplies and everything in her space, there was probably nothing left to buy. But during this time, she wondered. She frowned slightly, lost in thought. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. Oh, right, I also need to find the Lin family in Little River Village and settle accounts with them. Let's get started. Su Nuhan, relying on the original owner's memories, figured out the direction and quickly headed toward Xiaohe village. It took about an hour to walk along the mountain path for several dozen miles. Soon, the familiar village appeared in sight. Inside the village, scattered mud brick houses, wisps of smoke from cooking, and faint sounds of chickens and dogs could be heard. This was the place where the original owner had lived for 18 years. Her foster parents, surnamed Lin, were native villagers. When they were alive, their family was not wealthy, but the original owner still experienced brief warmth and protection. However, misfortune struck when her foster parents passed away when she was 5 years old. After that, her grandparents and relatives saw her as a burden and a money drain. They often scolded or hit her, and several times she nearly died from their abuse. When the Su family came to find her, the original owner thought she could finally escape the nightmare. But she didn't expect to fall into an even colder, more ruthless abyss, and was ultimately forced to her death. The Lin family was also responsible for her tragic end. Thinking of this, a cold light flickered in Su Nuhan's eyes as she stepped into the village. Just at the entrance, a few women caught her attention. In her memory, these women were the village gossips. Once they learned even a little about something, they would spread it throughout 10 miles in no time. Su Nuhen paused, her brow furrowing slightly. After a moment of thought, she quietly retreated. She moved skillfully to the back mountain of the village. Standing on the hilltop, she immediately spotted the low, dilapidated mud brick house at the end of the village. The weathered mud walls, sparse thatched roof, and crooked wooden fence. This was the home where the original owner had been abused for 13 years. With a thought, a delicate watch appeared in her hand. Looking at the time, it was already past 11 in the noon. At this hour, the Lin family should be at home preparing lunch. A cold smile played on her lips. Perfect, I won't have to search for each of them. Having made up her mind, she descended from the hill, avoiding any villagers she might encounter along the way, and headed straight to the familiar courtyard gate. Just as she was about to push the door open, a harsh scolding came from inside. She saw a rough-looking, stout middle-aged woman carrying a basin full of slop, cursing as she walked out of the house. This woman was the original owner's aunt, Wang Jinghua. You're really a born troublemaker. We've fed and raised you for so many years, but you've done nothing useful. I thought you'd become a phoenix after flying up high, and maybe bring some benefits back to your rich parents' home to share with us. But what happened? Nothing at all. They don't even want her. If I had known she was so useless, I should have listened to my mother and sold her to the neighbor's old bachelor for some bride price instead. As soon as she finished speaking, an old woman, about 60 years old, with gray hair and high cheekbones, came out carrying a basket of vegetables, her face showing her usual harsh expression. She is Zhu Yinglan, the foster mother of the original owner. Hearing Wang Jinggua's complaints, Zhu Yinglan didn't stop her actions or lift her eyelids and coldly scolded, "Enough. The people are gone now. What's the use of saying all this? If you had listened to me back then, would you be so regretful now? Our family wouldn't be in this state." Wang Jinghua, scolded by her mother-in-law, looked a bit embarrassed and awkwardly explained, I thought that leaving that brat at home could at least help with some chores and lighten your and Dad's burden." Zhu Yinglan snorted coldly, her dull old eyes glancing at her with sarcasm, and said, "Isn't that enough? Since you've taken advantage, don't complain now." "What? Are you upset that all the chores at home now fall on you?" "Of course not. Mother, what are you talking about? I would never complain about you." Wang Jinghua quickly forced a smile and dared not say more. Listening to these vicious and cold words from inside the yard, Su Nuhan sneered coldly, then swaggered in, pushing open the yard gate, and greeted, "Hi, second aunt, Mom. Long time no see." Hearing the greeting, the two women were stunned at the same time, then looked up. When they saw Su Nuhan standing in the yard, dressed plainly but with a delicate face and a completely different aura from before, Wang Jinghua was the first to be shocked, her eyes wide with disbelief, and she exclaimed, You are Lin Nuhan." Su Nuhan smiled softly, her tone relaxed. "Yes, second aunt. It's only been a few months, and you don't recognize me anymore?" After confirming her identity, Wang Jinggua's surprise was quickly replaced by anger. She crossed her arms and scolded, "You little brat. You've been in the city for so long and haven't sent a penny back. Now you dare to come back? Do you want a beating?" "Oh dear, second aunt, please don't be anxious, Su Nuhan said calmly, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. "This time I came back, specifically to give you some money." "What? Money?" Hearing this, Wang Jinghua and Zhu Yinglan's eyes lit up instantly. They exchanged a quick look. Wang Jinghua immediately put on a greedy smile, rubbing her hands as she moved closer, speaking in a flattering tone. "You girl, you've been in the city so long, and you haven't come back to see your grandparents and uncles. They miss you so much." Zhu Yinglan also moved closer. "Yes. You girl, hurry. Tell Grandma how life is in the city. Has the Su family been mean to you?" Su Nuhan smiled slightly. "I am doing very well in the city. I got a job in a factory earning a salary." "What? You got a job in a factory?" Wang Jinghua exclaimed, her voice suddenly rising sharply, her eyes nearly popping out. Before Su Nuhan could answer, there was a rush of hurried footsteps from inside the house. An old man, thin and short, holding an old pipe, and a sturdy, fierce-looking middle-aged man hurriedly ran out of the house. These two were Lin Jiadong, the former guardian, and Lin Junkai, the second uncle. Working in a factory? What kind of factory? Lin Jiadong squinted his cloudy eyes and asked anxiously. Lin Junkai also looked at Wang Jingguo with urgency, waiting for her explanation. Wang Jingguo was excited, turning to share the good news. But at this moment, Lin Junkai's gaze fell on Su Nuhan. After a brief moment of surprise, his face suddenly darkened with anger. He pointed at Su Nuhan and scolded, "Lin Nuhan? You bad luck charm. A worthless troublemaker. How dare you come back?" As he spoke, he instinctively grabbed a flat stick leaning against the wall and, with a fierce look, charged towards Su Nuhan. "Stop! What are you doing?" Wang Jingguo was startled and hurriedly stepped forward to block him. "What am I doing?" "Of course, I want to beat this troublemaker to death," Lin Junkai said with wide eyes, struggling to move forward. You put that down." Wang Jingguo blocked him, then leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words. Immediately after, Lin Junkai's angry expression faded, replaced by a flattering smile. He shyly lowered his shoulder pole and nodded politely to Su Nuhan.
Oh.
So Nuhan is back. Look at Uncle's eyes. At first, I didn't see clearly and thought it was some careless outsider. Please don't take it to heart. Haha. Su Nuhan glanced at Wang Jingguo, understanding perfectly. Then she smiled sweetly and harmlessly. "It's okay, Uncle. I understand. After all, I'm used to being scolded by you all." As soon as she said that, the atmosphere became awkward. The four of them could only force out some awkward laughs. Seeing their expressions, Su Nuhan sneered inwardly, then deliberately reached out to touch her belly, showing a tired look. I came back early from the city, traveled dozens of miles over the mountains, and didn't even have breakfast. I'm a bit hungry." While speaking, she subtly moved her mind, took out a thick stack of money from her space, and waved it in her hand. "Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Annie, I'll go to the town to find a restaurant to fill my stomach first. I'll come back to see you later." No, no, no. Wang Jingguo was the first to jump out and stop her, with a flattering smile on his face. "What nonsense are you talking? If you're hungry, just eat at home. Why go out?" Zhu Yinglan quickly agreed. "Exactly. You've come back after a long time. Not eating at home. What kind of behavior is that?" Lin Jiadong and Lin Junkai didn't speak, but their eyes fixed on the money stack, revealing everything.
Su Nuhan frowned in difficulty. "But
I'm used to eating good food in the city. I'm worried about the meals at home." Yes, yes, yes. Whatever you want to eat, just tell us. Auntie will cook for you," Wang Jingguo promised, patting his chest. "Right, just say what you want to eat. No need to be polite to your grandparents." Zhu Yinglan also showed rare generosity. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Su Nuhan's mouth. She blinked innocently.
Then,
"Can you kill that pig in the pen? I want to eat braised pork and drink pork rib soup." That pig had been raised by the original owner for several months, so her labor shouldn't go to waste.
What?
"Kill the pig," the four of them exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with shock. Wang Jingguo forced a smile despite her pain. "Nua Han, the pig hasn't grown enough yet. It's a pity to kill it now." Zhu Yinglan's face twitched, and her voice trembled with distress. "Yes, our whole family is counting on this pig for the new year. If we kill it now, how will we manage later?" Hearing this, Su Nuhan sighed in pretend disappointment. "All right then. I was planning to give each of you 100 yuan after the pig was slaughtered. But never mind, I'll just eat in town instead."
"What?
100 each?" Zhu Yinglan's voice suddenly rose, and her eyes widened in shock. Wang Jingguo and the others held their breath, staring at Su Nuhan, waiting for confirmation. Su Nuhan nodded. After confirming, all four of them began to breathe faster. Seeing this, Su Nuhan turned as if to leave. The four quickly stopped her in unison.
"Kill it."
"We'll do it right now." Lin Jiadong stomped his foot and waved to Lin Junkai. "Second brother, go. Slaughter the pig." Lin Junkai answered and pulled Wang Jingguo toward the pigsty. Meanwhile, Zhu Yinglan and Lin Jiadong hurried to invite Su Nuhan into the house with great enthusiasm. Soon, the sound of the pigs' cries echoed through the yard. Zhu Yinglan and Lin Jiadong winced at the sound, their faces twitching with pain. Their hearts ached. They had hoped to sell the pig for some money during the new year. Killing it now felt like such a loss. But when they thought about the 100 yuan each, they forced themselves to ignore the pain. Su Nuhan noticed their expressions and smiled slyly. She spoke in a sweet, innocent tone. "Grandma, I remember your duck soup is always so delicious. Maybe you could make some?"
What?
"You want duck soup too?" Zhu Yinglan almost jumped up, her voice rising sharply. Seeing her reaction, Su Nuhan pretended to be frightened, shrinking her neck and saying softly, "It's okay. I don't have to drink it. I'll just go then." Lin Jiadong slammed the table and glared at Zhu Yinglan. "What are you yelling for? Look, you've scared the child.
Go.
And cook the duck." Zhu Yinglan took a deep breath and forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "All right, Grandma will make it right away. Just wait a bit."
Su Nuhan nodded. "Thank you, Grandma."
Not long after, the sound of busy cooking filled the house. The braised pork was shiny and glossy. The duck soup smelled wonderful, and along with a few small stir-fry dishes, they even steamed plain rice for the first time. Su Nuhan looked at the rich meal in front of her, a slight smile on her lips. It seemed this family had really gone all out. She picked up her chopsticks and ate happily, while the 4 members of the Lin family sat nearby, chatting eagerly about work. Su Nuhan casually told them about a factory and generously said that if they wanted to work there, they could go directly to the factory and mention Lin Wanfeng's name. Someone would arrange a job for them. She wanted the unruly members of the Lin family to argue and fight with Lin Wanfeng. The 4 of them were very happy to hear this. Quietly, Su Nuhan took out a bottle of spiced wine from her space and poured each of them a glass. "Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Auntie, I brought this wine from home to show my respect to you." "Really?"
Huh?
"Just smelling this aroma, I can tell it's good wine," Lin Jingkai said with a greedy smile. Lin Jiadong nodded in agreement. "Come on, let's toast," Su Nuhan said with a smile as she raised her glass. The 5 of them clinked glasses, and the 4 Lin family members happily took a sip. Before long, the 4 of them started feeling dizzy and fainted. Su Nuhan sneered coldly, then took a stick from outside and began hitting them randomly. Seeing them covered in injuries, she threw away the stick, satisfied, and clapped her hands. Then she started looting their house, taking the leftover pork from the pig they had just slaughtered, chickens, ducks, rice jars, flour, and other supplies, all stored in her space. After finishing everything, she looked at the unconscious 4 people, kicked them gently, and smiled. "Bullying the original owner? This is your punishment," she said. "When you wake up, remember to cause trouble at the Su family's place. Otherwise, I won't look down on you. All right, I've avenged the original owner. Time to go. Bye-bye, everyone," she said. She laughed loudly, turned around and left, circling around the back of the mountain to exit the village. Back in the city, it was already past 3 p.m. She went to the household registration office and got her household register. Although it was only her name on the register, her address was still listed as the Su family. "Oh well, after I move to the countryside, if I can settle there long-term, I'll buy a piece of land and build a house. Then I'll re-register my household," Su Nuhan muttered to herself as she held her household register. Seeing that there was nothing more to do, she went to a hostel and took out an introduction letter from her bag. It was from Su Yaoyan's workplace, which she had just moved to. She rented a room at the hostel and waited for tomorrow's trip to the countryside. Time quickly passed, and the next day arrived. At dawn, Su Nuhan had already gotten up and finished washing. She carried a small, thin bag and went to the gathering place for young educated youths, following the instructions. The area was noisy, and the young people about to leave home looked full of mixed feelings. Some felt uncertain and nervous about the unknown life ahead, some were reluctant to leave home, and others were excited and passionate about contributing to the construction work. The young people and their families stood nearby, giving careful instructions. Some couldn't hold back tears, and the scene was tinged with sadness. Soo Nuhan quietly watched those young people, cherished by their parents and reluctant to part, but her eyes remained calm. To her, family love, whether in her past or present life, was like a fleeting illusion. She neither longed for it nor needed it. She stood alone at the edge of the crowd, silently waiting for her turn to be called. Soon, a leader with a loudspeaker began calling out names loudly. For each name called, an official handed over a train ticket.
Soon the calling was finished. There were about 10 young people going to the countryside this time.
Comrades, on behalf of the organization, I want to sincerely thank you, the leader said loudly. Then he added, please stay close to the team on the way.
Someone will meet you there.
All right, it's about time. Say your last goodbyes to your families and get on the vehicle. As he finished speaking, the young people said their final goodbyes to their families. Soo Nuhan had no one to see her off, and her luggage was simple. Just as she was about to turn to get on the transport, her gaze caught sight of another young woman. She was also unaccompanied, carrying large and small bags and dragging a heavy suitcase, struggling to move toward the vehicle. Soo Nuhan frowned slightly, hesitating whether to go and help. At that moment, a soft, somewhat delicate voice spoke nearby. Oh, Soo Nuhan turned her head to look. The voice belonged to a young woman dressed in a brand-new military uniform with 2 shiny braids, named Li Xiujuan. She has a pretty face, but her expression shows a hidden sense of superiority. Li Xiujian saw Soo Nuhan look over and said proudly, Hey, comrade, you don't have many belongings. Since I have so much stuff, can't you come help me? Soo Nuhan glanced at her indifferently, feeling too lazy to respond, and turned to walk straight toward a young woman who was also left without anyone seeing her off. You have a lot of luggage. Let me help you. The young woman put down her bag, stood up straight, and smiled as she reached out her hand. Hello, comrade. My name is Wang Shui. Soo Nuhan nodded and shook her hand. Soo Nuhan. Hello, Soo Young Pioneer. Hello, let me help you carry some. That's very kind of you, Wang Shui said shyly. No problem. I don't have many things, Soo Nuhan replied with a smile. Thank you, Soo Young Pioneer. Soo Nuhan nodded gently and bent down to help Wang Shui carry her luggage. Li Xiujian saw that Soo Nuhan not only ignored her, but also went to help someone else. She felt humiliated and angry. Her voice suddenly rose. Hey, what do you mean? I asked you to help, but you help her instead. Are you trying to cause trouble between us? The other young people nearby looked at Soo Nuhan. Soo Nuhan paused, her eyes sharp as a blade, directly staring at Li Xiujian. Say one more word, and I'll cut out your tongue. Li Xiujian wanted to argue, but after meeting her cold gaze, she couldn't speak. Soo Nuhan glanced at her and continued helping Wang Shui carry her luggage. Li Xiujian stared at her back, grinding her teeth in anger, cursing silently. Bitch, a poor girl, and she dares to act so high and mighty in front of me. When we leave the countryside and live in poverty, I hope she won't come begging me. Soon, all the young people boarded the train. The train started and headed to the station. Inside the station, it was crowded with people. The platform was full of farewells, horns, warnings, and crying sounds mixed together. The young people gradually got off the train. Soo Nuhan still helped Wang Shui carry her luggage as they moved with the crowd onto the train. She found her carriage and window seat, placing her small bag on the inside. Wang Shui also chose a seat next to her to sit down. Li Xiujuan sat diagonally opposite, directing a young worker to help her load a large package onto the luggage rack. The train slowly started moving, leaving behind the crowd that saw them off, and the atmosphere inside the carriage gradually calmed. At lunchtime, the smell of various foods filled the air. Some took out boiled eggs and pancakes prepared at home, while others nibbled on dry rations. Li Xiujuan deliberately took out a plain steamed bun and a bag of fried snacks, eating slowly and casually, glancing occasionally at Soo Nuhan as if waiting to see what she was eating. Wang Shui took out a few pancakes from her bag and handed them to Soo Nuhan. Sue, try my mom's fried pancakes. They're very tasty, Seeing her sincere look, Su Nuhan smiled slightly, but shook her head. Since your mom made these just for you, she probably doesn't want you to go to the countryside. It's her kindness. You should keep them for yourself. Humph. Fake modesty. When you're starving, let's see if you still pretend. Li Xiujuan sneered from the side. Wang Shuyi looked a bit embarrassed but insisted. It's okay, I have more. Seeing her genuine expression, Su Nuhan nodded. All right, thank you. Humph. You say you won't eat, but look, you still took some. Li Xiujuan scoffed, her tone more disdainful. Su Nuhan glanced at her calmly, then reached into her bag as if searching, and soon took out a paper-wrapped package. She gently unwrapped it, revealing 2 plump, steaming meat buns. The appearance, aroma, and faint heat of the buns immediately drew everyone's attention. Wow, it smells so good. Su, where did you buy these? Why are they still hot? Asked a young worker sitting behind Su Nuhan, leaning forward curiously. Other workers also looked over with interest. This sudden turn of events made Li Xiujuan's eyes widen in shock, her mocking expression frozen on her face. Su Nuhan ignored the question behind her and simply handed a bun to Wang Shuyi. Eat it while it's hot. Wang Shuyi was surprised but quickly took a bite, and her eyes lit up. So delicious, and it's meat-filled. Su, how do you keep the buns warm like this? Su Nuhan smiled slightly. Just normal insulation. Normal? Wang Shuyi wanted to ask more. At that moment, a young child's voice came from behind. Grandma, they have warm meat buns. I want to eat too. Su Nuhan was about to turn around. Suddenly, an old woman quickly rushed to their seat. Without saying a word, she snatched the bun that Su Nuhan hadn't finished eating and said forcefully, "Give it to me." Su Nuhan's hands were empty. She looked up at the old woman, her eyes suddenly turning cold. The old woman glared at her fiercely. What are you looking at? My grandson wants to eat. You have to give it. Hearing this, Su Nuhan slowly stood up, her eyes full of coldness. She said calmly, "Put it down." The old woman was not afraid. Instead, she snorted and said, "It's just a bun." Why are you so fierce? Wang Shuyi, hearing this, turned red with anger and also stood up. How can you be like this? Stealing things and acting so confident. The old woman glared at Wang Shuyi. Is that called stealing? I call it taking. You. Wang Shuyi was so angry at her shameless words that she couldn't speak. Li Xiujuan's eyes showed a look of schadenfreude. She deliberately raised her voice and said, "It's just Agun. If a kid wants to eat, just give it to him. Why make such a fuss?" Hearing this, Su Nuhan turned to look at Li Xiujuan and sneered coldly. "You're right." Then she turned to the old woman, slightly smiling. "Auntie, I originally wanted to give this bun to your grandson. Since you've taken it, you can keep it. But 1 bun isn't enough, is it?" The old woman was confused and frowned. "What do you mean?" Su Nuhan slightly lifted her chin toward Li Xiujuan and said with a smile, "Look at that comrade. She is a young person who came with us to the countryside. I saw she has a lot of delicious food in her bag. You can ask her for some. She's very generous." The old woman looked at Li Xiujuan after hearing this, then hesitated and looked back at Su Nuhan. "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course," Su Nuhan smiled. "We are young people sent to the countryside in response to the country's call. We are students. How could we lie? Look at the fried snacks on her table. They are very precious in the city." Hearing this, the old woman's face lit up with joy. She quickly called her grandson and handed him the meat bun. "Xiaoming, you eat this bun first. Grandma will go ask for some delicious food for you." The little boy took the bun and immediately started eating it quickly. Then, the old woman turned around and walked over to Li Xiujuan. Rough hands quickly swept across the table, causing several pieces of crispy fried snacks to fall into her palm. Li Xiujuan was startled and quickly stood up, reaching out to stop her. "What are you doing?" The old woman glared at her. "What am I doing? My grandson wants to eat, so of course I'm giving it to him." After saying that, she clenched the fried snacks and tried to put them into her pocket. Next, she reached with her other hand toward Li Xiujuan's blue cloth bag and grabbed it. Li Xiujuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, rushing to hold onto the bag. What are you doing? Stealing. The old woman ignored her and pushed her hard. Li Xiujuan was pushed back and bumped into the table leg, feeling a sharp pain and gasping. But she endured the pain and got up again, trying to grab the bag. Old woman, let go of it. The old woman held tightly to the bag and didn't loosen her grip, rummaging inside without hesitation. After a moment, she pulled out a small jar of white rabbit candies and 2 packages wrapped in oil paper. She weighed the items in her hand, a proud look on her face.
See?
I knew there was good stuff. Give me back my things. Li Xiujuan saw her pulling out the candies and was both anxious and angry. The old woman snorted coldly and said confidently, What do you want back? My grandson wants to eat, so I have to give it to him. You, Li Xiujuan was about to argue. But Su Nuhan interrupted her. Exactly, Li Jiqing, it's just a little snack. Do you really need to be so petty about it? That's right, Li Jiheng. Kids want to eat. Just give it to him. It's not expensive or anything. Wang Shi also agreed. Li Xiujuan was choked by these words, feeling a rush of anger and almost spitting blood. Her face turned red, and she pointed at Su Nuhan, trembling. Is it you? Are you doing this on purpose? Su Nuhan didn't answer. She just looked at her calmly, her expression steady, as if saying, So what if I am? The other young workers, who had already been somewhat displeased with Li Xiujuan's previous generous remarks, now saw her embarrassed and nodded in agreement. Yeah. Li Jiheng, didn't you just tell Su Jiheng not to be so petty? You said it yourself, if children want to eat, we share a little. What's the problem? That's right. My mother-in-law also loves her grandson. Seeing someone support her, the old woman became even more arrogant. She didn't return the package but kept searching through it, muttering, Let me see if there's anything else tasty. People from the city really have different things, so many good items. Stop it, Li Xiujuan shouted and lunged at her again. This time, she used almost all her strength, her nails digging into the fabric of the package. These snacks and pickles weren't just her food. They also helped her maintain her dignity and sense of superiority during tough rural days. How could this rude old woman take them away? Get away, the old woman, annoyed by her pulling, pushed her hard. Li Xiujuan was caught off guard, stumbled backward, and fell heavily onto the hard train floor, tears instantly filling her eyes from the pain. Suddenly, a few suppressed gasps sounded around, but everyone just watched silently. Wang Shui felt a bit sorry and instinctively wanted to help, but Su Nuhan gave her a warning look to stop. Just then, 2 trained security officers approached. What's going on? Li Xiujuan saw the officers and thought she had found a lifeline. She tearfully said, Comrades, this old woman stole my package. What's your problem? The lead officer asked sternly, looking at the old woman. The old woman was frightened by his presence and quickly forced a smile. Comrade, I didn't steal it. She said she had something good to give to her grandson. Nonsense. When did I say that? Li Xiujuan argued, feeling wronged. You clearly. The old woman started to defend herself, but the officer cut her off. Enough. Then he turned to the others in the carriage. You all tell me what happened. Wang Shui was the first to step forward, pointing at the old woman angrily. Officer, it's like this. After hearing her, the officer's face darkened and his tone became serious. Ma'am, how can you steal? That's illegal, you know? We could arrest you. The old woman, frightened, quickly waved her hands. No, I didn't. She wanted to give it to me herself. As she spoke, she hurriedly threw the package to Li Xiujuan, returning the jar of milk candies along with it. Then she took the little boy's hand and quickly left. The train guard saw that she was older and had a child, so he did not pursue her further. He turned to look at Li Xiujuan and asked, Ma'am, are you okay? Li Xiujuan did not answer. Instead, she angrily pointed at Su Nuhan and said, Officer, I want to report her. Report her? Everyone was surprised and looked at Su Nuhan with confused eyes. The train guard frowned slightly and asked, What do you want to report? Li Xiujuan said angrily, I suspect she is working with that old lady. They might be part of the same group. Wang Shui immediately said angrily, Hey, Li Jiqing, How can you do that? You know very well whether Su Jiqing and that old woman are working together. That's right, Li Jiqing, you're going too far. A young man behind Su Nuhan echoed. Everyone knows that at first, that old lady took Su Jiqing's bun, and you just watched and laughed. Now she's suffering the consequences, and you're falsely accusing Su Jiqing. People like you. Sigh. Another young woman also couldn't stand it anymore. Exactly, you're really disgusting. Yes. So cruel. It's better to stay away from her when you're in the countryside. That's right, that's right. Other young passengers also expressed their disapproval of Li Xiujian. You all. Li Xiujian was so angry at the accusations that she couldn't speak. Enough, the train guard said seriously. Ma'am, you really haven't been honest. You're a young person sent to the countryside. How can you falsely accuse others? With your attitude, how can you be sent to the countryside? I think I should call your commune. Li Xiujian was frightened and quickly waved her hands. No, I know I was wrong. Humph. The train guard snorted coldly, then addressed everyone. All right, everyone, be quiet and don't disturb the other passengers. After the guard left, Li Xiujian glared fiercely at Su Nuhan, then buried her head in tidying up her bag, which had been rummaged through by the old lady. The carriage returned to silence. Only the regular clattering of the train and the soft murmurs of some passengers remained. Su Nuhan took a sip of water, ate a few bites of the oil cake given by Wang Shiyi, and quietly exchanged a few words with her. Feeling sleepy, Su Nuhan leaned against the window, planning to close her eyes and rest for a moment. At this moment, the two ticket inspectors returned, looking serious and somewhat anxious. One of the older inspectors raised his voice and asked, Comrades, sorry to bother you. Does anyone understand German? There is an emergency that needs help. Everyone in the carriage looked at each other in confusion, their faces showing uncertainty. Nowadays, being able to read and write is already rare, and knowing a foreign language is even less common, especially German. When Su Nuhan, about to drift into sleep, heard the words, emergency, her awareness suddenly sharpened. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her cold, beautiful eyes. Wang Shiyi whispered nearby, German? Who understands that? Probably no one does. Li Xiujuan, sitting diagonally opposite, curled her lips, trying to show off her knowledge, but clearly not understanding, so she turned away in frustration. Seeing no one responded, the ticket inspector's face grew more anxious. He repeated, Comrades, this is urgent. If anyone understands, please help. If you do, you'll be credited. After repeating himself and still no response from the carriage, he looked disappointed and was about to leave for the next compartment. Comrade, I understand a little. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone in the carriage immediately turned to look at her. Some looked surprised, others doubtful, and some curious. Wang Shui turned around in shock. Su Zixing, you understand German. Su Nuhan opened her mouth, about to answer. Look at her poor appearance. How could she understand German? If she did, I'd eat this table. Su Nuhan shot her a glance but ignored her. She smiled slightly at Wang Shui. A little. The ticket inspector quickly stepped forward, cautious. Comrade, do you really understand German? This is very important. Please don't lie. Su Nuhan nodded gently. Just joking. She could understand not only German but also Japanese, Spanish, and Hindi. She was a top mercenary who protected our country's borders in her past life. She was fluent in more than 10 languages, which was just basic for her. After the security check, the police officer looked surprised and said, Great. Would you mind coming with us? Su Nuhan nodded slightly and replied, Okay. Then she followed the two police officers through the train cars, while everyone in the carriage looked at her with curiosity, suspicion, and envy in their eyes. She walked with the officers into the first-class carriage. This carriage felt very different from the noisy ones behind it, as if they were from two different worlds. The air was tense and heavy. When the door was pushed open, Su Nuhan's eyes slightly narrowed at the scene inside. In a small space, the atmosphere was tight and serious. Several soldiers in uniform, standing straight with sharp eyes, exuded a strong, experienced military presence. Su Nuahan followed the police officers as they stepped inside. The soldiers' eyes immediately focused on her, showing caution. In the middle of the carriage, there were 2 fixed chairs, with 2 foreign-looking men tied to them. Their mouths were sealed with black tape, so they could only make muffled sounds. Their eyes showed anger, fear, and a hint of cleverness. They wore Western-style clothes, but the fabric and details showed they were not ordinary travelers. The police officers approached a middle-aged officer with noticeable rank on his shoulder. "Captain, this lady says she speaks German," one officer said, pointing at Su Nuahan. The officer looked at her sharply. Seeing how young she was, he frowned and asked cautiously, "Where are you from? Why are you on this train? What are you doing?" Su Nuahan understood that his questions came from military caution. If she were in his place, she would ask the same. In this era, spies were everywhere, and many disguised themselves well. It was hard to tell who was who without being careful. She was not offended. She smiled and answered honestly. "Are you a young woman from the countryside?" the officer asked after hearing her, then turned to the police to confirm. The police nodded. After confirming, the officer's serious expression softened a little. "Sorry about that, comrade. I apologize for the questions earlier." Su Nuahan smiled lightly and shook her head. "Commander, you're too kind. It's part of your duty to be cautious." The middle-aged officer burst into loud laughter. "Haha. Little comrade, you're very aware. Good. After the laughter stopped, he asked seriously, "Are you sure you understand German?" "Not English." He wasn't looking down on Su Nuahan, but in this era, few people knew English, let alone German. Most importantly, Su Nuahan was a rural youth who had only finished high school. Knowing a bit of English was impressive for her level. How could she possibly understand German? The key point was that this was a major case and no mistakes could be allowed. Su Nuahan stood straight and confidently replied, "I know, Commander. I can translate and communicate in daily conversations." "What? You not only understand but can speak?" the middle-aged officer asked in surprise. The police officer and several other soldiers looked at Su Nuahan with shock as well. She remained calm and respectful. "Yes, sir. If that's true, that's great. Here, take a look at this telegram." "What does it say?" The officer took a telegram from the side and handed it to her. Su Nuahan took the telegram and quickly scanned the contents. After a moment, she looked up at the officer with a serious expression. "Commander, the message says, the goods have been safely moved to the 3rd backup point. The wind has changed. Falcon suggests starting the 2nd communication plan. Signed, Nightingale." She paused and pointed to a few ordinary-looking words in the message. "Commander, I suspect that the words goods, wind, and falcon are secret codes used by spies." Hearing this, the officer's face grew stern. He lowered his voice. "It seems the intelligence we intercepted last time was correct. With this telegram, we can finally confirm it." Afterward, he looked at Su Nuahan with shock and admiration. "Comrade Su Nuahan, I have another task for you. Are you willing?" "Of course. Commander, whatever you need me to do, just tell me." "Good. Haha. Truly a good comrade. Commander, you're flattering me. Here's the corrected and simplified version. Here's the situation, Comrade Su Nuahan. Although we have translated their telegram, we still don't know the exact time and place. So, I would like you to help us question these 2 people." The middle-aged officer pointed at the 2 foreign nationals who were tied up. Su Nuahan turned to look at the 2 foreigners, then instinctively stood straight and saluted loudly. "Rest assured, Commander, I will complete the task." She stood tall, showing a natural military presence. The middle-aged officer was momentarily surprised by her sudden formal salute and confident attitude. He frowned slightly, showing some doubt. But after a moment he laughed out loud. "Haha, Comrade Su Nuahan, I didn't expect you to have such strong military spirit. If I didn't know you were a rural youth, I would think you were a capable officer transferred from a military district." Hearing this, Su Nuahan realized her behavior might have been too obvious. Her cheeks warmed slightly, and she awkwardly smiled. "Well, I just genuinely admire soldiers like you." I got a bit excited. The middle-aged officer waved his hand, not wanting to probe further. He nodded approvingly, don't worry. Once this matter is settled, I will recommend you for a commendation. You're too kind, Commander, Suno Han quickly said earnestly. Protecting the country is everyone's duty. I just did what any citizen of Huagua should do. Hearing this, the officer looked at her with more admiration. Then he turned to the soldiers beside him and ordered in a deep voice, "Take these two away." Yes, the soldiers responded in unison and moved quickly to escort them. Next, the officer looked at the guard beside him. "Xiaozhang, help Comrade Suno Han with the interrogation." Yes, Xiaozhang immediately stood straight and answered loudly. Suno Han followed Xiaozhang into the police room where the two foreigners were held. She looked coldly at them, with no extra emotion in her eyes. The two foreigners felt her gaze and shivered involuntarily. They looked at each other with fear and suspicion. One clenched his fists and secretly cursed in German. "Damn it. This seemingly ordinary young girl surprisingly understands my language and easily deciphers our encrypted telegrams. It's really unlucky. I should have avoided this train from the start." Su Nuhan ignored their small moves and walked straight ahead. With a precise hand strike, she knocked one of them out quickly. Xiao Zhang saw this and immediately frowned, stepping forward nervously. "Comrade Suyu, don't worry, I just want him to sleep for a little while." Su Nuhan turned back with a calm smile. "Interrogations work best when we break them down one by one. Separating them helps us get clearer clues and prevents them from talking to each other." Xiaozhang nodded seriously after hearing this. He knew this principle well, but these two were foreigners. Although they had committed crimes, they dared not hurt them.
But now.
"Never mind." Xiaozhang sighed and stopped talking. He tore off the tape from the other man's mouth, took out a paper and pen, and began questioning him seriously. The foreign man snorted coldly, turning his face away first. Then he started talking in German, deliberately changing the subject, acting stubborn and arrogant. Su Nuhan listened with a slight frown. Seeing Xiao Zhang's repeated efforts to get answers without success, she stepped forward and softly said to him, "Comrade, this person is stubborn and won't tell the truth. I know a little about medicine. Maybe I can find a way to make him speak. Would you like me to try?" Xiao Zhang was surprised to hear this. He didn't expect that Su Nuhan, a young woman from the countryside, not only knew German but also understood medicine. But does this have anything to do with the interrogation? He looked confused, but after seeing Su Nuhan's determined eyes, he nodded seriously. "All right, then please, Comrade Su." Having received permission, Su Nuhan slowly turned to the foreign man, a gentle smile on her face. Suddenly, her hand, which had been empty, held a thin silver needle. Under the light, the needle reflected a cold, sharp gleam, giving off a chilling aura. She held the needle delicately, waving it in front of the foreign man's eyes. Her movements were gentle, but the man's pupils shrank suddenly. The foreign man stared at the cold gleam of the silver needle, panic rising in his eyes. His voice trembled as he shouted in German, "What are you trying to do? I warn you, you can't use extrajudicial punishment on me. That's against international law and could cause a conflict between our countries. Don't be nervous," Su Nuhan said with a gentle smile, responding fluently in German, in a soothing tone. "I just noticed you're not feeling well and want to help you get better. Help me get better?"
"I'm not sick."
"I'm fine, and I don't need your fake kindness. Go away." The foreign man's pupils were fixed on the silver needle, and he felt very scared inside. Although Su Nuhan's face was still smiling, to him, it looked like a devil, making him shiver all over. Su Nuhan raised an eyebrow slightly, speaking casually. "Who says you're not sick? Your heartbeat is rapid, your breathing is irregular. These are signs of an uneven heart rhythm. That's a hidden heart problem that needs quick treatment. I'm not. I'm healthy, and you're talking nonsense." The foreign man looked at the silver needle, struggling to back away, but he was tightly chained to the chair and could only twist his body uselessly. He was so anxious that his face turned red. He turned to Xiao Zhang beside him, using all his strength to stammer out a few awkward words in Chinese. "Quick. Pull her away. Hurry." Xiao Zhang gave him a cold glance, crossing his arms and standing still, showing no intention of stepping forward. Su Nuhan still had an innocent-looking smile on his face. He slowly stepped closer, lowering his voice further, like a snake spitting venom, with a hint of charm and threat. No need to be afraid. It's just a small silver needle, not a torture device. Even if I prick it in, it won't leave any marks. Others won't notice anything unusual. Hearing this, the foreign man trembled all over, his eyes wide with fear, and shouted with a trembling voice, You dare? Why not? Su Nuhan chuckled softly, his tone calm and relaxed. Don't worry, I'm very skilled. Once I do this, you'll truly understand what it means to want to live but can't, or to die but can't. Before he finished speaking, Su Nuhan moved his wrist, and the hand holding the silver needle suddenly stabbed toward the other person's acupoint. The foreign man was so frightened that his pupils dilated to the limit. Just as the needle was about to touch him, he desperately shouted, I give up. I give everything. Don't touch me. Su Nuhan paused, slowly withdrew his arm, and turned to Xiao Zhang with a gentle look. He's willing to cooperate now. Get ready to record. Xiao Zhang immediately stepped forward, opened his notebook, gripped his pen tightly, and prepared to take notes carefully. The foreign man slumped in the chair, gasping heavily, no longer showing his previous arrogance. He intermittently revealed information. Su Nuhan carefully translated every word, clearly and accurately, without any mistakes. Soon, the foreign man fully explained everything. Su Nuhan stepped forward and hit him with a palm strike, knocking him out. Xiao Zhang saw this and looked confused. He's already told us everything. Why did you knock him out?
Sunuhan smiled slickly.
There's another person. Both of them giving the same statement makes it real. Xiao Zhang nodded and then brought a glass of water to wake the other foreign man. After waking, the second man was asked the same questions as before. Under Su Nuhan's threat, he also told everything truthfully, matching the first man's account. After getting the information, the two left the police room and went to the previous train car. The middle-aged officer saw them return and immediately stood up, asking, How did it go? Did they confess? Xiao Zhang saluted and replied, Yes, sir. Both of them have told everything clearly. He handed a notebook to the officer. The officer looked at it and burst into loud laughter. Good, good. Now we'll see where they try to run this time. Xiao Zhang smiled and said, Report to the leader. It's all thanks to Comrade Su that they cooperated. The officer turned to Su Nuhan, his smile deepening with praise. Comrade Su Nuhan, on behalf of the organization, thank you. You've made a great contribution. When we return to the military district, I will apply for a commendation for you. Su Nuhan smiled slightly. Leader, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. The officer nodded happily.
Good.
Xiao Zhang, escort Comrade Su to her carriage. Yes, sir. Xiao Zhang saluted. Su Nuhan shook her head. No need, leader. I can go back on my own. You all stay here. After saying that, she left on her own. The middle-aged man watched her walk away, a slight frown on his face. Xiao Zhang, tell me, how did Comrade Su make those two confess honestly? After receiving the order, Xiao Zhang recounted the interrogation process in detail. What did you say? She knows medicine too, the middle-aged man asked with suspicion.
Xiao Zhang nodded. That's what she said.
The middle-aged officer frowned again, thought for a moment, then said, All right, you go to the next station and then to Haiqing to investigate her background. A young girl, only 18, fluent in German and skilled in medicine, with a military demeanor that matches ours. This Comrade Su, she might be more than she seems. Xiao Zhang asked with a serious look, Commander, do you suspect she might be? Before he finished, the middle-aged officer waved his hand to stop him. Don't jump to conclusions before we know the full story. We don't want to hurt her feelings. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Su Nuhan returned to the carriage. Everyone's eyes were on her. Wang Shui stood up to greet her. Su Jiqing. How did it go? Did you help them? Su Nuhan smiled and opened her mouth to speak. Li Xiujian scoffed dismissively. What help could she be? She just likes to show off. Not many people know foreign languages, and she speaks German? That's laughable. Hearing this, Su Nuhan happened to walk past Li Xiujian's seat and paused. Li Xiujian looked up at her. What? Did I say something wrong? Before she finished, Su Nuhan slapped her across the face. Slap. A clear, loud slap echoed through the carriage. The entire carriage instantly fell silent, everyone staring in shock. Li Xiujian was stunned by the sudden slap, even forgetting the pain. It wasn't until her face started to swell and the burning pain hit her that she snapped back to reality. She covered her face, staring at Su Nuhan in disbelief. You dare to hit me? Su Nuhan sneered coldly, flicked her hand, and looked down at her. Hitting you? Do I need a special day for that? I won't stand for this. She had never been hit before, not even once, and certainly not in front of so many people. This humiliation was unbearable. Li Xiujian suddenly stood up, making a move to attack Su Nuhan. What are you all doing? The train officer's voice rang out. Everyone looked toward the connection between the train cars. Li Xiujian also suddenly moved and looked over when she heard the voice. She saw the officer who had previously asked Su Nuhan for help in their car approaching them. After a few steps, the officer reached in front of them, looking serious at Li Xiujian. What happened? Li Xiujian angrily accused. Officer, she hit me. The officer frowned slightly and turned to Su Nuhan. Comrade Su, what happened? Su Nuhan explained the situation. The officer's face darkened with anger and turned to Li Xiujian. Your thinking is really problematic. Does it matter if Su knows German? Why are you so concerned? Li Xiujian opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. The officer snorted coldly, ignoring her, and turned to Su Nuhan with a smile. The leader asked me to check if you're safely back in your car. Su Nuhan smiled slightly. Thank you for your concern. The officer nodded with a smile. Since you're fine, I'll go now. If this lady causes you trouble again, just tell me. I will deal with her firmly. Su Nuhan nodded slightly. Thanks a lot. All right, go back to your seat. We'll arrive in a few more stops, the officer said before turning to leave. Su Nuhan glanced at Li Xiujian and then sat down at her spot. Li Xiujian glared at her with hatred. You wait until you get to the countryside. I won't let you go. Wang Shuyi's eyes lit up, and she looked at Su Nuhan with admiration. Su Jiqing, you're amazing. You actually know German. Su Nuhan smiled slightly. I was lucky to learn a little before. Just a little and you can help so much? Su Jiqing, you're too modest. The officer just said it was the leader who asked him to check on you. Su Nuhan didn't answer, just shook her head with a smile. The train kept moving. After passing several stations, they finally reached their final stop early the next morning. When the announcement came that they had arrived, the carriage instantly became lively, and people started to get up and pack their luggage. Sunahan picked up a simple bag and helped Wang Shi carry a suitcase. Then the two of them got off the vehicle. Other young workers also gradually got off. As they stood steadily on the platform, they heard a loud call with a strong accent.
Red Flag Commune.
Young workers from Red Flag Commune, gather here, from Xiangyang Brigade. Look here, Xiangyang Brigade. Wang Shi tiptoed, trying hard to find their team among the crowd and various signs. Su, young worker, have you seen our Lipo Brigade? Sunahan didn't answer immediately. She looked around at all the teams holding signs for the young workers. She scanned the crowd but saw no sign of them. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she was about to speak. At that moment, a dark-skinned man, about 40 years old, wearing a faded Zhongshan suit, ran over, panting heavily. He asked, Comrades, are you from Lipo Brigade? Hearing this, Sunahan and the others turned to look at him. Wang Shi quickly replied, Yes, we are young workers going to Lipo Brigade. The man wiped the sweat from his forehead, his dark face showing a simple smile, and said apologetically, Sorry, comrades. I am Zhou Zhengwo, the secretary of Lipo Brigade. Our tractor broke down halfway, and it took some time to fix it. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. He quickly glanced over Sunahan and the others, then smiled and said, Everyone, follow me. Come on, Taiju. Lend a hand and help the young workers load their luggage onto the vehicle. A honest-looking young man behind him responded and efficiently started helping with the luggage. Wang Shuyi hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Secretary Zhou. Sorry for the trouble. Other young workers also expressed their thanks one after another. Sunahan carried her small bag in her hand, her gaze casually drifting over Secretary Zhou's pant cuffs and new mud spots on his cloth shoes. Li Xiujuan shot a quick glance at Sunahan, let out a barely audible snort, and deliberately pushed her large suitcase in front of Taiju, saying sweetly, "Comrade, be careful. There are valuables inside my suitcase." Taiju nodded honestly and moved the luggage more carefully. Bookkeeper Zhou watched the scene without saying anything, only smiling and urging, "All right, everyone, get on the vehicle." A group of people climbed onto the tractor. Conditions are limited, so everyone squeeze in. "We're heading back to the team now." Bookkeeper Zhou helped everyone settle in and apologized. Su Nuhan chose a seat near the back with good ventilation, sitting close to Wang Shui. Li Xiujuan deliberately sat in the farthest corner opposite them, holding her bag, facing outward, showing she didn't want to talk. The tractor started with a loud brrr sound, puffing black smoke, bouncing along the bumpy country dirt road. On both sides were endless fields and rolling hills, with the smell of soil and plants in the air. Far from the city's noise, they faced such a wide, somewhat backward place for the first time. Some young workers excitedly pointed and talked, while others looked annoyed. Bookkeeper Zhou stood at the front, holding the railing, loudly introducing the Lipo Brigade. "Everyone, our Lipo Brigade has 3 production teams, with over 100 households. We mainly grow corn, sweet potatoes, rice, and so on. We are near the mountains and a river. As long as you work hard, you won't go hungry. It might be tough at first, but be prepared." His voice was mixed with the tractor's roar and the wind, sometimes clear, sometimes muffled. Su Nuhan listened quietly, observing the terrain and crop growth along the way. Soon, they reached the village entrance. The tractor stopped under a big tree. At the same time, a few people were waiting at the village entrance. Seeing them arrive, they hurried to greet them. Jiang Jiangguo also jumped down quickly.
Wow.
"Old Jiang, why did it take so long this trip?" asked a middle-aged man leading the group. Jiang Jiangguo sighed. "The tractor broke down halfway, so it took some time." "I see." The middle-aged man nodded, then looked at Su Nuhan and the others. "Are these the young workers coming down this time?" "Yes," Jiang Jiangguo replied, then called out to Su Nuhan and the others, "Young workers, we've arrived. You can get off now." They all got off the tractor. Jiang Jiangguo then introduced, "Young workers, this is our team leader, Jiang Huainian. From now on, he will arrange your work." Jiang Huainian smiled and said, "Welcome, comrades from the youth team. As I call your names, please show your presence." After speaking, Jiang Huainian began to read the names. Once the list was finished, he closed the roster with a gentle smile and looked over the young faces in front of him. "All right, everyone is here. First, on behalf of all members of Lipo Brigade, I welcome you all. From today, we are one family." His words were simple and cheerful, like a farmer's. "Our brigade situation, Secretary Zhou probably told you on the way. Conditions are tough, but everyone's hearts are warm. I hope you all work hard." As soon as he finished, Zhou Zhengwo led the applause and Su Nuhan and others clapped along. Wang Shui clapped enthusiastically, while Li Xiujian just half-heartedly moved her hands a couple of times. "Now, I will take everyone to settle at the youth station," he said, leading Su Nuhan and others into the village. The group followed Jiang Huainian and Zhou Zhengwo along the dirt road toward the youth station. Curious villagers pointed and whispered from afar. They arrived at a cluster of simple mud brick houses at the east end of the village. Jiang Huainian smiled and said, "Comrades, this is the youth station. It was built last year. It's simple, but it keeps out wind and rain." He continued, "Male youth live in the east house, female youth in the west. In the middle are the kitchen and dining area." As he finished speaking, for young men and women came out of the houses on both sides. Jiang Huainian happily introduced them. "Let me introduce you. These 4 are youth comrades who arrived a few months ago. Since you're new here and living under the same roof, if you have questions, you can ask them. All right, everyone has worked hard today. Go settle in. Rest today and start working tomorrow." After that, Jiang Huainian and Zhou Zhengwo left the youth station. Su Nuhan and others also carried their luggage, with the women naturally heading to the west house. The men went to the east house. The two young women welcomed their arrival politely and came forward to help carry their luggage. This room is not very big. Against the wall, there is a large bed covered with a new reed mat. The window has wooden lattice frames and is covered with yellowed paper. Although simple, it is kept quite clean. Everyone, this is our room. My name is Wu Xilan. A young female worker introduced herself with a sweet smile. Another young woman also greeted everyone with a smile. Hello, my name is Zheng Yixuan. Welcome. These two women are the young workers who arrived a few months ago. Hello, my name is Wang Shui. Wang Shui quickly responded politely, sounding a bit new to the place. Hello, worker Wang. Wu Xilan and Zheng Yixuan nodded with smiles, then turned their eyes to Su Nuhan and the others. There are 4 young workers, including Su Nuhan, who came to the countryside. Li Xiujuan carried her box to a spot near the window, brushed off the dust, and said matter-of-factly, I'll sleep here. She didn't seem interested in greeting the 2 seniors. The room fell silent for a moment after her words. Another new girl, a bit shy, whispered, Hello. My name is Zhao Xiaofan. Hello, worker Zhao. Wu Xilan and Zheng Yixuan still kept smiling. After smiling, their eyes turned to Li Xiujuan and Su Nuhan. Seeing this, Wang Shi quickly helped with introductions. This is Su Nuhan, worker Su. Su Nuhan nodded at them. Hello. Wu Xilan and Zheng Yixuan responded with smiles. Then only Li Xiujuan was left. Li Xiujuan didn't plan to introduce herself. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaofan had to introduce her to the others. After introductions, Wu Xilan and Zheng Yixuan began explaining the village rules and work details. After hearing their explanations, Su Nuhan had a basic understanding of Popo village and how to work there. Alright, from now on, we are all sisters under the same roof. If you have any questions, just ask us, Wu Xilan said with a smile. Zheng Yixuan nodded in agreement. Yes, if you have any problems, feel free to ask us. Wang Shi nodded. Thank you, worker Wu, worker Zheng. You're welcome. All the young educated youths have come down from the mountains. Helping each other is the right thing to do, Wu Xilan replied with a smile. That's right. Oh, by the way, since everyone is living together now, how about we take turns doing the chores in the yard, 2 people at a time, Zheng Yixuan suggested. Wang Shui warmly agreed. Of course. After chatting for a while, it was almost noon. Wu Xilan said, All right, you all pack your things. I'll go cook. When it's ready, I'll call you. Wu Xilan then got up and left the room, heading to the kitchen next door. Zheng Yixuan also greeted Su Nuhan and the others, then went to help. Only Su Nuhan and the others remained in the room. Seeing the 2 older youths busy preparing lunch, Wang Shui also started tidying her bed and packing her belongings. Zhao Xiaofan quietly began to help as well. Li Xiujian stuffed her suitcase under the kong, a traditional bed, took out a small mirror she carried, and looked at herself. She brushed off imaginary dust from her clothes, showing no intention of tidying up, and muttered, This place is really poor. Su Nuhan told Wang Shui something before leaving the room and heading to the yard. She first walked around the yard, then went to the kitchen. Hey! Su the youth, are you hungry? Wait a little, it'll be ready soon. Wu Xilan was stirring vegetables in a pot with a spoon. When she saw Su Nuhan come in, she turned and smiled at her. Zheng Yixuan was sitting under the chimney, watching the fire and adding wood. Su Nuhan shook her head with a smile. No, I just came to see. She looked into the pot and saw stir-fried wild vegetables. Next to it, another pot had a thick bowl of millet porridge, golden and distinct grains, giving off a simple, wholesome aroma. Our village is poor, just simple home-cooked food, nothing fancy, Wu Xilan said with a smile as she stirred the vegetables. These wild greens were just dug up from the field this morning. They're tender. We steam them with some cornmeal, or lightly fry them, and eat with the porridge. It's quite tasty. Su Nuhan stepped closer, glancing over the stove. Besides the porridge and the stir-fried greens, there was an open, rough clay jar filled with dark brown pickled vegetables. On the chopping board, a few washed sweet potatoes were ready, probably for eating together. The ingredients are simple or even scarce, but luckily they are fresh. It smells very good, Su Nuhan said sincerely as she looked at the pot. In an environment where food is tight, being able to share limited ingredients so well shows that Wu Xiaolan and the others are truly capable of enduring hardship. She noticed Wu Xiaolan stirring the food skillfully, with good control over the heat. Zheng Yixuan, sitting in front of the stove, added a piece of firewood, looked up at Su Nuhan, and saw her calm expression. Su Jiqing, life in the countryside is hard, but just being able to eat enough is already good. Su Nuhan nodded slightly. I know, but wait for me a moment. After saying that, she turned and left the kitchen. Soon after, she came back carrying a large piece of pork. Wu Xiaolan and Zheng Yixuan saw the pork in her hands. Both of them paused their actions, eyes wide with surprise and joy. Su Jiqing, where did you get this pork? Wu Xiaolan's voice trembled with excitement, forgetting to put down her spatula. Zheng Yixuan also stood up, her eyes full of amazement and a hint of careful suspicion. This piece of pork was bright in color and looked very fresh. Since Su Nuhan and the others came from a city, it would take a day or two to arrive. With so much time passing and such a large piece of pork kept in a bag, it should have gone bad, but it looked perfectly fine. Moreover, she had just gone out for a few seconds. How did she come back with such a big piece of pork? Zheng Yixuan was full of doubt. Facing their suspicious looks, Su Nuhan smiled slightly. I brought it from the city. I used a special method to preserve it, so it didn't spoil. After saying that, she looked at Wu Xiaolan and asked, Wu Jiqing, do you know how to braise pork? Wu Xiaolan happily smiled. Yes, then we'll have braised pork for lunch. Thank you, Su Nuhan said generously, handing the pork to her. Wu Xiaolan took the pork, her face lighting up with a smile. Oh, Su Jiqing, we haven't had meat in several months. Today, everyone is lucky to have this thanks to you. Su Nuhan smiled gently. We're all young workers. It's nothing. Do you need any help? No. You've been on a long trip. Go rest. We'll call you when it's ready. Su Nuhan nodded, then left the kitchen and went back to the house. At this moment, Wang Shuyi and the others were still packing their luggage. When she came in, Wang Shuyi asked curiously, Hey, Su Jiqing, where did you go? Su Nuhan smiled slightly. Just took a walk around the yard. Wang Shuyi nodded without asking more. Li Xiaojuan glanced at Su Nuhan and whispered, Huh, the yard is so small. What's there to see? Maybe she went next door to hang out with some guy. Her voice was soft, but Su Nuhan still heard it. She also looked at Li Xiaojuan but didn't respond. She looked at Wang Shuyi and asked with a smile, Do you have so much luggage? Are you finished packing? Wang Shuyi shook her head. Not yet. There's only one wardrobe here, and we can't fit everything. We can only pack what we have and find a free space to put it. After hearing this, Su Nuhan looked at the nearby wardrobe, said nothing, and nodded slightly. Wang Shuyi and Zhao Xiaofan continued packing their luggage. Soon after, a voice came from the yard, Wu Xiaolan shouting, Dinner's ready. Come out quickly, everyone. Hearing this, Li Xiaojuan was the first to rush out of the room. Su Nuhan called Wang Shuyi and Zhao Xiaofan, and the three of them went out together. Wow, there's braised pork. Li Xiaojuan saw the braised pork on the table and rushed over. She pinched a piece with her fingertips and put it in her mouth. Zheng Yixuan saw this, frowned slightly, opened her mouth as if to scold her, but didn't say anything. At this moment, the boys from the neighboring yard also came out one after another. Wow, it smells so good. Wu Xiaolan had just brought out a dish from the kitchen. Seeing the boys, she smiled and said, Everyone today. Thanks to Su Jiqing, we get to eat meat. However, Wu Xiaolan had already started calling everyone to eat. After everyone sat down, they all stared eagerly at the large bowl of braised pork, swallowing nervously. Wu Xiaolan looked at their expressions and smiled, gently shaking her head. All right, everyone, just eat quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, except for Su Nuhan, everyone started grabbing food eagerly. In a short time, the big bowl of braised pork was completely finished. Su Nuhan only managed to eat 2 pieces, and when she reached for more, there was nothing left. But she didn't mind. After all, she had offered the food herself. Also, In this time when oil was scarce and meat was rare, it was normal for everyone to be so eager to eat. By the end of the meal, everyone was full and satisfied. A young male educated youth named Nye Yuan let out a burp and smiled as he said, "It's been a long time since I ate so well." Yes, I've been working in the countryside for a few months, and today was the best meal I've had. Thank you, Su Zhigong. My name is Chung Yushan. Another young male educated youth echoed, expressing thanks and introducing himself. Then he stood up to shake hands with Su Nuhan. Seeing the intense look in his eyes, full of warmth, Su Nuhan didn't shake his hand. Instead, she smiled slightly and nodded politely. Chung Yushan saw this and could only smile awkwardly, shrinking his hand back. Li Xiujuan glanced at Su Nuhan and said, "Su Zhigong, you're too rude. Chung Zhigong wanted to shake your hand, and you didn't do anything." After saying that, she stood up and extended her hand toward Chung Yushan. "Hello, Chung Zhigong. My name is Li Xiujuan." Chung Yushan smiled and gently shook her hand. "Hello, Li Zhigong." They shook hands briefly and then parted. Li Xiujuan cast another glance at Su Nuhan, snorted coldly, and said to Chung Yushan, "Chung Zhigong, if we work together tomorrow, let's be in the same group." Hearing this, Chung Yushan grinned and replied, "Sure. Men and women working together makes it easier." This remark made Wu Xiulan and others burst into laughter. After lunch, the heat was intense, and cicadas chirped loudly. The young men and women, full and satisfied, each returned to their rooms to rest. Su Nuhan lay on the kong, a traditional bed, resting for about 15 minutes. As she listened to Wang Shuyi and Zhao Xiaofin's steady breathing and the rustling sound of Li Xiujuan turning over nearby, she quietly opened her eyes. During her collective life, she had already adapted while in the army, but now that she had been reborn into this era, she wanted to live well for herself. Additionally, Li Xiujuan's overly eager gaze towards Chung Yushan made her feel that having her own space as soon as possible was necessary. Moreover, she had her own space. If she had a house of her own, it would be much more convenient to get things from her space in the future. Thinking of this, she quietly got up from the kong, a traditional bed, tidied her slightly wrinkled clothes, and silently left the room. The afternoon sun was scorching the yellow earth courtyard, and the ground was visibly steaming with heat. Su Nuhan avoided the hottest part of the sun, walking along the shade under the eaves, relying on her memory and knowledge of the village layout to head toward the center of the village. On the way, she occasionally saw one or two villagers holding bowls, eating under the shade of trees at the door, all curious about this unfamiliar, beautiful young woman. Su Nuhan only nodded slightly and said little. After some questions, she finally found the village chief's house. It was a slightly tidier yard compared to others, with a mud brick wall, tiled roof, and a clean courtyard. The gate was open, and a middle-aged man wearing a cross-collared vest and dark skin sat on the threshold, smoking a dry pipe with a clack-clack sound, frowning slightly, seeming troubled about something. He heard footsteps, looked up, and saw Su Nuhan standing at the door, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Are you the new young worker who arrived today?" Village Chief Zhang Huanyan stood up and asked kindly. He remembered this batch of young workers, especially this strikingly beautiful girl in front of him, who left a deep impression. "Yes, Village Chief." "Hello, sorry to bother your rest," Su Nuhan said respectfully, neither humble nor arrogant. "I am Su Zhigong." "Oh, Su Zhigong. Do you need something?" Zhang Huanyan knocked on his pipe. Su Nuhan smiled and asked, "Village Chief, I want to ask if there are any vacant houses in our village? Even old or small ones are fine. I want to buy one, but if not, I can rent." "What? You want to buy a house yourself?" Zhang Huanyan was surprised, eyes wide. Although that place was a bit crowded, it could be tidied up and made livable. Why do you want to move out just after arriving? In this era, it was very rare for educated youth to request to live alone. People would usually see it as trying to stand out or separate from the group. This young educated youth, from Su might be. Su Nuhan seemed to understand what he was thinking. She smiled slightly, looked calm, and explained sincerely, "Village Chief, Please don't misunderstand. I don't dislike the youth dorms. It's just that I sleep lightly and wake up easily with any noise. I'm worried that poor rest might affect my work during the day. Also, I like to read quietly or write at night. Living in a shared dormitory might disturb others. So, I thought it would be best to have a small private space, and it would also prevent trouble for everyone. She paused, observed the village chief's expression, and continued, I can pay for rent or buy a small house myself, without adding any burden to the village. If there are any empty houses nearby, even if they need repairs, I can find a way to fix them. Jiang Huainian frowned, took out a pack of cigarettes but didn't light it immediately. He looked her over. This young educated youth from Su didn't seem very old, spoke clearly, and had honest eyes. She didn't seem like someone who couldn't endure hardship or was looking for trouble. Her reasons sounded reasonable. Near the cattle shed at the village's end, there were a few abandoned old houses, some collapsed, some broken, left empty for a long time. But this young woman from Su was so pretty. Living alone might be risky. Seeing his hesitation, Su Nuhan lowered her voice slightly and added, Village chief, I don't ask for much, just a place to shelter from the wind and rain. She reached behind her, took out 2 boxes of cigarettes from her bag, and handed them to Jiang Huainian. Village chief, these are for my elders. He's not here now, and I see smoke, so I want to give these to you. When Jiang Huainian saw the Chinese cigarettes in her hand, he was so excited that his hands trembled uncontrollably. These are high-quality cigarettes. Only senior officials usually have access to them. It's incredible that this young woman from Su can get such cigarettes. The village chief hesitated for a moment, exhaled a smoke ring, and finally relaxed a little. This matter. I need to discuss it with the party secretary. There are a few old houses in the village, but they are in terrible shape. I'm worried you won't be able to live in them. It seemed there was hope. Su Nuahan felt a sudden joy and showed a perfect, grateful smile. Thank you, village chief. The house is old, but that's okay. As long as people can live there, I can fix it myself. Hearing this, Jiang Huainian sighed. All right, I'll talk to the secretary later. You go back to the youth station and wait. I'll let you know when there's news. Okay, thank you, village chief. Sorry to trouble you. I won't disturb your rest, Su Nuahan said again, then turned to leave. Walking back to the youth station, Su Nuahan felt a little more relaxed. Although things weren't settled yet, at least she had taken the first step. She looked up at the bright blue sky and the distant green mountains, thinking about how she would live here in the future. But to stay here long-term, having her own house was the first step to settle down in this era. While Su Nuahan was thinking, suddenly, a loud, urgent cry for help came from under a large locust tree nearby. Dog egg. Dog egg, what's wrong? Don't scare Mom. Hurry. Pat is back. Nothing's working. His face is turning purple. What should I do? Someone help. Please save my son. Su Nuahan looked over when she heard the noise. Under the shade of the locust tree, a few frightened children and 2 pale-faced women were gathered. In the middle was a boy about 4 or 5 years old. He was clutching his neck tightly with both hands. His face looked blue and purple from lack of oxygen. He was opening his mouth wide but couldn't make a sound, only a terrible, gurgling noise from his throat. His eyes rolled uncontrollably, and his body twitched violently. Seeing this, Su Nuahan hurriedly rushed over. Everyone move aside. Clear the way. Don't surround him. Her calm, commanding voice arrived before she reached them. The women and children around her were startled by her sudden voice and instinctively made way. The boy's mother, a woman in her 30s, was already crying. When she saw Su Nuahan, a stranger rushing over, she instinctively tried to stop her. Who are you? What are you trying to do? Su Nuahan quickly explained. He's choking on something. I have a way. Please move aside. The woman, upon hearing this, was initially suspicious but had no other choice at the moment. She released the little boy. Su Nuhan crouched down, wrapping his arms around the boy from behind, pressing gently. 1, 2, 3. Everyone around was stunned by what they saw. The boy's mother was so frightened she forgot to cry. She opened her mouth wide, staring at Su Nuhan holding her son. After a while, "What are you doing? Let go of my son. He's already like this. Why are you still hurting him?" Another older woman shouted, trying to stop him. Hearing her, the boy's mother also reacted. "What are you doing? Let go of my son," she said, rushing forward. But just then, cough.
Gag.
A round, saliva-covered wild fruit seed, along with some mucus, suddenly shot out from the boy's throat. "Wow!" Immediately, a loud, trembling cry burst from the boy's mouth. Though hoarse, it was clear. His face, previously purple and blue, was visibly returning to normal. Though he was still coughing and crying loudly, his breathing was much easier. Seeing this, the boy's mother ran over quickly, crouched down, and hugged her son tightly. Tears poured out, mixing with joy, fear, and relief. "My goodness, you scared me to death. Are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" she asked, crying, her hands trembling as she gently stroked his face and back, making sure he was still safe in her arms.
"Mom."
"Boo-hoo." Gooden snuggled in her arms, sniffling, his face full of tears. But his breathing was steady now. Although his throat might still be sore, he was no longer in danger. The older woman who had tried to stop the scene earlier was now frozen in place, her face pale and white, feeling both embarrassed and frightened. She stepped forward, looked at the boy who was now breathing normally, then at Su Nuhan with a calm expression, and said apologetically, This young lady, I'm sorry. It was my mistake earlier. I misunderstood you." Her gratitude made everyone around come back to their senses. The frightened children nearby also chattered excitedly. Gooden didn't move at all just now. "Yeah, this sister saved him." "That's right, sister. You're amazing." The child's mother finally calmed down from her strong emotions. She hugged her child and turned to Su Nuahan about to kneel. "Miss, thank you. I was too worried earlier. Luckily, I didn't stop you, or else my doggy would have." She choked up and couldn't speak anymore, tears flowing non-stop. Su Nuahan quickly reached out to steady her, stopping her from kneeling. Her tone softened a bit. "Big sister, please don't do that. The most important thing is that the child is fine. Take him home quickly, let him rest well, give him some warm water, and let him relax. Don't give him those small fruit pieces again today." "Yes. Yes. I understand, miss." The woman nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of gratitude towards Su Nuahan. At this moment, more villagers who heard the commotion gathered around. After learning what happened, they looked at Su Nuahan with surprise and admiration. "Young girl, who are you?" asked a middle-aged man.
"Sunoran smilec lichtli."
"I'm a young person sent to the countryside." "Sent to the countryside?" "New here," she nodded. "Yes, I knew it. You look unfamiliar." "By the way, miss, do you know medical skills?" the middle-aged man asked. Everyone's eyes turned to Su Nuahan, full of hope. Su Nuahan opened her mouth to answer. Just then, the village chief arrived quickly. "What happened?" "It's like this, village chief." A few women started explaining the situation all at once. After hearing this, the village chief looked at Su Nuahan with gratitude. "Su, you really helped us today. I didn't expect you to know medical skills." Su Nuahan modestly smiled. "I know a little." The village chief's eyes lit up. "You know a little? So, you understand some medical principles?" He looked hopeful, and the villagers' eyes also became eager. In this time when medical resources were scarce, someone who knew medicine was very precious for the village. Moreover, they had no doctor in the village. If someone got sick, minor cases could be taken to the county town. Serious cases, which couldn't wait, sometimes resulted in death at home. Now, Su Nuhan has learned medical skills. For their village, it is like bringing good fortune to their community. Facing everyone's hopeful eyes, Su Nuhan smiles and nods.
"Yes.
I have learned some first aid methods and common herbal knowledge from my elders. I know how to handle sudden emergencies and minor illnesses. For example, just now, when a child choked, I used the Heimlich maneuver. I also know some herbs for stopping bleeding, reducing inflammation, and lowering fever. If everyone trusts me in the future, if anyone in the village has a headache, fever, or minor injuries, I can help. I won't refuse. She speaks honestly, not claiming to cure all diseases, but listing the most common and urgent medical issues in the countryside. The villagers cheer loudly when they hear this. Then a man speaks up. Su Jiqing, my mother has had a bad heart for days and has been lying at home. Could you please go and see her? Yes.
Yes.
Su Ziqing, my child was stung by a wasp while going up the mountain. We tried some home remedies, but it's still swollen. Can you come and help us? Also, my father has been suffering from cold legs and can't get out of bed these days. My spouse hurt his hand chopping firewood, and the wound is getting infected. My child has had diarrhea these days and looks very weak. Hearing this, the villagers all request her to come and treat them. Faced with so many pleas, Su Nuhand doesn't know who to help first. The village chief is also overwhelmed by the requests. He sighs, moves next to Su Nuhan, raises his hands, and signals everyone to be quiet. Everyone, please stay calm. When the villagers hear this, they quiet down. The village chief then turns to Su Nuhan and asks, Su Ziqing, what do you think about this? Su Nuhan smiles. Village chief, since I know medicine and believe in helping others, I should help everyone. But going door to door takes a lot of time. How about this? Can you arrange a place for me? Then, someone can bring the patients there and I will check and treat each of them. The village chief thinks this is a good idea. It's efficient and solves the problem. A happy smile appeared on his face, and he nodded repeatedly. Of course. Su Jiqing, your idea is great. This way, our team has an empty warehouse to use. We can store farming tools there. I'll have someone clean it up right away. It will be spacious and bright. After saying that, he immediately turned around and shouted to a few strong young men in the crowd, Taizhu, Ernyo, you two, hurry up and clean out the warehouse. Bring in some tables and long benches too. Got it, village chief. The young men responded and ran off to prepare. There is no doctor in the village. Now that Su Nuhan knows medicine and can treat the villagers, everyone is very happy. The village chief then called out to the villagers, everyone listen up. If there are sick people at home, hurry and bring them over, or use a cart to pull them here. We will gather at the warehouse. Let Su Jiqing see everyone. Please don't push, go in order, and prioritize those with serious injuries or emergencies, he added. The villagers agreed quickly and hurried home to bring their sick loved ones. Su Nuhan was very pleased with the village chief's plan. He added, Village chief, please find 2 more people to help me. I need some clean hot water, towels, and if possible, some white wine. With white wine to cover, he could take out alcohol or other liquids from his space without suspicion. No problem. Leave it to me, the village chief assured, then immediately asked 2 women to prepare. Soon after, the village chief led Su Nuhan to the warehouse. About half an hour later, the makeshift clinic in the warehouse was roughly set up. It looked simple but clean. The floor was swept thoroughly, and in the middle, 2 old tables were joined to make a treatment table. Next to it, there were long benches, a steaming bowl of clean water, a few half-new towels, and a small bottle of homemade wine. Outside the warehouse, villagers kept arriving. Thanks to the village chief's arrangement, everyone lined up orderly. There were elderly people supported by family members, women holding children, and men walking with bandaged arms or limping. Although they looked sick or anxious, they kept their order and looked hopefully at Su Nuhan. Su Nuhan looked at the crowd, washed her hands, and took out a set of silver needles and a wrist pad from her space. Then she addressed the villagers. All right, we can start now. Please come in order. Priority will be given to those with serious or urgent conditions and children. Everyone nodded in response. The first person to be helped was an elderly woman who was feeling chest discomfort. Su Nuhan asked her to sit down and checked her pulse. She carefully inquired about her symptoms, the timing of her discomfort, and asked her to stick out her tongue for examination. From her space, she took a bottle of heart-protecting pills and prepared a prescription. The elderly woman's heart was feeling very tight, but after taking Su Nuhan's heart-protecting pills, she felt immediate relief. Seeing this, some villagers who were initially doubtful quickly believed. Su Nohan then wrote a prescription and said, "Ma'am, your heart is a bit weak, and your blood flow isn't smooth. It might be due to fatigue. It's not an emergency, but you should rest well and avoid heavy work. Keep this prescription safe and come back tomorrow to get the medicine." She also gave detailed advice on diet and rest. The woman's son listened and nodded excitedly, unable to hide his gratitude. "Thank you, Su Jiqing. Thank you so much." After they left, next was a child who had been stung by a wasp. Su Nohan examined the wound. It was swollen and red, with heat around it. She carefully washed the area with clean water, then took out a bottle of spirit spring water and a tube of ointment from her space. First, she gave the spirit spring water to the child to drink, then handed the ointment to the mother. "Ma'am, this ointment can detoxify, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. It might feel a little cool when applied, but it will help quickly. Remember not to let the child scratch the wound. By tomorrow, the swelling should be completely gone." "Really?" The mother looked grateful and nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Su Jiqing. How much do I owe you?" Su Nohan smiled gently. "No need, ma'am. I'm happy to help everyone. Thank you so much." "Su Jiqing, you're such a kind girl," the mother praised. After they left, Su Nohan continued to see several other patients, including an elderly man with leg pain, a wound that was infected, and a young child with diarrhea. She treated different situations by either giving simple acupuncture to relieve pain, cleaning wounds with clean water, rebandaging, and applying anti-inflammatory ointments, or she shared home remedies and precautions for treating diarrhea. Her speech was clear, and her knowledge of medicine was broad, like that of an experienced doctor. The village chief watched and nodded repeatedly, surprised that the young girl, Su Jiqing, was so skilled in medicine. He thought she was truly a blessing for Lipo village. In the past, there was no doctor in the village, so people often went to the county town. Now, with Su Jiqing, everyone's illnesses could be treated here, and they no longer needed to travel far. But he remembered that Su Jiqing didn't seem to carry any bags earlier. He wondered where she got her medicines and silver needles from. The village chief was full of questions but held back from asking. Meanwhile, at the youth station, when they heard that Su Nuhan was treating villagers in the warehouse, everyone was very surprised. They all went to the warehouse. Li Xiujian saw that it was indeed Su Nuhan treating patients, and she felt very jealous. Wang Shuyi and others looked surprised and quickly came to stand beside Su Nuhan. "Su Jiqing, you really know medicine?" Wang Shuyi asked in amazement. Su Nuhan was busy examining patients, but smiled as she answered, "I learned a little before." Hearing this, the villagers who had watched her work and hadn't left all smiled and stood up, saying, "Su Jiqing, you are so humble. Your medical skills are excellent." "Yes. Su Jiqing, look at my little Shur. He had a fever, but after drinking the water you prepared, his fever went down." "Exactly. Su Jiqing, my mother's chest no longer feels tight. Your medical skills are better than those of doctors in the city." Yeah. I think Su Jiqing was sent by heaven to help our Lipo village." The villagers praised Su Nuhan's medical skills enthusiastically. Hearing everyone's praise, Su Nuhan smiled and shook her head without replying. Just then, she finished diagnosing and treating the last elderly man with mobility issues. Seeing that all the patients had been treated, the village chief couldn't stop praising Su Nuhan's medical skills. "Wow. Su Jiqing, I never expected your medical skills to be so excellent." Su Nuhan took a deep breath and stood up, smiling slightly at the village chief. "You're flattering me, village chief." The village chief smiled and opened his mouth to speak. At that moment, an ant spoke up. "Village chief, we don't have a clinic or a doctor here. I suggest we open a clinic in our village with Su Jiqing as the doctor. That way, in the future, we won't have to travel to the county for treatment." "Yes. Aunt Jiang is right. I agree. I agree too." The villagers raised their hands to show their support. Seeing that everyone agreed, the village chief was very pleased and nodded. Actually, he had already been thinking about this. He was just waiting for Su Nuhan to finish seeing all the patients before discussing it with her. Now that the villagers supported the idea, it made his job much easier. He looked at Su Nuhan and asked, "Su Jiqing, are you willing?" Su Nuhan sighed. "I'm willing, of course. But I don't have a medical license, so I can't officially open a clinic or treat people casually. Today, I was just trying to help the villagers with a free consultation." "What? You don't have a license?" An old woman exclaimed loudly when she heard this. "A license? What license? Without a license, can't you treat people?" "Su Jiqing is such a good healer." "Yes. If it weren't for Su Zikang, Dog Egg, and Uncle Iron Hammer might have been in real danger." "That's right. Who cares about the license? Su Zikang is a good healer. We just need a doctor who can treat illnesses in our village." "Exactly. The guy from the neighboring village, Nyo San, doesn't have a license either, but he still treats the villagers." "Yes. Su Zikang, who cares about the license? We don't understand that. We only know you can save people." "That's right. We're just a village, not a big city hospital. We don't need a license." "Exactly. Exactly." The villagers discussed enthusiastically, mostly encouraging Su Nuhan to treat patients. Meanwhile, the village chief's brow furrowed. He knew that practicing medicine required a license, but in their poor, remote village with little medical help, they often didn't worry about such things. If you had the ability to save lives, that was what mattered. However, if Su Zikang treated people without a license and something went wrong, she could get into trouble. But he could think of a way to help her get the license later. He thought for a long time about to speak. At that moment, Li Xiulan stepped forward, glanced at Su Nuhan and said, "Villagers, Su Jiqing does not have a medical license, so she can't treat patients. Her actions are wrong. If the organization finds out, Su Jiqing will have to undergo reform." Although everyone was here to help build the countryside, she couldn't let Su Nuhan sit comfortably in the clinic while they worked in the fields. Today, she wanted to prevent Su Nuhan from practicing medicine in the clinic. When they returned, she also planned to write a report to the authorities to accuse her. After hearing Li Xiulan's words, everyone fell silent. The joy on their faces turned to seriousness. They didn't understand much about medical licenses, but they knew that, without a license, could mean Su Jiqing wouldn't be allowed to treat them properly. If the organization found out, Su Jiqing would be reformed. They didn't want to cause her trouble. "What should we do? Do we have to go to the city if we get sick in the future?" "Yes. Our village had no doctor before and many people died because they couldn't get medical help. Now, Su Jiqing is a good doctor and an educated person. She's here to help us. She has medical skills, so why can't she treat us?" "That's right, village chief. What do you think?" Seeing the villagers support Su Nuhan, the village chief looked at her and said, "Su Jiqing, I will find a way to help you get a medical license. We can open a clinic here, and you can practice medicine." "How does that sound, village chief? Su Jiqing is here to help build the countryside. How can she run a clinic?" Li Xiulan's jealousy exploded when she heard the village chief suggest Su Nuhan take the exam. The village chief turned to Li Xiulan, frowning slightly. "Li Zijing, Richt, Li Xiulan Nudda. You are here to help build the village, but not everyone has to work in the fields. As long as it benefits our Lipo village, we welcome it," the village chief explained. "That's right, Su Jiqing is better at saving lives than working in the fields." "Yes, exactly." The villagers all supported Su Nuhan wholeheartedly. Li Xiulan wanted to say more, but seeing that almost all the villagers supported Su Nuhan, she dared not speak again. The village chief turned back to Su Nuhan. "Su Jiqing, what do you think about what I just said?" Su Nuhan smiled slightly. "As long as there is proof, I will do my best to make sure our village has no more illnesses." "Good." Everyone cheered and clapped. The village chief also grinned happily and nodded in satisfaction. "Since that's the case, Sunua Qing, I will have someone come to repair this warehouse. From now on, it will be a medical clinic. What do you think?" Sinuahan looked around the warehouse and nodded. "Okay, but since it will be a clinic, we need to prepare some medicines so we can treat patients quickly." The village chief nodded slightly. "I'll handle the medicine supplies and apply to the organization for them." Sinuahan nodded. "Good." Seeing her agree, everyone was very happy. Soon, the village chief arranged for people to start repairs. Sunua Han drew a plan for them to follow. Later, the village chief and Sunua Han left the warehouse. As they walked, the village chief couldn't help but ask, Sunua Ching, where did you get those medicines today? Sunua Han smiled faintly. I kept them in my clothes and took them out from inside. Clothes? How big a pocket do you have to hold so much? The village chief said with a smile. Sunua Han responded with a smile, but didn't answer. The village chief didn't want to ask further and changed the subject. Sunua Ching, don't worry about the house you want. I'll go to the village secretary tomorrow morning to help you apply. Sunua Han stopped and bowed deeply to the village chief. Thank you, village chief. The village chief chuckled. There's no need to be so polite. We should thank you today. If it weren't for you helping with treatment and delivering medicines, some villagers might not have lasted a few days. Sunua Han smiled gently. You're too kind, village chief. Ha ha. It's true. I'm not exaggerating. The village chief laughed loudly. After his laughter subsided, he looked serious. By the way, Sunua Ching, since we're opening a clinic, do you want to write a list of medicines we need? I can apply for them. Sunua Han opened her mouth to answer, but suddenly remembered something. She asked, Village chief, can we go into the back mountain of our village? Of course, but it's said that various wild animals live there. Are you planning to go to the back mountain? The village chief asked with a slight frown. Sunua Han nodded. Yes. I want to see if there are any herbs there. Hermes? Su Jiqing, don't even think about it. If there were any herbs, I would have picked them all already, the village chief said with a bitter smile. After hearing this, Su Nuhan smiled and asked, Village chief, do you know which plants are herbs? The village chief hesitated and shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Su Nuhan softly chuckled and said, If that's the case, how could they have been all picked already? Don't worry. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the back mountain, Su Nuhan said firmly. All right. Since you want to go, I can send someone with you, the village chief offered kindly. Su Nuhan smiled and replied, No need. I will go alone tomorrow. Okay, but be careful, the village chief said, no longer insisting. They walked halfway before Su Nuhan turned back toward the youth station. Back at the youth station, everyone was sitting at the big dining table in the yard, waiting for the meal. When she returned, Li Xiujuan sneered. Oh, our great doctor is back. She shot her a look full of mockery.
Su Nuhan ignored her.
Wang Shi stood up and approached with a smile. Su Jiqing, you're back? Yes, Su Nuhan replied softly with a smile. At that moment, Wu Xilan came out of the kitchen carrying a dish. Seeing her, she also greeted with a smile. Su Jiqing is back. You probably haven't eaten yet? Dinner just finished. Come, sit and eat together. Su Nuhan nodded and was about to walk to the table.
Li Xiujun mukagain.
She's now a great doctor, the village's favorite. How could she eat with us common folks? Hearing this, Su Nuhan couldn't hold back anymore. A cold aura radiated from her as she slowly approached Li Xiujuan. Seeing this, Li Xiujuan panicked, quickly stood up, and took a step back, her eyes flickering with fear. What are you going to do? Su Nuhan sneered coldly and suddenly struck. With a loud slap, she slapped Li Xiujuan on the right cheek. Li Xiujuan cried out in pain, covering her right cheek with her hand, her eyes full of grievance and anger. You dare hit me? Su Nuhan smiled coldly. Yes, I hit you. What are you going to do about it? Li Xiujian wanted to scold again, but when she looked into Su Nuhan's eyes, she was suddenly so frightened that she swallowed all her curses. Su Nuhan sneered coldly. I don't want to talk to you, because I think you're just a clown who can't be taken seriously. I didn't expect you to be so cheeky. Li Xiujian was so angry she trembled all over. She pointed at Su Nuhan but didn't dare say anything more. The strong aura and cold look in Su Nuhan's eyes made her genuinely afraid. She even thought that if she kept arguing with Su Nuhan, she would end up losing. She took a deep breath, clenched her teeth, and said through gritted teeth, Fine, just you wait. After saying that, she covered her face and ran away. Wu Xilan saw this and quickly called out, Li Jiqing, dinner is ready. Are you not eating? Li Xiujian ignored Wu Xiulan's call. Still covering her face, filled with shame and resentment, she stormed into the room and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. The sudden loud noise stunned everyone remaining in the yard. The atmosphere instantly became more awkward and tense. Wang Shuyi looked worriedly toward the room and then at Su Nuhan, who had a calm expression. She whispered, Su Jiqing, do you think she might go complain? Zheng Yishuan, standing nearby, spoke lightly with a hint of disdain. Complain about what? She was the one who started it with her mouth. Everyone saw that clearly. Yes, Su Jiqing did make the first move, but she was also the one who provoked. If we really count, her spreading negative talk and undermining the unity of the youth group is a bigger mistake. She originally thought Su Nuhan, despite her beauty, had a cold personality and might be hard to get along with. But after the two incidents, giving pork and practicing medicine, she thought Su Nuhan was actually quite good. Although she seemed cold on the outside, she was warm inside. So, she sided with Su Nuhan on this matter. Wu Xiulan also sighed, placing a plate of stir-fried wild vegetables on the table and shaking her head helplessly. Li Jiqing is really something. We're all youth workers living together peacefully, and she just has to cause trouble like this. As an older youth worker and the oldest among everyone, she hoped for harmony in the group. As for the male youth workers, Nie Yuan scratched his head and tried to mediate. All right, let's say less. Let's eat first. The food is getting cold. He didn't really want to get involved in the disputes among the young women. Cheng Yushan looked at Su Nuhan with complicated eyes. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just silently sat back in his seat. He realized that Su Nuhan was sharper than he thought, like a thorny rose, beautiful but hard to approach. Although Li Xiujuan had a mischievous mind, he thought he could handle her easily. Su Nuhan gave Wang Shui a calming look and spoke calmly. It's okay. If she wants to complain, let her. The truth is on our side. After saying that, she calmly walked to the dining table and sat in an empty seat, as if she hadn't just been fierce and commanding. Wu Xiulan saw this and quickly called everyone. Yes, let's eat. Today's wild vegetables are freshly picked and tender. Everyone, try some. Dinner began in a somewhat dull but subtly balanced atmosphere. Without Li Xiujuan's sharp remarks, the atmosphere was quieter, but no one brought up the earlier conflict. Everyone ate silently, occasionally chatting about tomorrow's work plans or village matters. Soon dinner was over. Wang Shuyi and Zhao Xiaofan took charge of washing the dishes. Su Nuhan sat in the yard for a while. She wanted to go into her room, but thinking about Li Xiujuan inside made her uncomfortable. After some thought, she decided to go for a walk by the river at the village's edge. Wu Xiulan and Zheng Yishuan came out holding clothes when they saw her about to leave the yard. They called out to her, Su, young woman. When Su Nuhan reached the yard gate and heard the call, she turned to look at them. Seeing they were holding clothes, she smiled slightly. Are you going to wash clothes? Wu Xiulan and Zheng Yishuan approached her with smiles.
Yes.
Su, young woman, it's so late. Where are you headed? Su Nuhan smiled faintly. Just finished eating and thought I'd take a walk. Su, young woman, you just arrived in the village and aren't familiar with it. It's so late. Maybe you shouldn't go out, Wu Xiulan advised with concern. Yeah. If you really want to go for a walk, why not come with us? We're heading to the river to wash clothes, Zheng Yishuan said with a smile. Upon hearing about the river, Su Nuhan smiled softly. I also want to go for a walk by the river, she said. Zheng Yishuan happily replied. Oh, really? Then let's go together. Su Nuhan nodded in agreement. The three of them left the courtyard and headed toward the river. Li Xiujuan had just come out of her room and saw them leave. Her eyes flashed with a fierce look. She looked at Su Nuhan's back and whispered bitterly, You shameless girl, how dare you hit me? Just wait until tomorrow. Let's see if you still act so arrogant then. Humph. After saying that, she looked at the letter in her hand and also left the courtyard. Cheng Yushan saw her go out and quickly followed, calling out, Li Jiqing. Li Jiqing. Li Xiujuan turned around to look at Cheng Yushan, her brow furrowing slightly. Cheng Jiqing, is something the matter? Chung Yushan forced a fake smile and asked with concern, "Nothing much. I just want to say that Su Jiqing was too much. You only said one thing, and she hit you. Is your face okay?" Hearing Chung Yushan's concern, Li Xiujuan immediately felt like she found an ally. She gently touched her right cheek, looking aggrieved. "Chung Jiqing, thank you. But I've never felt this kind of unfairness before." Chung Yushan pretended to be distressed. "Li Jiqing, can I protect you?" Li Xiujuan's eyes lit up with happiness. "Really? Chung Jiqing, do you really want to protect me?" "Of course. Don't laugh at me, but from the first moment I saw you, I liked you. When I saw Su Jiqing hit you this afternoon, I felt very upset. I wanted to go and confront her, but Wu Jiqing and the others were on her side. Chung Yushan said apologetically. Li Xiujuan was deeply touched. "Chung Jiqing, don't blame yourself." "I don't blame you. If anyone's to blame, it's that shameless girl, Su Nuhan." Chung Yushan nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's all Su Jiqing's fault." Li Xiujuan then asked seductively, "Chung Jiqing, since it's like that, would you be willing to help me?" She wrapped her arms around Chung Yushan's neck and asked flirtatiously. The young man, full of youthful energy, was stirred by her words. He reached out and held her waist. "Of course I would." Li Xiujuan sneered and then shared her plan with Chung Yushan. He nodded in understanding, and the two of them headed toward the village entrance. Over here, Su Nuhan and two others arrived by the river. The evening breeze gently brushed the water, bringing a cool feeling. Wu Xiulan and Zheng Yishuan talked about some village matters. Then they each squatted down to wash their clothes. Su Nuhan looked at the river in the night and asked, "Are there fish in this river?" Wu Xiulan smiled and shook her head. "It would be nice if there were fish. We wouldn't have to eat such plain food every day." Zheng Yishuan also sighed. "Yes, we've been working in the countryside for so long, and thanks to you we finally had a bit of meat today." Su Nuhan frowned slightly and looked toward the hillside ahead. "Didn't you say there are many wild boars and animals in the back mountain? Why not go hunt some game?" Wu Xiulan looked scared and said, "That's not safe. You just arrived, so you don't know. I heard that in the back mountain there are not only wild boars but also wolves, pythons, and other fierce animals." "Who would dare go there?" "That's right," Zheng Yishuan added. "Even the villagers don't dare go deep into the back mountain. We are powerless, so how could we?" Su Nuhan nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. Wu Xiulan looked up at her, her brow slightly furrowed, and warned, "Su Jiqing, you can't go there. The back mountain is very dangerous. If you go, you might not come back." Su Nuhan smiled and nodded. "I understand. Thanks for the warning." The three of them continued chatting while washing clothes. After about an hour, they finished and prepared to head back. As they approached the village gate, suddenly they heard faint, soft breathing sounds. They all stopped in unison, exchanged puzzled looks, and then quietly moved closer toward the sound. What they saw next shocked them. Under the moonlight, a scene before their eyes left them stunned. Through a crack in the dilapidated hut, they saw Li Xiujuan and Chung Yushan on a pile of grass, engaged in intimate activity. The sounds of their whispers were clear in the quiet night, rising and falling.
This.
The three looked at each other in surprise. Zheng Yishuan was the first to blush and lowered her voice to ask Wu Ziziking, "Wu Ziziking, do you think Li Ziziking and Qing Ziziking knew each other before?" Wu Xiulan frowned slightly and shook her head. "Probably not. Today they seem to have just met. If that's the case, then these two are really shameless. We just met and already." "Oh no. This is so embarrassing. Let's not look anymore and go back quickly," Zheng Yishuan said shyly. Wu Xiulan nodded. "Let's go." The three of them quietly slipped away and returned to the youth camp. "Oh my, that Li Jiqing is really shameless. She actually did such things with Qing Jiqing." Wu Xiulan softly smiled. "You girl, why are you upset about their love?" Zheng Yishuan looked embarrassed and angry. "I'm not mad at them. I just think they're tarnishing the reputation of all of us youth. If the villagers find out, what will they think of us?" Wu Xiulan smiled but said nothing more. Although they saw what happened, they believed it was a mutual feeling between them. It wasn't their place to interfere or judge. "All right, let's go hang up the clothes," she said. Then she turned to Su Nuhan. Su Jiqing, you should go back to your room and rest. Tomorrow we start working, so it's important to get enough sleep. Su Nuhan nodded and went back to her room. Wang Shui saw her return and asked with a smile, Su Jiqing, where did you go? I finished cleaning the dishes and you disappeared in the blink of an eye. Su Nuhan smiled slightly. I went to the river with Wu Jiqing. Wang Shui nodded. Okay. Since you're back, go to sleep. We don't know if tomorrow's work will be tiring. Su Nuhan didn't answer. She looked at the bed that Li Xiujuan had chosen for her. Zhao Xiaofan saw this and thought for a moment before asking, Su Jiqing, did you see Li Jiqing? Although she didn't have much good feeling toward Li Xiujuan, Zhao Xiaofan still considered her a friend, because she had helped her on the train. Now, seeing that Li Xiujuan hadn't returned yet, and recalling her previous conflict with Su Nuhan, she couldn't help but feel worried. Moreover, Li Xiujuan was a bit sharp-tongued, but at the youth camp, she only had issues with Su Nuhan. She hadn't had any arguments with others and got along fairly well. Since Su Nuhan had just scolded Li Xiujuan and had just come back from outside, Zhao Xiaofan suspected that Li Xiujuan's delay might be related to her. Su Nuhan looked at her, about to answer. Wang Shui suddenly jumped up from her bed. Hey, Zhao Jiqing, what do you mean by that? Zhao Xiaofan frowned slightly. Wang Jiqing, what's wrong? What's wrong? Li Jiqing hasn't come back yet. You care about her, so you could go look for her. Did you ask Su Jiqing if she saw her? What does that mean? I don't have any special meaning. I was just asking. Just asking? Don't you know that Su Jiqing and Li Jiqing don't get along well? By asking like that, are you implying that Li Jiqing's late return is because of Su Jiqing? I didn't mean that. Zhao Xiaofan looked away, feeling guilty. Humph.
You didn't mean it?
And you're asking? It's obvious you're doubting Su Jiqing, said Wang Shui angrily.
Hey.
Wang Jiqing, I was just asking. Do you really need to suspect people like that? Suspect me? Think about it. If it were you, would you think that way? Zhao Xiaofan was speechless, caught off guard by Wang Shui's words. Zhao Xiaofan was left speechless by the question. Just then, Wu Xiulan and Xing Yishuan pushed the door open and came in. Seeing Wang Shui and Xiaofan, both looked upset. They exchanged a glance. Wu Xiulan frowned and asked, It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? Did something happen again? Wang Shui, feeling unfair, told Wu Xiulan and Xing Yishuan everything. After hearing, they sighed. Zhao Jiqing, we did see Li Jiqing, Wu Xiulan said. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaofan quickly asked, Where is she? Is she okay? Xing Yishuan sneered. She's not just okay. She's doing very well. You'll see a radiant Li Jiqing soon. Zhao Xiaofan frowned slightly and asked, Xing Jiqing, what do you mean by that? Xing Yishuan didn't answer. She sneered. You'll see when she comes back later. Wu Xiulan also didn't want to explain further. All right, it's getting late.
Let's all rest now.
We have to work tomorrow. After saying that, she went to her bed, took off her coat, and lay down. Xing Yishuan glanced at Zhao Xiaofan and also lay down on her bed. Su Nuhan ignored Zhao Xiaofan and got into bed to sleep. However, Wang Shui looked confused. She was lying next to Su Nuhan and whispered, Su Jiqing, what's going on with Li Xiulan? Su Nuhan smiled slightly but didn't answer. She softly said, Sleep now. Then she closed her eyes. She wasn't someone who liked to gossip. As long as Li Xiulan didn't come to bother her, her relationship with Qing Yushan was none of her business, and she wouldn't speak carelessly. Seeing this, Wang Shui felt puzzled and found it hard to sleep. After thinking for a moment, she moved closer to Xing Yishuan. Xing Jiqing, from what you just said, it seems there is some meaning behind it. Xing Yishuan opened her eyes when she heard her question and showed a mysterious smile. You'll know tomorrow. After saying that, she turned over. Wang Shui felt speechless. Since she couldn't get an answer, she closed her eyes and went to sleep. Time passed quickly, and it was the next day. Everyone got up early, washed up, and prepared to go to work. At that moment, Li Xiulan just returned from outside. Seeing everyone ready to leave for work, she smirked coldly.
Oh.
Are you all about to go to work? Zhao Xiaofan saw her return and happily went to greet her. Li Jiqing, you're back? Are you okay? Li Xiaolong glanced at her and responded calmly. What could happen to me? The one with issues is someone else. Someone else? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Wang Shi frowned slightly. Li Jiqing, what do you mean by that? Li Xiaolong snorted coldly. What do I mean? The person knows very well. I advise everyone to stay away from that person. Don't get involved. Wu Xiaolan and Zheng Yixuan both looked at Su Nuhan at the same time, then turned their gaze back to Li Xiaolan.
They were about to say something.
Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from afar, accompanied by the village chief's coaxing voice. Everyone looked toward the gate of the yard. The village chief was walking quickly with two middle-aged men dressed in gray Zhongshan suits, wearing Liberation Army hats, with serious expressions. The two men had red badges on their chests, looked proud, and scanned the group sharply with their eyes. Everyone looked at them with slight frowns. One tall, thin man asked coldly, "Who is Comrade Su Nuhan?" Without waiting for Su Nuhan to answer, Li Xiaowan quickly stepped forward, her face showing a fierce expression. She pointed at Su Nuhan and loudly said, "Two leaders, this is Su Nuhan." The two men looked at Su Nuhan carefully. "You are Su Nuhan," they confirmed. Su Nuhan glanced at Li Xiaowan and nodded slightly. "Yes, I am. May I ask what brings you here, two leaders? We received a report that you are practicing medicine illegally. Please come with us for questioning." The village chief quickly smiled and said, That's a misunderstanding. Su Jiqing is not practicing medicine illegally. Not? Then why does the report say she treats villagers, performs surgeries in secret, and prescribes and sells medicine?" asked the tall, thin man seriously. The village chief didn't know how to answer. "Let's go. Come with us for an investigation," the tall, unpleasant man said, about to seize Su Nuhan. Wang Shu quickly stepped forward to explain, "Two leaders, this isn't what you think. Su Jiqing is helping the villagers. Yes. She treats villagers for free and doesn't sell medicine." Wu Xiaolan also helped explain. Then Zheng Yixian came out to defend Su Nuhan. Li Xiaowan immediately shouted back, "Free treatment? No selling medicine? She doesn't have a medical license, so practicing medicine is illegal. Besides, those ointments and powders she used, where did they come from? They might be illegal substances she secretly obtained," she said sharply. The two members of the committee looked even more serious. The tall, thin man stared at Su Nuhan with a firm tone. "Comrade Su Nuhan, since the evidence is clear, come with us for questioning." Su Nuhan glanced at Li Xiaowan calmly and clearly. "Two leaders, regarding my medical practice, I was acting in an emergency yesterday at the request of the village chief and villagers. I believe the organization will see the truth. As for the ointments and powders I used, they are not illegal or unknown substances. They are traditional remedies passed down from my elders, carefully prepared from herbs I collected myself. Yesterday was an emergency. Seeing the villagers in pain, I used them to help. I did not charge any money. If the organization thinks this is inappropriate, I am willing to hand over the remaining medicines for inspection. Who knows what kind of strange thing that is?" Li Xiaojuan immediately retorted angrily after Su Nuhan explained clearly. Li Jiqing, the village chief, saw Li Xiaojuan slander Su Nuhan so badly and immediately understood that she probably wrote the report letter. He couldn't help but scold her. Then he turned to the two leaders and spoke sincerely with a hint of plea. "Both leaders, everything Su Jiqing said is true. Not only did she not ask for money yesterday, but she also gave us some good medicine she brought herself. The foot of Tai Chue was so badly infected that the clinic said it couldn't be saved, but Su Jiqing helped save it. That child, Go Dan, almost choked to death, but it was also Su Jiqing who saved him. Our village, Lazippo, has never had a proper doctor. When villagers get sick, they have to tough it out or rush to the county hospital, often too late. If Su Jiqing is punished just for saving lives, who will dare to step forward in the future? Moreover, we have seen Su Jiqing's medical skills, which are even better than those of city doctors. Such talent is exactly what our village needs most. If you take her away, the village chief, can't explain to the villagers, and they probably won't agree either. After the village chief finished speaking, the two members of the Revolutionary Committee frowned and thought for a moment. At this moment, a commotion came from outside the yard. It turned out that someone had leaked the news that the Revolutionary Committee members were coming to take Su Nuhan away. Villagers who had been treated by Su Nuhan yesterday gathered spontaneously and blocked the entrance of a youth education point. We can't take Su Jiqing away. Exactly, Su Jiqing is the only one in our village who knows medicine. If you take her, who will treat me in the future? That's right, if you recklessly take Su Jiqing away without reason, we'll report you to the commune. Yes, report you. Report you. The villagers blocked the gate, furious and indignant. The two members of the Revolutionary Committee saw the villagers' words, and their faces instantly changed. They exchanged glances. They could follow the rules to deal with Su Nuhan for practicing medicine without a license, but they had to consider the consequences of angering the entire village. Moreover, Su Jiqing's actions were motivated by kindness and selflessness. If they simply took her away, they feared the villagers would cause trouble at the commune, and that would be a big problem for them. The tall, unpleasant-looking man cleared his throat and spoke to Su Nuhan in a calm tone. Comrade Su Nuhan, we have a general understanding of your situation. Your spirit of saving lives is commendable, but rules are rules. Here's what you should do. Write a report explaining what happened, especially detailing the source and use of the medicine, and submit it to the village for record-keeping. Also, you still have some medicine here. We will take it back for testing. If everything is fine, we will report to higher authorities and help you get your medical license. How does that sound? The village head quickly nodded. Yes, yes. Rest assured, leaders, I will make sure Su Jiqing writes a proper report. Thank you for understanding. Su Nuhan slightly bowed and said, Thank you, leaders. Li Xiujian saw that the two committee members easily forgave Su Nuhan's medical actions and felt quite impressed. Leaders, aren't you going to arrest her? The tall, unpleasant man glared at Li Xiujian and responded coldly. Comrade, Su Nuhan was saving lives and helping the villagers. How can you slander her like that? What are you thinking? I'll tell you, your main task in the countryside is to work and learn, not to cause trouble or divide people. I hope you focus on the right path and stop making trouble for no reason. Li Xiujian's face turned pale from his words. The village head glared at her and then smiled politely at the two officials. Leaders, since Su Ziqing hasn't done anything wrong, I will see you off the village now. The two nodded and looked at Su Nuhan with a slight smile. Comrade Su Nuhan, we are sorry for today's trouble. If you need anything in the future, just come to the commune and find me. Su Nuhan nodded with a smile. Thank you. After the two officials from the committee left, the villagers rushed in to ask about her well-being. Su Ziqing, are you okay? You scared us to death. Su Nuhan looked at everyone and smiled. I'm fine. Thank you all for your concern. Su Ziqing, you're too polite. Don't worry. We're here for you. If anyone dares to bully you again, they'll have to ask for our villagers' approval first. That's right. Everyone agreed and supported her warmly. Several women, including some older ladies, even crowded around Su Nuhan, kindly holding her hand and looking her over with affection in their eyes. Meanwhile, Li Xiujuan saw the villagers supporting Su Nuhan so openly. Her jealousy and anger grew quickly. She bit her lip tightly, nails digging into her palm, and her resentful gaze seemed to want to burn 2 holes into Su Nuhan's back. Humph! Li Xiujuan snorted coldly, stomped her foot, turned around and stormed back into her room, slamming the door loudly. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaofan hurried after her, pushed the door open, and entered. They didn't know what was said inside. Wu Xiulan looked at the sun rising higher and felt anxious. She quickly called out to Su Nuhan and the others, Hurry, we need to go to the field soon. If we're late, our work points will be deducted. They led Su Nuhan and the others quickly to the warehouse, where they collected tools from the manager. Then, they followed other villagers to the land assigned to the youth group. In front of them was a large cornfield, with stalks already reaching waist height, lush and green, swaying in the sunlight. However, weeds were also growing vigorously, competing with the corn for nutrients. The person in charge of guiding them was a dark-skinned, loud-voiced team leader named Zhang. He raised his voice to explain today's work to Su Nuhan and the others. Today's task is to weed this cornfield. After speaking, he demonstrated, watch carefully. Leaves that are thin and roots that are shallow are weeds. You need to pull them out by the roots. The corn roots are deep, and the leaves are broad. Be careful not to hurt the plants. Hold the hoe like this, bend your waist, use your strength wisely, and don't rely on brute force. While talking, Zhang did a few demonstration moves, looking relaxed and confident. But in reality, doing it was completely different. Wang Shuyi was the first to try. She mimicked the leader's stance and swung her hoe, but because she used too much force, the hoe sank deep into the soil, almost causing her to stumble. It took a lot of effort to pull it out, and her face turned red with effort. Zhao Xiaofin was more cautious. Her hoe barely scraped the ground, and the weeds weren't fully removed. Li Xiujuan, already full of frustration, was even more careless now. She swung her hoe haphazardly, occasionally glancing away, muttering quietly about how dirty and tiring this work was. Wu Xilan and Xing Yishuan saw the others studying seriously. They exchanged a quick look and smiled, then focused on their work. Although Su Nuhan had never been on the ground before, she was a trained soldier and could understand quickly. She wasn't very used to it, but the team leader's eyes showed approval. Nearby, an old farmer resting in the field saw this and couldn't help but praise. Hey, this girl is good. She learned quickly. It seems not all city youth are so delicate. Soon, sweat dripped down their foreheads and temples into the soil. The rough hoe handle made their palms red and hot, and their backs started to ache. Mosquitoes and bugs also came to bother them from time to time. Wang Shuyi and Zhao Xiaofin didn't work long before they started panting and slowed down. Li Xiujian had already found an excuse to hide under a tree's shade to rest, muttering that this work was not for humans. Time passed quickly, and it was noon. Wu Xilan looked at the others and said with a smile, "All right, everyone stop. Rest after lunch, then come back." Everyone carried their heavy tools and trudged back to the youth station exhausted. The morning's work made everyone feel sore all over. Their sweat-soaked clothes clung tightly to their skin, covered in dirt and grass. As they entered the yard, the village chief also came in. "Su youth," the village chief called with a smile. Su Nuhan put down her tools, turned around, and smiled as she approached the village chief. "Village chief," the village chief nodded happily.
Yes.
"Su youth, the house you wanted has been approved by the team." Su Nuhan was happy and asked, "Really?" "Yes." And the village chief wanted to say more. Li Xiujian suddenly stood up and asked the village chief, "Village chief, what kind of house are you talking about?" The village chief glanced at her but didn't answer. Instead, he smiled at Su Nuhan and said, "Also, after the team's decision, you no longer need to work in the fields." "What?" "Village chief, what do you mean? Why doesn't Su Youth have to work?" Li Xiujian frowned and looked serious. The village chief snorted coldly. "Su Youth will soon be working at the clinic, treating patients and healing injuries. She definitely won't need to work in the fields anymore. Why? Everyone is a young, educated person sent to the countryside to work. She wonders why she doesn't have to do any work and thinks it's clearly special treatment, which makes her very upset. Humph. It's because Su, the young educated person, has skills, knows medicine, and helps the villagers. And you? What can you do? If you could also do something beneficial for the village or the team, then maybe you wouldn't have to work. Can you do that?" Li Xiujian opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. "Humph." The village head snorted again and looked at her with a smile, saying, "Su, after you finish eating, come see me. I have something to discuss with you." Su Nuhan nodded and smiled in thanks. "Okay. Thank you, village head." The village head smiled and nodded, then glanced at Li Xiujian before turning to leave. After the village head left, Wang Shuyi happily held Su Nuhan's hand. "Congratulations. You, Su, the young educated person, no longer have to do those tiring farm chores." Su Nuhan smiled slightly. "What's there to congratulate? My work isn't much easier than yours." Li Xiujian snorted coldly.
Humph.
Taking advantage and pretending to be modest, Su Nuhan looked at her with a cold gaze. "It seems you're asking for trouble again." "You." Seeing her cold expression, Li Xiujin didn't dare say more. She could only take a deep breath and curse some harsh words silently. Wu Xiaolan frowned and came out of the kitchen, glancing at Li Xiujian before smiling at Su Nuhan. Congratulations, Su. You really make us young, educated people proud. Zheng Yishuan carried a big pot of rice and also smiled as she spoke. Yes. Su, I really envy you. Su Nuhan smiled in response. After the meal was ready, everyone sat down to eat. At this moment, Su Nuhan felt very happy. Not because she didn't have to work in the fields, but because she was finally going to have her own house. The meal was quickly finished. Originally, she and Li Xiujian were the ones cleaning up the dishes today. But Wang Shuyi and Zhao Xiaofan eagerly took over. Wu Xiaolan and Zheng Yishuan also smiled and told her not to help and urged her to go quickly to the village head's house to discuss important matters. Seeing this, Su Nuhan didn't refuse. She politely thanked them and then left the young educated person's camp, heading toward the village head's house. As soon as she left, the atmosphere inside the youth station became tense. Li Xiujuan stared hard at her back, saying, "What's so impressive? She just knows a little medicine. I hope she really does know her stuff and doesn't end up killing someone," she muttered quietly, her voice low but clear in the quiet yard. Li Xiujuan, "Stop talking so much," Wu Xiaolan said with a frown and a hint of impatience. Su the youth was able to treat so many villagers yesterday. Her medical skills are definitely good. People get sick sometimes. Don't offend her. If you catch a cold or get heat stroke, don't expect her to help you, she warned. Exactly, Zheng Yishuan said coldly, giving her a side glance. We're all youth sent to the countryside. Can't you just get along with her? Wang Shi snorted coldly. I think she's just jealous. Hearing this, Li Xiujuan looked at Wang Shi with a fierce expression and suddenly stood up. What did you say? Wang Shi saw Li Xiujuan's murderous look and shrank back, afraid to say more. Zhao Xiaofan looked at her back, opened her mouth to speak, but finally lowered her head silently and kept tidying up the table. Although she considered Xiujuan a friend, she also thought she was being a bit too much. Chung Yushan watched the scene with a complicated look in his eyes. Finally, he sighed and said to the other two young men, "Let's go. It's time for us to get to work." Meanwhile, Su Nuhan arrived at the village chief's house. The village chief was sitting in the yard, smoking a pipe, waiting for her. When he saw her come in, he smiled warmly. Su the youth is here. Come, sit quickly, village chief. Su Nuhan greeted politely and sat down. Su the youth, I called you over mainly for two things. The village chief put down his pipe and said seriously. First, about the house. The team has decided that there's an old house near the cattle shed at the end of the village. It used to be for the forest ranger, but it's been abandoned since. It's a bit old, but structurally sound. It just needs some repairs. If you're okay with it, the house will be yours. It's a way for the village to support you as a doctor. But about the repairs we discussed earlier, yes. The village chief was happier to see her so quick to agree. The second thing is the clinic. The warehouse next to the team office, the one you used for seeing patients yesterday, will now temporarily serve as our village health center for your use. If you need to add anything inside, make a list, and the village will try to help you gather it. From now on, you will be responsible for seeing the villagers. Your work points will be counted as full points. How does that sound? This condition was quite generous for that time. An independent house, a dedicated clinic, and full work points. This was a blessing that all the young people sent to the countryside could only dream of. Su Nuhan stood up and sincerely thanked the village chief. Thank you, village chief, and everyone for trusting me. I will do my best to serve the villagers and not let everyone down. The village chief nodded happily. Good. Now I'll take you to see your house. Su Nuhan smiled and nodded. All right. Thank you, village chief. Why are you being so polite with me? After saying that, both of them got up and headed toward the dilapidated house at the end of the village. On the way, the village chief added, by the way, Su Jiqing, over by the cattle shed, there's a family living there, a retired old couple who were sent down here. That old man isn't very friendly. When you're neighbors, try to avoid contact with them as much as possible. Of course, if you can get along with them, that's good too. After all, only you and one other family live at the end of the village. As a girl living alone there, I feel more at ease knowing someone is watching over you. Su Nuhan nodded after hearing this. Thank you, village chief. I understand. They continued talking as they arrived at the rundown house assigned to her. The village chief led her inside and took a look around. The house was indeed old. Cracks in the mud brick walls, sparse thatch on the roof, broken window frames, and a thick layer of dust and cobwebs inside. But as the village chief said, the main structure was still intact. It had 2 bedrooms, a main hall, and a separate kitchen annex, with a reasonable layout. Most importantly, the spacious yard was full of potential for renovation. They came out of the house, and the village chief looked at her and asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied with the house?" Su Nuhan showed a sincere smile. Very satisfied. Thank you, village chief. The house is spacious, and the yard is big. I like it very much. Yes. I'm glad you're satisfied, the village chief nodded. Then he frowned and looked at the broken-down house with some worry. But repairing it will be a big project. The roof needs fixing, the walls need plastering, and the doors and windows also need repairs. That will require materials and workers. Su Nuhan understood what the village chief meant and smiled. Chief, fixing the house is indeed a big job. If you agree, I want to go to the county town this afternoon to see what I can buy. I plan to bring some supplies back. Also, could you help me invite some skilled carpenters and bricklayers from the village? The uncles can help. I will pay them at market rates, and they will be fed. After speaking, she took out a stack of money from her space. Chief, this is the money for the house. Please take it. The village chief looked at the stack of money, his eyes widening. He thought he must be seeing things. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes, then looked again carefully. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he trembled all over.
This. Susrink, E.
I must be seeing things, right? How do you have so much money? Su Nuhan smiled slightly, but did not answer. After looking at the house, the 2 of them went to the old warehouse that served as a clinic. Su Nuhan took a quick look around, pointing out some issues. Then they left. On the way back, the village chief praised Su Nuhan again. By the way, village chief, may I go to the county town? Su Nuhan suddenly stopped and asked. Of course, the village chief nodded. He looked up at the sky with a slight frown. Su Jiqing, it's getting late. From our village to the county town is about 10 miles. Why not wait until tomorrow morning? Old Zhuang will go to the county to buy some supplies for the village. You can go with him. Otherwise, 10 miles on foot will be hard. Su Nuhan nodded. Okay, thank you, village chief. After they finished talking, they each headed in different directions. Su Nuhan and the village chief did not go straight back to the youth station. Seeing that it was still early and there was nothing urgent, she decided to head to the back mountain. She moved swiftly into the forest, where sunlight was broken into patches by the dense branches and leaves. Using her past experience and keen senses, she quickly found many useful herbs in shady, moist places. There are some medicinal herbs like the hemostatic and anti-inflammatory plant, the heat-clearing and detoxifying dandelion, and even a few healthy huangqi, astragalus, plants. Seeing these herbs, Su Nuhan feels very happy. At first, she thought about putting them into her space, but then she realized that if she did, taking them out later would raise suspicion.
So she decided not to harvest them now.
Once her medical clinic is repaired, she will bring people to gather herbs there. That way, taking herbs from her space won't seem suspicious. After thinking this, Su Nuhan stood up, ready to look elsewhere. Suddenly, in front of her, the bushes rustled loudly. She carefully looked up. She saw a plump, gray-brown wild rabbit quickly jump out of the bushes, alert and cautious. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Su Nuhan's face. Looks like I'll have a snack tonight, she whispered. She kept her eyes fixed on the rabbit, slowly crouched down, and picked up a small, jagged stone from the ground, holding it in her palm. At that moment, the rabbit seemed to sense danger and turned to enter the bushes again. Just as Su Nuhan was about to act, there was a loud bang. A gunshot echoed through the forest. Her movements froze instantly. Her muscles tensed, and her sharp eyes quickly looked toward the direction of the gunshot. What's going on? In this deep mountain forest, how could there be gunfire? Could it be some hunter? No, the gunshot didn't sound like a hunting rifle. Thinking this, Su Nuhan became very alert. She abandoned the rabbit and silently crept toward the sound of the gunshot, like a nimble cat. Using trees and rocks as cover, she moved lightly and quickly, almost without making a sound. Soon, through the gaps in the branches and leaves, she saw the scene in a clearing ahead. Four men, dressed plainly in dark coarse cloth, but with a trained and alert look in their actions, surrounded a person in the middle. Although they wore simple clothes, their details revealed something unusual. They stood in a coordinated formation, exchanging cold, murderous glances, slowly closing in on the person they surrounded. The person in the middle was a young man, leaning against a thick pine tree, holding a pistol tightly in both hands. He looked injured, pale-faced, with cold sweat on his forehead. Despite this, he stood tall, with sharp and unyielding eyes. Su Nuhan watched the scene, her brow slightly furrowed. Instinctively, she bent down, picked up a few stones from the ground, and prepared to attack. At this moment, she still didn't know which side was the villain and which was the hero. She could only watch quietly. Just as the four people were about to surround the young man suddenly stuck his head out and fired a shot at one of them.
Bang!
Another gunshot rang out. In the blink of an eye, one of them turned sideways and dodged the bullet. Although he avoided the shot because the attack was sudden, the bullet grazed his arm, causing a cut. Idiot! Attack now, kill him, the injured man angrily ordered the other three. Hearing this, the three of them increased their attack on the young man. Meanwhile, Su Nuhan, upon hearing the man's words, narrowed her eyes. It's Xiao Ri, it seems he's a spy. Humph. Even after losing, he dares to cause trouble in our country, committing crimes. He's asking for trouble. After speaking, she moved. She suddenly flicked her wrist, and 3 stones in her fingers shot out like sharp arrows, whistling through the air. Whoosh,
Whoosh, whoosh, bang, 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 ah, ugh.
3 collisions and screams of pain sounded almost simultaneously. One stone hit the gun-wielding spy's wrist precisely, causing him to scream and drop his pistol. Another stone struck the knee of another spy about to attack, making him stumble and kneel. The 3rd stone hit the shoulder of the 3rd spy, causing him to hesitate. This sudden attack threw the 4 spies into chaos. They looked around in panic, trying to find the attacker, especially the 3 who were hit by stones, their eyes showing fear and anger. The injured young man leaning against the big tree also looked surprised. While both sides searched for who had attacked, Su Nuhan's figure suddenly appeared like a ghost in front of the 4 spies. The 4 people were startled by the sudden appearance of Suno Han and froze in place, stunned. Suno Han sneered coldly and moved with lightning speed. First, she attacked the agent with the injured wrist. The agent saw a flash before his eyes and hadn't reacted yet. Suddenly, Suno Han struck his injured wrist with a quick hand chop.
Crack.
The agent let out a loud, pig-like squeal, his wrist went limp, and he immediately lost his ability to fight. Suno Han seized her chance, quickly turned like a ghost, and attacked the other 3. At this moment, the other 3 agents finally reacted from their shock. Seeing their fallen, screaming comrade and Suno Han rushing like a fierce spirit, their faces filled with panic. Almost instinctively, they raised their guns and aimed at Suno Han. But Suno Han was too fast. Her figure seemed to blend into the forest wind. In just a moment, she used the trees as cover and mysteriously disappeared from their sight. Where is she? Over there. No, wait. Be careful. The 3 agents panicked, wildly turning their guns to find Suno Han's figure. At this moment, they were sweating heavily, their backs soaked. This feeling of being completely passive, unable to find where the enemy was, made them feel unprecedented fear. While they were highly tense and searching everywhere, Suno Han, like a predator in the night, suddenly appeared again from a blind spot. This time, she aimed directly at the agent who had injured his knee with a stone and was moving slowly. That agent felt a sharp pain in his calf. Before he understood what was happening, he was knocked down by a powerful force. Suno Han's toe precisely kicked the knee of his supporting leg.
Bang!
A muffled sound, followed by a scream of pain, as the agent fell heavily, clutching his legs and rolling in pain. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 4 agents had completely lost their ability to fight. The remaining 2, seeing Suno Han, who moved like a ghost with cold eyes, and their injured comrade on the ground, felt a chill run down their spines, their hands trembling as they held their guns. "You're really something. Who exactly are you?" Su Nuhan didn't answer. She gave them a cold look, then suddenly disappeared with a flicker. The 2 remaining agents saw this and immediately moved to new positions, standing back to back. Their hearts pounded, and their eyes scanned the surroundings. Their fingers on the guns turned white from gripping too tightly. They widened their eyes, their pupils darting nervously, trying to catch any movement or sound around them. At that moment, rustling, came a faint noise from the bushes on the left. Over there, one of the injured agents immediately aimed his gun and fired without hesitation.
Bang!
The gunshot echoed through the woods, startling birds into flight and causing leaves to scatter. But just then, Su Nuhan reappeared like a ghost, darting out from behind a large tree on their right. She moved swiftly, like a hunting leopard. "Behind us!" The other agent quickly reacted, shouting and turning to shoot. But Su Nuhan was faster. In the moment he turned, she crouched low and slid forward, aiming a precise kick at his lower body.
Bang!
Her kick hit his stomach, causing him to lose balance and fall forward, dropping his gun. Su Nuhan quickly stood up, her elbow like a heavy hammer, smashing into his back. Ugh! The agent spat out blood, his vision darkening as he lost consciousness completely. The last injured agent watched in horror as his leader was knocked down instantly in front of him. Fear overwhelmed his reason. He shouted loudly, stopped aiming, and frantically fired multiple shots toward where he thought Su Nuhan was.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bullets scattered into the woods, splintering the trees. But Su Nuhan seemed to have predicted his actions. Her figure flickered like a willow branch in the wind, using the trees for cover to dodge the bullets. The bullets brushed past her clothes without even scratching her hair. Her magazine quickly emptied with a clicking sound. Seeing this, Su Nuhan no longer hid. She stepped out openly. She advanced steadily toward the remaining agent, her gaze cold as frost. The agent just finished changing his magazine. When he looked up, he saw Su Nuhan standing right in front of him. He shivered all over, and the gun in his hand slipped to the ground without him noticing, his face showing panic and despair. Su Nuhan sneered at him, then quickly struck him with a palm, knocking him out. After she subdued the 4 agents, she suddenly remembered something. Her brow furrowed slightly as she turned sharply to look at the young man hiding under the big tree. The young man was sitting on the ground, leaning against the tree trunk, his head drooping weakly to one side. His face was pale as paper, and his lips had lost color. It was clear he had fainted from blood loss. Seeing this, Su Nuhan sighed. She thought for a moment, then took a thick rope from her space and tied up the 4 agents. Although they were agents, she, as an ordinary person, had no right to deal with them. Moreover, since they were spies, they must have important information on them. She couldn't afford to delay the country's affairs. After tying up the 4, she quickly walked over to the young man, squatted down, and first checked his breathing by feeling his nose. Then she examined his injuries. After a moment, Su Nuhan let out a breath of relief and softly said, "I didn't expect this kid to be so tough." He took a shot in the waist and another in the right arm, yet he managed to fight these 4 to this point. She carefully took off his upper clothing, then took out a medical kit from her space. First, she gave him an anesthetic injection, then removed the bullets. In just a short while, the bullets in his body were extracted, and Su Nuhan stitched his wounds, bandaged him, and put away the medical kit. After finishing all this, she looked at the young man's face, which was in a deeper sleep due to the anesthesia. Although his face was pale, his brows showed determination. Even in unconsciousness, his furrowed brows seemed to be locked in some important mission. He was truly handsome. However, it seemed there were no troops stationed nearby. How did this young man end up here with the spies? Su Nuhan frowned, feeling quite puzzled. But as the sky darkened, she looked at the 4 tied-up agents and then at the young man. After thinking for a moment, she stood up and left the spot. A while later, she gathered some firewood, lit a fire, and sat nearby, waiting for the young man to wake up. Not long after, the young man slowly opened his eyes. Su Nuhan saw this and asked with concern, "How do you feel? Is it okay?" Hearing the question, the young man looked at Su Nuhan and instinctively tried to sit up. But moving caused his wound to hurt, and he gasped sharply. "Don't move." Su Nuhan quickly and softly stopped him. The young man frowned slightly and looked at Su Nuhan with suspicion. "Who are you?" Su Nuhan smiled gently. Of course, I am the person who saved you." "Saved?" The young man was surprised, then seemed to remember something and quickly looked around. Su Nuhan smiled knowingly. "Looking for those spies." The young man opened his mouth, but didn't get a chance to answer. Su Nuhan pointed her chin at a large tree about 2 meters away. "See, those people are tied to that tree." Hearing this, the young man endured the pain and struggled to stand up. But due to blood loss, he was very weak and wobbled. Seeing this, Su Nuhan hurried to help him. "I told you not to move around and you still." The young man gently pushed her hand away and shook his head. "I'm fine." After saying that, he staggered toward the tree. When he reached the tree, he confirmed that the 4 people were indeed tied to it and all unconscious. He turned to look at Su Nuhan with a serious expression. "Who are you?" Su Nuhan smiled lightly. "A Chinese person." Hearing this, the young man's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. He looked at Su Nuhan deeply, with sharp and scrutinizing eyes. After a while, he spoke again. "Did you subdue these 4? Su Nuhan looked a bit surprised, then slightly smiled. It seemed this young man had been unconscious and didn't see her take down the 4. In that case, she didn't want to reveal her skills. She smiled slightly. "You could say that." They were knocked out by wild boars. "Wild boars?" The young man sneered. "These 4 are seasoned spies from Japan, armed with guns." "How could a wild boar hurt them?" Su Nuhan shrugged. "If you don't believe it, that's fine." The young man felt that Sunohan was full of integrity. Seeing his well-treated wound, he thought that with such great medical skills, he probably wasn't a bad person. He smiled and shook his head. "All right, anyway, I still want to thank you." Sunohan waved his hand. "No need to thank me. You should be a soldier, right?" The young man nodded and extended his hand. "Hello, comrade. My name is Fu Qingyan." "Fu Qingyan?" Sunohan frowned slightly. That name sounded so familiar. Had I heard it somewhere before?
Fu?
After a while, Sunohan's mouth slightly opened. I remember now. The original bridegroom's name was also Fu Qingyan. When the Su family brought the original bride back, it was to fulfill the marriage agreement. But later, they heard that the Fu family had fallen, and the whole family was sent away. Fu Qingyan was injured while on a mission and became a vegetable. The Su family didn't want Su Nianwei to marry into trouble, so they decided to bring the original bride back. They initially thought that if the Fu family came to propose marriage, they would let the bride marry into their family, since it was her original engagement. But they didn't expect that after the original bride was brought back, not only did the Fu family fail to fulfill the marriage promise, but the Su family also mistreated her in many ways. In the end, she was sent to the countryside and died of disappointment. Thinking of this, Sunohan looked at Fu Qingyan again. Could this kid be the original bridegroom? Seeing her strange expression, Fu Qingyan asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" Sunohan spoke calmly. "It's nothing. Since you're fine now, contact your people to pick you up. I'll be leaving first." After hearing this, Fu Qingyan frowned. What's wrong with this woman? Why has her attitude suddenly changed so much? Seeing her turn to leave, Fu Qingyan hurriedly called out, "Wait." Sunohan stopped and turned around, looking at him calmly. "Is there something else? Can I ask you for a favor?" Fu Qingyan asked shyly. Suno-han thought for a moment and asked, "What kind of favor? Can you help me send these 4 people down the mountain?" Suno-han didn't answer immediately. She thought for a moment and asked, "How did you get chased here by these 4 people?" Fu Qingyan's expression darkened. He sighed and said, "My unit received information that a Japanese spy team had infiltrated Yun City for a long time, trying to reach the Ministry of National Defense and steal an important secret. I was ordered to lead a team to catch someone. The chase was going well at first, but I didn't expect there were hidden people among them. Some of my team members were accidentally injured during the fight, and I also got into a struggle with them. Before I knew it, I found myself in this forest." Su Nuhan listened and nodded. "All right, but it's getting late and you've been hurt." Suddenly, not far away, there was a noise of hurried footsteps. Su Nuhan quickly grabbed Fu Qingyan's hand and pulled him behind a large tree to hide. "You, don't speak. Someone is coming." After they hid, Fu Qingyan was about to speak, but Su Nuhan gently pressed her long, fair finger to his lips. This move made 2 people come very close, and their breathing quickly intertwined. Fu Qingyan's face turned red, and he stared blankly at Su Nuhan. "This woman is really beautiful, but I didn't expect her to be so alert." She heard even the faintest footsteps and reacted so quickly. "Who is she? So beautiful, and she appears alone deep in this forest. Could she also be?" Just as he was thinking, the noisy footsteps grew closer. A group of about 10 people in casual clothes hurried toward them. Fu Qingyan recognized the newcomers and said to Su Nuhan in a low voice, "They are allies." Then he stepped out. Su Nuhan also came out after him. "Captain Fu, are you all right?" the leader asked with concern. Fu Qingyan shook his head.
"I've fine."
"You arrived just in time. The remaining 4 are tied under that tree. Take them back for questioning." "Yes, Captain," the leader responded, waving his arm. His team immediately moved to detain the 4. The leader then noticed Su Nuhan, frowning cautiously. "Captain Fu, who is this lady?" "Oh." Fu Qingyan finally remembered to introduce her. "She saved me." The 4 were also subdued by her. "What? She subdued them?" The leader looked at Su Nuhan in surprise. Fu Qingyan didn't answer. Instead, he turned to her. "Really, thank you. When I get back, I will report to my superiors and recommend you for an award." Su Nuhan smiled gently. "There's no need to praise me. I was just doing what I should, and it's not all my credit anyway." She paused for a moment, then continued. "Since your people are here, I'll be leaving now." "Wait," Fu Qingyan called out to her. "Can you tell me your name? It would be good to write it down and find you later." Su Nuhan turned to look at him and smiled slightly. "Protecting the country is everyone's duty. There's no need for praise. As for my name,
Suno-han.
I am a young person from the countryside." "Young person from the countryside?" Su Nuhan. Fu Qingyan watched her walk away and softly repeated her name. When Wang Shi saw her return, she happily went to greet her. "Where have you been? We were all so worried." Su Nuhan smiled slightly. "I went to pick herbs on the back mountain and accidentally got lost." "Back mountain?" Wu Xiaolan was shocked and jumped up from the bed. "You went to the back mountain." Zheng Yishuan also frowned. "Su Jiqing, didn't we tell you not to go to the back mountain? There are so many wild animals there." Feeling their sincere concern, Su Nuhan felt warm inside. She smiled and comforted them. "I'm fine. You don't need to worry." After speaking, she cast a faint glance at Li Xiujian and then said to Wang Shuyi and the others, "You all go to sleep first. I'm going to wash up." Li Xiujian snorted coldly. "It's so late, and you still want to take a bath. If you're not going to meet some man, who would believe it?" Su Nuhan was holding a basin and was about to leave when she paused to her words. She turned around and looked coldly at Li Xiujian. Li Xiujian felt uneasy under her gaze, but forced herself to speak.
"What?
What do you want to do?" "I warn you, if you dare to make a move again, I will report it to the commune." Su Nuhan snorted coldly. "Then you'd better have the courage to do so." She took a step toward Li Xiujian. "You." Li Xiujian was about to issue another warning when she suddenly noticed a bloodstain on Su Nuhan's sleeve. She screamed, "Why is there blood on you? What did you do?" Su Nohan looked down and immediately felt something was wrong. Oh no. She had noticed that her clothes were stained with that man's blood. Wang Shuyi and the others also saw the bloodstain and quickly gathered around. Su Jiqing, are you hurt? Wang Shuyi asked with concern. Wu Xilan and Zheng Yishuan also looked worried. Su Nohan shook her head. It's not my blood. Not yours? Then whose is it? Li Xiujian deliberately raised her voice. You didn't kill someone, did you? As soon as she said that, everyone held their breath and looked at Su Nohan.
Su Nohan sighed softly.
I encountered a wild boar. I wanted to fight it for food, but unfortunately, its skin is too thick. I only scratched it a little. This blood is from it. Wild boar? Besides Li Xiujian, the other three exclaimed in surprise. Su Jiqing, you're so brave. Wu Xilan said anxiously. Wild boars are so fierce. How could you provoke one? However, Wang Shuyi still felt uneasy and looked at Su Nuhan from head to toe. Are you really okay? Really, I'm fine, Su Nuhan smiled. Seeing that she could still smile, Wang Shuyi believed she was truly okay. She let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Su Nuhan nodded with a smile, then glanced at Li Xiujuan before turning and leaving the room. Li Xiujuan saw her leave and regained her courage. She muttered, humph, pretending to be innocent. Maybe she did something she shouldn't and then claimed it was a wild boar. The wild boar is so fierce. I don't believe a delicate girl like her would dare to fight a wild boar, she added. Wu Xilan couldn't help but argue. Li Jiqing, can you say a few less words? What exactly did Su Zhihong do to offend you? Why are you targeting her? Exactly, Zheng Yishuan chimed in. Su Zhihong is such a good person. Why are you always picking on her? When did I target her? Aren't my words true? The wild boar is so fierce. Several strong men said they wouldn't dare to fight it. But Su Nuhan, a young girl, dares to? If this gets out, who would believe it? Li Xiujuan retorted. Wu Xilan, Zheng Yishuan, and Wang Shuyi were speechless after Li Xiujuan's words. They exchanged glances. Meanwhile, Su Nuhan entered the washroom, looked around to make sure no one was there. She thought to herself and entered her space. In the warm pool inside her space, she took a bath. In the hot water, she stretched her limbs and closed her eyes with a look of enjoyment. Feeling her fatigue gradually fade away, a slight smile appeared on her lips. Although her body, transformed by the spiritual spring water, was no longer as weak as before, today's confrontation with the 4 special agents had drained her quite a bit of energy. Now, relaxing in the bath was much easier. After the bath, Su Nuhan changed into clean clothes and left her space feeling refreshed. When she returned to the dormitory, Wang Shuyi and the others were already asleep. She tiptoed onto her bed and soon fell asleep as well. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, just before dawn, Wu Xilan and the others got up one after another to prepare for work. Seeing them wake up, Su Nuhan also got up and was tidying her bed. Wu Xilan asked curiously, Hey, Su Jiqing, we need to go to work, but you don't have to. Why are you getting up so early? Su Nuhan smiled slightly and said, I need to go to the county town today. You're going to the county town? Wu Xilan asked with a slight frown.
Su Nuhan nodded. Yes.
If you need anything, I can bring it back for you. Before Wu Xilan could reply, Zheng Yishuan spoke first. Yes, Su Jiqing, I want to ask you to help me buy some things. Su Nuhan nodded slightly. All right, write down what you need on a piece of paper. Okay, I'll write it now. Zheng Yishuan happily took out paper and a pen and started writing. Seeing that Zheng Yishuan had already written her list, Wu Xilan also decided to write hers, since they shared some items. Wang Shui didn't have anything she wanted to buy, so she didn't write anything. Su Nuhan put away the paper, finished washing up, and was about to leave. At that moment, the village chief hurried in with 2 people dressed in military uniforms. Su Nuhan looked up and frowned slightly, instinctively thinking she was being reported again and that they were here to arrest her. At that moment, the village chief anxiously called her. Su Jiqing, quickly. Come with these 2 comrades. Hearing this, Su Nuhan sighed helplessly. Village chief, has someone reported me again? The village chief was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. What are you thinking, girl? These two comrades are here to ask you to treat their leader. Leader Su Nuhan was surprised. One of the tall, young soldiers spoke first. Comrade, hello. We are from the military district. My name is Feng Gang. After introducing himself, he pointed to his more composed companion. This is my comrade, Li Daong. After hearing their introductions, Su Nuhan carefully examined the two men. Yes, their military uniforms didn't look like those of the Revolutionary Committee. They seemed to be from the army. While Su Nuhan was observing them, Feng Gang seemed to have also recognized her face. After a moment, Su Nuhan and Feng Gang almost spoke at the same time. Is that you? Is that you? The village chief looked at both of them with confusion. Do you know each other? Feng Gang smiled and nodded. Village chief, yesterday this young woman saved our Fu Tuan in the mountains. Really? The village chief looked at Su Nuhan with surprise. Yes, Feng Gang replied with a smile, then turned to Su Nuhan with an apologetic tone. Comrade Su, I'm sorry. Last night it was too dark, so I didn't recognize you right away. Please forgive me. Su Nuhan smiled slightly. No problem. I didn't recognize you either just now. May I ask what's going on? Oh, here's the situation, Feng Gang said seriously. After you left last night, we supported Fu Tuan and found an empty house at the village entrance to stay in temporarily. At first, Fu Tuan was fine, but somehow around midnight he suddenly developed a high fever. Fever? That shouldn't happen, Su Nuhan frowned. She had not only removed the bullet from Fu Chengyan yesterday, but also thoroughly cleaned, disinfected, and stitched the wound. The medicines and gauze used were top quality, not available in this era, and she had taken great care. How could he have gotten infected? Could it be that last night, because it was so dark, she didn't check the wound carefully and just stitched it up? That seems impossible. Besides being a top mercenary, she was also a skilled doctor combining Western and Eastern medicine. She wouldn't make such a mistake. Su Nuhan asked with a furrowed brow, did he get water on the wound last night? Water? After thinking for a moment, Feng Gang shook his head. It seems not. But at that moment, Li Daong, who had been silent, suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Feng Wei, Fu Tuan seemed to have touched water last night. What?
When?
I didn't know, Feng Gang asked with a frown. It was when you went out. Fu Tuan said his body itched, and he wanted to wash himself. Wang Shuibing gave him a basin of water. But I'm not sure if he touched the wound, though. Looking at his current condition, it probably got wet, Li Daong explained. Hearing this, Su Nuhan rolled her eyes. If that's the case, then his fever is probably caused by an infection. Infection? What should we do? Feng Gang asked nervously.
Sunuan said softly.
All right, wait a moment. I'll get a medical kit. I'll go with you to check on him. Okay. Thank you, Comrade Su, Feng Gang said politely. Su Nuhan nodded slightly and then turned to enter the room. Her medical kit was stored in the space. Since she needed to go with them to treat someone, she had to pretend to carry it properly. Otherwise, if she went empty-handed and suddenly appeared with a medical box, they would become suspicious. Over here. Li Daong looked at Su Nuhan's back and asked Feng Gang with doubt. Feng Wei, this young girl looks quite young, and she's a rural youth. Does she know how to treat injuries? Before Feng Gang could answer, the village chief smiled and said, Oh, comrade, this Su youth is just a girl, but she is very good at medicine. A few days ago, she treated the villagers' illnesses. You can trust her. Feng Gang nodded as well. That's right. The injuries on Fu Tuan were treated by Comrade Su. Hearing this, Li Daong nodded. All right. Since you say so, and since we can't find a good doctor right now, let her check on Fu Tuan. The three waited outside for a while. Finally, Su Nuhan came out of the house, carrying her medical kit. Village chief, I will go with them. The village chief nodded. Then, Su Nuhan followed Feng Gang quickly to a dilapidated house at the village entrance. Before entering, they heard anxious footsteps and low voices inside. What should we do? Fu Tuan seems to have a fever worse than last night. This can't go on like this. Didn't Feng Wei go to find a doctor? Why hasn't he come back yet? Hearing the anxious voices, Feng Gang pushed open the door. A wave of stuffy heat hit them immediately. Feng Wei, you finally came back. Is the doctor here? Did you bring one? Inside, everyone rushed forward anxiously to ask. Foam Gang nodded and introduced Su Nuhan to them. This is Comrade Su, the one who saved Fu Tuan yesterday. Everyone inside looked at Su Nuhan with focused eyes. Su Nuhan ignored them and looked at Fu Qingyan lying in the corner. He was lying on the floor, which was covered with clothes, with his eyes tightly closed. His face was red, lips cracked, and his breathing was rapid. Next to him, a young soldier was constantly wiping his forehead and neck with a damp towel. Su Nuhan quickly walked over, reached out, and checked Fu Qingyan's forehead. This touch was very hot, probably at least 40 degrees Celsius. Without hesitation, she tried to unbutton Fu Qingyan's clothes. Foam Gang and others gathered around and saw this. One of them looked worried and asked in a serious tone, "What are you doing?" Startled by his words, Su Nuhan paused and looked at him. "I'm just checking his wound," she replied. Before he could say anything, she quickly unbuttoned Fu Qingyan's clothes herself. The man wanted to stop her, but Foam Gang pulled him back. Su Nuhan didn't care about their opinions. She carefully removed the bandages from Fu Qingyan and examined his injury. It was clear that water contact caused an infection. She sighed and took some prepared spiritual spring water from her medical box to rinse his wound. Next, she gently applied ointment to his injury and covered it with new bandages. After finishing, she helped him put his clothes back on. Foam Gang asked, "Comrade Su, how is Fu Tuan?"
He's fine.
The infection isn't serious. I treated his wound again. As long as he takes some fever-reducing medicine, he should be okay, Su Nuhan explained softly. Fever medicine? Foam Gang asked with a slight frown. Su Nuhan nodded and took a bottle of spiritual spring water from her medical box. "Can someone help me lift him up?" "I'll do it," said a young man who had been caring for Fu Qingyan. He quickly helped him up and supported him. Su Nuhan held Fu Qingyan's chin gently, slightly opened his mouth, and gave him some of the spring water. After that, she tidied up her medical box. "He should wake up soon." "Really? Thank you so much, Comrade Su," Foam Gang said gratefully. The others also expressed their thanks. Su Nuhan looked at Fu Qingyan again, then gave Foam Gang and the others some instructions. After that, she carried her medical box and left. "Comrade Su, how much is your consultation fee this time?" "When our team leader wakes up, we will send it to you," Su Nuhan gently shook her head. "It's just a small favor. No need to pay." After saying that, she turned and left. Foam Gang watched her walk away, deep in thought. Who exactly is Comrade Su? Her medical skills are so excellent, yet she didn't become a doctor in the hospital. Instead, she went to the countryside to be a youth volunteer. I just can't understand. Over here, Su Nuhan went straight to the village chief's house. The village chief saw her return and quickly stood up to greet her. "Su, youth volunteer, how is the leader doing?" "Just a fever and it's already been taken care of," Su Nuhan replied with a gentle smile. Hearing this, the village chief's face lit up with joy. "That's great. Su, youth volunteer, you really made a big contribution this time." "A big contribution?" Su Nuhan raised an eyebrow, then smiled slightly. "Healing and saving people is what a doctor is supposed to do. Whether I am credited or not doesn't matter." The village chief looked at her with admiration. "Su, youth volunteer, I didn't expect you to have such high awareness."
I am truly impressed. Su Nuhan modestly smiled.
"Village chief, you're flattering me." "Haraha," the village chief laughed heartily. Then he said with a smile, "The person you saved this time seems to be their team leader. So I think it won't be long before the award comes down. This is your deserved honor and a pride for our whole village." Su Nuhan listened and remained silent with a smile. At this moment, she wasn't interested in these things. She just wanted to go to the county town. She changed the subject and asked, "Village chief, has the ox cart to the county left yet?" The village chief suddenly slapped his forehead, looking apologetic.
"Oh.
My memory. I was so focused on your helping the patient that I forgot about your trip to the county. I'm really sorry." Su Nuhan shook her head, looked up at the sky, and said with a smile, "It's okay. Since the ox cart has left, I can go by myself." "How can that be?" From our village to the county is over 10 miles. That's quite far. How will you go alone? Maybe you can wait until tomorrow? I'll ask the ox cart to wait for you then. The village chief asked worriedly.
Sunohan smiled lichtly, it's okay.
I walk fast. If I leave now, I should be back before dark. She really needed to go to the county town. It was part of her clever trick to hide her items in space. Plus, she wanted to take a walk in the town and get familiar with the place.
Well, all right.
Be careful on the way and come back early. The village chief nodded in agreement, seeing Su Nuahan's firm attitude. Su Nuahan turned away from the village chief and headed toward the county town. Meanwhile, in a broken-down house. An hour later, Fu Qingyan finally woke up slowly. As soon as he opened his eyes, Feng Gang and the others saw him and gathered around happily. They all cheered and asked with concern, Captain.
Captain.
You finally woke up. Fu Qingyan looked at Feng Gang and the others, rubbed his aching forehead, and his voice was hoarse. What happened to me? Did you forget, Captain? You had a high fever last night, Li Daong explained. Fever. Hearing this, Fu Qingyan frowned slightly. He tried to sit up but was forced to gasp sharply from the pain of his wound. Feng Gang and the others saw him trying to sit up and hurriedly reached out to help. Finally, a young man who had been caring for him helped him sit up. Captain, how do you feel? Are you okay? Feng Gang and the others asked worriedly. Fu Qingyan didn't answer. Instead, in a hoarse voice, he said, Water. What? Water. Fu Qingyan repeated, his voice hoarse and small. Feng Gang and the others didn't understand at first. Seeing their confusion, Fu Qingyan was speechless for a moment. He raised his hand and pointed to a water jug nearby, again saying, Water. Oh, I said water. Fu Qingyan snapped, clearly annoyed. Okay. Water. Got it. Li Daong responded first, then quickly fetched the water jug and handed it to him. After drinking a big sip, his dry, sore throat felt much better. He let out a heavy breath, closed his eyes, and seemed to sense something. He looked at his wound and asked, Who treated my injury? It was Comrade Su. Feng Gang answered honestly, then frowned and asked, Captain, what's wrong? Fu Qingyan did not answer. He gently touched the neatly bandaged wound with his hand, his eyes deepening. He had served in the army for many years and had been injured many times. Although this was not the worst injury, he had been shot twice, which was not minor. Unexpectedly, after just one night, he felt the wound seemed to be healing, which was hard to believe. Fu Qingyan looked up at Feng Gang and asked, Where is she? She has already left. Left. Feng Gang nodded. Fu Qingyan was silent for a moment and then asked again, Where did you find her? Oh, she is from this village. She came as a young educated person. Feng Gang replied.
Fu Qingyan frowned.
Really a young educated person? Feng Gang nodded.
Yes.
We also asked the village chief if there was a doctor in the village, and he took us to find Comrade Su. After hearing this, Fu Qingyan thought for a while. Feng Gang, I have a task for you. Go find the village chief and ask where this Comrade Su is from. Okay, I'll go now. Feng Gang responded and left the house. Fu Qingyan looked at the door, his brow slightly furrowed. He vaguely remembered that 6 months ago, his grandfather mentioned he had a marriage engagement. The girl's name seemed to be Su Nuhan, the daughter of the Su family in Haicheng. When he heard she was a daughter of a wealthy family, he didn't like it because he thought wealthy girls were delicate. He was a tough man and didn't like that kind of woman. But although he didn't want to, since the engagement was arranged by elders, he could only accept it. His family was also preparing to propose marriage. However, he was suddenly assigned to carry out a secret mission. To ensure his family's safety, they spread false news that their family had been investigated and sent away. The marriage proposal was put on hold. He had planned that after completing this arrest mission, he would follow his grandfather's wishes and go to Haicheng to meet his future bride, someone he had never met before. Unexpectedly, here he met someone with the same name and surname. Meanwhile, Su Nuhan walked for over an hour and finally reached the county town. The town looked small but busy, with shops like supply and marketing cooperatives, state-run restaurants, and a post office lined up along the streets, everything one could need. At this moment, a bicycle passed by her. Su Nuahan watched the passing bicycle with bright eyes. How did I forget that people still use bicycles for travel in this era? Yes, I need to get one too. After saying that, she headed toward the supply and marketing cooperative. Before entering, she heard a familiar voice. This voice sounds just like Li Xiaowan's. She stepped inside and looked toward the sound. It was indeed Li Xiaowan. Wasn't she at work? Why is she here? At this moment, Li Xiaowan was arguing with a middle-aged woman. Both of them were clutching the same piece of cloth tightly. This cloth caught my eye first. Why are you fighting me for it? Li Xiaowan shouted sharply. That little brat, just because you liked it first doesn't mean it's yours. I also liked it. Let go, or don't blame me for being rude, the woman warned fiercely. Old woman, who are you calling a little brat? Li Xiaowan retorted angrily.
Oh,
You dare to call me that? Today, I will teach you a lesson, the woman said, releasing the cloth and rolling up her sleeves, ready to hit Li Xiaowan. Seeing this, Su Nuahan trembled and asked nervously, What? What are you going to do? I tell you, if you dare to make a move, I will make sure you go to jail. The sales clerk, seeing the two women about to fight, hurried out from behind the counter. All right, calm down, ladies. Fighting isn't good. In a few days, we will have more stock. If you really want it, come back in a few days. Su Nuahan watched for a while, preparing to turn away, but Li Xiaowan suddenly caught sight of her. Su Jiqing, Li Xiaowan suddenly raised her voice. Come help me. This old woman is trying to hit me. Her shout drew everyone's attention to Su Nuahan. The middle-aged woman looked at her suspiciously. Su Nuahan sighed inwardly. Li Jiqing, this is your matter. It has nothing to do with me. How can it have nothing to do with you? Li Xiaowan insisted. You're also a young person. Do you want to see me bullied by outsiders? The middle-aged woman looked at Su Nuahan and said, Young girl, I advise you not to get involved. Su Nuahan smiled faintly at the woman. Don't worry, auntie. I am just here to buy something. I don't know her well. When Li Xiaojuan heard this, her face darkened with anger. Su Jiqing, are you trying to cause trouble? Believe it or not, I will report you to the commune. Su Nuhan glanced at her with a cold smile and ignored her, walking straight toward the hardware cabinet. Seeing that Su Nuhan paid no attention, Li Xiaojuan's face instantly turned fierce. She glared angrily at Su Nuhan's back. You scoundrel, just wait and see. After cursing silently, she decided not to fight with a middle-aged woman anymore. She placed the fabric heavily on the counter and left in anger. The middle-aged woman saw her leave and spat. Bah, what a thing. How dare she compete with me for stuff? The clerk, relieved that there was no fight, relaxed his tense posture. Over here, Su Nuhan approached the hardware counter, looking at several Phoenix brand bicycles, thinking about how to get a bicycle ticket. Right now, her space had all kinds of tickets, except for industrial tickets. Bicycles were very popular these days. Having money wasn't enough. She also needed an industrial voucher or a special permit. While she was thinking, the middle-aged woman came over and greeted her with a smile. Little girl. Su Nuhan looked up at her and smiled gently. It's you. Auntie. Yes. It's me. Little girl, are you here to buy a bicycle? The middle-aged woman asked with a smile. Su Nuhan nodded slightly.
Yes.
I want to buy one, but I don't have a ticket. Auntie, do you know where I can exchange some tickets? The middle-aged woman looked around, then leaned in close to Su Nuhan's ear and whispered, You can go to the black market. They have everything there. Black market? Su Nuhan's eyes lit up when she heard this. Yes. How could I forget? In this era, there is a black market. Thank you, auntie. The middle-aged woman smiled. No need to thank me. I see you're a sensible girl. Su Nuhan smiled slightly. By the way, Annie, do you know where the black market is? Of course I do. My son is the manager there. Are you going? I can take you. Great. Then I'll trouble you, auntie. After they finished talking, they left the supply and marketing cooperative, walked through several alleys, then crossed a courtyard gate, and finally arrived at the black market. This black market is very hidden. If it weren't for this aunt guiding us, Su Nuhan really wouldn't find it. On the way, the two of them introduced themselves. Aunt Wu, how does your son work in a place like this? Aren't you afraid that one day? Su Nuhan asked worriedly. Aunt Wu sighed. Oh, my son. He's been mischievous since he was little. Now that he's grown, he doesn't do proper work. He just hangs out with some bad friends and gets into trouble. But he's still filial and doesn't do bad things. Su Nuhan nodded in response. At that moment, a vendor selling porcelain called out to them. Hey, if you need anything, take a look. Su Nuhan glanced and shook her head. No, thank you. Then she looked at Aunt Wu and asked, Where's your son? Just ahead, Aunt Wu said, leading Su Nuhan forward. They reached a courtyard, and she gently knocked 5 times on the door. This knocking was clearly a secret signal. Soon, a young man came to open the door. Tiger, Aunt Wu called out happily when she saw the young man. Mom, why are you here? The young man asked with some suspicion upon seeing Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu glared at him. You little rascal, how long has it been since you came home? How can I not come see you? The young man peeked out, looked left and right down the alley, then turned to Su Nuhan and asked Aunt Wu, Mom, who is this girl? Oh, she's with me. Tiger, this is Comrade Su. She wants to buy some tickets, and maybe you can help. The young man looked at Su Nuhan carefully, frowning slightly. Mom, it's possible, but our rule is to exchange things. Exchange? Yes. Su Nuhan thought for a moment and asked, I want an industrial ticket. What do I need to exchange for it? See if you have anything to trade. Su Nuhan pondered for a moment. I have some medicine. Would that work? The young man was surprised and asked, What kind of medicine? 2 bottles of wound healing ointment. It's quite effective. Just apply it and the wound will heal in 2 days. 2 days? Really? If you don't believe it, you can test it. This. The young man thought for a moment. All right, you give me the medicine. I'll show it to our boss. If it's good, we'll trade with you directly. Su Nuhan nodded, then took out 2 bottles of unwrapped wound ointment from her space. The young man took the ointment and hurried into a room. After a while, the young man came out quickly again. Tiger, how is it? Can we trade? Aunt Wu asked eagerly. The young man smiled happily. Yes, mother. Then he looked at Su Nuhan. Miss, our boss wants to know how much of that ointment you have. He wants all of it. I only have 2 bottles. My aunt brought these back from abroad. The young man nodded.
All right.
Here. This is an industrial ticket and a few grain coupons. Keep them. Su Nuhan took the money and coupons, feeling happy and impressed. She didn't expect that doing business in this black market could be so fair. The 2 bottles of medicine could exchange for so much. It's a pity that in this era, black markets are not allowed. Otherwise, business would be quite good. After receiving the tickets, Su Nuhan left the black market alone because Aunt Wu wanted to stay longer with the young man. She returned to the supply and marketing cooperative. She used the tickets to buy a bicycle and also bought some daily necessities as instructed by Zheng Yishuan. Then she left the cooperative. It was almost noon. She found a restaurant for a simple lunch, stayed in the county for a while, then rode her bicycle back to the village. Meanwhile, in the dilapidated house at the village entrance, Fu Chengyan listened to Feng Gang's report, his brow furrowing deeper. She came from Haicheng.
Feng Gong nodded.
Yes, Haicheng? Same name, same surname. Could this comrade Su really be his long-unseen fiancé? But isn't she the daughter of the Su family? Why would she go to the countryside? And she can practice medicine? And those 4 special agents yesterday, she clearly subdued them. Being able to handle 4 trained agents alone, either she was lucky and strategic or she has martial arts skills. Such a woman. How could she be just a young lady from a wealthy family? Fu Chengyan pondered for a moment, then looked at Feng Gang. I have another task for you. Go to Haicheng and investigate my fiancé's family situation. What? Fiancé? Feng Gang blurted out in surprise. Everyone else in the room also looked at Fu Chengyan in shock. Li Daong couldn't help but ask, Captain, when did you get a fiancé? We've never heard about her before. Yeah. Captain, if the women in the military district find out, they'll be really upset. Captain, what does your fiancé look like? Everyone started teasing and joking around. Fu Qingyan gave them a cold look. It seems you're all very free. Do you want to do 500 push-ups in the yard? Hearing this, they all fell silent and didn't speak again. Fu Qingyan snorted coldly, then turned to Feng Gang. Go investigate carefully. When you're done, head straight back to the military district. We'll leave early tomorrow. Tomorrow? Captain, your injury isn't fully healed. Shouldn't you rest a few more days? Feng Gang asked worriedly. Fu Qingyan shook his head. My injury is fine. It's almost healed. What? Almost healed? Captain, that's a gunshot wound. It's only been a day. How can it be almost healed? Stay a few more days. When you're better, then leave. Yes, Captain. I'll prepare a report to inform the higher-ups tomorrow. Everyone tried to persuade him. No need. We'll leave tomorrow, Fu Qingyan said firmly. Seeing that he was determined, everyone could only exchange helpless looks and sigh softly. Over here, Su Nuhan rode her bike back to the village. When she passed by the dilapidated house where Fu Qingyan was staying, she wanted to go in and check on his injury. But seeing soldiers guarding the door, she gave up the idea and went straight to the village chief's house. The village chief saw her return on her bicycle and greeted her with a smile. Su Jiqing, this bike is bought in the county, Su Nuhan replied with a smile. The village chief wasn't surprised. After all, this young girl bought a house without hesitation, her eyes never blinking. He circled the new bike twice, his eyes full of joy. At that moment, the village chief's wife, Su Dajian, came out of the house. Su Jiqing, you're back. Yes, Dajian. Su Nuhan greeted her with a smile. Dajian curiously looked at the bicycle. Old man, whose bike is this? This is what Su Jiqing just bought, the village chief said happily. Oh, Su Jiqing, you bought it? Mrs. Su looked at Su Nuhan with surprise. Su Nuhan nodded and asked the village chief. Village chief, has my house started repairs? Yes, we've found workers. They will begin tomorrow. I plan to have your wife-in-law responsible for cooking for the workers. What do you think? Of course, that's fine. Since you're in charge, just make arrangements. I have no objections, Su Nuhan replied happily. Good, don't worry. I'll ask my wife to save on expenses. Su Nuhan smiled gently. Village chief, feel free to spend the money. The workers worked hard to help us fix the house, so we shouldn't treat them badly. The village chief laughed heartily. You, girl, are truly kind-hearted. But remember, we paid the workers. I know, but since we promised free meals, we shouldn't be too stingy. That way, they won't feel cold-hearted, and they'll work harder for us. The village chief nodded. All right, since that's the case, I'll let your wife-in-law handle the arrangements. Thank you, village chief, Su Nuhan said with a smile. Then she added, by the way, village chief, I need your help with something. Don't be so formal. Just tell me what's on your mind. I want to stay in the old warehouse's clinic before the house is repaired. Is that okay? What? You want to stay in the clinic? The village chief frowned. There's not even a bed there. Where will you sleep? Su Nuhan smiled mysteriously.
Don't worry about that.
I have my ways. The village chief frowned slightly and thought for a moment. All right, since the clinic is also under your care, you can stay if you want. Thank you, village chief. I'll go back to the youth station to pack my things first, then head straight to the clinic. Go ahead, the village chief waved his hand. Su Nuhan rode her bicycle toward the youth station. The village chief watched her leave and nodded with satisfaction. This Su Jiqing is truly a kind and good-hearted person. Mrs. Su also nodded in agreement.
Yes.
She really is a good girl.
Hey.
Old man, does she have a boyfriend? The village chief shook his head. How would I know? What's wrong? Do you think if we introduce Su Jiqing to my nephew, she would agree? The village chief snorted. Do you think Su Jiqing would look at Da Chong? After hearing this, Aunt Su's face immediately showed displeasure. What do you mean you don't like her? My Da Chong is a formal worker at the factory. There are many women who want to marry him. Does he not deserve Su Jiqing? The village chief glared at her. Su Jiqing can easily get 100 yuan or more, and she can even afford a bicycle. Do you think Da Chong is a match for her? Bah, he just has some money. Tomorrow I'll go talk to Su Jiqing. After saying that, Aunt Su turned and went into the house. Over here, Su Nuhan rode her bicycle back to the youth station. Wang Shui saw her return and hurried over to greet her. Other young workers also gathered around, looking at the bicycle with shining eyes. Wang Shui first circled the bicycle twice, then asked happily, Su Jiqing, where did you get this bike? Before Su Nuhan could answer, Wu Xiaolan came out from the kitchen, covering her mouth in surprise. Oh my! Su Jiqing, where did you get this bicycle? Su Nuhan smiled and stopped her bike. I just bought it today. What? You bought it? Zheng Yishuan, hearing this, couldn't help but walk around the bike. This is a hot item. I heard the county supply and marketing cooperative only gets a few each month. Su Jiqing, you're really something. You managed to buy a bicycle. In this era, bicycles weren't easy to buy. You needed money and a ticket. Su Nuhan, like her, was a young worker sent to the countryside. Being able to afford a bicycle was truly enviable. But although she thought so, she felt in her heart that the village chief probably helped her. Su Nuhan chuckled softly and explained, I had no choice. Considering that I might need to visit the clinic sometimes for medicine and I have to go to the county town to buy some, having this bicycle makes going out more convenient. More than just convenient, Wang Shui clapped excitedly. With this bicycle, I can go anywhere much faster. Yes. In the city, families with bicycles are rare, let alone in our poor, remote village, Wu Xiaolan said with envy. Exactly, Su Jiqing, can I borrow your bike to ride sometime? Zheng Yishuan looked at the bicycle and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Of course, Su Nuahan quickly agreed, saying, if anyone wants to ride, just come. Really? Su Jiqing? Wang Shui looked excited after hearing this. Su Nuahan nodded, then changed the subject. By the way, I came to tell you that I will move to the medical clinic. What? Su Jiqing, what did you say? Moving to the clinic? Wang Shui asked with a slight frown.
Su Nuahan nodded again. Yes, this.
Su Jiqing, the clinic is in an old warehouse and there are no beds inside. If you move there, you won't have a place to sleep, Wu Xiaolan said with concern. That's right. Su Jiqing, the warehouse is so far away. If you live alone there, it might not be safe, Zheng Yishuan added worriedly.
Sunogan smiletsliktli, don't worry.
The village chief has arranged everything, so it will be fine. Wang Shui frowned and asked, Su Jiqing, did you say the village chief arranged this? Yes. That's right, Su Nuahan replied with a nod. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other but said nothing more. Su Nuahan handed the things Zheng Yishuan asked her to buy to her, then went inside and took out her bag. Wang Shui looked at the package in her hand, and her eyes suddenly turned red. She stepped forward and held Su Nuahan's hand, voice trembling. Su Jiqing, are you leaving now? I really can't bear to see you go. Wu Xiaolan also moved closer and lowered her voice. Is it because Li Xiaojuan keeps bothering you? That's why you don't want to stay here. Su Nuahan shook her head and sneered. You overestimate her. To me, she's just a clown. I don't care about her. I want to go to the clinic because it's quiet there and it's convenient for me to see patients, she explained. Hearing this, Wu Xiaolan and the others looked at each other, sighed, and nodded reluctantly. Su Nuahan smiled faintly. All right, everyone. I'm not leaving the village, just changing places to live. There's no need to be so sad. Wang Shi wiped her eyes and forced a smile. That's true. We're all in the same village. When we have free time, we'll come find you. Su Nuahan nodded with a smile. You're always welcome. Okay, I'm leaving now. Wait, Su Jiqing, it's dinner time. Won't you eat first before you go? Wu Xiaolan asked. Zheng Yishuan also agreed. Yes, Su Jiqing, the meal is already prepared. Shall we eat first, and then leave? Su Nuhan shook her head. No need. I just ate at the village chief's place before coming here. All right. Okay. All right, I'm leaving now. If you need anything, just find me. After speaking, she pushed her bicycle and left the youth station. Wang Shui watched her back disappear, feeling empty inside. Enough, don't stare anymore. Let's eat first. Wu Xiaolan gently patted her shoulder. Su Jiqing is smart. When we have free time, we should go find her, Zheng Yishuan also kindly advised. Yes. The The clinic isn't far from here. We can meet any time. Wang Shui nodded, about to turn around, but then saw Li Xiujian and Cheng Yushan come back from outside. The two entered the yard. Cheng Yushan had a gentle smile and asked Wang Shui, "Wang Jiqing, we saw Su Jiqing riding her bike away just now. When we called her, she didn't respond. It's so late. Where's she going? And where did that bike come from?" Wang Shui glanced at him silently, saying nothing. She had noticed over the past days that Cheng Yushan and Li Xiujian's relationship was probably complicated, and Li Xiujian often opposed Su Nuhan. She didn't want to give them a chance to cause trouble for Su Nuhan. "Wu Jiqing, let's eat." Wang Shui changed the subject and looked at Wu Xilan. "Okay." Wu Xilan nodded in agreement. Li Xiujian saw Wang Shui's attitude and became annoyed. "Hey, Wang Jiqing, Cheng is asking you. Didn't you hear him?" Wang Shui gave her a cold look. "I heard, but do I have to answer?" "You." Li Xiujian was speechless with anger. Cheng Yushan pushed his glasses and said politely, "Wang Jiqing, I don't think I've offended you, right?" Wang Shui snorted coldly and went straight to the dining table to sit down, ignoring them. Cheng Yushan squinted and looked serious. Li Xiujian was furious and turned to Zhao Xiaofan. "You tell me, where is that woman going so late?" Zhao Xiaofan looked nervously at Wang Shui and the others, then at the fierce Li Xiujian. After hesitating for a moment, she whispered, "Su Jiqing won't be staying here anymore." "What?" Li Xiujian suddenly raised her voice sharply. "She's not staying here." "Then where is she going?" "She's staying at the clinic over the old warehouse." "What? Staying at the clinic?" Zhao Xiaofan timidly nodded.
Why?
"Why can't she just leave and live alone? Who does she think she is?" Li Xiujian, feeling like a cat with its tail stepped on, instantly lost her temper. Wu Xiulan couldn't help but sneer and glanced at her.
Why?
"Just because she knows medical skills and works at the clinic, is that enough reason?" "No, it's not enough." "Not at all." Li Xiujian's eyes turned red with jealousy. She shouted angrily, "We're all rural youth sent to the countryside to build the village. She doesn't have to work in the fields anymore. Why can she live alone now?" "I don't accept it," Wang Shui snorted. "That's the village chief's decision. If you're unhappy, go talk to the village chief. Why are you arguing with us here?" "Trash." "What did you say?" Li Xiujian, already full of anger, exploded when Wang Shui provoked her. "I can't handle Su Nuhan's trashy attitude, but I can't handle you either." She lunged toward Wang Shui. The two immediately started fighting. Wu Xiulan and others quickly stepped in to break up the fight. "Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Please stop." The yard instantly became chaotic, filled with shouts and curses. "Over here." Su Nuhan was unaware of the conflict at the youth point. She pushed her bicycle to the old warehouse. Night had fallen, but luckily the moon was bright tonight. Its clear light shone on the dirt road, illuminating her way. Under the moonlight, she opened the warehouse door. The clinic, converted from the old warehouse, was a bit simple, but with her modifications, it looked quite decent. Outside, she had 2 wooden chairs made so patients waiting for treatment could sit in line. Inside, the clinic was originally a 30-square-meter room, but she had divided it into 2 rooms at her request. The outer room was the consultation area, with medicine cabinets and a desk. The inner room had a simple wooden bed and a small wooden box. Because it was newly renovated, the air in the clinic was filled with a strong smell of wood. Su Nuhan put down her luggage and first checked the doors and windows. The old wooden door has been replaced with a new, sturdy one. The window, which was previously covered with paper, has now been fitted with a wooden frame. The evening breeze sneaks in through the gaps, carrying the fresh scent of the countryside. She takes out a thick cotton blanket from her space and spreads it on the wooden bed. She also retrieves some daily essentials, a porcelain basin, a hot water bottle, and a few changes of clothes. After tidying everything up, she mentally enters her space. She takes a bath in the spiritual pond inside her space. She stretches her body, feeling the warm water gently wash over her smooth skin. In the misty steam, her jade-like skin glows faintly. Water droplets slide down her elegant neck, pass over her delicate collarbones, linger on her slightly rising chest, then continue downward. She tilts her head back, letting her dark hair spread out in the water, like a traditional ink painting. The temperature of the spiritual pond adjusts with her movements, softly caressing her slender waist and outlining her graceful curves. As the water ripples, her long, fair legs are faintly visible. Every curve of her body is perfectly proportioned, like a masterpiece from heaven. Her stunning face combined with her perfect figure makes her look like a fairy descended to the mortal world. She gently cups some spring water, watching the droplets slip through her fingers and leave sparkling marks on her white skin. Such comfort, she murmurs happily, closing her eyes with a contented smile. Time seems to pass. She slowly opens her eyes and gets out of the pond. In an instant, water droplets roll down her smooth skin. Her figure looks like a perfect jade sculpture, every curve radiating breathtaking beauty. After her bath, she changes into clean cotton pajamas, feeling refreshed and ready to enjoy hot pot in her space. But just then, Su Jiqing, are you inside? Suddenly, there's a loud, urgent knocking at the door outside. Su Nuhan frowns slightly, quickly gets up, and puts on her clothes, stepping out of her space.
So seeking.
The knocking and anxious calls continue from outside. The little boy's face was dark, and his eyes were tightly closed. His body, being carried, hung limply with weak arms. When the couple saw Su Nohan, their faces lit up with joy. Great! Su Jiqing, you're really here. Su Nohan didn't answer but looked at the child with a slight frown. What's wrong with him? Su Jiqing, please, you have to save my son. The couple was about to kneel. Su Nohan quickly helped them up. Uncle, Auntie, don't be in such a hurry. Come inside first. She stepped aside to let them in. They entered a small room in the clinic. Put the child on the bed. I need to check him. Okay. The middle-aged man gently laid the boy on the bed. Su Nohan carefully examined the boy and then spoke seriously. He's poisoned. Poisoned, the couple exclaimed in shock. Yes, she nodded. How could he get poisoned? The couple asked each other, worried. What did he eat last night? Su Nohan asked. Nothing special. Just like us, he drank some corn porridge. That's all, the middle-aged woman replied. The man nodded in agreement.
Yeah.
He drank the porridge, went out to play for a while, came back fine, and then suddenly this happened in the middle of the night. Su Nohan shook her head. It's clear he ate something toxic. That's how he got poisoned. Please, Su Jiqing, save my son. We beg you. The woman knelt down. The man also knelt. Su Nohan hurriedly helped them up. Uncle, Auntie, get up quickly. Don't worry. You brought him here in time. The poison isn't deep. I'll treat him right away. Thank you, they said gratefully. She took a small bottle of spiritual spring water from her space and helped the boy sit up, giving him a sip. This spring water could strengthen the body and cure all illnesses. It worked instantly without needing needles. Just one sip was enough. Sure enough, after drinking the spring water, the boy slowly opened his eyes. Baby, a middle-aged woman, seeing the little boy wake up, was very excited and rushed over to hug him. Mom, the little boy weakly called out. Baby, you're finally awake. That's wonderful. I was so scared, the woman cried happily, holding the boy tightly. The middle-aged man looked at Su Nuhan and expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, Su Jiqing. Without you, I'm afraid our baby.
Su Nohan smiled slightly.
Uncle, there's no need to thank me. Then she looked at the little boy. What did you eat tonight? Can you tell your sister? Mushrooms. Mushrooms? Hearing this, Su Nuhan turned to look at the middle-aged man. The man looked at the boy with confusion. Baby, when did you eat mushrooms? Where did they come from? We didn't know. Last night I, Xiao Xuanzi, Taisheng, went to the foot of the back mountain. We saw mushrooms there, so we picked some. What? You went to the back mountain? The man asked angrily. The boy nodded timidly. You little brat, grown-ups don't even dare to go to the back mountain and you went? The man scolded angrily. The woman, however, hugged the boy tenderly, showing her concern.
Su Nohan sighed.
All right, uncle. The child is still young and naive, which is normal. Please don't blame him. The man shook his head. Su Jiqing, you don't understand. Luckily you were here. Without you, I'm afraid our boy's life might be in danger. If something happened to him, how could my wife and I go on living? Su Nuhan comforted him. It's okay, it's okay. He's fine now. But right now, she looked at the boy again. Did your friends eat any of the mushrooms? The boy shook his head. I don't know. We picked them to eat as snacks. I sneaked a few before going to sleep. Hearing this, Su Nuhan nodded and then turned to the man. Uncle, he's fine now. But there's one thing I need your help with. Su Jiqing, you're too polite. Whatever you need, just tell me. It's like this. Since your child ate the mushrooms, I'm worried the other children might have eaten some too. I want to ask you to take me to their homes to stop them so they don't eat anymore. Okay, let's go now. Without delay, the group left the medical clinic. Following the young boy's instructions, the middle-aged man led the way. Soon, they arrived at Xiao Xuanzi's home. Before entering, they heard crying from inside.
Xuanea.
My Xiana, what's wrong? Wake up, please. How could this happen? He was fine at dinner last night. Why did he suddenly get like this? Hurry, stop crying and take him to the hospital. If anything happens to my grandson, I swear I will be furious. Hearing the crying and the conversation, Su Nuhan and the middle-aged man, Li Eru, exchanged glances. On the way, Li Eru had already told Su Nuhan about their family. Su Jiqing, it seems that Lil Xuanzi also ate some mushrooms, Li Eru said worriedly.
Su Nuhan nodded.
Uncle, let's go in quickly and check. Okay. Li Eru responded and knocked on the door. Just then, a middle-aged man came out holding Xiao Xuanzi. Behind him, a tearful middle-aged woman, an elderly woman, and two young adults followed. Su Nuhan didn't look at the others, but focused on Xiao Xuanzi. He looked pale and purple in the face, with black lips, showing symptoms exactly like the previous case, but more severe, and he was in a deep coma. Li Eru. What is this? The middle-aged man holding the child was surprised to see the visitors. Li Eru didn't answer, but hurriedly said, Yao Yang, take the child back inside. This is Su Jiheng. You might have heard of her. She's our village doctor and just saved my son's life. Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked at Su Nuhan. Su Jiheng, that's great. I didn't expect you to come. Su Nuhan nodded. Let's not talk too much. The child's condition is serious. Take him inside quickly. I need to examine him. All right. The middle-aged man, Zheng Yaoyang, responded and hurriedly took the child back into the house. The others also followed inside. Su Nuhan and Li Eru's family of 3 entered after them.
Su Nuhan quickly examined Xiao Xuanzi carefully.
Her pupils were already dilated, and her breathing was so weak it was barely noticeable. The situation was much worse than with the egg. It seemed the poison had already entered her heart. After the check, Su Nuhan frowned slightly and looked serious. It seemed that the small amount of spiritual spring water she had given her wouldn't be enough to recover her. She would need to use silver needles. Su Jiqing, how is my Xianer? Zheng Yaoyang asked anxiously.
Su Nuhan Said.
Her condition is quite serious. What? Su Ziqing, what should we do? Please, you have to save my daughter. Yes. Su Ziqing, I kneel to you. A middle-aged woman, Chao Wanner, begged through tears. Soon after, others, including the old woman, also pleaded. Su Nuhan nodded. Madam, uncle, auntie, don't worry. Since I am here, I will do my best to treat them. After saying that, she turned to Li Eru. Uncle, with Xiao Xuanzi's condition, if I go from house to house, I might not make it in time.
So,
could you please take your daughter and check other families? See if their children have eaten any mushrooms. If they have, give them this. She handed him a bottle of spiritual spring water and continued, after they drink it, bring them here. I will treat them. Li Eru took the spring water and nodded. All right, I'll go now. The villagers of Po village were kind and honest. Since she was the village doctor, she couldn't let those children get worse. After Li Eru left, Su Nuhan began treating Xiao Xuanzi. First, she fed her the spiritual spring water, then used silver needles to draw out the poison. Xiao Xuanzi spat out a mouthful of black blood, and soon she woke up. Zheng Yaoyang's family saw that the girl was fine and were overwhelmed with gratitude towards Su Nuhan. Just then, Li Eru returned.
Su Xin.
Su Ziking. Su Nuhan looked at him. Uncle, how is it? Li Eru's face lit up with joy.
Oh.
Su Ziking, what medicine did you give? I went to Taisheng and Gui Zi's houses. Their children had the same symptoms as Xianer. I gave them the medicine you gave me, and they got better right away. Hearing this, Su Nuhan nodded. That's good. It's not serious anymore. The words fell. Su Jiqing. The village chief, smiling happily, led Taisheng, Gui Zi, and their families inside. Su Nuhan smiled and said, Village chief, why are you here too? Oh, Su Jiqing, you really are the savior of our village. The village chief excitedly shook Su Nuhan's hand. Taisheng's family and Gui Zi's family almost couldn't make it earlier. Thanks to you, and the medicine you had heir who delivered just in time. Taisheng's father, a simple man, kept rubbing his hands and kept thanking her. Su Jiqing, thank you. Without you, we really wouldn't know what to do. As he spoke, his voice choked with emotion. He took out a basket of eggs, still glistening with dew. We don't have much valuable at home, so please accept this small token. Gui Zi's mother hurriedly handed over a piece of homemade cloth. Su Jiqing, I bought this from the town recently. It's brand new. Please don't mind. Su Nuhan looked at what they offered and shook her head. Uncle, Auntie, I can't accept this. As the village doctor, helping our neighbors is my duty. You don't need to be so polite. That's not right. Su Jiqing, it's so late, and you're still running around for just a few families. If you don't accept this little gift, how can we dare to ask you to treat us in the future? Yes. Su Jiqing, just take it. It's not worth much. Su Nuhan wanted to refuse again, but the village chief held her hand. Su Jiqing, this is their heartfelt gift. Just accept it. If it weren't for you today, something big could have happened in our village. Yes. Yes. Just take it. Well, Su Nuhan looked around the room, seeing everyone's grateful expressions.
She sighed.
All right, since that's the case, I'll accept it. Good. Su Nuhan took their gifts and then, with a serious look, said to the village chief, Village chief, maybe you should call everyone together tomorrow to tell them not to pick the mushrooms from the mountain behind the village. And also, if you see any unfamiliar wild vegetables, have the villagers bring them to the clinic first. Let me take a look. If they're edible, then we can eat them. Tonight's incident was close. Luckily, Uncle Air, who quickly brought the eggs to me. Otherwise, those children could have been in danger. Yes, you're right. I'll tell everyone tomorrow morning. The village chief nodded in agreement. Seeing that the children were all fine, everyone dispersed. When Su Nuhan returned to the medical clinic, it was almost dawn. Thanks to the healing spring water, she didn't feel tired. She took out some common medicines from the storage space and placed them in cabinets, labeling each with its name outside. A new day began. Su Nuhan had just stepped into the yard and opened the door when Fu Qingyan appeared outside. Seeing this, Su Nuhan paused slightly in surprise. Fu Qingyan greeted her with a smile. Comrade Su, hello. Su Nuhan snapped back to herself, nodded. Are your injuries better, Comrade Fu? Yes, much better. Fu Qingyan replied with a nod. That's good. Why did you come over? Su Nuhan asked curiously. Although Fu Qingyan's injury was serious, he had drunk her healing spring water, and her water had cleaned the wound. Plus, she had stitched him up and given him special medicine. She estimated that his wound should have healed today. Fu Qingyan smiled and said, I came to thank you. He then took out a stack of money from his pocket. Comrade Su, I was on a mission outside and don't have much to give as thanks. Please accept this money as medical expenses. I hope it's not too little. Su Nuhan looked at the stack of money in his hand, her eyes bright. It probably had a few hundred yuan. She smiled slightly and reached out to take it. Comrade Fu, you're too kind. Saving lives is what we doctors do. Besides, you're a good comrade protecting the country and the people. There's no need for thanks. After saying that, she put the money into her pocket. Fu Qingyan, but he didn't say anything. The money was originally meant for Su Nuhan, and she might even be his unknown fiancé. He smiled and said, "Comrade Su, we've met now. Would you like to invite me in for a seat?" Su Nuhan was about to refuse. At that moment, a middle-aged woman hurried over. "Su Jiqing, something's wrong. Silly girl's father was stabbed in the stomach with a shovel. The village chief asked me to call you to come see him." "What? Stabbed in the stomach?" Su Nuhan frowned slightly upon hearing this.
Yes.
"Hurry, and come take a look," the woman said anxiously. "Okay, I'll get the medical kit. Wait for me." After Su Nuhan finished speaking, she quickly ran into the inner room, carried the medicine box, and hurried out again. Then she followed the middle-aged woman, rushing toward the scene of the accident. Fu Chengyan saw this, and also hurried to catch up. Soon, the three of them arrived. They saw many villagers gathered around the field ridge. A dark-skinned middle-aged man was lying on the ground, with an iron shovel stuck in his abdomen. Blood was constantly flowing from the wound, staining the soil dark red. His family members, old and young, surrounded him, all with tears on their faces. The village chief was kneeling nearby, sweating anxiously. "Village chief, Su Jiqing is here," the guiding woman shouted loudly. Hearing this, everyone looked at Su Nuhan. The crowd immediately made way for her. The village chief stood up and faced Su Nuhan. "Su Zhihong, quickly check Black Zhu." Su Nuhan nodded and stepped forward quickly, squatting down to examine the injury. The shovel was inserted at an angle into his right abdomen, quite deep. It was unclear if any internal organs were injured. "Su Zhihong, how is Zhu's condition?" "Yes." "Su Zhihong, please, you must save my husband. If anything happens to him, how will our family survive?" "Fairy sister, please save my father." Su Nuhan nodded slightly. "Don't worry. I will do my best." After speaking, she took out a bottle of spiritual spring water and fed it to Black Zhu. Then she looked at the village chief. "What happened?" Black Zhu was digging a canal, slipped, and accidentally hit the shovel, the village chief said, trembling. Su Nuhan's expression grew serious. "We need to operate immediately to remove the shovel." She looked around and asked, "Is there a clean, empty house nearby?" "My house is nearby," a young man responded. "Good. Lead the way," Su Nuhan ordered decisively. "Get a few people to help lift him. Be gentle." Several villagers stepped forward, carefully lifting the injured man. They hurried to the young man's house. Su Nuhan instructed someone to place the injured on the bed and quickly set up a temporary operating room. After finishing, she told Fu Qingyan to stay while the others went out. Fu Qingyan looked at Su Nuhan with doubt. "What do you need me to do?" She didn't look at him. Instead, she carefully took alcohol swabs from the medical box and disinfected her hands. Only then did she speak to him. "When I pull out the shovel later, you help me press the wound with this bandage to stop the bleeding. Be quick." Fu Qingyan nodded in response. Then she carefully checked the position of the shovel. After the inspection, she took a deep breath and looked at Fu Qingyan, saying, "I'm going to start now." She then grasped the handle of the shovel. With a slight wrist movement, she quickly pulled out the shovel. With a popping sound, as the shovel was removed, blood burst out rapidly. Seeing this, Fu Qingyan hurriedly took the blood-stopping cloth prepared by Su Nuhan and pressed it against the dark wound. Su Nuhan threw the shovel aside and quickly put on medical gloves. She checked the wound again before letting Fu Qingyan release his hold. Taking the cloth from him, she quickly cleaned the blood around the wound. She carefully examined the injury. Although the wound caused by the shovel looked fierce, luckily it wasn't too deep and didn't damage any vital organs or major blood vessels. "Get a piece of gauze and press here," she instructed Fu Qingyan, pointing to the area above the wound. Fu Qingyan followed her instructions, but kept his eyes on her movements. Su Nuhan took out a bottle of light yellow powder and sprinkled it evenly over the wound. The powder seemed to work wonders. The bleeding, which had been continuous, quickly started to stop. "What's this?" Fu Qingyan couldn't help asking. "An inherited hemostatic powder," Su Nuhan replied briefly without looking at him, her hands still moving. "Inherited?" Hearing this, Fu Qingyan frowned slightly. It seemed she wasn't his fiancée after all. His grandfather had said that the Su family was made up of business people with no medical experts. Since the medicine was inherited, it meant she was someone else. Thinking of this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Fu Qingyan's eyes. Meanwhile, Su Nuhan took out alcohol, spring water, and suturing needles and thread. First, she washed the wound with spring water, then disinfected with alcohol, and finally stitched it up. Her movements were skillful and orderly, clearly that of a professional doctor. Fu Qingyan watched her focused profile and sighed softly in his heart. With such skilled medical skills, it seems she really isn't an ordinary person. However, given how good her medical skills are, she should be working at a big hospital. Why did she become a rural youth instead? Fu Qingyan was thinking about this. At that moment, Su Nuhan had finished her surgery. She exhaled and said, "It's done." Fu Qingyan, hearing this, snapped out of his thoughts and carefully looked at the dark wound. Seeing that the wound was treated very well, just like the ones on his own body, very carefully. Fu Qingyan looked at her, opened his mouth to ask something, but she spoke first. "Let his family come in," Su Nuhan said. Fu Qingyan wanted to ask more but swallowed his words, nodded, and turned to leave the room. Soon after, the family of the injured man and the village chief hurriedly came in. "Su the healer, how is my son Ju now?" "Yes." "Su the healer, is my husband okay?" "Fairy sister, how is my dad?" They all asked anxiously as soon as they entered. Su Nuhan smiled slightly. "Don't worry, the surgery was successful. He's fine now. Thank you." "Thank you so much, Su the healer, thank you. You truly are a reincarnation of a fairy." "Yes. Ever since you came to our village, many people's illnesses have been cured because of your treatment." The family members praised her gratefully.
Su Nuhan smiled gently.
"You're being too kind. The uncle just finished surgery. You can choose to stay here for the night or take him back. It's all fine, but if you take him back, you'll need to find a bed for him to lie on and be very gentle." The village chief frowned slightly. "Su the healer, he just had surgery. Can he be moved now?" Although he didn't understand medicine, he had lived so long and visited many hospitals. He also knew that people who just had surgery shouldn't be moved carelessly and need rest in peace. But Su Nuhan said it was okay to move him, which was completely different from what doctors and hospitals usually say. Su Nuhan nodded with a smile. "I've already treated his wound. As long as you move him gently, it won't open again." The village chief nodded and said, "Su Jiqing's medical skills are truly impressive. We're so lucky to have you come to our village. You're too kind," Su Nuhan replied with a smile. Then he took a bottle of spiritual spring water from his medical kit and handed it to the family members. "When he wakes up, give him this water in small amounts. In a few days, he will be able to get out of bed and move around." "Really?" the family members asked, surprised and happy.
Su Nuhan nodded.
"Yes." He then looked at the village chief. "Since everything is fine now, I should head back to the clinic." The village chief nodded. "All right, take care on your way." Su Nuhan left the room. The villagers who had come with him had already gone, leaving only Fu Qingyan standing outside the door. "Why are you still here?" Su Nuhan asked. Fu Qingyan felt a bitter smile inside. This woman was really like that, calling him to stay when she needed help, but acting as if he was a bother when she didn't. But he wasn't angry. He smiled slightly. "I was waiting just for you." Su Nuhan glanced at him. "Waiting for what?" "I'm going back to my team. I just wanted to say goodbye," Fu Qingyan said.
Su Nuhan nodded.
"Then I wish you a safe journey." Hearing this, Fu Qingyan was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing him still standing there, Su Nuhan frowned slightly. "Aren't you supposed to go back to your team? Why are you still here?" Fu Qingyan smiled. "I'm about to leave." "What about you?" "I'm going back to the clinic," Su Nuhan said, then turned and walked away. Fu Qingyan sighed with a wry smile and hurried after her. "Comrade Su, let me see you off. We're heading the same way." Su Nuhan didn't refuse or oppose. The two of them headed toward the clinic together. On the way, Fu Qingyan asked, "Your medical skills are so good. Why did you come to the countryside to be a Jiqing?" Su Nuhan glanced at him. "Is being a Jiqing not good?" Responding to the country's call and contributing to rural development is also a proud thing. Fu Qingyan quickly explained, I know. I didn't mean that being a jiqing is bad. It's just that your medical skills are so excellent. Normally, you should work at a big hospital. Why did you come to this rural place? Su Nuhan didn't answer. She kept walking straight ahead. Seeing the situation, Fu Qingyan sighed and did not ask further. The two arrived at the entrance of the clinic. Su Nuhan stopped and said, All right, I'm here. You can go now. Fu Qingyan nodded helplessly. Okay, thank you again for saving me. After saying that, he turned and left. Su Nuhan watched his back as he left, muttering to herself, This kid is quite handsome. I wonder if he's the original owner's fiancé. Oh, what am I thinking? Does it matter? Afterward, Su Nuhan turned and entered the clinic. As soon as she went inside and hadn't sat down yet, the village chief's wife came in with a bright smile. Su Jiqing. Su Nuhan turned around and greeted her with a smile. Mrs. Su, it's you. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Mrs. Su waved her hand and said happily, No. Su Jiqing, do you have a partner now? Hearing this and seeing Mrs. Su's expression, Su Nuhan immediately understood her purpose. She smiled and replied, Yes, I do. Really? You have a fiancé? Mrs. Su's face froze in surprise and asked.
Sunoa nodded.
Yes. Oh, that's such a pity. I have a nephew who works at the steel factory. He's honest and capable. I thought I'd introduce him to you, Mrs. Su said disappointedly.
Sunoan smiled slightly.
No need, thank you, Mrs. Su. Ah, such a pity. What does your fiancé do? Can you accept him? Mrs. Su asked further. Su Nuhan replied with a gentle smile. He's okay. He's in the army. He's in the military. Mrs. Su looked more disappointed after hearing that. Su Nuhan nodded and changed the subject. Mrs. Su, the village chief asked you to prepare meals for the uncles and aunts helping with repairs. Are you ready? Mrs. Su responded a bit unhappily. I'm almost done. Without further words, she left quietly, looking disappointed. Su Nuhan watched her leave the yard before turning to the counter, sitting down. She took a bottle of drink from her space and started drinking. She sat in the clinic until nearly noon. Seeing no one around, she thought for a moment and then got up, pulled her bicycle, and decided to go check on the house nearby. Just as she stepped out of the clinic door, she saw the village chief rushing toward her, waving his hand and calling out, Su Jiqing. Su Nuhan stopped and waited for him to come closer. After a few breaths, the village chief reached her front. Su Nuhan looked at his tired but smiling face, as if he had good news. Village chief, what's wrong? The village chief didn't answer immediately. He took a few deep breaths and then smiled, saying, I'm here to give you an introduction letter. Introduction letter? Su Nuhan frowned slightly.
Yes.
Since our clinic is now open to prevent troublemakers from causing problems, you need to get your medical license. That way, you won't be reported again. Su Nuhan nodded and said, You're right. The village chief handed her the introduction letter. Your exam is the day after tomorrow. You should prepare these next 2 days. Okay. Su Nuhan took the letter and nodded. By the way, where are you headed? The village chief finally noticed her pulling the bicycle. Su Nuhan smiled and replied, I want to check on my house. The village chief nodded. Go ahead. See if there are any problems so you can fix them early. Thanks, village chief. Girl, why are you always so polite with me? The village chief chuckled. They chatted for a few more words. Then Su Nuhan rode her bike toward her house. Su Nuhan rode her bike, turning down a few small paths, and arrived in front of her house. It was almost noon. Inside, the uncle and aunt were still busy working diligently. Su Nuhan was about to go inside and take a look. At that moment, a voice came from behind her. What are you looking at, little girl? Hearing this, Su Nuhan turned around. It was an elderly man, probably in his 60s. Although he was old, he had a strong presence. Su Nuhan looked him over carefully. Then she understood. He was likely the grumpy old man the village chief mentioned, who had been sent away. Su Nuhan smiled and said, I'm here to check on the house and see how the repairs are going. The old man looked her over and asked, Did the village committee give you this yard? Su Nuhan nodded gently. The The old man snorted and said, "You're quite something, little girl." After saying that, he clasped his hands behind his back and turned to walk toward the cow shed.
Ah.
Sue Nohan thought, what does that old man mean? Just as the village chief said, he's quite temperamental. She shook her head and then stepped into the yard. At this moment, 3 uncles and 2 aunts were on ladders passing tiles to repair the roof. The tiles, as the village chief mentioned, are hard to get, and her good reputation as a doctor helped her get some from the commune. The village secretary and he both guaranteed her, so she managed to get over 1,000 tiles. Luckily, her yard isn't very big. Judging by the layout, 2 rooms and a living room, the total area is probably just over 50 square meters. But as a young person sent to the countryside, being able to live in such a house is a blessing she earned in her past life. "Young Dr. Sue, you're here?" One of the uncles on the ladder saw her and greeted her with a smile. This uncle was Lee Eru, who took his son to see her last night. Sue Nohan looked at him and responded with a smile. "Yes. Uncle, be careful. Don't worry. Uncle is good at repairing houses and building," Lee Eru said happily. Sue Nohan smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Girl, don't be so polite with us. If it weren't for you last night, my son wouldn't be here," Lee Eru said gratefully. Sue Nohan smiled slightly and said, "It's all in the past, Uncle. Don't mention it anymore." "Ha ha. Okay. Lee Eru laughed loudly. At this moment, a kind-hearted aunt who was spreading mud approached and asked with a smile, "Young Dr. Sue, are you planning to live here alone?" Sue Nohan didn't quite understand what she meant, but she still answered cautiously, "Yes, for now I am living alone." "Just now? So, you don't have a partner yet?" the aunt asked with a smile. Sue Nohan was speechless. She smiled softly and said, "I have a fiancé now." "Oh? You have a boyfriend?" The aunt looked surprised, but a little disappointed. Sue Nohan nodded slightly. "Yes. Wow. You're so pretty and talented. How come you have a fiancé?" The aunt looked a bit regretful. After a pause, she added, "I wanted to introduce someone to you. My shunzi, Su Jiqing, my shunzi. You should have seen him, right? Tall and strong, good-looking and quick at work. The girls in the village all chase after him. If I hadn't stopped him, he'd have gotten married already." Sue Nohan smiled and said, "Auntie, I have something to do, so I'll go now." Without waiting for the aunt to reply, she turned to Lee Eru and the others and said, "Uncles, I have to leave now. Sorry to trouble you, but please make sure to stay safe." "All right. Don't worry. We'll take care of the house and fix it up nicely for you," Lee Eru replied with a smile. Sue Nohan nodded gently and then left the yard. "Hey, Su Jiqing, I haven't finished talking," the aunt called after her, shouting. Sue Nohan ignored her and ran out of the yard quickly. She then rode her bike back to the clinic.
It was noon now.
The villagers had finished work. On the road, a few people could be seen walking, some carrying hoes, some with shovels, some with bamboo baskets, and others heading home. Every time Sue Nohan passed someone, she greeted them. Some who knew her smiled and waved back. Those who didn't recognize her looked confused and asked the person next to them, "Hey, who's that girl?" "She's riding a bike. Don't you know her?" "No, she's Su Jiqing." "What?" "She's Su Jiqing." "Exactly. Wow. She's really pretty. Hey? Gotsi, don't even think about her. She's from the city, educated, and knows medicine. We can't compare ourselves to her." "Nonsense. What city girl? Coming to our village makes her one of us. My dad's a deputy secretary of the commune. If I like her, it's her good fortune. I'm warning you, Gotsi. Be careful with Su Jiqing. She's our village doctor, and you shouldn't have any inappropriate thoughts about her." "What's wrong with being a doctor? I still need to get married and have children." "Forget it. I can't argue with you." Meanwhile, Sue Nohan returned to the clinic, sat down, and took a sip of water. Seeing no one was coming, she entered her space and started eating hot pot. Halfway through her meal, suddenly, she heard someone calling her outside. "Su Jiqing, are you there?" Hearing this, Sue Nohan quickly exited her space and quietly stepped out from the back room. She saw a young man sneaking around the clinic, looking left and right with a suspicious expression, looking quite lecherous. Su Nuhan looked at him and asked coldly, "Are you here for a checkup?" The young man trembled at her voice, turned around, and looked at her. His eyes were full of heat and admiration. This Su Jiqing is truly beautiful. Not only is she pretty, but her voice is also very nice. It's so pleasant, it feels like it's sinking into my bones. Seeing his intense gaze, Su Nuhan frowned slightly, her expression turning colder. "Are you here for a checkup? Or to get medicine?" He rubbed his hands and took a few steps forward, grinning. I'm here for a checkup," Su Nuhan asked calmly. "Where do you feel unwell?" He pointed to his chest and said, "Right here." "What's the problem?" Su Nuhan asked coldly. He smiled mischievously and said, "My heart is pounding." Hearing this, Su Nuhan sneered. "That's serious. I can't treat that. You should go to the county hospital." "Don't, Su Jiqing," the young man said with a smile. "Actually, ever since I saw you at noon, my heart just keeps beating faster." Hearing this, Su Nuhan's beautiful face instantly turned icy. "If you're here for a genuine checkup, I welcome it. If not, please leave." But instead of leaving, the young man moved closer to her. Seeing this, Su Nuhan took a few steps back, her eyes cold as she looked at him. He saw her retreat and didn't try to approach again. Instead, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and looked as if he was enjoying himself. It smells so good. Such a fresh and pure body scent. It's the first time I've smelled anything like this. It's truly irresistible." After speaking, she opened her eyes and with a playful smile said, "Su Jiqing, I heard you live here alone? You're so beautiful. It must be lonely to live by yourself. Why don't I stay and keep you company?" Su Nuhan's eyes flashed with coldness. Her voice was icy. "I'll give you one chance. Either you leave now, or I'll deal with you. If you don't, I'll throw you out myself." The young man was not afraid. Instead, he stepped closer and said, "So beautiful. Even when you're angry, you look stunning." "I can't control myself anymore." He reached out to try to touch Su Nuhan's face. Her beautiful eyes sharpened. "Since you don't listen, then I'll." She didn't finish her sentence, too lazy to bother. She flicked her wrist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 silver needles shot out from her hand, accurately piercing the young man's waist point, shoulder point, and thigh point. The young man saw 3 flashes of silver, then felt pain all over his body. He suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud. His right arm was painfully weak, one leg couldn't move, and his lower body involuntarily shrank in pain. It hurts so much. What did you do to me?" The young man looked up at Su Nuhan in terror. She didn't answer. She sneered and walked over, grabbing his collar. Like dragging a dead fish, she pulled him out. His body scraped along the ground, and the pain from the cuts made him cry out. I warn you. My dad is the deputy secretary of the commune. If you want to stay here peacefully, you'd better let me go now. Otherwise, the young man endured the pain, full of shock and anger, warning her. When Su Nuhan heard that his father was the deputy secretary, she paused for a moment. But it was only a brief pause. Soon, she dragged him out of the clinic and threw him out like a dead dog. However, she still untied his acupoints. After all, his father was the deputy secretary of the commune. She couldn't afford to offend him, even if she was in the right. Of course, she only gave him a warning. If he came again, she wouldn't hold back next time. After unlocking his acupoints, Su Nuhan coldly said, "Get out of here, you. You wait for me." The young man was scared now. After making harsh threats, he got up and ran away quickly. Su Nuhan watched him leave and smiled coldly. She turned and went into the clinic. She had just sat down when, not long after, "Su Jiqing, have you eaten yet?" Su Nuhan looked up at the sound and saw 3 middle-aged women walking in hand. The one speaking was named Zhang Dongmei, nicknamed Zhang the Talkative. Whatever news she knew, good or bad, she could spread it to 10 miles around in no time. The other 2 were named Zhou Shuhua, nicknamed Zhou the Loudspeaker, because she had a very loud voice that could be heard from far away. The third was Wang Meiling, nicknamed Wang the Rascal. She liked to cheat a little and was often rude and aggressive. All three were lazy and didn't do much work. They wandered around the village all day, chatting and gossiping. People called them the three gossipers of the village. Although Su Nuhan didn't want to talk much with them, she still stood up and greeted them with a smile. "Oh, it's you three. What brings you here? Are you feeling unwell?" No, Zhang Dongmei said, holding a handful of sunflower seeds. She cracked one and waved her hand, smiling. "We just saw the warehouse looking so empty and thought you might be bored alone, so we came to chat with you." Su Nuhan didn't really want to, but she kept smiling and said, "Thank you, ladies. But I think I don't have much time. The day after tomorrow, I have to go to the county to take an exam. I need to prepare." The three women listened, but didn't plan to leave. Instead, they sat down heavily on the chairs in the yard, looking curious. "Really? What exam are you taking?" Zhang Dongmei loved gossip and asked, stretching her neck and squinting. Su Nuhan smiled slightly. "I'm taking the medical licensing exam." "Oh," Zhang Dongmei nodded, exchanged glances with Zhou Shuhua and Wang Miling. Then she asked with a smile, "Su Zhijing, you're so pretty. Do you have a boyfriend?" Hearing this, Su Nuhan rolled her eyes. "Oh no, again. What's going on today? Why does everyone keep asking her that?" "Uncle, I have a fiancé," she replied.
What?
"You have a fiancé," they exclaimed.
Yes, Su Nuhan nodded.
Then she said, "Ladies, I need to prepare for my exam now. I don't have time to chat with you. Next time, when I have free time, I'll come find you. All right. You're busy, go ahead. We'll chat here for a while," the three of them said without arguing, nodding in agreement. Su Nuhan felt speechless after hearing this. Her meaning was very clear. She wanted them to leave. She didn't expect them to pretend to be innocent and act clueless. It's okay for them to sit here, since this place is just for patients waiting. But these three are always idling around. If they get used to sitting here every day, what will she do? How can she have peace? Su Nuhan looked at them and could only sigh softly. She returned to the clinic and picked up a book, pretending to read. Meanwhile, the three of them started chatting. Zhou Shua's voice was really loud. Her voice, not to mention the clinic, could probably be heard from several meters away. Su Nuhan occasionally glanced at them. Right now, she really hoped a patient would come, or maybe the village chief.
Just as she was thinking this,
Wang Shuyi and Wu Xiulan came over. Seeing them, Su Nuhan happily stood up and went to greet them. "Village Chief Wang, Village Chief Wu, what brings you here?" Wang Shuyi covered her face and smiled. "We came to see you." Wu Xiulan sighed and was about to speak. But Su Nuhan's sharp eyes caught sight of the injury on Wang Shuyi's face. She frowned slightly. "Village Chief Wang, what happened to your face?" Wang Shuyi shook her head. "It's nothing, just a small cut by accident." Wu Xiulan glared at her and then said to Su Nuhan, "Su Village Chief, don't listen to her nonsense. She argued with Li Village Chief and got hurt by her." "What? An argument?" Su Nuhan was surprised. "Yes. What happened?" Wu Xiulan opened her mouth to explain, but Wang Shuyi stopped her. Wang Shuyi shook her head at Su Nuhan. "It's nothing serious. Do you have any medicine to apply for healing?" Su Nuhan didn't answer immediately, but frowned. She had a rough idea of what might have happened. She then asked Wu Xiulan, "Is it because of me?" Although she and Wang Shuyi hadn't known each other long, she understood her personality somewhat. Wang Shuyi was the kind of person who was timid and gentle, but she cared deeply about her feelings and treated her sincerely. Now, Wang Shuyi refused to let Wu Xiulan speak, indicating that her argument with Li Xiujuan was not because of herself, but because of Su Nuhan. Wu Xiulan glanced at Wang Shuyi and nodded at Su Nuhan.
"Yes.
Last night, after you left, Li Jiqing and Cheng Jiqing saw everything. As soon as they entered, they asked Wang Jiqing about your whereabouts. Wang Jiqing ignored them, and Li Jiqing got angry. They ended up fighting. After hearing this, Su Nuhan's face turned cold, and a sharp aura radiated from her. Wang Shuyi and Wu Xiulan felt the coldness coming from her, and both felt a little nervous. They came here not to complain, but because Wang Shuyi's face might be scarred if not treated quickly. Wu Xiaolan looked at Su Nuhan and sighed. Su Jiqing, you don't need to be angry. Both of them got minor injuries. Let's just let it go. Su Nuhan took a deep breath and gently held Wang Shi's hand, carefully examining her facial injuries. There were a few obvious scratches, one a bit deeper, and the rest were just minor cuts. But these scratches on her fair skin looked very noticeable. Su Nuhan sighed and said with concern, "Luckily, they are just superficial cuts. I'll clean them and apply some ointment. They'll heal by tomorrow." "What? Really? Just one day?" Wang Shi asked in surprise. Wu Xiaolan also looked surprised. Such minor scratches healing in a day. That seems impossible. She had also been injured before, with cuts that took several days to heal. Even with ointments, they didn't heal that quickly. Now, Su Nuhan said it would only take a day. Could she be a miracle worker? Or was her medicine some kind of divine pill that could make wounds heal overnight? She was a bit skeptical now. Meanwhile, Su Nuhan had taken Wang Shi into the treatment room, took out spiritual spring water and special ointment. She first washed the wounds with the spring water, then carefully applied the cool ointment on the cuts. "I'm sorry I caused this," Su Nuhan said with a look of pain and guilt as she applied the ointment. Wang Shi quickly shook her head. "It's not your fault. Li Xiaojuan is just really annoying." Sunohan nodded, a cold glint in her eyes. "Don't worry. I will help you settle this someday." Wang Shi shook her head slightly.
No.
"You're now our village doctor. If you fight her and she reports it to the commune, you'll be the one who suffers. Forget it. She hasn't gained anything from this anyway. Let's just leave it at that." "Yeah. Su Jiqing, that Li Jiqing is just a petty person. We better not provoke her." Wu Xiaolan chimed in from behind, agreeing. She paused for a moment. Then Wu Xiaolan asked curiously, "Su Jiqing, have you known Li Jiqing for a long time?" Sunohan shook her head.
No.
"Then why does she keep targeting you?" Sunohan smiled coldly. "Because when we were at the youth gathering point, she asked me to carry her luggage. I didn't, and instead helped Wang Jiqing. Since then, she's held a grudge against me." "What? Really? Just because of that?" Wu Xiaolan looked surprised.
Su Nuhan nodded.
"Probably. Well, if that's the case, Li Jiqing is really petty. Whether I help or not is my choice. How can she just hold a grudge and target you?" Sunohan snorted coldly. "It doesn't matter. I don't care about her. I just indirectly caused Wang Jiqing some trouble this time." "Oh, I told you I'm fine. Besides, you already helped me with medicine, and it's none of your business. Don't be so hard on yourself," Wang Shi said with a smile as she stood up. Sunohan sighed and smiled back at her. All right, the three of them chatted in the clinic for a while longer before leaving. "Su Jiqing, we're going now. We'll come visit you when we have time," Wang Shi said, her eyes showing reluctance. Wu Xiaolan also looked at the clean clinic with envy. They were all young people sent to the countryside, mainly working in the fields. But Sunohan only worked for a morning and then stayed in the clinic, relaxing and at ease. It was truly enviable. No wonder Li Xiaojuan was jealous. Sunohan saw them to the door. "All right, if you feel unwell in the future, just come by." "Okay," they said their goodbyes. Wang Shi and Li Xiaojuan had just left the clinic. At that moment, Su Nuhan noticed that Zhang Dongmei and the two others were no longer there. She looked at the empty yard, a slight smile on her face, and softly muttered, "It seems they ignored her." They couldn't sit still and left on their own. All afternoon, no one came to see a doctor, nor did anyone bother her. As it got dark, she closed the door. She entered her space and started cooking dinner. Time passed quickly. Soon it was the day of her exam in the city. Su Nuhan got up early, washed up, and took out a box of milk and some bread from her space for breakfast. After eating, she rode her bicycle out of the clinic. Before long, she arrived at the county hospital. This hospital wasn't large by modern standards, similar to a small health center, a dull gray 3-story building. Su Nuhan parked her bike and entered the hospital. In the lobby corridor, many patients and their families waited. The long wooden benches were full, and some people sat on the floor against the wall. The lower half of the walls was painted green, while the upper half was faded white. A red slogan saying, "Serve the people," was pasted high on the wall. Occasionally, doctors and nurses, dressed in white coats and nurse uniforms that looked washed out, hurried through the crowd. Soo Nuhan looked around and saw a nurse. She approached and asked about the location of the exam site. Following the nurse's directions, Soo Nuhan arrived at a large classroom in the back courtyard. She looked inside. There were already over 10 candidates gathered, most nervously flipping through their study materials. Just as Soo Nuhan was about to step inside, a sharp voice suddenly sounded from behind. "Move aside. Move. Don't you have eyes? Can't you see I'm coming? You've delayed our exam, and you won't get good results." Soo Nuhan turned to look. She saw a young woman with curly hair, dressed fashionably. The woman was about 18 or 19, with a bright red scarf around her neck. "Why are you looking at me?" The woman hurried over and glared at Soo Nuhan with annoyance. "Country bumpkin." After saying that, she pushed Soo Nuhan aside and arrogantly walked inside. Soo Nuhan was caught off guard when she was suddenly pushed aside and staggered a step. After regaining her balance, Soo Nuhan looked at the woman's back as she walked away, her face turning cold. But since she was here for an exam today, she took a deep breath and decided not to argue. She walked in calmly and found a seat by the window. Meanwhile, the woman wandered around the classroom. Then she turned to face Soo Nuhan, knocked on the desk, and said, "This seat is mine. You go to the back." Soo Nuhan looked up at her with a cold stare and sneered without saying anything. Seeing this, the woman's expression darkened. "I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Move aside quickly." Her angry voice broke the silence in the classroom, and everyone's eyes turned toward them. Hearing this, Soo Nuhan looked up at her again, her gaze icy. "I sat here first. Why should I give it to you?" "Why?" "Because my uncle is the head of the Health Bureau's medical department," the woman said proudly, crossing her arms and lifting her chin. "What? The head of the department?" Everyone in the classroom trembled at her words, looking surprised. Soo Nuhan's brow furrowed slightly. The head of a department? In this era, a department head holds quite a lot of power, especially in the medical field. This medical department is very important. They handle administrative medical affairs, overseeing city hospitals, town health centers, and village clinics. She didn't expect this woman to have such connections. But, with such connections, why is she still here taking the exam? Either there's some secret behind it, or it shows her uncle is an upright person. But so what? In this era, people with positions are most afraid of being reported. Once reported, the authorities would investigate thoroughly. Thinking of investigations, Soo Nuhan suddenly remembered the Soo family. She wondered how the Soo family was doing now. Those pieces of evidence, solid and well-founded, even if Soo Yaoyang had connections or skills, probably couldn't escape. And what about Soo Nianwei and Soo Tianming? She didn't know if they had gone to the countryside. She decided she needed to find time to go back and check. Just as she was lost in thought, at this moment, a man wearing black-rimmed glasses approached and extended his hand to the woman, smiling flatteringly. "Hello, comrade. May I get to know you? My name is Zhou Ziyuan." The woman raised her chin slightly, glanced at Soo Nuhan, and then calmly said to Zhou Ziyuan, "Wang Xiaoli." "So it's Comrade Wang." Zhou Ziyuan kept up his flattering smile and then turned to look at Soo Nuhan. "This comrade, we're all here for the exam. Since Comrade Wang wants to sit here, you should let her." Anyway, he didn't finish his sentence. Soo Nuhan slowly stood up and sneered, "If you want to act like a dog, that's your business. Don't drag others into it." "What did you say?" Zhou Ziyuan didn't expect such rude words from the beautiful woman. His face instantly turned pale, but only for a moment. He took a deep breath, his expression changing again. He adjusted his glasses and said, "Comrade, I am just trying to keep order in the exam room." "Do you really need to speak so harshly?" Soo Nuhan chuckled softly. "Order? If she weren't related to that department head, would you be standing up for her?" Zhou Ziyuan was speechless for a moment after Soo Nuhan's words. Others nearby nodded in agreement and whispered among themselves. Two of the girls spoke louder than the rest. Exactly. If we didn't know that Comrade Wang's uncle is the department head, how could he be helping her? Humph, you don't know. When that woman came in earlier, he kept staring at her. Now he's suddenly on Wang's side. Really?
Huh?
It turns out, you can't judge a person just by appearance. He looked neat, wore glasses, was polite and refined. I thought he was a good comrade, but it turns out he's just a flip-flopper. What flip-flopper? No, he's just a wolf in sheep's clothing. Hearing their gossip, Zhou Ziyuan's polite facade collapsed instantly. His face twisted in anger as he shouted, "Everyone, shut up!" The two girls were startled by his shout and quickly closed their mouths, not daring to speak further. Zhou Ziyuan gave them a cold look, then turned to the others and explained, "Comrade Wang just wanted to sit in this position. I only came to persuade this female comrade to keep the peace." "Is that wrong?" The others didn't answer. Su Nuhan sneered coldly, about to speak. At that moment, a middle-aged woman in a white coat, with neat short hair, entered with an assistant. The woman was in her 40s, serious-looking, with sharp eyes. "What are you all arguing about?" she asked in a calm but commanding voice. "This is an exam room, not a marketplace." Seeing the visitor, Zhou Ziyuan immediately smiled flatteringly and went to greet her. "Director Zhao, you're just in time." This comrade not only took Comrade Wang's seat but also insulted others. Director Zhao frowned and looked at Su Nuhan. "What happened?" Wang Xiaoli spoke first, proud. "Director Zhao, I am Su Section Chief's niece, Wang Xiaoli." Hearing this, Director Zhao's stern face suddenly softened into a more friendly smile.
Oh.
"Wang Xiaoli. Just now, Section Chief Su called the dean's office asking how you did on the exam." Wang Xiaoli smiled slightly. "Don't worry. I will do well." Director Zhao nodded with a smile. "I believe in you. You're Section Chief Su's niece. I heard from the dean that you've been following Section Chief Su around since you were young, helping with medical matters. You must have learned a lot from that." "Of course," Wang Xiaoli said proudly, lifting her chin. Seeing Director Zhao so polite to Wang Xiaoli, Zhou Ziyuan tried to flatter her more. "Director Zhao, someone like this comrade has no sense of teamwork and causes division. Shouldn't she be dealt with seriously?" Director Zhao looked at Su Nuhan with a cold expression. "What's your name?" "Su Nuhan," she replied calmly. Su Nuhan, hearing this, Director Zhao frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then looked down at the materials she brought. After a moment, she looked up. "You're the village doctor from Lipo Village, introduced by Huayang Commune?" "What? A village doctor?" Everyone looked at Su Nuhan in surprise, their faces showing shock. This young comrade Su looks only about 18 or 19 years old, yet she is the village doctor. Yes, she's definitely a barefoot doctor. The crowd murmured among themselves, some with a hint of disdain in their tone. When Wang Xiaoli heard that Su Nuhan was a village doctor, she looked even more contemptuous. "Ha, so, she's just a barefoot doctor. I thought she had some background to dare challenge me." Zhou Ziyuan also cast a dismissive glance at Su Nuhan, then moved closer to Wang Xiaoli and flatteringly said, "Comrade Wang, don't worry. She's just a village doctor. We can easily make her fail the exam." Wang Xiaoli snorted in response to Zhou Ziyuan's obvious flattery. She glared at Su Nuhan with a cold snort. "Humph, just a poor rural bumpkin. Even if she passes, I'll tell my uncle, and she'll be removed immediately." Su Nuhan nodded at Director Zhao. "Yes, it's me." After confirming, Director Zhao's eyes also showed a hint of disdain. Zhou Ziyuan, who had just been looked down on by Wang Xiaoli, looked a bit uncomfortable but, wanting to flatter her, then turned to Director Zhao and said, "Director Zhao, I think this comrade Su's attitude is problematic. She's not suitable for this exam." Hearing this, Director Zhao looked at Zhou Ziyuan with narrowed eyes and a slight frown. "Who is this kid? Why is he so fixated on that village doctor?" "That village doctor was recommended by Huayang Commune. No matter how much I disdain her, I can't openly dismiss her, right?" Director Zhao ignored Zhou Ziyuan and looked at everyone. "All right, if you have any questions, wait until after the exam to discuss. Now the exam begins. Find your seats and sit down." Zhou Ziyuan wanted to say more, but everyone had already taken their seats without waiting. Even Wang Xiaoli didn't insist on sitting next to Su Nuhan, but chose a seat half a meter away. Seeing this, Zhou Ziyuan sighed. Helpless, he could only hurriedly find a seat and sit down. Director Zhao looked around at everyone and spoke. This exam mainly tests your basic medical knowledge, diagnosis and treatment of common illnesses, and recognition and use of medicinal herbs. She then raised a stack of slightly rough paper with printed words, a symbol of this era. Is everyone clear about this? After introducing, she looked at Su Nuhan and others and asked. Yes, we understand. Everyone answered together, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Good, then the exam officially begins. After speaking, Director Zhao handed her test papers to her assistant. The assistant took them and distributed one by one. Seeing everyone had received their papers, Director Zhao looked at her watch and said, You have 40 minutes for the written test. You may start now. As soon as she finished, the classroom was filled with the sound of papers being turned. Everyone focused intently, looking down at their questions. Su Nuhan quickly skimmed the test. The questions were mostly basic theories. There were multiple-choice questions, true or false questions, common illnesses, and a few identification questions asking for the name and main effects of herbs. These were very easy for her. After a quick review, she started answering. The sound of her pen on paper was very clear in the quiet exam room. Others who had been looking at their papers turned to watch her. Seeing her head down and writing quickly, a hint of surprise appeared on their faces. But soon, they also reacted and started writing. Director Zhao saw Su Nuhan's pen moving nonstop, almost without pause or hesitation. She frowned slightly, feeling a bit suspicious. Thinking for a moment, she quietly paced around, seeming to patrol the exam room, but her eyes kept drifting to Su Nuhan's paper. When she reached Su Nuhan's side, her steps slowed slightly, and her gaze fell on her paper. She saw the handwriting was neat and clear, with well-organized layout. After casually glancing at a few questions, her face suddenly showed surprise. I thought she was just a village doctor who knew a little about medicine, but I didn't expect her to be truly capable. She could even answer questions about alternative antibiotics for penicillin allergy. That's impressive. But what is Heimlich maneuver? And drowning rescue, CPR, aren't those just simple artificial breathing and chest compressions? Why are there so many details? Could it be made up? Director Zhao shook his head and then walked back. She had just stopped and turned around. Su Nuhan stood up, holding her test paper, ready to submit. Director Zhao frowned and asked sharply, What are you doing? Her voice made everyone, who was focused on their questions and tense, look up instinctively. First, they looked at her, then all their eyes shifted to Su Nuhan. Hearing her shout, Su Nuhan hesitated for a moment, then calmly said, I am submitting my paper.
What?
Submitting? Everyone exclaimed, trembling with surprise. Did she finish already? Only a short time has passed? Not even halfway through? Maybe it's too hard, so she gave up? Probably, after all, she's just a rural barefoot doctor. What could she understand? Exactly. Everyone's eyes exchanged, whispering and discussing quietly. Hearing the whispers, Director Zhao's face darkened. What are you all doing? Be quiet and focus on your questions. Hearing this, the students hurriedly went back to their work. When everyone was quiet again, her gaze fell on Su Nuhan. Bring it here. Su Nuhan carefully carried her test paper and handed it to the assistant. Then she returned to her seat and sat down again. Time passed minute by minute. The students also started to submit their papers one after another as time went on. 40 minutes had gone by. Director Zhao called out, Time's up. The students who were still thinking hard and trying their best to answer had no choice but to put down their pens and stop. They all voluntarily went to submit their papers. The assistant organized the collected papers and began grading with Director Zhao. The exam room was quiet. Only the sound of paper flipping and pen scratching could be heard. Candidates all hold their breath, nervously watching Director Zhao and the other examiner grading papers. Wang Xiaoli always keeps a proud look, occasionally glancing at Su Nuhan. Seeing her calm and relaxed, I sneer inwardly. a country girl pretending to be so composed. When the scores are announced, she probably won't need my help. She'll be eliminated on her own. Zhou Ziyuan also appears calm, seeming confident in himself. Time feels especially long during this silent wait. Director Zhao and her assistant work quickly, flipping through papers, occasionally whispering or making notes. Before long, they finish grading about a dozen papers. Director Zhao stands up, clears her throat. The nervous candidates immediately straighten their backs and fix their eyes on her. She scans the room and then speaks slowly. The exam results are out. I will now announce the scores. Kai Yanin, 72. Li Jianjun, 53. Wang Xiaoli, 90. Wow. As soon as Director Zhao announces Wang Xiaoli's score, the room erupts in surprise. 90? That's so high. Yes. Wang is really impressive, just like Director Su's niece. Exactly. Wang Xiaoli is so happy, she almost smiles to the sky. She glances at Su Nuhan again, lifting her chin proudly. Su Nuhan also looks at her, a hint of surprise in her eyes. She thought Wang Xiaoli was just riding on her uncle's reputation, but it turns out she has some real skill. All right, quiet now, I haven't finished reading the scores. Director Zhao calls out. Zhou Ziyuan, 92. Hearing his score, Zhou Ziyuan nods happily and looks proudly at Wang Xiaoli. His score surprises everyone again. Director Zhao continues reading. Su Nuhan. When she reaches Su Nuhan's name, she pauses, staring directly at her. All the candidates hold their breath, watching Director Zhao, waiting for her to announce Su Nuhan's score. After all, she was the first to finish and probably took only about 10 minutes to complete the test. Such a short time, even a doctor in a hospital would be unlikely to finish so quickly. There was a long pause. Director Zhao finally spoke slowly. Your score is pending review. Everyone was stunned to hear this.
What?
Pending review? What does that mean? I don't know. Maybe she just guessed, and even Director Zhao can't understand her answers? That shouldn't be. Director Zhao graduated from Kyoto Medical College and has been practicing medicine for over 20 years. How could he not understand? Yeah. It seems she got 0 points. Maybe Director Zhao is too embarrassed to announce it publicly, huh? The crowd discussed for a moment and then started laughing. Wang Xiaoli smiled slightly, looked at Director Zhao, and asked, Director Zhao, did she really get 0 points? Director Zhao opened his mouth to answer. Zhou Ziyuan interrupted. Comrade Wang, do you still need to ask? If she didn't get 0, how could Director Zhao not announce her score? Everyone else's scores are out. Only hers is pending review. Isn't that obvious? Exactly. Haha. Laughter erupted again. Seeing everyone mock Su Nuhan, Wang Xiaoli raised her chin proudly and cast a contemptuous glance at Su Nuhan, as if looking at trash. Hearing the crowd's ridicule, Director Zhao's brows furrowed tightly. He looked around at everyone and then turned to Su Nuhan. Despite being surrounded and mocked, she kept her back straight and her expression calm, with no change at all.
This.
Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Director Zhao's face. This girl is truly extraordinary. With her answers on the test paper, even he, with over 20 years of medical experience, had never thought of some of her responses. Some questions she answered very thoroughly, even noting some combined therapies and the effects of medicines. Most importantly, this test paper was created by her, and one of the questions was about brain nerves. No one else could answer that question, but Su Nuhan did, and she answered very comprehensively, even suggesting multiple treatment methods. These methods were never even considered by her before. You should know she is a brain specialist, and today she actually found some solutions here with Su Nuhan. So, she plans to discuss Su Nuhan's exam paper with the director and some colleagues. Of course, if she were to grade it now, it would be a perfect score, but she isn't sure whether Su Nuhan's answers are right or wrong. After all, Su Nuhan is just a village doctor from the countryside and is quite young. It's unlikely she would know so much. Enough, everyone be quiet, Director Zhao said firmly, stopping the people who were still laughing. Her words made the laughter in the exam room suddenly stop, and everything became silent. Director Zhao looked around sharply. You all did so badly, some didn't even pass. Where'd you get the nerve to laugh at others? Then she turned her gaze to Zhou Ziyuan. Comrade Zhou, don't think scoring 92 points is a big deal. Most of the questions on this test are from textbooks. As long as you study and remember, anyone can answer them. What are you so proud of? Zhou Ziyuan immediately blushed and kept his mouth shut, afraid to speak. Seeing this, Su Nuhan was a little surprised. What's going on? Is Director Zhao actually defending her? Did she hear that right? Director Zhao isn't supposed to be flattering Wang Xiaoli? Why is she suddenly speaking up for her? Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoli looked at Director Zhao with a slight frown, confused. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. At that moment, a male doctor hurried in. Director Zhao, quickly. Our hospital has brought in a special patient. The head doctor asked us to do everything we can to save him. Since you're a brain specialist, the director asked me to call you. A special patient. Yes, hurry. The male doctor looked anxious. Okay, Director Zhao nodded, took her assistant, and was about to leave quickly. But just as she reached the door, she suddenly turned around and looked at Su Nuhan. Comrade Su Nuhan, come along too, huh? Su Nuhan was surprised again when she heard this. Is this the same Director Zhao who just came in and was flattering Wang Xiaoli? Seeing her still standing there, Director Zhao called again. Let's go. Oh, okay. Su Nuhan nodded, then lifted her leg to follow. Wang Xiaoli called out, Director Zhao. Director Zhao stopped and turned to look at her. What is it? Comrade Wang Xiaoli asked confusedly. Director Zhao, we scored so many points. Why didn't you let us go with you, but instead let this person who scored 0 go along? Director Zhao frowned. Who told you she scored 0? Wasn't that what you just said? Wang Xiaoli replied with a slight frown. Director Zhao smiled slightly. You all misunderstood. I only said her results need to be checked. Need to be checked? Does that mean her answers might be wrong? Otherwise, why check? Exactly. Director Zhao, you wouldn't be biased and let her into the hospital, would you? Zhou Ziyuan saw Wang Xiaoli daring to question Director Zhao. To flatter Wang Xiaoli, he gathered his courage and started to cheer her on. After all, Wang Xiaoli had an uncle who was a department head. Even if he offended Director Zhao, as long as he could stand with Wang Xiaoli, he believed she would be touched. All he needed was to win Wang Xiaoli's heart. Not only a Director Zhao, but even the hospital director would have to show him respect. Others also spoke up when they heard this. Yes, Director Zhao. Even if we didn't do well, at least we're better than that village doctor. How can you be biased and only take her, ignoring us? That's right, we're not convinced. Yes, we're not convinced. You all. Faced with the crowd's protests, Director Zhao was momentarily at a loss for words. She really wanted to say that Su Nuhan scored full marks, but at least she hadn't said it. If she did, they would be even more upset and think she was biased towards Su Nuhan. A male doctor nearby saw this and urged, Director Zhao, whatever the issue is, let's put it aside for now. We can't delay this. After a pause, he leaned close to Director Zhao's ear and whispered something. Suddenly, Director Zhao's face changed. She looked at Wang Xiaoli and others and said, Fine, since you're not convinced, then come along. She then looked at Su Nuhan. Let's go. Su Nuhan nodded slightly and followed Director Zhao out of the assessment room. Wang Xiaoli and the others quickly followed. Soon, under the guidance of the male doctor, they arrived at the corridor outside the emergency room. At the entrance of the emergency room, 2 armed soldiers stood tall with sharp eyes, giving off a strong sense of authority. Wang Xiaoli and the others had been walking here, feeling rebellious and arguing along the way. But when they saw the soldiers, they instantly fell silent. Their faces showed fear, and they slowed down their steps, not daring to breathe loudly. Director Zhao ignored Wang Xiaoli and the others. He, along with his assistant, the male doctor, and Su Nuhan, quickly walked straight to the emergency room door. Stop right there. The 2 soldiers, noticing Su Nuhan and the others, raised their weapons and blocked their way with sharp gazes. Dr. Zhang immediately smiled and explained, Comrades, I am Dr. Zhang, as you know. He then turned to introduce Director Zhao. This is Director Zhao, the brain specialist the hospital director specifically sent for. The soldiers looked at Director Zhao for a moment, then shifted their gaze to Su Nuhan and her assistant behind her. Who are they? Oh, they are Director Zhao's assistants, Dr. Zhang replied with a smile. The soldiers exchanged glances, nodded slightly, and stepped aside to clear the way. Go ahead, they said. Hearing this, the four quickly entered. Seeing them go inside smoothly, Wang Xiaoli, who was following behind, felt anxious. She suppressed her fear and hurried forward a few steps. Comrade, we are also. Before she finished, the soldier who had been somewhat friendly suddenly turned serious. He stepped forward, hand on his gun, and shouted sternly, Back off. Who allowed you to come closer? Wang Xiaoli and Zhou Ziyuan quickly retreated, frightened. Another soldier, with sharp eagle-like eyes and a cold voice, asked, What do you want? We are students here for an assessment, hoping to learn. Wang Xiaoli explained hurriedly. Learn. The soldier's face darkened further, and his tone became commanding and firm. Nonsense. This is not a place for your learning. Leave now. The group felt the intense, intimidating atmosphere around the soldiers, their faces turning pale, and they dared not step forward again. Meanwhile, inside the emergency room, Su Nuhan had just entered and immediately sensed a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Her first glance was directed toward the hospital bed. On the bed lay an elderly man dressed in a military uniform, with gray hair, clearly a high-ranking and powerful leader. Next to him, a monitoring device emitted regular but unsettling beeping sounds, and the screen showed his heart rate and blood pressure. Several doctors and nurses in white coats gathered around the bed, looking tense as they monitored and treated him. Leading them was an older doctor with white hair and thick glasses, carefully examining an X-ray, his brows tightly furrowed. The hospital director stood nearby, with a distinguished military officer, both watching the patient closely. Director Zhao has arrived, Dr. Zhang hurriedly announced as he entered. Seeing Director Zhao, the hospital director rushed forward like he had found a savior, speaking urgently. Quick. Old Feng thinks it's brain bleeding deep inside, with severe brain swelling. Surgery is too risky. Please go see him and come up with a treatment plan quickly. Director Zhao nodded calmly and signaled Su Nuhan and his assistant to follow. But just as they moved toward the bed, the distinguished military officer turned his head to look. His gaze crossed Director Zhao and landed precisely on Su Nuhan, causing him to pause slightly. Then, his tense expression relaxed, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He called out, Comrade Su? Is that you? Hearing this, Su Nuhan looked over and recognized Fu Qingyan, surprised as well. Fu Qingyan quickly approached, his tone filled with joy. I didn't expect to meet you here. Su Nuhan snapped out of her surprise, looking puzzled. How are you here? Didn't you return to your unit? Fu Qingyan was about to answer. At that moment, the monitoring device suddenly emitted a loud, sharp alarm.
Oh.
Blood pressure and oxygen levels are dropping. A nurse beside the bed hurriedly looked at the monitor and shouted anxiously. The hospital director quickly urged, Hurry. Director Zhao, go check. Director Zhao nodded and rushed forward. Su Nuhan didn't have time to chat with Fu Qingyan and quickly followed. The hospital director and Fu Qingyan also moved to the bedside. Old Feng looked at Director Zhao. Do you want to see this X-ray first? She asked, handing the X-ray film to him. Director Zhao nodded and carefully examined it under the light. Meanwhile, Su Nuhan saw Director Zhao looking at the X-ray. She turned her head toward the old leader on the bed, thought for a moment, then moved closer to check on him. She reached out but hadn't touched him yet. The hospital director saw this and quickly said, Comrade, what are you doing? His words drew everyone's attention to Su Nuhan. She paused, then turned to the director and said, I want to check his condition. Hearing this, the director frowned slightly. Check? Do you know medicine? Before she could answer, Fu Qingyan spoke first. Comrade Su not only knows medicine but is also very skilled. What? Everyone exclaimed, their curiosity turning to disbelief. Fu Qingyan didn't wait for the director to speak. He pleaded, I trust Comrade Su's medical skills. Please help me check my grandfather. Su Nuhan was momentarily stunned, then her brow furrowed. He's your grandfather? Fu Qingyan nodded. She looked back at the old leader. If Fu Qingyan was the original protagonist's fiancé, then this old leader must be a comrade of her grandfather, her future father-in-law? No wonder, Fu Qingyan said. He was returning to the team and was here now. Just then, the equipment beeped again, warning of an alert. Su Nuhan quickly gathered her focus, pushed aside all distractions, and began a detailed, professional examination of the old leader. Her movements were smooth and steady, her fingertips gentle but observant. Her concentration and skill were impressive, far beyond her young appearance, like an experienced doctor. Her serious side profile showed her focused expression. Her calm and composed aura seemed to settle the tense atmosphere. Fu Qingyan stood nearby, watching her every move. He was captivated by her delicate fingers, her thoughtful frown, and her intense concentration. He found himself lost in admiration. Of course, it wasn't just him. Even Director Zhao was holding an X-ray film, staring blankly at her. For a moment, he forgot that he was the hospital director and a brain specialist. Soon after, Su Nuhan completed her initial examination. She straightened up, looked calmly at Fu Qingyan, and softly said, "The intracranial pressure is very high. We must take immediate measures to lower it." Or, halfway through her sentence, she looked at Director Zhao. "Director Zhao, you just looked at the film. What do you think?" Hearing this, Director Zhao's mouth opened slightly, and his face was full of shock. She could tell what was wrong just by looking with her eyes? Is this really just a girl under 20? Is she really just an ordinary village doctor? From her examination technique just now, she clearly seemed like an experienced expert. With such medical skills, how could she be a village doctor in a poor rural area? How could she not have a medical license? Director Zhao simply couldn't understand, but now wasn't the time to dwell on that. She took a deep breath and nodded. "Your analysis is completely correct. This situation really requires surgery as soon as possible." Having received Director Zhao's approval, Su Nuhan looked at Fu Qingyan again. You see, Fu Qingyan came back to himself, looked a bit embarrassed, and cleared his throat. Whatever treatment is needed, you just do it. I trust you." He knew that Su Nuhan wasn't as simple as she seemed on the surface. After all, his gunshot wound, under her treatment, healed in just one day. If it had been in a hospital, it wouldn't have healed in half a month, maybe not even a month. But under her care, he was back to full health after just one day. Such incredible skill. Forget experts or professors. Even if Hua Tuo himself were alive, he might not be able to make a wound heal in a day, right? Seeing Fu Qingyan trust her so much, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Su Nuhan's mouth. Then she looked at Director Zhao. "Director Zhao, for the surgery, can I do it with you?" Director Zhao nodded. At this moment, she also wanted to see if Su Nuhan was truly as capable as her answers on the test paper suggested. If she really had the skills, then she was definitely going to accept this apprentice. After discussing, the two began to arrange the surgery. Soon, the senior leader was supported by several nurses and taken into the operating room. Director Zhao and Su Nuhan entered the room and discussed briefly. Then they started preparing for the surgery, disinfecting, putting on cotton surgical gowns and sterile gloves. Director Zhao noticed that Su Nuhan's movements were not only professional, but also very skillful. She slightly frowned and asked cautiously, "Comrade Su, have you performed surgeries in the countryside before?" Hearing this, Su Nuhan paused her actions and smiled. "Yes, some villagers' injuries require surgery." "Require surgery?" Director Zhao became more curious. "Is there surgery room in the countryside?" Su Nuhan chuckled. "No, there isn't. If there's no surgery room, how do you perform the operation? Aren't you worried about bacteria infection? And without diagnostic tools, how do you know if the patient can handle surgery?" Su Nuhan was speechless for a moment. She didn't expect Director Zhao to be so strict. Healing people isn't about strict rules. Even if it's necessary, they can set up a temporary surgery space. There's no need to do it only in hospitals. Being careful to prevent infection is enough. If infection occurs, it can be treated later. Saving the patient's life is the most important, isn't it? She shook her head slightly but smiled gently. In emergencies, there isn't much time to think. Besides, my expertise is in traditional Chinese medicine. Observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking are fundamental, so I check the patient and feel the pulse to make a rough judgment about whether surgery is possible, she explained. Hearing this, Director Zhao looked surprised. What did you say? You're trained in traditional Chinese medicine, Su Nuhan nodded slightly. More or less. No wonder. After just examining the senior leader's condition, you could diagnose the illness. But since you're trained in Chinese medicine, how do you also understand Western medicine? She replied softly. Honestly, I practice a combination of both. Director Zhao nodded and looked at Su Nuhan with a pleased smile. I see. I didn't expect someone so young to have mastered such medical skills. That's impressive. Director, you flatter me. The field of medicine is vast and profound, with many areas still to explore. I have only a small part of the knowledge. Su Nuhan said this not out of humility, but because medicine is endless and always evolving. Patient symptoms are very diverse, and even in the 21st century, some illnesses cannot be diagnosed accurately. Director Xiao looked at her with admiration. This comrade Su Nuhan is truly remarkable. Not only is her medical skill excellent, but she also has a deep understanding of medicine. She has been practicing medicine for many years and has seen many talented young people, but someone like Su Nuhan, who has solid skills, rich experience, humility, and vision is rare. Director Xiao looked at Su Nuhan eagerly. Comrade Su, are you interested in working with me? Su Nuhan smiled slightly without replying. Instead, she looked toward the operating table. Director, let's start the surgery quickly. Hearing this, Director Zhao also glanced at the senior official, quickly composed himself, and began to prepare. Soon, both of them entered the surgical state. Director Zhao asked Su Nuhan to lead the operation, while she assisted. Outside the operating room, 2 soldiers who had been guarding outside the emergency room moved to stand outside the operating room to guard. Fu Chengyan also stood straight outside, his eyes fixed on the door. The hospital director was nearby, looking very serious. At the corner of the corridor, Wang Xiaoli, Zhou Ziyuan, and others had not left completely. They were hiding in the corner, watching from afar. They planned to talk to the hospital director after Director Zhao and Su Nuhan came out. Time passed slowly. No one knew how long it had been. Finally, the door of the operating room opened. Su Nuhan was the first to come out, her face tired from the surgery, but her eyes bright. Fu Chengyan immediately stepped forward and asked nervously, "How is it?" Su Nuhan took off her mask and exhaled heavily. The surgery was successful. Hearing this, Fu Chengyan's tense heart relaxed, and he was about to ask more questions. At that moment, a strong yet anxious voice came from the other end of the corridor, full of urgency. "Yenner, how is your grandfather?" Everyone looked toward the sound. A middle-aged man dressed in a neat military uniform with prominent shoulder epaulets quickly approached. He had a serious face and furrowed brows, walking briskly. 2 tall, sharp-eyed soldiers followed closely behind him. Fu Chengyan saw the visitor and slightly frowned but did not go forward to greet him. Su Nuhan, upon seeing the man, was momentarily stunned. Could this be the officer who helped her translate German documents on the train? What is his relationship with Fu Chengyan? Could they be father and son? Thinking this, she turned to look at Fu Chengyan again and then carefully examined the middle-aged man. Wow, they do look somewhat alike. In a moment, the man had come close. 2 soldiers standing at the door of the operating room immediately stood straight, saluted loudly, and said, "Hello, Commander." The middle-aged man looked serious and returned the salute with a firm, powerful gesture. Behind him, 2 guards also turned to Fu Chengyan, saluted, and said loudly, "Captain Fu." Fu Chengyan returned the salute, then lowered his hand and looked back at the man. The man, not interested in small talk, glanced at the closed door of the operating room and asked urgently, "Where is your grandfather? What is his condition now?" Fu Chengyan did not answer immediately, but calmly asked, "Why did you come here suddenly?" The man, Fu Weigua, widened his eyes and said with fatherly authority and straightforwardness, "He is my father. As for official matters, he is our leader. How could I not come?" Hearing their conversation, Su Nuhan understood everything. So, they are truly father and son. I never expected to see 3 generations of their family here today. He was first stunned, then suddenly realized, slapped his forehead, pointed at Su Nuhan, and laughed loudly, saying, "Comrade, it's you." Seeing that he recognized her, Su Nuhan smiled gently and politely greeted, "Hello, Commander." Good, good, good. I didn't expect that we would meet here after parting so quickly on the train, Fu Weiguo said with a smile. Fu Chengyan frowned slightly and asked with some doubt, "Dad, do you know Comrade Su?" Fu Weiguo gave Fu Chengyan a meaningful look, then turned to Su Nuhan with a happy smile. "How could I not know her? It was her help on the train that allowed us to get the key information in time." Hearing this, Fu Chengyan thought for a moment and asked, "Dad, is Comrade Su the one you mentioned before? The woman who is good at German?" Fu Weiguo nodded. "Yes, that's her." Upon hearing this, Fu Chengyan was visibly shocked. This woman is really mysterious. Not only is she skilled in medicine and capable, but she also speaks German fluently. How many other skills does she have? She hasn't shown them all yet. Meanwhile, Su Nuhan responded humbly with a smile. "Commander, you're being too kind. Protecting our country is everyone's duty." Ha ha ha. Fu Weiguo laughed heartily. No wonder she's the granddaughter of Su Jingye. Her awareness is high. Su Nuhan and Fu Chengyan, along with Jiang Ren, were all stunned by these words. Su Jingye? The original protagonist's grandfather. Wow, what's going on? He actually knows the original protagonist's grandfather. Could they really be the family of the original protagonist's fiancé? Meanwhile, Fu Chengyan paused for a moment, then frowned slightly. "Dad, you just said that Comrade Su is someone's granddaughter." Fu Weiguo didn't answer, but looked at Su Nuhan with a smiling gaze. Su Nuhan forced a slightly awkward smile and asked, "Commander, do you know my grandfather?" "Haha. Of course I do," Fu Weiguo replied with a smile. Hearing this, Su Nuhan felt quite speechless. It seems Fu Chengyan really is the original protagonist's fiancé.
Sigh.
Is the world really so small? Or is there some fate between the original protagonist and Fu Chengyan? But if they are from the family of the original protagonist's fiancé, shouldn't they be in Kyoto? Why are they here in Yunqing, a small city?
Could it be?
Su Nuhan suddenly thought of something. She looked at Fu Weiguo and opened her mouth, wanting to ask something. But just then, 2 nurses pushed the old leader out. Fu Weiguo and Fu Chengyan hurried to meet them. They looked at the old leader on the hospital bed and each called out, "Dad, Grandpa." Su Nuhan glanced at the old leader and then said to Fu Weiguo, "Leader, don't worry. The surgery was successful and the old leader is fine." Hearing this, Fu Weiguo looked at Su Nuhan with doubt and asked, "Why do you say that?" Before she could answer, Fu Chengyan spoke for her. "Dad, Grandpa's surgery was done by Comrade Su." "What? You can do medical work too?" Fu Weiguo was very surprised. Su Nuhan smiled humbly and said, "I know a little." Hearing this, Director Zhao sighed inwardly, then stepped forward and explained to Fu Weiguo, "Leader, she's more than just a little skilled. She's almost a miracle worker. I've been a doctor for over 20 years, but in front of her, I feel inferior." Su Nuhan smiled helplessly and said, "Director, you're flattering me." Director Zhao looked at her and smiled slightly. "I'm not flattering you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to finish such a good surgery." He sighed. "Thinking back, I even wanted to take you as my apprentice. Now I feel a bit ashamed." Su Nuhan shook her head slightly and said, "Director, please don't say that. The path of medicine has no end. No one can master everything. I still have a lot to learn." "You're too modest," sighed Director Zhao. Su Nuhan didn't want to talk about this anymore and changed the subject. "Director, let's take the old leader to the ward first." "Oh, yes, yes." Director Zhao nodded in agreement. Then, they escorted the hospital bed to the special care ward. After settling the old leader, Director Zhao gave a few instructions and then called Su Nuhan to leave. Su Nuhan nodded and looked at Fu Weiguo. "Leader, I'll be leaving now." Fu Weiguo wanted to keep her, but after thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "All right. Your award will be sent to your commune in the next few days." "Award?" Su Nuhan was surprised and looked a bit stunned.
Fu Weiguo smiled slightly.
"That's right. The last time on the train, you really did a great job. Su Nuhan listened and shook his head with a smile. No need, Commander. I didn't do much. Ha ha ha. That's not something I can just give. It was awarded by the organization, Fu Weigua said cheerfully, laughing out loud. Su Nuhan heard this and also smiled. All right. Thank you, Commander. Yes, Fu Weigua nodded with a smile. Then I'll go now. Su Nuhan said goodbye again. Fu Weigua nodded in agreement. All right, go ahead. After speaking, he gave Fu Qingyan a look. Fu Qingyan saw this and frowned slightly, exchanging glances with him. What's up, Fu Weigua? Seeing his silly expression, Fu Weigua felt speechless. Su Nuhan, noticing this, also looked confused. But after glancing at Fu Qingyan, she turned and left the ward with Director Zhao. When they left, Fu Weigua cursed angrily, You fool, Fu Qingyan. Meanwhile, outside the ward, Su Nuhan looked at Director Zhao and asked, Director, what about my assessment this time? Director Zhao smiled. Do you still need an assessment? I didn't give you a score before because your ideas and theories were too bold. I wanted the director and the doctors to evaluate you. Now it's clear that your abilities fully match your theories. Su Nuhan smiled slightly. So, does that mean I pass the assessment? Of course. Just based on the surgery, you could get a perfect score without even taking the test. That's great. Thank you, Director, Su Nuhan said happily. Director Zhao nodded, then suddenly frowned. Your medical skills are so good. Why don't you have a medical license? Su Nuhan was about to answer. At that moment, Director Zhao, a sharp voice cut through the quiet corridor. Hearing this, Su Nuhan and Director Zhao looked over. They saw Wang Xiaoli rushing over with an unhappy face. Zhou Ziyuan and several male and female candidates followed behind her, all looking dissatisfied. When they reached in front of them, Director Zhao frowned slightly, speaking with a hint of displeasure. Comrade Wang Xiaoli, why are you still here? Is there something you need? Wang Xiaoli didn't answer, but pointed at Su Nuhan, raising her voice slightly. Director Zhao, she didn't pass the assessment? On what grounds are you allowing her to see patients and observe your surgery? Zhou Ziyuan also mustered his courage to agree. Exactly, Director Zhao. I scored the highest, so if anyone should be taken, it should be me and Comrade Wang. Your actions seem unfair. That's right. We don't accept your behavior. All of us are students here for assessment. We all did well in our exams. Why are you only taking her, who failed the assessment, instead of us? Exactly. Others also voiced their dissatisfaction angrily. Director Zhao's expression darkened as she looked over them and said in a deep voice, Who says Comrade Su didn't pass the assessment? At this moment, she regretted not announcing Su Nuhan's results earlier, so she wouldn't have to face these doubts now. Didn't you say so? Wang Xiaoli puffed out her chest proudly, replying confidently.
Director Saos Mail Kouli.
I only said her results need to be reviewed, not that she failed. Of course, if you keep fixating on this, I can tell you clearly now. Su Nuhan's score is not only full marks but also exceeds expectations. What? Exceeds? Wang Xiaoli pretended to be surprised, then sneered. If she already has full marks, how can she exceed? Director Zhao, if you're biased, it shouldn't be so obvious. She's just a village doctor, to be blunt, a barefoot doctor. Knowing some medical principles and writing a few words is already good. The questions in that exam paper are quite advanced, with many complex medical problems. She's just a rural person. What could she possibly understand? Exactly, Director Zhao. If you don't give us an explanation today, we'll go to the hospital director. Yes, go to the director. Seeing everyone's dissatisfaction and anger, Director Zhao's brows furrowed deeply. She took a deep breath and said, You want to see the director?
Fine.
Let's go together. Director? Su Nuhan worriedly tugged at Director Zhao's hand. Director Zhao gently held her hand and patted it softly, signaling not to worry. Wang Xiaoli quickly noticed their hand movements and gave a cold smile. All right, Director Zhao, you said it yourself. If you get in trouble later, don't blame us. Don't worry, Director Zhao replied with a cold smile. Good. Soon, everyone arrived at the dean's office. The dean saw Director Zhao bringing so many people in and frowned slightly, asking suspiciously, Director Zhao, who are these people? Before the dean could answer, Wang Xiaoli spoke first. Dean, hello. I am Wang Xiaoli, the niece of Su Jinli. Hearing this, the dean hurriedly stood up from his chair, eager to greet her, smiling. So you're Comrade Wang. Your uncle just called earlier to ask how you did on your exam. He just hung up a little while ago. Seeing the dean so polite to her and full of pride, Wang Xiaoli glanced at Su Nuhan, raised her chin, and smiled proudly. Dean, thank you for your trouble. When I go back, I'll tell my uncle how well you treated me, she said politely with a smile. Ha ha ha. Section Chief Su has been telling me about your talent in medicine. I just looked at your scores and they're very good. Truly impressive. Dean, you flatter me. I've just been following my uncle to different hospitals since I was young, learning a lot, and I'm quite sensitive to medicine, Wang Xiaoli replied humbly. Hearing this, the dean's smile grew warmer. Haha, Comrade Wang, you're very modest. After speaking, he looked at Zhou Ziyuan and others with a puzzled expression. So, why are you here to see me? Wang Xiaoli didn't answer immediately. Instead, she glanced at Director Zhao first. Then she spoke with a hint of grievance. Dean, you've seen our exam papers, right? The dean nodded. Yes, I've seen them. The highest score was by a comrade named Zhou Ziyuan. What's wrong? Did he cheat? Zhou Ziyuan was stunned when he heard this. What's going on? What does the dean mean? When did I cheat? Can I score higher than Wang Xiaoli? He quickly stepped forward, smiling and explaining. Dean, I am Zhou Ziyuan. I didn't cheat. Wang Xiaoli also explained. Yes. Dean, it's not him who cheated, it's Director Zhao. What? Director Zhao. The director heard this and looked at Director Zhao. What's going on? Director Zhao sighed, opened his mouth to answer. But before he could speak, Wang Xiaoli spoke first. Director, here's the situation. Comrade Su Nuhan clearly didn't pass the assessment, but Director Zhao not only didn't dismiss her, he also protected her and even took her to observe in the operating room. Hearing this, the director frowned. Who are you talking about? Her, Wang Xiaoli pointed at Su Nuhan. The director's gaze shifted to Su Nuhan, and his smile gradually faded. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoli thought the director was angry. She looked at Su Nuhan with a proud smile. Zhou Ziyuan also crossed his arms, looking like he was ready to watch a show. The other candidates were the same. But then, in the next second, the director's reaction stunned everyone. He didn't scold Director Zhao at all. Instead, his face suddenly turned serious. He looked sternly at Wang Xiaoli and the others and said firmly, "Stop fooling around." His sharp words left Wang Xiaoli and the others stunned. They froze in place, their faces stiff. The director didn't look at them again. Instead, he walked over to Su Nuhan, a genuine smile on his face, speaking kindly. Oh,
Comrade Sunuan.
Why are you here too? The leaders just asked me to make sure to thank you on behalf of the hospital. It was really thanks to you that the old leader's surgery went smoothly. Without you, that senior might have been in trouble. You are truly a hero for our hospital. He didn't dare reveal the true identities of the Fu family members in front of the other candidates. As he spoke, he eagerly reached out to shake Su Nuhan's hand, lowering his stance. From today, he had seen how much the Fu family trusted her. Not only did Fu Qingyan believe in her completely, but Fu Weigua also kept praising her. These two men, one a military officer and the other a regiment commander, both held important positions. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. And more importantly, the old leader was cured by Su Nuhan. If he woke up and found out she was the one who saved him, he wouldn't know how to thank her. He wouldn't be foolish enough to offend someone like Su Nuhan, who had made great contributions to the military district, just for a small health bureau director position. Besides, Su Nuhan was truly talented. Her medical skills were better than any doctor in their hospital. This level of masterful skill, even without Fu Qingyan and others supporting her behind the scenes, he still wants to keep her. The dean's attitude surprised everyone. Wang Xiaoli and the others stared wide-eyed, their mouths slightly open, showing disbelief.
Sunuan remained calm.
She gently shook hands with the dean and then let go, speaking in a steady tone. Dean, you are being too kind. Saving lives is the duty of a doctor. I am just doing my best. Well said. A true doctor's duty. Haha. The dean laughed loudly and nodded repeatedly.
Ah,
Comrade Sue, your dedication is impressive. No wonder the higher-ups praise you so much. After speaking, he looked at Wang Xiaoli and the others with a change in expression, becoming cold. What's going on with you? I saw Sue Newhand's medical skills myself. How could she fail the assessment? No. Dean, surely you're not protecting her too? Wang Xiaoli frowned, her face darkening. The dean snorted coldly, his face grim. Protect her? Wang, I only look after you because of your Uncle Sue, but that doesn't mean you can talk nonsense. Sue Newhand's medical skills are so good that even I can't compare. She was the one who led Director Zhao to complete the surgery, not Director Zhao leading her. How could someone with such high skills be stumped by a small test? What are you saying? She led Director Zhao to finish the surgery. Wang Xiaoli's eyes widened in disbelief. That's right. That's impossible. She's just a rural doctor, a barefoot doctor from a poor village. How could she perform surgery? And she led Director Zhao. No way.
absolutely impossible.
Director Zhao is an expert. Why would he need a rural doctor to lead? Director Zhao sneered. What's impossible? Wang, do you know why I say Sue Newhand's results need to be examined? Wang Xiaoli frowned, confused.
Why?
Is it because she didn't do well? Director Zhao smiled gently. Of course not. It's because her theories and methods are too bold and too advanced. I alone can't judge whether those methods are valid and applicable. Thinking about discussing the exam paper with the director and colleagues from various departments, I said it was necessary to wait for the investigation. No way, I don't believe it. She's from the countryside. How could she possibly write answers that even you can't judge? Wang Xiaoli still didn't believe it. Her expression changed from defiance to frustration. Director Zhao saw her unwillingness and felt speechless. He opened his mouth to speak. At that moment, the office door was knocked. Everyone looked up at the sound. A middle-aged man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit stood at the door, smiling warmly. When Wang Xiaoli saw the visitor, she immediately ran over and tearfully called out, "Uncle." Yes, this person was Su Jinli, Section Chief Su. Su Jinli affectionately patted Wang Xiaoli's head. You girl, you're already grown up, but still so unruly. How did you do on the exam? Wang Xiaoli answered sadly, Uncle, I did well, but the director and Zhao. She hadn't finished her sentence. Su Jinli's smile faded, and his expression grew serious. He looked at the director. Oldly, what's going on? The director shook his head helplessly and greeted him with a smile. Section Chief Su, why are you here? Su Jinli didn't answer. His face showed displeasure, and he sneered. If I didn't come, I wouldn't know my niece was being wronged here. Look at her. She's so upset. Oldly, we've known each other for a long time. Every time your hospital has a request, I try my best to meet it. If you keep doing this, it's not fair. Hearing his long speech, the director sighed bitterly. Section Chief Su, you misunderstood. Here's what really happened. The director explained the whole story, only using the word leader to refer to Fu Qingyan and others. After all, Fu Qingyan had already told him beforehand that the old leader's illness here must not be leaked. Leader, Su Jinli frowned slightly after hearing this, suspiciously examining the director. Which leader? The director shook his head, with a meaningful tone. Just know it's a leader. I really can't say who exactly. Hearing this, Su Jinli's face darkened, and his tone showed clear displeasure. Oldly, that's not very fair. The director helplessly spread his hands. If that's how you feel, I can't do anything about it. After hearing this, Su Jinli's face changed several times. His sharp, calculating eyes scanned the director's face back and forth, trying to find an answer. After a moment, Su Jinli forcibly suppressed his displeasure. His expression softened. All right, since you've said that, let's forget about today's matter. As he finished speaking, he turned to Wang Xiaoli. Let's go. Wang Xiaoli was stunned for a moment, then frowned slightly, looking confused. Uncle, enough, no more talking. Let's go home. Su Jinli interrupted her, looking unhappy. Seeing Su Jinli's unusually serious face, Wang Xiaoli glared at Su Newhan unwillingly, then stomped her foot in anger and left in a huff. Zhou Ziyuan and the other candidates saw this situation and didn't dare to say a word. They quietly slipped out of the office. The director looked at Su Jinli's back as he left quickly, sighed and shook his head helplessly. Then he turned around, with an apologetic look on his face, and said to Su Nuhan, "Comrade Su, about today. Sigh, I'm sorry you had to go through this. On behalf of the hospital, I sincerely apologize. Yes, Comrade Su, ultimately, this is my fault. If I hadn't doubted your abilities from the start, they wouldn't have questioned you like that." Director Zhao also nodded with regret. Su Nuhan smiled slightly and shook his head. "It's okay. This isn't your fault." The director sighed again, his tone sincere. Comrade Su, your medical skills and character truly impress me. Would you be willing to stay and work at our hospital? Rest assured, your title and salary will be set at the highest standards." Director Zhao also agreed.
Yes.
Comrade Su, your medical skills are so good. Staying in your small clinic in the village isn't enough. Coming to the city would be much better for your life. Hearing this, Su Nuhan shook his head lightly without hesitation. "Sorry, Director Zhao. Thank you for your kindness. But my village needs me. I can't leave. Besides, I am a young person called to serve the countryside by the government. I came here to help build rural areas and serve my fellow villagers. As the only doctor in the village, how can I abandon them?" The director and Zhao listened and felt moved. "Comrade Su, your broad mind and awareness truly impress me," the village chief sincerely admired. "Thank you for your praise," Su Nuhan replied with a gentle smile. The village chief also nodded with a smile.
All right.
"Since that's the case, I won't insist. But in the future, if you need anything, just come to me or Director Zhao." Su Nuhan nodded. "Thank you, Director." The three of them chatted for a while longer before Su Nuhan left the hospital. Over here, in the special care ward, Fu Weigua and Fu Qingyan, father and son, stared at each other silently. "You fool, if your grandfather hadn't been so wise and arranged your marriage early, you probably wouldn't be able to marry anyone in your life," Fu Weigua said. Fu Qingyan pressed his lips together, but said nothing. After a long pause, he slowly asked, "Who did you say Comrade Su is the granddaughter of?" Fu Weigua shot him a glance. "Does it matter whose granddaughter she is? With your dull mind, do you think she would marry you?" Fu Qingyan felt speechless. He rolled his eyes. "I was just asking who her grandfather is. Why are you bringing this up?" Fu Weigua glared at Fu Qingyan.
Why?
"If it weren't for your mother constantly nagging me, saying you haven't kept your marriage promise, and that many women in the military district are chasing after you, but you haven't shown interest in any of them, I wouldn't bother with your nonsense." Hearing this, Fu Qingyan pressed his lips tightly and said nothing. Fu Weigua sighed. "Fine, I'll tell you. Comrade Su is the granddaughter of Old Su from Haicheng, and she is also your grandfather's and Old Su's intended bride." Hearing this, Fu Qingyan's whole body trembled.
What?
"You mean Su Comrade is my long-unseen fiancé?" Fu Weigua smiled slightly. "Exactly. So, what do you think? Are you interested now, brat?" Fu Qingyan didn't answer, but a strange joy rose in his heart. He never expected she would really be his fiancé. How did Feng Gang find out about this? He didn't even clarify her identity before reporting back. "When I get back, I'll make him run 100 or 200 laps as punishment." "What's wrong? Are you stunned?" Fu Weigua saw him standing there, frowning with a playful look, and asked. Fu Qingyan looked at him for a moment, pursed his lips, then spoke. "Dad, Grandpa, you watch over him first. I need to step out for a bit. I'll be back soon." Fu Weigua saw his intention and smiled. "Go ahead." Fu Qingyan nodded, then turned and quickly left the hospital room. He was gone for about 10 minutes before returning with a look of disappointment. Seeing this, Fu Weigua frowned slightly. "What happened?" Fu Qingyan hesitated, then finally said, "She left." Fu Weigua couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Haha. You little brat, I didn't expect you to feel down over a girl for a whole day. Fu Qingyan opened his mouth to defend himself, but couldn't find the words. Fu Weigua smiled gently. "Forget it.
You've completed your task this time.
When we return to the military district for the award ceremony, I'll give you a break. You can spend more time with her, so your mother won't worry so much about your marriage. Moreover, your grandfather promised old Sue that this marriage is settled, and we can't go back on it. Fu Chengyan nodded, then suddenly stood straight and saluted. Yes. Commander, I promise to complete the task. Hurrah. You little brat, I rarely see this side of you. Fu Weigua chuckled, amused by his son's sudden change. He knew his son well, straightforward, not interested in women. There are countless women in the military district chasing after him, but he never paid attention. Now, for the sake of Comrade Sue, he's changed, and that makes him happy. Otherwise, he and his wife had already discussed it. If necessary, they would choose a girl for him in the military district, whether he liked it or not. Meanwhile, Fu Chengyan also smiled slightly, without arguing. Just as the father and son finished talking, cough cough, the old leader on the hospital bed, Fu Tingxiao, coughed twice and slowly woke up. Seeing him wake, both hurried over happily and called out, Dad. Grandpa. Fu Tingxiao looked at the father and son, his brows slightly furrowed. What's wrong with me? Why are you both here? Grandpa, you suddenly fainted due to a sudden illness, Fu Chengyan explained casually, not mentioning the severity of his condition. Fu Tingxiao frowned, seemingly trying to recall something. He moved slightly, feeling his head was still a bit heavy, but overall he was okay. Did I faint? He muttered to himself, then seemed to remember something. His eyes widened slightly. Where are we now? We're in Huayan County, Fu Chengyan replied. Fu Tingxiao nodded and then asked, Does the military district know about this? Fu Chengyan shook his head. No, your bodyguards, after they were informed, I told them not to tell anyone. Good. Fu Tingxiao responded, then looked at Fu Weigua. You came suddenly. Would anyone at the military district suspect anything? Fu Weigua shook his head slightly. No, I only brought 2 bodyguards with me. That's good. Fu Tingxiao finished speaking, paused, then asked with some curiosity. Earlier, I seemed to hear you mention something about Yayan's fiancé. What's wrong with that girl? Hearing this, Fu Weigua glanced at Fu Chengyan and then slightly smiled. The girl who saved you is that girl. What? You mean that girl saved me? Fu Tingxiao was so excited, he propped himself up on the bed, about to sit up. Seeing this, Fu Weigua and Fu Chengyan leaned forward and helped him. Dad, you just had surgery. Don't get too excited, Fu Weigua advised gently. After being helped to sit up, Fu Tingxiao waved his hand. Though weak, his eyes were sharp. I'm fine. Where's that girl now? Fu Chengyan said. She has already left. Left? Where to? She went back to Lipo Village. Lipo Village? It's a small mountain village near Huiyang Town. Fu Tingxiao frowned slightly, looking confused. A small mountain village? How could she be there? Wasn't she supposed to be taken back by the Su family? Why is she still in that small village? And isn't she supposed to be in Haicheng? How did she end up in Yunqing? Fu Chengyan sighed. She is a sent-down youth from the countryside. What? Sent down? Who told her to go? Hearing this, Fu Tingxiao's face immediately showed anger. Fu Weigua and Fu Chengyan looked at each other. Dad, calm down first. I checked, and it was the Su family who had a spot this time. They pushed that girl forward, Fu Weigua said, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. At that time, he heard Xiao Zhang's report and was so angry he clenched his teeth, but he couldn't do anything because it was a family matter of the Su family. Furthermore, the Fu family had not yet proposed a marriage, and even if they received an order, they didn't inform the Su family. Since they were in the wrong, he had no reason to say anything. After hearing this, Fu Tingxiao's anger grew even more. What do you mean by pushing that girl out? The Su family has so many people. Why not let others come?
Fu Weigua sighed.
That girl has been living away from home since she was young. She isn't close to the Su family and they don't like her, so rude. The Su family bunch are a bunch of fools.
How dare they?
Cough cough. Fu Tingxiao's chest heaved violently with anger, and he coughed several times, breathing heavily.
Dad.
Grandpa. Fu Weigua and Fu Chengyan, seeing his condition, each called out worriedly. Then the father and son worked together smoothly. Fu Chengyan helped him calm down. Grandpa, Don't get angry. Your health is more important. Yes. Dad, drink some water first. Don't get too worked up. Fu Weigua hurriedly poured a glass of water and handed it to him. Fu Tingxiao took a deep breath, his eyes sharp as knives, emanating a terrifying aura. The Su family are complete fools. How dare they bully my daughter-in-law like this? After speaking, he seemed to remember something. He looked up at Fu Weigua. Send someone to Haiqing now, inform the Revolutionary Committee, and have them investigate the Su family thoroughly. If any violations are found, immediately revoke their deputy factory director position and send them for reform. Fu Weigua listened and smiled slightly. Dad, you don't need to worry about this. I don't know who reported the Su family, but now, except for the eldest and second sons, the entire Su family has been sent down. Huh? There's more to this. Hearing this, Fu Tingxiao's anger eased considerably. Fu Weigua nodded with a smile. That's right. Good. That's satisfying. I didn't expect someone to help us vent our anger because of our special status. Fu Tingxiao's anger turned into a smile. But after saying this, he looked at Fu Weigua with a puzzled expression, furrowing his brows. How do you know so much about the Su family in Haiqing? Fu Weigua chuckled softly. It's not a secret, Dad. To tell the truth, do you remember the young comrade I mentioned last time who helped us translate the Eagle Plan for enemy agents? Fu Tingxiao nodded and said, Of course I remember. The reward will come within these 2 days. He stopped halfway through his words. Suddenly, he looked back at Fu Weigua and asked, Are you talking about that girl? Fu Weigua smiled and nodded. Yes, that's the girl. How is that possible? Wasn't she raised in a mountain village since she was young? How can she speak German? And so well. Fu Tingxiao looked confused. Fu Weigua nodded and sighed. I can't understand it either. When we planned to propose, we checked. She clearly grew up in the countryside. Now she suddenly can speak German and knows medicine. After hearing this, Fu Tingxiao frowned slightly and thought for a moment. Could you be mistaken? That girl isn't the one you're talking about. Fu Weigua shook his head. I had Xiao Zhang investigate. It shouldn't be wrong. Plus, I noticed she looks a bit like old Su. And earlier, I said she is truly old Su's granddaughter. She even asked me how she knows her grandfather. Fu Tingxiao was silent for a long time before speaking again. In that case, bring her here. I want to see her. Let Yenner handle this. Yenner has taken a liking to her, Fu Weigua said, looking at Fu Qingyan, who was standing quietly nearby listening to their conversation. Fu Qingyan's face turned red. Dad, I never said I liked her. Ha. You little rascal, you're so stubborn. Just now, I saw someone chase her out and come back looking disappointed. Fu Weigua raised an eyebrow and teased. Fu Qingyan blushed even more, unsure how to reply. Fu Tingxiao looked at him and sighed. Yenner, if that girl is really from the Su family, I support you. But if not, and you truly like her, Grandpa won't stop you. The only condition is that she must be from the Su family, and she doesn't want this marriage. Do you understand? Fu Qingyan bit his lip, but didn't answer.
Fu Weigua sighed.
Dad, let the kids handle this themselves. The most important thing now is for you to confirm whether this comrade Su is really from the Su family. Fu Tingxiao nodded.
Yes.
Yenner, go and find her. I want to see her. If she is, we can bring her back to the military district together. Okay, I'll go tomorrow, Fu Qingyan replied with a nod.
All right. Fu Tingxiao nodded.
After the three finished speaking, Fu Weigua said, Since that's the case, Dad, I will go back to the military area first and have Yenner take care of you.
Fu Tingxiao slightly nodded.
Okay, go ahead. Over here. Su Nuhan was riding her bike back to Lipo village. Just as she arrived at the village entrance, she saw a few women sitting under the big locust tree, chatting and laughing, not knowing what they were talking about. One sharp-eyed woman noticed her return.
Oh.
Su, the young worker, is back. Her voice immediately drew everyone's attention to her. Su Nuhan could only slow down and politely nod to them, smiling as she greeted. Aunties, are you sitting here? Yes. Congratulations, Su, the young worker. Another auntie responded with a smile. Congratulations? Su Nuhan was momentarily stunned, then her brow furrowed slightly. What does that mean? Do they know I passed the assessment? That shouldn't be.
This place is so far from the county seat.
Who told them?
Could it be that the director called the commune, and someone from the commune told the village? That doesn't seem likely. Would the director make a call over such a small matter? Su Nuhan thought for a while but couldn't figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. But since they said that, she could only smile and reply, "Thank you, ladies. I have some things to do, so I'll go now." All right, go ahead. Prepare early. If you need any help, just let us know. Okay. Aunties. After saying this with a smile, Su Nuhan pedaled her bike back toward the clinic. When she arrived at the clinic, it was already past 2 p.m. She had just taken a sip from a bottle of mineral water she took out from her space. Suddenly, the village chief walked in with a slight frown. Su, the young worker. Su Nuhan quickly stood up with a smile to greet him. Village chief. The village chief nodded. Su, the young worker. How did you do on the exam? Su Nuhan smiled slightly. I passed. The village chief listened, but didn't look very happy. He just nodded slightly and hesitated to speak. Seeing this, Su Nuhan frowned slightly. What's wrong, village chief? The village chief sighed. What's going on between you and Gotzi? Upon hearing this, Su Nuhan was slightly surprised and then asked with doubt, Gotzi. Who is that? You don't know Gotzi? The village chief also looked surprised. Su Nuhan shook her head. I don't know him. What's wrong? No, he said he already confirmed his relationship with you. Actually, his father is preparing to come and propose marriage. Propose marriage? Su Nuhan looked suspicious. Really? Village chief, Gotzi is a person or something else. I don't even know him. What's there to propose? Are you sure you're not mistaken? The village chief looked serious and shook his head. No, now everyone in the village and even nearby towns knows about it. That can't be. Village chief, you know I just came to this village a few days ago. How would I know, Gotzi? You must be mistaken or heard wrong. The village chief looked at Su Nuhan with suspicion in his eyes and hesitated before speaking. Are you sure that's not true? Really, I don't know if Gotzi is round or flat. How could this happen? At this moment, Su Nuhan finally understood what the women at the village entrance meant when they said congratulations earlier. It seems someone is trying to frame her, ruin her reputation, and spread rumors. Seeing her honest expression and firm tone, the village chief's suspicion eased a lot, but his brow furrowed even more. That's strange. If it's not true, then why did Gotzi say he and you? And why did he say your bicycle is meant to be a dowry? Su Nuhan's eyes instantly turned cold when she heard this and she sneered. Village chief, what kind of person is Gotzi? He's not just any person. The village chief almost said the wrong thing because of her cold attitude, quickly covering his mouth. Then he corrected himself. He is the son of Deputy Secretary Zhou Dehai of the commune, Zhou Xingyao. His nickname is Gotzi, and he's from the neighboring Sanyang village. Deputy Secretary's son, Su Nuhan understood immediately, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. So, it's him. You know him? Do you really have that kind of relationship with him? The village chief's brow furrowed deeply, and his tone was full of reluctance. Su Nuhan was the village doctor in Lippo village, a rare find. She was skilled at her work and very honest. She cared deeply for the villagers. If that Gotzi took her away, the villagers would have no choice but to suffer when they got sick, either tough it out or travel far to see a doctor. And the newly repaired clinic, the small earthen house she was fixing up, would be useless. Most importantly, Gotzi was not a good person. He was often lazy and, relying on his father being the deputy of the commune, he acted arrogantly and bullied others. Su Jiqing was a beautiful and talented girl. If she married him, her life might be ruined. Right now, the village chief was not only reluctant to see Su Nuhan leave, but also worried she might get into trouble. So this morning, when he heard gossip in the village, he hurried to the clinic. But Su Nuhan had already gone to the county town and was not there. When villagers said they saw her return, he immediately rushed over again, not only to find out the truth, but also to try to persuade her. Over here. Su Nuhan shook her head gently. I don't know him at all. Huh? Don't know him? But you just said, oh, it's him. The
The village chief looked confused. Soo No-hun took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and slowly said, "Chief, here's what happened." She explained how Zhou Xingyao came to harass her and how she had driven him away.
What?
He dared to come here and have bad intentions toward you. The village chief's voice rose sharply, his eyes wide with anger, his face flushing. Soo No-hun continued, "When I drove him off, he left a harsh warning, saying I should wait for him. He was probably angry and used such mean tricks to spread rumors and ruin her reputation." The village chief understood the situation and sighed in relief. "So that's what happened. That Gotzi is really terrible." Soo No-hun nodded slightly, but said nothing more, her eyes shining with coldness. The matter was clear now. The village chief's face lit up with a smile. "Since that's the case, I'll go now and warn those gossiping women not to spread rumors." "Thank you, village chief," Soo No-hun replied politely and obediently. The village chief smiled and waved his hand. "You girl, no need to be so polite. It's all part of the job. I'm leaving now. I'll see you off." "No need, no need. You just came back from the county town. You must be tired. Rest up quickly," the village chief said, then strode out of the clinic. Soo No-hun watched his figure disappear at the door, then slowly turned around, sat back in her chair, and the calm in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by coldness. Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. After a busy day at the hospital, Soo No-hun was tired. She thought about going into her space to soak in the spiritual spring. Seeing that it was already dark outside and there was nothing left to do at the clinic, she stood up to close the door. But just as she reached the door and placed her hand on the doorboard, a burst of noisy footsteps approached from afar, mixed with some rude teasing. "Brother Gotzi, is this the place?" "That's right. Is he really as handsome as you said? Even more attractive than our village girl, Fong?" "Of course. He's a city youth, smooth skin and tender, like water reeds. He'll definitely catch your eyes. Brother Gotzi, if you manage to get her, you should let the brothers also have a taste." "Yeah, Gotzi. We risked getting caught to help you. It can't just be your fun. Don't worry. I never planned to marry her, just wanted to play. Once I'm done, the brothers will benefit too." "Play? And you're letting Sandmouth and the others spread rumors about you two dating. You're so stupid, and you still deny it." "I'm just preparing for tonight." "Tonight? What do you mean? Think about it. If we go to her tonight, she'll definitely tell on us. But today, I had Sandmouth and the others spread rumors all over 10 miles and 8 villages. Now, everyone in the area knows I'm dating her. If she reports us, everyone will testify that we are willing partners. How can she accuse us?" "I see. Brilliant, really brilliant. Gotzi, your plan is perfect. That little girl will have nowhere to cry when the time comes." "Exactly. Ha-ha." As they spoke and walked closer, their voices grew louder. Soo No-hun listened to their rude words and looked very cold, like ice. Her fingers on the doorframe turned white from gripping so tightly. It turned out that the gossiping women were helping behind the scenes. No wonder the rumors spread so quickly in just half a day. "Very good indeed," Soo No-hun whispered to herself, her voice like ice. "3 mouth talkers, huh? Just wait. After I deal with these scum, I'll come back and settle with you." After saying that, she slightly opened the door again. Then she turned around and sat back in her chair, acting calm as she picked up a pen and pretended to draw or write on the paper. Soon, footsteps arrived at the door. "Huh? Gotzi go, the door isn't closed. Is this girl waiting for us?" a teasing, sharp voice said. Then there was a burst of laughter. After a while, the voices came closer again. "The door isn't closed. Perfect. No need to fight, just go in and say we're here for a checkup and keep her calm, right? Gotziga is right. We can go in openly. Let's go." With a shout, a few heads peeked in, eyes sneaky as they looked around the room. The dim oil lamp flickered, casting Soo No-hun's shadow on the wall. She sat quietly, her eyes lowered, her long hair loosely tied. Her profile was soft and beautiful in the lamplight, like a peaceful lotus blooming in a pond, so stunning that no one could look away. Gotzi and the others were instantly captivated. Their steps, which had just been about to enter, froze at the door. After a few moments, a stammering voice broke the silence. Jigatsuga Is that her? Yes, it's her.
Wow.
She's so beautiful. Even more than the fairy in the paintings. Of course. A girl from the city is just different. Don't just stand there, let's go in. As soon as the words finished, Gotsi led the way boldly, followed by 3 others. One of them even turned around to close the courtyard gate. Soon Nohan slowly lifted her head, her calm gaze sweeping over the 4 of them. She spoke softly, the clinic is closed now. Come back tomorrow if you want to see a doctor. Gotsi grinned, showing yellow teeth, and said in a teasing, sleazy tone, How can this be? Sister Sue, my brothers and I came all the way from Sanyang village just to see you. Why wait until tomorrow? Sue Nu coldly sneered. If you don't want to wait until tomorrow, then wait for death. The 4 of them were stunned for a moment. Then, one of the young men with a scar on his face suddenly got angry. He pointed at Sue Nu and shouted, You scoundrel! What are you saying? Exactly. We only came because of Gotsi's face. What's your attitude? That's right. Without Gotsi, we wouldn't be here. Do you think you can be so ungrateful? The other 2 young men also cheered loudly, their tone very arrogant. Hearing their insults, Gotsi laughed loudly. Brothers, don't be in such a hurry. Sister Sue is very straightforward. Don't take her seriously. The scar-faced man snorted coldly. Since it's because of Gotsi, I won't argue with you. But he paused, looking at Sue Nu with a lecherous smile, rubbing his hands. You have to entertain us first, help us vent our anger. Ha ha ha. That's right. Gotsi clapped the scar-faced man on the shoulder, looking displeased, and said, Why rush? I haven't even started yet. After I'm done, I'll give you your turn. Yes, yes, Gotsi first, Gotsi first. The scar-faced man immediately changed to a flattering smile and bowed. Gotsi smiled contentedly, then turned to look at Sue Nu with a greedy look in his eyes. Sister Sue, did you do this willingly or do you like? Hee hee. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 men with scars on their faces burst into lewd laughter, their eyes lingering on Sue Nu. Sue Nu slowly stood up, her eyes cold as she looked at Gotsi. The day before yesterday, I spared you because of your father being the secretary. I didn't expect you to be so reckless, still daring to provoke me. Do you think your life is too long? As she spoke, Sue Nu suddenly swung her hand, holding a pen.
Swish.
An ear-piercing sound of breaking the air rang out instantly. Gotsi and the others saw a dark object flash past their eyes. Then, a crisp sound of a metal object hitting something could be heard. Suddenly, a shocking scene made Gotsi and the 3 others freeze for a moment. But quickly, they reacted and turned their heads to look. They saw that the black object was actually a pen. It was deeply embedded in the gate, with the tip stuck firmly into the wood, and the pen body still trembling slightly. Black ink was slowly seeping out along the wood grain, spreading a dark stain on the light-colored door. Seeing this, the 4 of them all shivered. Their bravado and lewd expressions instantly froze, replaced by obvious shock. Especially Gotsi, because the pen almost brushed past his ear. The cold feeling still seemed to linger on his skin, making him shrink back and break out in a cold sweat. You. Scarface was the first to react. He turned around and looked at Sinohan, trembling as he spoke. He also instinctively took a few steps back, eyes full of fear. At this moment, Gotsi also came to his senses. His eyes, which were previously lecherous, now showed fear. Who is this woman? Just a pen, yet it can be embedded into the door like a knife. This is too terrifying.
Wow.
If it had been a little more to the side just now, it might have been stuck in my forehead. The other 2 men were also shocked, staring at the still trembling pen. Both felt like they were dreaming. One of them pulled the person next to him and said that, Xiao Chuanzi, you quickly pinched me.
I didn't see wrong, right?
This isn't a dream? Xiao Chuanzi shook his head.
Air.
Ergo you didn't see wrong. It's not a dream. It's real.
What?
Really? Erga trembled again, then slowly turned around and looked at Sinohan. Xiao Chuanzi did the same. Jigatsi ji this woman.
She's too terrifying. I think we should leave, Urga said nervously, staring at Sunohan with trembling voice.
Yeah.
I can't take it anymore. I'm leaving first, Xiao Chuanzi said, scared and turning to walk away. But Gotzi grabbed him. Come back. What are you afraid of? No, it's just a pen, after all. You have nothing to fear, right? At this moment, he was pretending to be brave, but his voice was trembling badly, and his palms were already sweaty. Imagine a woman who looks delicate and fragile, yet she can push a fragile pen into the door. Who wouldn't be afraid? But since he was here, he couldn't go back empty-handed, or he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Ever since he saw Su Nohan the day before yesterday, he had been dreaming about being close to her every day. Thinking about other women no longer interested him, so no matter what, he was determined to get close to Su Nohan tonight. Even so, his eyes kept involuntarily drifting toward the trembling pen on the door, and his throat moved nervously. His words, however, gave the scar-faced man, who was afraid, a little more courage. He straightened his chest. That's right. What are we afraid of? We're 4 grown men. Are we afraid of just one woman? But nothing to say. Let's all go together, Gotzi said loudly. Yes, let's go. The scar-faced man gritted his teeth and shouted, then took 2 brave steps forward. But as soon as his foot touched the ground, he was frozen by Su Nohan's cold gaze, and his legs started trembling again. Ergo, and Xiao Chuanzi shrank back behind them. Pushing and shoving, no one dared to go first. Seeing this, Gotzi was both anxious and angry. He pushed Xiao Chuanzi hard. You go first. Otherwise, don't expect to stay with us later. Right, go. The scar-faced man also stopped and pushed Xiao Chuanzi forward. Xiao Chuanzi staggered a few steps ahead, just about to reach Su Nohan. Su Nohan sneered coldly. Gotzi didn't tell you? I can not only treat illnesses but also make people unable to recover. What? Her words made Xiao Chuanzi, who was close in front of her, tremble all over. He turned to look at Gotzi. Gotzi swallowed hard. Don't believe her. Even if she can do that, so what? Can she really handle us 4 grown men? Exactly, attack, the scar-faced man agreed. Although he was nervous too, he had never seen such a stunning woman as Su Nohan. Even the women in the city didn't compare to her, not even a tiny bit. Yes, the original owner was naturally beautiful, tall at 1.72 meters, with clear, fair skin. However, her appearance had been badly damaged by her life in the countryside and her time with the Su family. After Su Nohan arrived, she drank spiritual spring water, bathed in it, and ate well, which made her look completely refreshed. Gotzi and Scarface spoke and then slowly moved closer. Su Nohan's eyes flashed with coldness. She sneered. Are you looking for death? I'll help you. As she finished speaking, she moved. She suddenly appeared in a flash, so fast only a blur was visible. Xiao Chuanzi saw a flicker in front of him. Before he could understand what was happening, a strong force grabbed his arm tightly. Then, there was a sharp cracking sound. A sharp pain exploded in his arm, shooting up to his head. Ah! Xiao Chuanzi screamed. Looking at his right arm, he saw it bent in a strange way. Ah! It hurts so much. Xiao Chuanzi hurriedly held his arm, trembling with pain, staggering back several steps. This sudden scene made Gotzi and Scarface freeze in place, their pupils shrinking in shock. Su Nohan didn't give them a chance to react. She moved again, quickly stepping between them. Without hesitation, she struck decisively. Then there were 2 more sharp cracking sounds. Gotzi and Scarface howled in pain as their right arms were also broken. They clutched their deformed arms, trembling with pain, sweat pouring down their foreheads. Behind them, Ergo saw what happened. At first, he was stunned for a moment. Then he turned around and ran. Just as he reached the door, Su Nohan appeared in front of him like a ghost, her eyes cold and sharp as a poisoned blade, staring at him. Ergo froze suddenly, almost crashing into her. Seeing her cold, emotionless eyes, his legs went weak. He collapsed to the ground, wetting himself, shrinking back in fear.
His face turned pale, and his voice trembled. Big sister, please spare me.
Please.
Su Nuhan saw him so scared, he wet himself, and her anger eased significantly. She raised an eyebrow slightly, with a teasing tone, while gently rubbing her finger joints. Who calls me big sister? I'm 18, no, actually 19. Ergo was stunned when he heard this. Is this really the time to be worried about age? I'm begging and pleading, calling you big sister is giving you face, do you understand? In his mind, Ergo cursed Su Nuhan 100 times. But on his face, he forced a smile that was even worse than crying, quickly changing his words. Beautiful. Beautiful lady. No. Fairy sister. I just came. Who is your sister? Su Nuhan pretended to be angry, her voice a little colder. Ergo was so scared he nearly fainted, falling to his knees and bowing deeply. Miss. Su Nuhan was amused by his appearance, chuckling softly, looking down at him. Am I very old? Ergo completely broke down, looking miserable. Then what do you want me to call you? Su Nuhan's lips curled into a playful smile. Call me Dr. Su. Dr. Su. Please spare me, Dr. Su. Ergo begged desperately, kowtowing. It was Gotzi's idea. He said you're a young woman, easy to bully, so I came along to fill in. I didn't do anything. Damn it, this woman isn't a doctor at all. She's clearly a martial arts master. This time, I'm going to be killed by Gotzi. Dog son of a bitch. Ergo, what did you say? Gotzi's face turned a liver color with anger, pointing at Ergo and scolding. Scarface also shivered from the pain, quickly shifting blame. Yes. Dr. Su, it's all Gotzi's idea. He said this place is remote, no one would know, and forced us to come. Yeah, Dr. Su, we were tricked. If we had known you were so powerful, we wouldn't dare come. Xiao Chuanzi echoed. Huh. Su Nuhan looked at Xiao Chuanzi with a cold gaze. You mean if I didn't have some self-defense skills, you would dare to come? No, we wouldn't dare. We know we were wrong. Please forgive us. Xiao Chuanzi trembled from the coldness radiating from Su Nuhan, hurriedly begging for mercy. Seeing this, Ergo also kowtowed again. Yes. Dr. Su, I really know I was wrong. I won't dare again. If you're looking for someone, go find Gotzi. It was all Gotzi's idea. Damn it, you guys. Gotzi saw the three of them throw the pot at him, and he was so angry he felt like his lungs would explode, but the pain from his broken arm made it hard for him to stand up. Su Nuhan's gaze slowly fell on Gotzi. His eyes were so cold they made people feel scared, and his voice was icy. Didn't I warn you? If you come again, I will ruin you. You dare? Gotzi forced himself to look up, trying to threaten with a tough tone. My dad is the deputy of the commune. If you hurt me, my dad won't let you go. Huh. Su Nuhan sneered coldly and stepped in front of him. You. What are you trying to do? Gotzi trembled, feeling very scared. Su Nuhan didn't answer. He looked down at him from above, then raised his foot and stomped hard on his wrist. Even now, you still dare to threaten me. Ah. It hurts. Let go. Let go. Gotzi screamed in pain. Su Nuhan kept pressing for a moment before releasing him. Then he turned to look at Ergo, who was trembling and scared. Wanna end up like them? Ergo shook his head quickly. No. I don't want to. Good. Go call the village chief and the villagers. If you do, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer even more than them. Su Nuhan's tone was cold.
Ergo skyver det all over.
Yes, I'll go right now. Ergo. How dare you? Gotzi shouted anxiously. If you go, I'll kill your whole family. He couldn't let Ergo go. If things got worse, he was afraid it would hurt his dad. After hearing this, Ergo looked at him, then at Su Nuhan. He stood up and was about to run outside. Wait, Su Nuhan suddenly called out to him. Before he could react, a silver light landed on his neck. Ergo trembled all over, looked at Su Nuhan, and asked nervously, What are you doing? Su Nuhan smiled slightly. Nothing. Just giving you a quick shot. What? A shot? Ergo's eyes widened in shock. Damn it. What do you mean by just giving a shot? Can you do that casually?
Su Nuhan's lips curled up slightly. That's right. So don't even think about running. If I pull out this needle and you dare to pull it out yourself, you're dead. Ergo was speechless. Damn it, is this woman even a doctor? She is so ruthless and cruel. She is truly like a devil. My mother was right. The more beautiful a woman is, the more vicious she can be.
Dr. Su.
Dr. Su, don't worry, I won't run away. I'll go right now. Ergo originally wanted to run, but now he didn't dare anymore. He looked sad, turned to glance at Gotzi, then suddenly ran outside.
Ergo.
You damn well come back here, Gotzi shouted urgently. Su Nuhan was annoyed by the noise and coldly said 2 words, annoying. Before she finished speaking, she waved her arm, and several silver needles shot out from her fingertips, accurately piercing Gotzi's pressure points and pain points. Gotzi instantly lost his voice, feeling as if thousands of needles were stabbing his body. He rolled on the ground in pain but couldn't even make a sound. Scarface and little Chuanzi saw this scene, trembling all over, curled up in the corner, holding their broken arms, not daring to breathe loudly. Damn, this woman is too terrifying. After she subdued Gotzi, Su Nuhan turned her head and looked at the 2 of them. Their faces, full of fear and anger, made them almost pee themselves, and they shrank back into the corner. Su Nuhan ignored them, turned around, and sat at the clinic table, waiting for the village chief and others to arrive. She originally planned to ruin all 4 of them, making them wish they were dead. But seeing Ergo's frightened, wet pants, she changed her mind and thought it would be better to let the village chief and villagers judge. This way, not only could they punish Gotzi and the others, but the rumors today would also be naturally dispelled. Soon after, loud, chaotic footsteps and angry shouts came from outside. The village chief was the first to rush in. He didn't look at Gotzi and the others, but immediately turned to Su Nuhan. Su Jiqing, are you okay? Su Nuhan smiled, stood up, and approached him. She shook her head and was about to answer. The villagers also rushed in, surrounding her tightly, and 7 or 8 voices asked at once, full of concern. Su Jiqing, how are you? Where are those animals? Did they hurt you? Don't be afraid. We are here. Seeing their angry and worried faces, Su Nuhan felt warm inside. She showed a comforting smile and said, I'm fine, really fine. Don't worry about me. That's good. That's really good. Everyone finally relaxed. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Li Eru shouted loudly, scanning the clinic like a searchlight. Su Jiqing, where are those bastards? Hearing this, Su Nuhan looked over. Everyone's eyes followed her gaze, all turning toward the corner of the wall. Seeing this, Li Eru took 2 big steps forward, his tall body looming over Gotzi, casting a shadow that covered him completely. He clenched his teeth and said through gritted teeth, You little troublemakers, causing trouble in our Lippo village? Are you tired of living? Exactly. Do you think no one in our Lippo village can stop you? Someone in the crowd shouted angrily. He Junyang suddenly pushed her way out of the crowd, her eyes red, pointing at Gotzi with trembling hands. Su Jiqing saved my son's life. You villains, how dare you hurt her? Before she finished speaking, she slapped Gotzi hard across the face with a crisp sound that made everyone gasp. That slap seemed to spark a fire. The villagers all surged forward. Beat these animals to death. How dare they bully Su Jiqing? One kicked, another threw a punch, and several hands without hesitation reached out to strike Gotzi. Gotzi, who had been silenced with silver needles, was already in great pain from his injuries. Now, being beaten so violently, his face twisted in pain, veins bulging. Because he couldn't make a sound, he could only curl up and roll on the ground, trying to dodge. Nearby, Scarface and little Chuanzi watched this scene in horror, trembling with fear, shrinking into the corner, not daring to breathe. Stop! Stop fighting! Don't hit him anymore! The village chief shouted hoarsely. If you keep going, someone might get seriously hurt. Stop now! Hearing the village chief shout, the crowd reluctantly stopped, cursing under their breath, but their eyes still burned with anger, glaring fiercely at Gotzi curled up on the ground. Village chief, are you protecting these outsiders?
Li Arrow was the first to protest, his neck stiff as he questioned.
Yeah.
Are you afraid of that deputy secretary? That's right, village chief. If that's the case, we won't stand for it. Everyone was talking loudly, still very upset. The village chief looked at the angry faces and sighed heavily. Fellow villagers, I remember well how much kindness Su Jiqing has shown to each of our families. I see it clearly. But if we really hurt someone so badly that they die, even if we think we are right, we will be in the wrong. Su Nuhan stepped forward immediately, his clear eyes scanning the crowd. Uncles, aunts, the village chief is right. If I cause you trouble or get anyone into trouble, I will feel terrible inside. Li Era frowned and asked, So, village chief, what should we do? Just let it go. Send them to the commune, let the higher authorities and the organization decide for Su Jiqing. This makes sense. The crowd looked at each other, their anger easing a little, and they nodded in agreement. Yes, send them to the commune. Let the leaders decide. All right. Seeing that the situation was under control, the village chief quickly arranged, since everyone agrees, it's too late today. First, we will tie them up and lock them in the warehouse. A few people will watch over them, and tomorrow morning, we will send them to the commune. When they heard about sending them to the commune, the scar-faced man and Xiao Chuanzi, who had been shrinking back, scrambled over and knelt in front of the village chief, clutching his legs and crying loudly. Old Jiang, village chief Jiang, please spare us. We know we were wrong. Please don't send us to the commune. Yes, old Jiang, it was Gotzi who forced us to come. You know his father is the deputy secretary, so we were afraid not to come, Xiao Chuanzi begged through tears. The village chief looked at them coldly and snorted. Scarface, what kind of person are you? Everyone in these 10 miles knows. You often steal chickens, tease women, and do all kinds of bad things. How can you say you were forced? Bah, exactly, I almost forgot about these two scoundrels. Beat them, someone shouted. The crowd, which had just calmed down a little, suddenly surged forward. Fists and kicks rained down on Scarfaced and Xiao Chuanzi.
Ah!
Stop hitting. Spare me. Ouch. It hurts. Please, stop hitting me. Suddenly, screams, pleas for mercy, and curses filled the clinic. The village chief saw they were beaten enough and shouted loudly again. The crowd gasped for breath and stopped, angry but unable to continue. The clinic was quiet for a moment. The village chief looked at Wang Fugue and said, Fugue, go to the warehouse and bring back a few bundles of strong hemp rope. First, tie up these 3 animals and take them to the warehouse for strict supervision. Okay, village chief, I'll go right now. Wang Fugue replied confidently and turned to leave. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Ergo out of the corner of his eye. He stopped and asked, Village chief, what should we do about Ergo? Should we tie him up too? Hearing this, Ergo, who had been hiding in the corner, suddenly darted out like a cat with its tail stepped on. He scrambled and crawled to the village chief's feet. Grandpa Jiang, please, for the sake of my aunt being from your village, forgive me. It was Gotzi who forced me. I'm just a follower, I didn't do anything wrong. I swear, from now on, I will be a good person and never do bad things again. The village chief looked at him crying and swearing on the sky, his brows furrowing with a hint of hesitation and pity. He pursed his lips, then looked at Su Nuhan with respect. Su Jiqing, what do you think? Since the decision was now in Su Nuhan's hands, Ergo immediately turned around, knelt before Su Nuhan and kowtowed. Dr. Su, you said that if I helped you bring the village chief and others here, you would let me go. You can't go back on your word. Please, I beg you, spare me. I promise I will never do anything bad again. Seeing Ergo's pitiful look, Su Nuhan frowned slightly. All right, stop kowtowing. Since you brought the village chief and the villagers here, I'll let you off this time. Ergo suddenly looked up, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Su. I will be a good person from now on. Get out of here. After hearing this, Ergo didn't leave immediately. Instead, he looked at Su Nuhan with a pitiful expression. Li Arrow kicked him. Hurry up and get out of here. Dr. Su, about the needle you gave me? Ergo mustered his courage and asked cautiously.
Sunuan Chakil.
Just joking. Hearing this, Ergo let out a sigh of relief, nodded gratefully, and then ran out of the clinic, crawling and rolling. After everything was settled, the villagers tied up Gotsi and the other two and took them to the warehouse. After the villagers dispersed, only the village chief and Su Nuhan remained in the yard. The village chief looked at Su Nuhan again and then asked, Su Jiqing, they really didn't hurt you? Su Nuhan shook her head and smiled. No, they didn't. That's good, that's good. The village chief nodded repeatedly, then glanced outside the yard and said, Su Jiqing, this place is too remote. Maybe we should change to a different location? You're just a young girl, running the clinic alone. I really don't feel at ease. If something else happens, I won't be able to explain to the villagers. Tonight, you saw that the villagers still support you. Plus, you're the only one in the village who knows medicine. You can't afford to have an accident. Su Nuhan listened and shook her head with a smile. No need, village chief. This place is fine. It's small but spacious enough, very suitable. I'm fine here. But since you mentioned it, I do have an idea. Oh? What's your idea? The village chief looked curious. I want to find someone to learn medicine with me at the clinic. That way, if I need to go out someday and the villagers urgently need help, there will be someone to treat them. It would also be nice to have a companion. The village chief pondered for a moment, then smiled and nodded. You're right. That's a good idea. But who do you think is suitable to learn with you? Su Nuhan thought for a moment and said, Village chief, here's what I suggest. Tomorrow, you ask Wu Jiqing, Zheng Jiqing, and Wang Jiqing to come to the clinic. I want to see which of them is most suitable. She originally wanted Wang Shi to come, but learning medicine requires talent, especially for those sensitive to herbs. The most suitable are those with some knowledge, like her. The village chief nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Do you have someone in mind? Su Nuhan considered briefly and said, Village chief, here's what I think. Tomorrow, you ask those three to come, and I'll see who is most suitable. Her main idea was to see who among them was best suited to learn medicine because it concerns the lives of patients. She couldn't risk her own interests at the expense of people's safety. The village chief nodded slightly. All right. I'll ask them tomorrow and see if they're willing. Thank you, village chief, Su Nuhan said with a smile. Don't mention it. You are also thinking of the villagers, the village chief said with a smile and waved his hand. Su Nuhan listened, smiled, and no longer pretended to be polite. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll go now. You should rest early too, okay? Take care on your way. After the village chief left, Su Nuhan closed the door, tidied up the yard, then entered her space. She took a bath in the spiritual spring pool, cooked a few dishes, ate a hearty meal, and then fell asleep inside her space. The next morning, knock, knock, knock. Suddenly there was urgent knocking, followed by a worried shout, Su Jiqing, Su Jiqing. Su Nuhan was startled awake from her sleep. She blinked drowsily, checked the time, and was surprised to see it was already 9 o'clock. She hurried to wash up, quickly exited her space, and ran to the yard, pulling open the door. Standing outside was Li Eru, sweating heavily, with a pale face, chest heaving violently, clearly having run a long way. Uncle, what's wrong? Did something happen? Seeing his condition, Su Nuhan's heart sank sharply, and her brows furrowed immediately. Oh no! Su Jiqing, something terrible has happened. Gotsi is dead, Li Eru said trembling, voice shaking.
What?
Gotsi is dead. Hearing this, Su Nuhan froze completely, her pupils suddenly constricted. Yes, Li Eru looked frantic with fear. The village chief asked me to call you, to go to the commune, and take a look. Su Nuhan's brows furrowed tightly. How could this happen? Li Eru shook his head. We don't know. On the way there this morning he was fine. But after arriving at the commune, he suddenly started convulsing all over and then died. Hearing this, Su Nuhan's face grew serious. Gotsi looked healthy, right? Last night, she only sealed his mute point and slightly increased his pain sensation, nothing else. And last night, when he was taken to the warehouse, he looked battered, but she could still sense his vital energy was steady. How could he suddenly die? Su Nuhan frowned tightly, unable to understand. But since this happened because of her, she couldn't just ignore it. She took a deep breath, suppressing her shock and doubt. Uncle, let's go to the commune and see. Liera nodded repeatedly. The two hurriedly left the house. But they hadn't gone far. They saw a military green jeep rushing toward them. Su Nuhan frowned more tightly when she saw the military vehicle, feeling a bit uneasy. Liera looked even more frightened, his face turning pale. He instinctively stepped in front of Su Nuhan, trembling as he said, Su Jiqing, could this be Zhou Dehai, sent to catch you? Su Nuhan pursed her lips, thought for a moment, and shook her head. Probably not. Zhou Dehai is the deputy secretary of the commune, but no matter how powerful he is, he can't control soldiers. Hearing this, Liera's tense heart eased a little, but he still looked confused. Then why is this military vehicle coming toward us? Su Nuhan shook her head. Forget it. Let's hurry to the commune. Okay, Liera replied. They quickened their pace. But just then, the jeep suddenly braked sharply and stopped steadily beside them. Su Nuhan and Liera both stopped, looking cautiously at the military vehicle. After a moment, the door was pushed open, and a tall figure stepped out first, followed by two soldiers in uniform, looking serious. Seeing that the leader was Fu Chengyan, Su Nuhan's tense body relaxed instantly, and she let out a deep breath. Liera, seeing that they were really soldiers, felt his heart jump again, his whole body tense, not daring to make a sound. After getting out of the car, Fu Chengyan walked straight to Su Nuhan, looking at her intently. Then suddenly raised his hand and saluted her seriously, but a gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Comrade Su, hello. Su Nuhan was momentarily stunned by this sudden gesture. But soon, she politely nodded, frowned slightly, and asked with doubt, Why are you here? Is something wrong with your grandfather's health? Fu Chengyan shook his head gently, a hint of joy in his eyes. It's not about my grandfather. I came this time specifically to give you an award. An award? Su Nuhan was momentarily stunned after hearing this. I suddenly remembered that Fu Weigua said the reward would be delivered in the past 2 days. I didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. Fu Chengyan turned to look at his two subordinates behind him. One of them, Su Nuhan, I remember, is named Feng Gang. Feng Gang immediately understood and stepped forward with a folded banner, handing it to him. Fu Chengyan carefully took it, then turned to present it to Su Nuhan. He also took out a brown paper envelope from his pocket. Comrade Su, this is a reward from the military district. Thank you for helping solve a major case. Su Nuhan was preoccupied with Gotzi's situation and didn't feel like exchanging pleasantries. He simply accepted the banner and envelope and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Comrade Fu, and thanks to the party and the military district for the reward. Fu Chengyan nodded with a smile, about to reply. Suddenly, he noticed her tone sounded a bit off, and her face showed some worry. He frowned slightly and asked with concern, Comrade Su, you look a little anxious, and your face isn't looking good. Did something happen? Su Nuhan, not in the mood for small talk, shook her head instinctively and was about to say she was fine. At that moment, a sudden idea flashed through her mind.
Wait.
Fu Chengyan's identity is unusual. If she goes to the commune with him, maybe she can solve her current trouble. After all, Gotzi's father is the deputy secretary of the commune. If his son gets into trouble, how could the father just sit back and do nothing? If Fu Chengyan is present, even the deputy secretary, with all his power, wouldn't dare to be unreasonable. Moreover, Fu Chengyan might be her fiancé. If he knew that Gotzi and others tried to harm her last night, he definitely wouldn't ignore it, especially since she had just made a contribution. Thinking of this, Su Nuhan looked up at Fu Chengyan and sighed softly. We've really run into some trouble. What trouble? Fu Chengyan felt a strange sense of tension upon hearing this, his brow tightening further. Su Nuhan opened her mouth, her eyes flickering as if she wanted to speak but hesitated. Seeing this, Fu Chengyan's expression grew more urgent. Whatever it is, just say it. Su Nuhan sighed and said, Here's what happened. Last night, she recounted everything about Gotzi and the others trying to harm her. After hearing this, Fu Chengyan's face darkened instantly, and his whole body seemed to tense up with a frightening pressure. Once gentle eyes were now covered with cold frost. His fists clenched tightly, causing his knuckles to turn white from the force.
What did you say?
They actually dare to think about you. His voice carried an uncontrollable anger.
Sunuan narit softly.
You're asking for trouble. Fu Qingyan gritted his teeth, and the overwhelming pressure around him made Feng Gang and the others behind him tense up instinctively. Seeing his furious expression, Su Nuhan's face froze slightly, and a strange warmth rose in her heart. She thought Fu Qingyan was just upset about injustice, but didn't expect him to be so angry. Feng Gang and the others behind him sensed his anger and exchanged glances. Feng Gang gently called out to him, as if reminding, "Captain." Fu Qingyan turned to look at Feng Gang, then looked at Su Nuhan again. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his rising anger, and asked with a gloomy face, "So, is that why you were in such a hurry to go to the commune?" "Yes, I want to see how Gaozi really died." Su Nuhan nodded gently, her tone soft. "All right, I'll go with you," Fu Qingyan said, then turned toward the jeep, opened the door, and side-eyed her. "Get in the car." Su Nuhan was momentarily stunned, but since it was urgent, she didn't bother with politeness. She simply thanked him and quickly bent down to sit inside. Fu Qingyan followed closely, sitting beside her, their shoulders almost touching. Meanwhile, Li Era looked at the green jeep in front of him, standing there awkwardly, hesitant to get in. He had only ridden ox carts and donkey carts before, never a car, especially not a military vehicle.
He was afraid to try.
Seeing him frozen in place, Su Nuhan looked at him and softly called, "Uncle, get in the car." Li Era looked nervous, as if nails were pinning his feet to the ground, afraid to move. Fu Qingyan noticed his tension and gentle tone, saying, "Fellow villager, get in. No need to be nervous." Hearing this, Li Era finally responded sincerely, "All right, okay." He carefully stretched one leg into the car, then awkwardly slid his whole body inside. Once seated, he dared only to sit at the edge of the seat, kept his back straight, and nervously placed his hands on his knees, not daring to breathe loudly. Fu Qingyan saw his expression and spoke again to comfort him, "Fellow townsman, no need to be nervous." "Oh, okay." Not nervous, haha, Li Erwo said simply, trying to hide his nervousness with a smile. Seeing this, Fu Qingyan sighed quietly in his heart and said nothing more. After the three got into the car, Feng Gang slammed the door shut with a loud bang, the sound making Li Erwo shiver. Then Feng Gang and another person also got into the car. Feng Gang sat in the front passenger seat, while the other person drove. The car started, and the engine roared softly. The car gently shook as it moved. "Wow, riding in this car is so comfortable," Li Erwo thought happily. As the speed increased, he relaxed a bit and instinctively grabbed the back of the front seat. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the car was a little tense because of Fu Qingyan's anger and Su Nuhan's worry. The car traveled for a while in silence. Su Nuhan turned her head to look out the window at the rapidly passing wheat fields, her eyelashes gently drooping, lost in thought. Fu Qingyan sat beside her, his gaze uncontrollably drifting toward her. Several times, he opened his mouth to say something to her. But seeing her worried expression, he hesitated and swallowed his words, silently staying quiet. After the car passed a golden wheat field, Su Nuhan finally turned her head, wanting to say something to Fu Qingyan. But just at that moment, Fu Qingyan also turned to face her. Their faces were less than 2 millimeters apart, almost nose to nose. They could clearly feel each other's breath, and their eyes were fixed on each other. This sudden moment stunned both of them. Su Nuhan's long eyelashes fluttered gently, and her cheeks blushed uncontrollably. Fu Qingyan stared intently at her close-up, his Adam's apple unconsciously moving. The warm, intimate atmosphere instantly replaced the tense mood inside the car. Next to them, Li Erwo was pondering the decorations inside the car when he suddenly sensed something was off. He instinctively turned his head to look. Seeing Su Nuhan and Fu Qingyan, their bodies were almost pressed together. From his point of view, it looked like they were very close. He was momentarily stunned. Then he felt a sudden jolt of fear, his face turning bright red quickly. He hurriedly turned his head away and looked out the window. He whispered to himself, Wow, I didn't expect Su Jiqing and this officer to be so open. They even kissed in the car. But they do seem a good match. As he spoke, Li Era's lips curved into a small smile, as if happy for Su Nuhan. In the front seat, Feng Gang and the soldier driving also saw this through the rearview mirror. They exchanged glances and both smiled at the same time. Then they made eye contact. The soldier driving said, "Gongzi, did you see that? Our leader's usually so reserved, but now he's about to bloom. This time, we'll definitely get to share the leader's happy news." Gongzi grinned and said, "That's right. I've followed the leader for so many years, but I've never seen him so close to any woman." He asked, "By the way, do you think the Sister Su is really the leader's fiancé who he's never met? Who knows? I checked last time but didn't find anything. But whether she is or not, I think they look very suitable together. They're more elegant than the women in the cultural troupe or the military hospital." "Exactly. I think it won't be long before Sister Su becomes our sister-in-law." "Haha, that's right." After their exchange of glances, they couldn't help but laugh. Hearing their laughter, Fu Qingyan and Su Nuhan finally reacted. They quickly leaned back, creating some distance. Both looked embarrassed, unable to hide it. Su Nuhan was a bit flustered, nervously tucking her loose hair behind her ear. I just wanted to ask, how is your grandfather now? Is he feeling better?" Fu Qingyan swallowed hard, trying to suppress the strange flutter in his chest. He kept his tone steady, though it was a little hoarse. "He's fine now. It's just, he wants to see you." "See me?" Su Nuhan suddenly looked up, her beautiful eyes full of doubt. Her brows furrowed unconsciously. "He's fine now? Why does he want to see me?" Fu Qingyan smiled slightly and said, "I don't know either. Maybe he wants to thank you in person." He didn't dare to say that Fu Tingxiao wanted to see if she was his fiancée. Su Nuhan smiled and shook her head. "There's no need. As a doctor, healing others is my duty. Besides, he is a military leader who has served his whole life in the army. I respect him very much. I feel honored to be able to treat him." After hearing this, Fu Qingyan pursed his lips and wanted to say more. At that moment, the car stopped. "Commander, Huayang Commune has arrived." The soldier driving the car turned around and respectfully reported. Hearing this, Fu Qingyan had to swallow his words and nodded slightly at the soldier. Feng Gang, sitting in the front passenger seat, saw this and quickly got out of the car, walking around to open the back door for them. Li Era got out of the car first. Then Fu Qingyan also got out. As soon as his foot touched the ground, he instinctively turned around and reached out to help Su Nuhan. But just as his fingers touched the car door, he suddenly seemed to remember something. His hand froze in midair, and a hint of awkwardness appeared on his face. He curled his fingers and gently placed his hand above the car door, softly reminding Su Nuhan, "Take it slow." Su Nuhan paused her movement to get out, looked up into his deep eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. Her cheeks involuntarily warmed. But she still nodded lightly in response, then bent down to get out of the car, deliberately avoiding his gaze. She looked up at the large courtyard in front of her. It was a 2-story blue brick house with bright red slogans painted on the walls. At the entrance, there was a slightly faded wooden plaque with the words, "Huayang Commune," written on it. Meanwhile, Fu Qingyan awkwardly raised his hand to straighten his clothes, then turned to look at Su Nuhan, noticing the worry on her face had just faded but now reappeared. He wanted to comfort her with concern, saying, "It's okay. I'm here. Don't be afraid." Su Nuhan looked into his eyes and softly responded with an then nodded. She wasn't afraid of causing trouble for herself, but worried about burdening the villagers. After all, besides the village chief, everyone else had fought last night. The group headed toward the steps of the commune. Just as they were about to enter, 2 staff members from the commune hurried out from inside. A few people exchanged glances. The 2 officials saw Fu Qingyan and Feng Gang, who was dressed in military uniform behind him. They were both momentarily surprised. Then they reacted quickly. One of them hurriedly put on a flattering smile and stepped forward respectfully, asking Fu Qingyan, "Esteemed leader, may I ask who you are?" Fu Qingyan remained expressionless and did not answer. Feng Gang stepped forward and said, This is our Commander Fu of the 51st Army Group of Yun City Military District. What, Commander? Commander, hearing this, both men trembled all over, their eyes wide, mouths open in shock, looking stunned. After a moment, one of them, named Wei Guoqing, was the director of the Revolutionary Committee. He forced a friendly smile and said, "We are honored by your presence, Commander Fu. Please forgive us for not welcoming you properly. I will go now to inform our commune secretary and all officials to come and greet you." After speaking, he turned to the assistant Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Huzi, hurry, go and inform the secretary and others." "Yes, yes. I will go right now," Zhang Xiaohu replied and ran into the commune.
Then,
Wei Guoqing bent slightly, turned his body, and with a flattering smile on his face, made a gesture inviting Fu Qingyan inside, saying, "Commander Fu, please."
"Please come in," Fu Qingyan nodded. Then,
they all entered the commune. As they entered the yard, they saw officials rushing over from all directions. Some officials ran out from the main building. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, with slick-back hair, about 50 years old, the secretary of the commune named Wu Defa. He was running with a red face, sweat beads on his forehead rolling down his cheeks, sticking to his sideburns. His usual calm demeanor was gone, replaced by obvious panic. As soon as he saw Fu Qingyan, Wu Defa quickened his pace, almost jogging, with a flattering smile on his face. "Commander Fu, you've arrived. Why didn't you tell us in advance so we could prepare to welcome you?" After hearing this, Wu Defa relaxed and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He then introduced himself. "Captain Fu, my name is Wu Defa. I am the secretary of our Huayang commune." Captain Fu Qingyan listened without much expression and nodded lightly. Seeing this, Wu Defa quickly bowed slightly, making a polite gesture, and spoke in a very eager tone. "Captain Fu, you've worked hard on the road. Please come to the office and have a cup of tea." Captain Fu glanced at him without moving, then shifted his gaze slightly to Su Nuhan beside him, with a look of inquiry. Su Nuhan understood and nodded gently. Then he turned his head and looked at Wu Defa. "Secretary Wu, I want to ask if our village chief and a few villagers are still here with you?" Village chief. Wu Defa was momentarily stunned. His small eyes looked up and down at Su Nuhan.
He was about to reply.
At that moment, he caught sight of Li Eru standing behind. He frowned. "Are you from Lipo village?" Li Eru secretly glanced at Captain Fu and then nodded heavily at Wu Defa, his voice a little tense. "Yes, Secretary Wu. I am Li Eru from Lipo village." After confirmation, Wu Defa's gaze returned to Su Nuhan, and he asked with some doubt, "And you are?" Su Nuhan smiled and answered, "I am a young person sent to Lipo village from the countryside."
"Miname Sunohan? You.
You are that young person sent to the countryside." Wu Defa's eyebrows suddenly furrowed deeply, and a complex look flashed in his eyes, surprise mixed with some difficulty. "Yes, that's me." Su Nuhan nodded slightly. "This." Wu Defa rubbed his hands together and couldn't help but glance several times toward Captain Fu. Then he forced out a faint smile and said vaguely, "Comrade Su, our Revolutionary Committee is about to go and invite you. There's something we need your help to investigate." "I know. It's about Gotzi, right?" Su Nuhan nodded. Wu Defa didn't expect her to be so direct. He was momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded. His smile on his face became more stiff, but he couldn't help but glance at Captain Fu. "Since Comrade Su understands, then, could you please move to the side hall? We'll clarify everything there." "Okay." Sunohan nodded quickly and then asked, "Is our village chief and the villagers also in the side hall?" "Yes. They're all there," Wu Defa replied with a quick smile. Sunohan turned to Fu Qingyan and softly said, "Let's go to the side hall." "Okay." Fu Qingyan nodded. Then a group of people moved toward the side hall. When they reached the door, they heard Zhou Dahai's hoarse roar. "Zhang Huanyan, I tell you, if you don't hand over that little girl surnamed Su today, I swear I'll make your whole village pay." Hearing this, Fu Qingyan's face darkened immediately, and he looked at Wu Defa. Wu Defa shivered all over and suddenly pushed open the door to the side hall, shouting loudly, "Zhou Dahai! How dare you threaten us? His shout instantly silenced everyone inside. At this moment, Zhou Dahai was grabbing Jiang Huainian by the collar. His veins bulged on his neck, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like he was about to attack. When he saw Su Nuohan and Fu Chengyan and the others come in, he first frowned slightly, showing impatience in his eyes, then suddenly pushed Jiang Huainian aside. He turned to Wu Defa, who had rushed in, and said coldly, "Defa, did you catch that little girl?" Wu Defa's face turned pale. He ignored the question and snorted coldly. "What did you just say? That they should all die with the village?" "Exactly." Zhou Dahai's eyes turned red. "If they don't hand over the girl surnamed Su today, I will take their lives." "Nonsense. What are you doing?" Wu Defa trembled with anger and scolded him. Fu Chengyan looked at Zhou Dahai and sneered. "Ha! You have such great skills, comrade Wu Defa. Is this how your Huayang commune serves the people? If that's the case, I think everyone in your commune should be replaced." Wu Defa's legs went weak at his words. He quickly explained, sounding aggrieved. No, Commander Fu, please don't misunderstand. Deputy Secretary Zhou. He just lost his son and is overwhelmed with grief. That's why he spoke out of turn." Fu Chengyan snorted coldly. "Grief? Humph. Can grief be used to threaten people's lives?" Wu Defa opened his mouth to explain again. At that moment, Zhou Dahai finally looked directly at Fu Chengyan, noticing his military uniform, noble aura, and slightly furrowed brows. However, he showed no fear. "Threaten? Ha! They killed my son. Shouldn't they pay for it?" "Shut up." Wu Defa was so shocked that he almost lost his voice when he saw him talking to Fu Chengyan like that. He quickly scolded him sternly. "Are you crazy? This is Captain Fu." "Captain?" Zhou Dahai heard this and didn't show any respect. Instead, he looked dismissive and sneered. "So, what if he's a captain? Killing to pay for a life is right. They killed my son, so they must pay. You." Wu Defa pointed at him, trembling with anger. Fu Chengyan's face grew cold, and he smirked coldly. "Killing? Fine. Tell me clearly, who did they kill?" "They killed my son," Zhou Dahai shouted loudly, as if hurt deeply. "Oh." Fu Chengyan raised an eyebrow, still cold. "And why did they kill your son?" "Because." Zhou Dahai opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Seeing him unable to answer, Fu Chengyan smiled coldly. "What?" "Can't say. I don't care." Zhou Dahai was stumped by the question. He waved his arm and acted stubborn, as if he wasn't afraid of anything. "I don't care what their reasons are. My son is dead, and they must pay. Otherwise, I won't stop." Fu Chengyan's eyes narrowed slightly. His whole body suddenly chilled, ready to speak again. At that moment, Su Nuhan gently tugged on his sleeve. He looked down at Su Nuhan. She shook her head softly and whispered, "Let me do it." Fu Chengyan looked at her deeply. Seeing her determined eyes and no fear, he slowly nodded. Su Nuhan took a step forward and looked at Zhou Dahai. "Can I see your son first?" Zhou Dahai looked her up and down and asked, "Who are you?" Just as Su Nuhan was about to answer, a voice came from the corner of the side hall, saying, "Uncle Zhou, she's the woman surnamed Su." Su Nuhan looked over when she heard the noise. She saw two people huddled in the corner, Scar and little Chuanzi. The words just now were spoken by Scar. Seeing Su Nuhan look over, Scar smirked at her in a teasing way. Meanwhile here, Zhou Dahai's face twisted with anger when he learned Su Nuhan's surname was Su. His face looked fierce, and his eyes turned red as he stared at her. "Stinky girl. So it's you. Fine. Someone catch her. I want her to suffer, and wish she were never born."
"Who dares?" Fu Chengyan suddenly spoke loudly.
He took a step forward, standing in front of Su Nuhan, his cold gaze sweeping over the members of the committee. They all shrank back instinctively under his stare, too afraid to move. Su Nuhan stood behind him, looking up at his broad, strong back. A warm feeling filled her heart. At this moment, she thought Fu Chengyan's back was so tall and handsome. It was like a strong wall that could protect her from any storm. She had never been protected before, nor had she ever felt like this. Now, her heart was filled with gentle ripples. Meanwhile, Zhou Dahai was also shaken by Fu Qingyan's commanding presence, but when he thought of his dead son, his eyes quickly turned red again. His face showed defiance, and he sneered coldly. Ha! What's this? Captain Fu, are you trying to shelter a murder? Fu Qingyan didn't reply. He just looked at him coldly, his eyes full of icy intent. Next to them, Wu Defa saw this and scolded Zhou Dahai loudly. Zhou Dahai, how dare you speak to the captain like that? Zhou Dahai turned to Wu Defa. Wu's secretary, don't forget who gave you your position.
You.
Wu Defa was speechless for a moment, unable to respond. Zhou Dahai snorted coldly and looked back at Fu Qingyan. If Captain Fu insists on protecting the murderer, I will have no choice but to report this to the higher-ups and the organization. Hearing this, Fu Qingyan sneered.
He was about to speak.
Su Nuhan pushed him gently and shook her head at him. I'll handle this myself. I can't drag you into it. Hearing this, Fu Qingyan felt a warm glow in his heart. His face softened a lot. He smiled gently and spoke softly. It's okay, don't worry. After saying that, he turned again to Zhou Dahai. Are you going to report?
Fine.
I'm waiting. Steel, big pillar, take him away. Yes, Commander. Foam Gang and the other man responded loudly, then quickly walked over, each grabbing his arm from opposite sides.
Why?
What are you doing? Let me go. Zhou Dahai struggled hard and shouted angrily. Fu Qingyan looked at him coldly. Aren't you going to report? I'll send someone to take you to the organization so you can report as you wish. Zhou Dahai didn't expect Fu Qingyan to be so firm. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Next to him, Wu Defa was sweating coldly on his forehead, unsure what he was afraid of. Fu Qingyan's cold gaze shifted to him. Secretary Wu. Ah?
Yes.
Commander Fu. Wu Defa trembled when called, wiped his forehead sweat, and forced out a bad-looking smile in response. Seeing him like that, Fu Qingyan raised his eyebrows slightly, guessing something but not revealing it. Instead, he asked, where is his son's body? Take Comrade Su to see it. Yes, yes. Wu Defa nodded repeatedly. Hearing this, Zhou Dahai struggled even harder. What do you want to do? I tell you, be honest. If you keep talking, I'll shut you up, Foam Gang said heavily, hitting Zhou Dahai's head as a threat. You guys. Zhou Dahai immediately became more obedient after hearing that. Then, the group moved toward the backyard. When they reached the side of the scarred man and little Chuanzi, Fu Qingyan stopped and looked at them. Both of them shivered under his gaze. After a while, Fu Qingyan finally told Wu Defa, take those two along and arrest them too. Yes, yes, Commander Fu. Wu Defa responded quickly, then waved his arm. Take them and follow along. Next, the scarred man and little Chuanzi were also taken away by 4 soldiers. The group arrived at the backyard. They saw Gotzi lying quietly on a wooden board, his face dark. Yower. Zhou Dahai saw Gotzi struggling again and let out a heartbreaking cry. The village chief then moved to Su Nuhan's side. Su Jiqing, Gotzi was fine last night. So how did this happen all of a sudden? What should we do now? Su Nuhan frowned slightly and comforted him. Village chief, don't worry. Let me check to see what is going on. All right. The village chief nodded repeatedly. Su Nuhan approached Gotzi's body. Foam Qingyan followed behind her. They both reached Gotzi's body. Foam Qingyan saw his face was full of injuries and frowned. Could he have died from pain? Su Nuhan didn't answer and was about to bend down to examine him. Zhou Dahai suddenly shouted, You brat, what are you trying to do? Su Nuhan turned to look at him. I just want to check how your son died. Check? What are you checking? He was killed by you guys. Su Nuhan sneered coldly. Killed by us?
Ha!
Why don't you ask why he was beaten by us? I don't care. If you don't bury my son with him, I will kill all of you. Zhou Dahai roared with a fierce face. Su Nuhan felt very speechless after hearing this. She shook her head and ignored him, carefully examining the body. Brat, stop it. Let go of me. Zhou Dahai shouted and struggled. Foam Gang, seeing this, impatiently slapped his head again. Damn it, behave yourself. Meanwhile, Su Nuhan checked Gotzi's mouth, eyes, and nose, and finally discovered that he had died from poisoning. She straightened up and looked at the village chief. "Village chief, did we give them anything to eat this morning?" The village chief shook his head uncertainly. "Probably not." After saying that, he immediately turned to Wang Fugue and Li Eru. "Did you feed them anything this morning?" Li Eru and the others shook their heads and replied, "No." Hearing this, the village chief turned to Su Nuhan.
"So Sikin, what happened? Sunoan Said."
"He died from poisoning." "Poisoning?" Everyone, including the village chief, looked shocked. "You're lying, Erguzi. It was clearly you who beat him to death," Zhou Dahai, with red eyes, retorted. "Erguzi." When Su Nuhan heard this, she sneered coldly in her heart.
Ha!
Good. Good old Ergo. I should have never let him go last night. It seems I was too kind. When Zhou Dahai saw that Su Nuhan was testifying for Erguzi, he froze in place and said nothing. He sneered. "What?" Hearing that Erguzi testified, "You have nothing to say now." Su Nuhan looked up at him, smiled, and shook her head. "If you don't believe me, you can ask a doctor or a forensic expert to come and check. Then you'll see if I'm right. Yes, we did hit him last night, I admit that. But it was only to teach him a lesson, not to kill him. If we really wanted to kill him, there was no need to tie up the three of them and send them to the commune." Everyone found her words reasonable and nodded in agreement.
Yes.
"Deputy Secretary Zhou, this lady is right. If they really wanted to harm your son, they wouldn't have needed to send him to our commune," said one official. "Exactly, Deputy Secretary Zhou. Maybe we should call Shuisheng to examine him, or ask a doctor from the county to check. If what the lady said is true, we shouldn't wrongly accuse anyone," another added. "That's right. Old Zhou, Captain Fu is here too. We must trust the organization and the leaders. Captain Fu would never cover up a criminal," Wu Defa also advised. He was given a high position by Zhou Dahai, so in the commune, he had the most power. But to thank him, Zhou Dahai often gave him many responsibilities. He treated Zhou Dahai like a brother. Moreover, Zhou Dahai had a big cousin in the military district who was said to hold a very high rank. Hearing everyone's persuasion, Zhou Dahai frowned slightly. He wasn't afraid of Fu Qingyan, after all, he had people behind him, but this involved his son's death. After thinking for a moment, he spoke with a blank expression. "Fine, I agree to the examination. But if it turns out not to be poisoning, what do we say then? If it's not poisoning, I am willing to accept the judgment," Su Nuhan replied. Fu Qingyan frowned and looked at her. "You?" Su Nuhan smiled slightly. "Don't worry. Do you still doubt my medical skills?" Fu Qingyan pursed his lips and finally nodded. "All right. But no matter what, I won't let anything happen to you." Hearing this, Su Nuhan's heart was slightly moved, and her ears turned red. But she quickly calmed her mind, looked at the scar-faced man and Xiao Chuanzi, and asked, "Did you eat anything this morning?" The two exchanged glances and stammered, This morning, Ergo brought us each a pancake." "Pancake? What kind of pancake? Did you eat it?" Su Nuhan asked anxiously. Both nodded.
Yes.
"We ate it." "Did you eat it? What about Gotzi? Did he eat too?" "He ate as well." Hearing this, Su Nuhan frowned slightly and thought deeply. If it was about the pancake, how come the two of them are fine?
Could it be?
She suddenly remembered something. She looked at them again. "When Ergo gave you the pancakes, was it handed to you separately or together? And when did he give them to you? Weren't you locked in the warehouse? How did he get the pancakes to you?" "He gave them to us separately around 6 in the morning. There's a small window in the warehouse. He climbed in through that window to bring us breakfast. He handed us the pancakes, said a few words, then climbed out again. Just after we finished eating, they came in and took us to the commune." As he spoke, the scar-faced man pointed to Li Eru and Wang Fugue. After hearing this, Su Nuhan had a guess. It seemed that the poison was probably put there by Ergo. But why would he poison Gotzi? Could there be some grudge? Thinking for a moment, she looked at Fu Qingyan and softly said, "There's something I need to ask you." "What is it?" "Just tell me," Fu Qingyan said happily. He was glad to help Su Nuhan. "Can you send someone to Sanyang village to bring Ergo here?" "Ergo? Yes." You can ask Secretary Wu to send people. They should know him. All right. Fu Qingyan nodded, then looked at Wu Defa. Secretary Wu. Yes. Captain Fu. What do you need? Wu Defa hurried over, smiling politely. Send 2 people to Sanyang village to bring back that person called Ergo. Wu Defa nodded. Yes, Captain Fu. I'll send someone right away. After giving the order, he instructed others to prepare. Soon after, a middle-aged man in a white coat hurried in. As soon as he entered, he was shocked by the scene in the side hall, especially seeing Fu Qingyan and Feng Gang, which made him shrink back slightly. Shuisheng. Shuisheng is here. Wu Defa exclaimed happily upon seeing the man, then quickly stepped forward. Shuisheng, come quickly. You must check Gotzi. See what's really going on. The man called Shuisheng was a barefoot doctor from the neighboring Niu village. People from 10 miles around would come to him for minor illnesses if they couldn't make it to the county seat. His medical skills weren't the best, but he could usually treat minor ailments. Because of this, many villagers trusted him. At this moment, Shuisheng responded nervously and hurried over. He began examining Gotzi. First, he looked at the injuries on Gotzi's face, then pressed on his chest and checked his eyelids. At first, he was a bit panicked, but as he looked more, his brows furrowed tightly and his face grew more serious. Strange, he muttered to himself, then leaned in closer to smell. How is he? Did he die from being beaten? Zhou Dahai asked eagerly, glaring fiercely at Su Nuhan. Shuisheng straightened up and shook his head. His injuries aren't fatal, they're just superficial cuts. The main issue seems to be poisoning. What? Poisoned? Zhou Dahai asked with a frown. Shuisheng nodded. Look at his face. It's black, and his lips are black too. If he didn't suffocate, then he was poisoned. I just checked, and the chance of poisoning is high. Hearing this, Zhou Dahai fell silent. After a while, he glared angrily at Su Nuhan. Even if he was poisoned, it's connected to you. Su Nuhan smiled when he heard this. Connected to us? He and his men with scars tried to attack me. I haven't even held them responsible yet, and now you're accusing us. Previously, I only gave you a little respect because I didn't know how this beast died. Now that I know the truth, it's time for me to hold someone accountable. That's right, Zhou Dahai. Your family's Gotzi brought people in the middle of the night to our village, forcibly entered the clinic, and tried to harm Su Jiqing. You and the commune must give us an explanation. When the village chief heard that Gotzi's death had nothing to do with them, he suddenly felt more confident and agreed with Su Nuhan, criticizing Zhou Dahai. Li Eru and others also nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, yes, give us an explanation. Wu Defa listened to the villagers' accusations, looked at Fu Qingyan, then at Su Nuhan. He was really in a difficult spot now, unsure who to support, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead again. Zhou Dahai was furious, his face turning pale with anger. Damn it, everyone shut up. His shout startled Li Eru and the others, and their voices gradually quieted down. Everyone fell silent. Zhou Dahai glared at Su Nuhan with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. You scoundrel. Suddenly, with a loud bang and a cry of Fu Qingyan kicked him hard, knocking him to the ground. Silence. This sudden scene stunned everyone present. Even Su Nuhan was stunned. She looked at Fu Qingyan, lips slightly parted, her face full of shock. She didn't expect Fu Qingyan to defend her like this, to suddenly act for her, and to hit a government official. Is he not afraid of punishment? At this moment, she looked at Fu Qingyan with bright eyes, a strange glow in her gaze, feeling a surge of unspoken excitement. Meanwhile, after being kicked down, Zhou Dahai was also stunned for a moment. When he reacted, he glared angrily at Fu Qingyan, his face twisted. You dare to hit me? Fu Qingyan looked at him coldly, his expression stern and his voice icy. If you dare insult Comrade Su again, I will not only hit you, but also get rid of you. Su Nuhan was the woman he cared about, possibly his fiancée. How could he just watch as the woman he liked was insulted and threatened? Moreover, after hearing that Gotzi tried to bully her last night, Fu Qingyan's anger had already ignited. If it weren't for this guy already being dead, he might have been beaten badly or sent to reform school by now. And Zhou Dahai dared to insult and threaten Su Nuhan several times in front of him. It was like he was asking for trouble. Do you dare? He's just a company commander. Do you know who my uncle is? Zhou Dahai shouted angrily.
Fukinjansnird. Oh? Who is he?
Tell me, my uncle is the deputy chief of staff of Yun City Military District. You, a small company commander, dare to lay a hand on me. Do you believe I can have him remove you from your position? Hearing this, Fu Qingyan raised an eyebrow slightly. So that's it. No wonder Zhou Dahai was so arrogant in front of me. He has someone backing him. Well, are you scared now? Seeing Fu Qingyan remain silent, Zhou Dahai thought he was afraid and sneered proudly. Fu Qingyan curled his lips in a mocking smile. You can call him here and see who is afraid, me or you. You. Zhou Dahai wanted to say something but couldn't. He was speechless and his face turned pale. He didn't dare really call his uncle here. His son had committed a serious mistake. Forcibly taking a girl in broad daylight was almost the same as banditry. In ancient times, it could have meant execution. He was only acting confident because he was the deputy secretary. Bringing up his uncle was just to scare Fu Qingyan, who knew he wouldn't fall for it. Seeing he had nothing to say, Fu Qingyan snorted coldly and turned to Wu Defa. Comrade Wu Defa, with this person's attitude, he is not suitable to continue as deputy secretary. From today, his position is revoked. He paused for a moment and then continued in a deeper voice. Additionally, I will request higher authorities to send people here to investigate whether he has committed any illegal or disciplinary violations during his time in office. Wu Defa looked uncomfortable when he heard Zhou Dahai's job was being taken away. Zhou Dahai, like he had been caught off guard, jumped up angrily and glared at Fu Qingyan.
What?
You want to remove me? Fu Qingyan simply glanced at him coldly and ignored him, turning his gaze back to Wu Defa. Do you understand? Yes. I understand. Wu Defa wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly nodded in agreement. Fu Qingyan nodded with satisfaction. Good, take the person away and hold him first. I will report to my superiors when I return. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Defa responded repeatedly, then waved to the members of the Revolutionary Committee. Take Zhou Dahai away and wait for the organization's investigation. Damn it, Wu Defa, how dare you? Zhou Dahai suddenly roared in anger when he heard this. But the members of the Revolutionary Committee quickly stepped forward and restrained him from behind. What are you doing? Let me go. I am the deputy secretary. Don't you all want to mess with me? Zhou Dahai struggled and shouted. At that moment, Ergo was also brought in. When he entered the backyard and saw the leaders and Fu Qingyan in military uniform, he trembled uncontrollably, his face turning pale. However, seeing Zhou Dahai being held and restrained nearby eased his fear a little. Secretary Wu, the person has been brought, reported a member of the Revolutionary Committee. Wu Defa nodded and looked at Ergo, then smiled at Su Nuhan. Comrade Su, this Ergo. Su Nuhan didn't reply but walked straight toward Ergo. Seeing her approach, Ergo forced a smile and said, Dr. Su. Su Nuhan's eyes were cold, and her tone was calm. Tell me, why did you want to kill Gotzi? What? Gotzi is dead? No way. Ergo looked shocked.
Sunuans mailt coldly. What?
You didn't know? Ergo shook his head.
Impossible.
When I brought them the cakes this morning, he was fine. You remember it was you who brought the cakes. Hearing this, Ergo frowned slightly. What do you mean by that? Gotzi died from poisoning. What do you think? Su Nuhan asked. Ergo opened his mouth, then seemed to realize something. His eyes widened as he asked, Are you saying I poisoned him? Otherwise, she replied. Dr. Su, I know we were wrong last night, and I admit it. But Gotzi and I are good brothers. How could I poison him? You can't falsely accuse me. Ergo pleaded. Falsely accuse you? Then explain why he was fine last night and died after eating your cake this morning. I don't know, Ergo said, his eyes flickering. Su Nuhan saw this and understood everything in her heart. She gave a cold smile and said, It's okay if you don't admit it. Nothing in this world is perfect. There are always flaws. Once checked, the truth will come out. Erguzi, was it really you who poisoned Gotzi? Zhou Dahai, who was detained, glared fiercely at Erguzi and asked. Erguzi shook his head quickly, nervously defending himself. I didn't do it, Uncle Zhou. Su Nuhan snorted softly. All right, since that's the case. Halfway through her sentence, she turned to Wu Defa. Secretary Wu, Erguzi is the main suspect. Please send someone to take him for questioning. Wu Defa nodded. Okay, I'll have someone take him away for interrogation. After that, he signaled to the two men who brought Erguzi, saying, take him away and question him strictly. Yes, the two men stepped forward to arrest him. Seeing this, Erguzi shouted in panic. Know what are you doing? It's not me. Let go of me. He struggled desperately and shouted. But no one paid attention to him. Soon he was taken away. The matter was settled. Fu Qingyan then gave Wu Defa a few more instructions, and after that, he led Su Nuhan and the others out of the commune. A group of people left the commune. The village chief expressed his gratitude to Fu Qingyan.
Oh.
Thank you, comrade leader, for coming to help us seek justice. Fu Qingyan smiled and shook his head gently. Old friend, you're too kind. As a soldier and a party member, protecting the people and serving the community is what I should do. Yes, you're right, the village chief nodded repeatedly. Then he turned to Su Nuhan with a caring tone. Su Jiqing, I see. You and the leader still have something to say. I'll take Hu and the others back to the village first. Su Nuhan nodded. All right, thank you, village chief, and everyone for your support. Today, I almost caused you trouble. The village chief smiled and waved his hand. You're such a girl, too polite. You're also one of us villagers. If you're wronged as the village chief, I should stand up for you, but I didn't expect things to develop like this. Fortunately, today, with the leader here, otherwise with Zhou Dahai's temper, I really wouldn't have been able to protect you. These words caused Su Nuhan's gaze to shift back to Fu Qingyan. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with gratitude and an indescribable emotion intertwined. Thank you so much today, Su Nuhan softly expressed her gratitude. Fu Qingyan looked at her with a gentle heart and shook his head with a smile. No need to thank me. As I just said, serving the people and protecting the public are what we, as soldiers and party members, should do. Moreover, you helped the military district solve a big case. Such a good comrade. How could I just stand by and watch you suffer unfair treatment? Even the leader would probably stand up for you.
Su Nuhan smiled slightly.
In any case, without you here, it wouldn't have been so easy to resolve this. These were her honest feelings. If Fu Qingyan hadn't been there today, she wouldn't have been able to argue reasonably with Zhou Dahai. That was impossible. Of course, she was brave and had reason, but this involved a person's life, specifically, the son of the deputy secretary of the commune. No matter what, she would be taken in for questioning. So today, thanks to Fu Qingyan arriving just in time, the matter was resolved smoothly. Seeing her eyes filled with sincere gratitude, Fu Qingyan no longer hesitated.
He sighed.
All right, can you come with me to the hospital? To the hospital? Su Nuhan was momentarily surprised, then remembered what Fu Qingyan had said earlier. She understood and smiled clearly. Okay, she had wanted to go with Fu Qingyan before because of Gotzi's matter. She was worried about legal trouble, but now she was free and unburdened. Since the senior leader wanted to see her, it was fine to go. Besides, he's the commander of the military district. If she didn't cling to this opportunity now, when would she? Meanwhile, seeing her agree, a faint, almost unnoticeable smile appeared in Fu Qingyan's eyes. He said happily, Good, then let's go. Su Nuhan nodded and turned to the village chief. Village Chief Fu and I are going to the county town. All right, go ahead. Be careful on the road. We're heading back to the village too. The village chief smiled and agreed, then led the villagers back home. After they left, Su Nuhan watched them go and then followed Fu Qingyan to the car, heading toward the county hospital. On the way, the jeep was driving over bumpy rural dirt roads. Inside the car, the two sat in the back seat. This time, Li Eru was not there, so they sat a little farther apart. They each sat by the window. Su Nuhan slightly turned her head, looking at the passing fields outside the window. Fu Chengyan sat upright, his eyes fixed ahead, but from time to time, he secretly glanced at Su Nuahan. The two of them did not speak during the journey. Only the roar of the car engine, the sound of wheels rolling on the road, and the whistling wind outside could be heard. The quiet inside the car made the driver, Zhu Zi, and Fenggang feel a bit uncomfortable. After exchanging a glance, both seemed to understand each other's thoughts. Fenggang cleared his throat, trying to break the tense silence, and found an excuse to speak. Captain, our work here is almost done. When do you think we should return to the team?" Hearing this, Fu Chengyan looked at him, his eyebrows about to furrow. Suddenly, he remembered something, understood instantly, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, ready to reply. Su Nuahan suddenly turned her head, her bright eyes showing concern and surprise. "Are you going back to the unit?" Fu Chengyan met her gaze and nodded. "Yes. Once we arrive at the hospital and confirm that Grandpa's condition is stable, we will leave to return." Then, Su Nuahan instinctively wanted to ask when he would come back, but she swallowed the words and nodded instead. "Your grandfather's surgery was successful. I think he's fine now. Just a couple of more days of rest, and he should be able to get out of bed." Fu Chengyan nodded politely and thanked her. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, my grandfather might not have made it. But your medical skills are so good. Why did you go to the countryside?" He had asked this before, but at that time, he and Su Nuahan were not very familiar, and she seemed unwilling to answer. Now that their relationship seemed closer, he decided to ask again. He also wanted to take this chance to learn more about her, to see if she was his fiancée. Su Nuahan fell silent, did not answer, and once again turned her head to look out the window, leaving only a quiet profile for him. Seeing this, Fu Chengyan frowned slightly, thinking he might have touched a sensitive spot. He quickly softened his tone, showing respect. "If it's inconvenient to talk about, that's okay." His considerate attitude made Su Nuahan's defenses relax a little. She sighed softly, slowly turning around with a faint smile on her face. "There's nothing really to hide. It's just, I had a falling out with my family, so I came here." Fu Chengyan listened and nodded thoughtfully. Then he asked, "Where is your family from?" Su Nuhan just managed to say one word. At that moment, bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out from the woods ahead. Sure. Almost instinctively, Zhu Zi, who was driving, slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the ground, and the car jolted sharply before stopping steadily. The sudden gunfire made all four inside the car startle and freeze in place. Fu Chengyan was the first to react. He instinctively leaned towards Su Nuhan, forming a protective stance, and anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" Su Nuhan's body leaned forward from the sudden stop, but his arms steadied her. She quickly shook her head and softly replied, "I'm fine." In the front seat, Fenggang turned around with a serious look and asked Fu Chengyan, "Captain?" Fu Chengyan nodded, his eyes sharp like an eagle. His voice was low and firm. "Let's go and check it out." Without hesitation, he reached out to hold Su Nuhan's hand. In this urgent moment, Su Nuhan also reached out and took his hand. Then Fu Chengyan pushed open the car door, and the two quickly got out. Zhu Zi and Fenggang saw them holding hands as they got out of the car. They exchanged a glance and shared a knowing smile. Fu Chengyan and Su Nuhan didn't notice their expressions. Just then, bang! Another gunshot. Fu Chengyan heard it and instinctively pulled Su Nuhan close, then crouched down behind the car for cover. Fenggang looked in the direction of the gunfire, frowned slightly, and turned around cautiously. He asked, "Captain, should we go see what's happening?" Fu Chengyan didn't answer. Instead, he quickly surveyed the surroundings. Then he immediately made a plan. "Zhu Zi, stay here and protect Comrade Su. Gongzi, come with me to check it out." "Yes, Captain." Zhu Zi and Fenggang listened and loudly accepted the orders. Su Nuhan then tugged gently on Fu Chengyan's sleeve and softly said, "You don't need to protect me specially. I will go with you." She was not a weak woman, even though she didn't want to live through gunfire and danger anymore. But her deep-rooted patriotic spirit made her feel a strong desire to fight. "No way," Fu Qingyan immediately refused, his tone very serious. The situation is unclear, and we're in the woods. Gunfire means there could be armed conflict. I can't let you take that risk. Yes, sister-in-law. Foam Gang blurted out, calling her by that long-held nickname. Just stay here and wait. With the team leader here, everything will be fine, sister-in-law? Hearing this, Su Nuhan was stunned. Her ears turned red, and she instinctively looked at Fu Qingyan. Fu Qingyan also looked surprised. After seeing her gaze, he awkwardly cleared his throat and scolded Foam Gang. What are you calling her? Don't ruin Sister Su's reputation. Foam Gang touched his nose and chuckled, quickly changing his words. But his mischievous look couldn't hide his amusement. Yes, team leader. I was wrong. I should say future sister-in-law. Hearing this, Su Nuhan's cheeks blushed uncontrollably. Fu Qingyan secretly glanced at her, swallowed hard, and forced himself to suppress his feelings, awkwardly explaining, Sorry, they just like to joke around. Su Nuhan nodded shyly. Suddenly, gunfire rang out twice. Hearing this, Fu Qingyan no longer hesitated. He looked seriously at Su Nuhan and slowed his voice. Stay here. We'll be back soon. She nodded and didn't insist. She sighed lightly and said, All right. Be careful. Don't worry. Just wait for us, Fu Qingyan said, giving her a deep look. Then he turned back to Zhuzi, his expression cold again. Zhuzi, protect Sister Su. If she loses even a hair, you'll face military punishment. Yes. Rest assured, team leader. We will complete the mission. Zhuzi saluted confidently, his voice loud. Fu Qingyan no longer spoke much. He looked at Su Nuhan again and exchanged a glance with Foam Gang. The two of them moved quickly and quietly like hunting cats, heading toward the direction of the gunfire. Su Nuhan watched their retreating figures, her brow slightly furrowed and her face showing concern. Seeing her serious expression, Zhuzi tried to comfort her with a smile. Sister-in-law, don't worry. The captain is from a military academy and was sent to Germany for special training. Usually, he can handle these situations easily. Hearing her being called sister-in-law again, Su Nuhan's face turned redder, and her ears warmed. Don't call me that, Zhuzi chuckled. Yes, sister-in-law. Su Nuhan felt speechless, but now wasn't the time to argue about it. She focused all her attention on the direction where Fu Qingyan had entered the forest. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and every sound made her slightly tense. They hid behind the car, quietly waiting for Fu Qingyan and Foam Gang to return.
Time passed second by second.
The forest was terrifyingly silent, except for the occasional bird chirping. No more gunfire sounded. This silence made her feel uneasy. In her past missions, whenever she encountered such peaceful silence, it usually meant danger. She didn't know how long it had been. Suddenly, bang.
Bang. Bang.
Several gunshots rang out in quick succession. The sudden noise shattered the silence. Su Nuhan and Zhuzi were both startled by the gunfire. Then, from deep within the forest, a sharp whistle sounded. That was the signal Fu Qingyan had set for his team. Zhuzi's face immediately turned serious. Sister-in-law, can you drive? Zhuzi suddenly asked. But after asking, he shook his head with self-deprecating humor. He almost forgot this sister-in-law was just an ordinary girl.
How could she drive?
Zhuzi thought to himself. Hearing this, Su Nuhan frowned slightly and looked at him. What's wrong? Zhuzi smiled and shook his head. Nothing. I'll take you to a safe place first. Take me? Why? Su Nuhan's mind already had a guess. Because the whistle earlier was unusual, like a secret signal. At this moment, Zhuzi's behavior probably reflects some instructions from Fu Qingyan. Zhuzi smiled and said, It's nothing. I just think this place isn't safe, so I want to take you somewhere safe first. Then I'll come back to get the team leader and others. Su Nuhan listened and replied calmly, Was the whistle just now Fu's signal to you? Zhuzi didn't answer and fell silent. Su Nuhan sighed. Let's go inside and find them. No, you can't. Zhuzi immediately refused, his face changing. Why not? Are you worried about Fu? Su Nohan knew that the situation on Fu's side was probably very tricky and dangerous, or he wouldn't have used the whistle to signal Juzi. Juzi opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Su Nohan spoke again. Fu gave you the whistle because something unexpected happened, or it's very dangerous. Are you sure you want to just wait here and watch them face trouble? I don't want to wait. I want to go help, but the team leader asked me to protect you. I can't disobey his orders. Hearing this, Su Nohan's lips curved into a slight smile. That's fine. Since you want to go in, then let's go. Don't worry. If Fu blames you, I will speak for you. I won't let you get into trouble. Besides, I am a doctor. If anyone gets hurt, I can help them. Well, Juzi frowned slightly, looking troubled. Just then, gunfire rang out again, accompanied by a scream. Su Nohan and Juzi both looked sharply toward the forest, their hearts tightening. The gunfire and screams sounded again. Su Nohan couldn't hold back anymore. She stared at Juzi with a cold, icy tone. Are you going or not? If not, I'll go alone. Juzi was stunned by her sudden intensity and hesitated, speechless. Seeing his hesitation, Su Nohan snorted coldly. I'll go myself. After saying that, she stood up straight. Wait. Juzi quickly stopped her. The forest is too dangerous. Suno Han looked at him sharply and said, Move aside. The pillar was startled by the coldness in her eyes and instinctively took a step back. Suno Han stepped forward, opened the car door, took out the medical kit from the back seat, and was about to go out around the car. The pillar hurriedly moved in front of her, opened his hands, and blocked her way. Sister-in-law, don't shout blindly. Suno Han looked at him coldly, with no trace of shyness or kindness in her eyes, only a chilling sharpness that seemed to cut to the bone. Feeling the coldness from Suno Han, the pillar opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't find the words, frozen in place. By the time he reacted, Suno Han had already headed toward the forest. Seeing this, the pillar sighed and could only walk quickly to catch up. The two soon entered the forest. As soon as they stepped into the woods, gunfire rang out again. But this time it was not just one or two shots, but continuous, like a battle. Hearing the noise, Suno Han and the pillar stopped and looked at each other. Sister-in-law, maybe you should go back. I'll check it out, the pillar said worriedly. Suno Han glanced at him, but ignored him. She slightly bent her body, moved lightly, and quickly sneaked toward the sound of gunfire. Every step she took was precise, landing on the sparse leaves almost silently. Her clear, beautiful eyes now sharp as an eagle, observing the surroundings as she moved. Seeing that she wouldn't listen, the pillar could only shake his head, sigh, and step forward to follow. But just as he looked up, he suddenly froze in place, mouth slightly open. In his eyes, he saw Suno Han bend slightly, knees slightly bent, maintaining a perfect defensive stance as she moved. Her steps were light as a cat, each one landing precisely on the sparse leaves. What shocked him even more was, Suno Han's movements were incredibly agile, cleverly avoiding obstacles in front of her. Did I see that right? The pillar raised his hand to rub his eyes, then blinked hard, unable to believe what he saw. Could it be that his future sister-in-law's stealth skills are just too professional? The way she stepped, her body posture, and sharp eyes all showed a soldier's confidence. This shouldn't be possible. She is just a young rural girl, a local youth. How could she know such professional stealth skills?
Could it be?
Suddenly, a frightening thought appeared in his mind. But quickly, he shook his head and dismissed the idea.
No way.
Her sincerity when helping the team leader, her honesty in facing problems, and those clear, beautiful eyes. There's no way she is a spy. Most importantly, she has a strong sense of righteousness, so it shouldn't be possible. But if not, then how can her movements, which seem trained and professional, be explained? Juzi looked at Su Nuhan, feeling completely confused. Over here, Su Nuhan sensed that Juzi hadn't caught up behind her. She paused her stealthy steps and turned around, seeing him standing still, lost in thought. She frowned slightly. What is this kid thinking about now? Is he afraid Fu Qingyan will scold him? If that's the case, his mental strength is really poor. Su Nuhan shook her head, looking at Juzi with disdain, and spoke coldly. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Hearing her call, Juzi suddenly snapped out of his daze. I'm coming. After saying that, he suppressed his doubts and jogged to catch up. Seeing his silly look, Su Nuhan sighed and comforted him. Don't worry. I won't let you get into trouble. Juzi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't. He just nodded. The two continued walking toward the sound of gunfire. Juzi deliberately lagged behind by half a step, keeping a close eye on her. As they circled around a thick tree, Su Nuhan suddenly raised her hand sharply to signal a stop. Juzi froze for a moment, opened his mouth as if to ask something. But at that moment, a few hurried, chaotic footsteps approached from a distance. This. Hearing the noise, Juzi looked at Su Nuhan with even more shock. No way. I didn't hear those footsteps earlier, but she already noticed them? Is her hearing that sharp? Or does she really have special training? Otherwise, how could she be so sensitive? These questions made his mind feel very confused. Over there. The footsteps grew closer. Su Nuhan quickly signaled for the pillar to crouch down, keeping his eyes fixed ahead, while his hands searched the ground. Then she picked up a few small stones. The pillar saw this, frowned slightly, and looked confused, but now is not the time to ask questions. He said to Su Nuhan, sister-in-law, if enemies come later, you hide behind me. He then drew a pistol from his waist. Su Nuhan looked at him and said, Don't worry. I can take care of myself. You just focus on protecting yourself. As he spoke, the footsteps reached them. Su Nuhan and the pillar held their breath, staring intently ahead. Soon, 5 or 6 figures rushed out from the front. They looked tense, breathing hard, with cautious expressions, holding guns, and scanning the area around them. Leading them was a middle-aged man wearing glasses with gold rims, dressed in a suit. He held a new American-made M9 pistol, while the others carried M1911 pistols. After arriving, they looked around, seeming to think there was no danger here, and all relaxed a little. Damn, we're so unlucky. Why are soldiers suddenly here? One of them, relaxing his guard, supported himself on his knees, panting and complaining.
Yeah.
If those 2 soldiers hadn't gotten in our way, we would have finished our mission. Now, not only is the mission incomplete, but we've lost 2 people. East River Lord, what should we do? Should we go back and fight again? They started complaining to each other in Japanese. Over here. The pillar didn't understand what they were saying, but when he heard the word, baka, idiot, he knew they were from Japan. His face instantly turned cold, teeth clenched, and he said angrily, Damn it, they're from Japan. Today I'll teach you a lesson. He raised his gun, ready to shoot at them. Su Nuhan saw this and quickly grabbed his wrist, shaking her head. Don't shoot yet. You. The pillar was suddenly stopped, looking a bit unhappy, with his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Su Nuhan glanced at him. Let's first hear what they have to say. Here, the pillar was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, looking shocked. You understand what they're saying? Su Nuhan nodded slightly.
This.
The pillar's mouth opened slightly, showing disbelief.
Wow.
Who exactly is this future sister-in-law? Not only is she fluent in German, but she also understands the local language. Even the translators in the military district usually only know one language. She has mastered 2 at once. Is she really just an ordinary rural youth? Could it be that she's not just an ordinary person, but actually a spy or secret agent? Thinking of this, the pillar looked at Su Nuhan with a cautious expression, subtly stepping back a little from her. Seeing his reaction, Su Nuhan frowned slightly, confused. She was about to ask him what was wrong. At this moment, the man with glasses, called Dong Chuan-jun, pushed up his glasses and said in a deep voice, Humph. Don't worry. We've almost got all the intelligence. As long as we safely retreat, we can send the information out. But, Dong Chuan-jun, they know we are here. If we don't take the chance to deal with them now, how will we gather more intelligence later? Exactly. There are only 4 of them, and they're all injured. We might as well take this opportunity to strike back,
Dong Chuanjun hesitated for a moment. Let's wait a bit longer until we hear from Tianzhong. Yeah. When Su Nuhan heard that all four of them were injured, her brow furrowed, and her face showed concern. Seeing this, the pillar pressed his lips together and cautiously asked, "What did they say?" Su Nuhan's face was tense as she lowered her voice. "They said they've obtained important information and are preparing to send it out." She paused, then added, "And they mentioned that all four of them are injured. I think the further talking about include Comrade Fu and Comrade Feng." "What?" "The squad leader and the others are injured." The pillar's face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Su Nuhan saw this, and hurriedly tried to cover his mouth, but it was too late. "Who are they?" His shout startled the few islanders nearby. All the spies immediately raised their guns and aimed at their hiding spot.
Who are you?
"Come out, or we will shoot," Dong Chuanjun warned in Chinese toward the hiding place of Su Nuhan and the others. Seeing they had been discovered, Su Nuhan glared at the pillar and was about to speak. But just then, the enemy soldiers from the island started pulling their triggers, ready to shoot. Seeing this, Su Nuhan quickly pulled the pillar and moved swiftly to the side. Almost at the same time, a barrage of bullets was fired randomly toward their previous hiding spot, causing the grass and branches to fly everywhere. Their quick dodging also revealed their positions. "Over there!" one of the island soldiers shouted. Hearing this, the others immediately turned their guns toward that direction. Su Nuhan's eyes sharpened. She quickly grabbed the pillar again and changed position fast. They had just taken cover under a big tree when the bullets rained down again on their previous spot. "Damn it! Surround them and see how they run." Dong Chuanjun was furious because their shots had been dodged twice by Su Nuhan and the others. When they heard about the encirclement, Su Nuhan weighed the small stone in her hand and said to the pillar, "Cover me." "Cover you?" The pillar was stunned for a moment, unsure of what Su Nuhan was planning. But Su Nuhan didn't give him time to react. She suddenly moved out. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she threw the stone swiftly.
Whoosh.
Whoosh. Two sharp sounds cut through the air. The enemy soldiers hadn't reacted yet when two of them were hit, one in the throat, the other in the temple. The two enemies cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. "Damn it! Over there!" Seeing their comrades fall, the remaining four soldiers reacted quickly and immediately locked onto Su Nuhan. The pillar fired his gun to cover her. The bullets hit and took down one enemy. Not good. They have hidden positions.
Quickly.
Hide. Dong Chuanjun's face changed dramatically as he shouted when another teammate was shot. Hearing this, Su Nuhan sneered. She threw the last remaining stone again. Ah! The small stone hit one of the people hiding perfectly. The person screamed loudly and fell to the ground. "Idiot! Stop shooting! Kill that annoying woman!" shouted Dong Chuanjun angrily. He quickly ordered his last remaining teammate and then raised his gun, firing at Suno Han repeatedly. Suno Han quickly turned to the side and hid behind a nearby tree. The bullets hit where she had just been standing, kicking up dust. The soldier also kept shooting, aiming his gun again. But Dong Chuanjun and his team had prepared for this. When they saw the bullets coming, they dodged to the side and avoided the shots. Then they disappeared into the grass. The whole area suddenly became quiet. The soldier kept aiming his gun at the grass and fired several more shots until he ran out of bullets. Then he stopped. Sunohan looked at this and felt a bit frustrated, but now was not the time to argue. She leaned against the tree trunk and listened carefully. After a while, she heard faint rustling sounds in the grass. Sunohan's silver needle appeared in her hand, ready to throw. Just then, hurried footsteps came from ahead. Sunohan paused her movement and looked forward. As the footsteps grew closer, she saw it was Fu Qingyan and Feng Gang. They seemed injured and were helping each other walk. Feng Gang looked more hurt, leaning heavily on Fu Qingyan. Behind them, two police officers in uniform followed. Seeing this, Sunohan frowned slightly and looked worried. She wanted to go help them, but she remembered the two enemies still hiding nearby. She had to hold back. A moment later, her face changed and her heart pounded in her chest. She wanted to warn them,
but was afraid the two enemies might attack her suddenly. Meanwhile, the soldier saw them and looked very happy. He forgot about the two enemies hiding in the grass. He stepped out from behind the tree, ready to go over. Suno Han quickly shouted, "Kozu, hide now," but her warning came a little late. Before she finished speaking, there was a loud bang. A gunshot rang out. A bullet sliced through the air and shot toward a pillar. Fu Qingyan, who had just arrived, heard the gunfire. He immediately became alert, supporting Feng Gang as he quickly hid behind a tree. The two people following him were also injured, but hurriedly found cover. As the bullet was about to hit the pillar, Su Nuhan's heart suddenly jumped to her throat, and her breath caught. But just at this critical moment, the pillar suddenly collapsed to the ground.
Bang!
As he fell, the bullet whistled past his hair and hit a nearby tree trunk. The bark cracked loudly, and wood chips flew everywhere. Phew! Seeing this, Su Nuhan let out a big breath and relaxed her tense nerves. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fu Qingyan, hiding behind the tree, kept a close eye on the situation. When the pillar avoided danger, his furrowed brows finally eased, and he exhaled a long, relieved breath. As the leader of the group, every soldier's safety was important to him, especially since the pillar had been with him for many years. They were like brothers. Over here, the pillar was lying on the ground, his heart pounding wildly. In that moment, he felt like his life was slipping away and his scalp went numb. If it weren't for his instinctive reaction, he might already be dead. Now, thinking back, a cold shiver ran down his back. He looked up at Su Nuhan, opened his mouth to thank her, but at that moment, the gunfire sounded again.
Bang!
Hearing this, the pillar quickly dropped to the ground again. But then, he heard Fu Qingyan's anxious shout. Su Nuhan. Fu Qingyan suddenly shouted her full name loudly. Su Nuhan was stunned. She was about to turn her head to look at him when she suddenly felt an unprecedented life-or-death crisis. Without thinking, she darted forward and disappeared instantly. Almost at the same time, a bullet struck the spot where she had just been standing, kicking up a cloud of dust. Phew! Seeing this, Fu Qingyan let out another breath. This time, his tension was even greater than when the pillar narrowly escaped, making him feel even more scared. There was a moment when he almost rushed forward, but when he saw Su Nuhan suddenly disappear, he froze in place. Meanwhile, after Su Nuhan dodged the shot, she felt a cold chill and no longer hid. She quickly stepped out from behind the tree and, without hesitation, with incredible speed, rushed into the bushes where Dong Chuanjun and his companion were hiding. Hearing this, Fu Qingyan hurriedly put down Feng Gang and followed inside. "Captain," Zhuzi shouted loudly, about to get up and follow. At that moment, several screams came from the bushes. Then, before he could react, bang! Dong Chuanjun and his companion were thrown out of the bushes and landed right at his feet. Immediately after, Su Nuhan helped Fu Qingyan walk out. At this moment, Fu Qingyan's arm was bleeding heavily, staining half of his sleeve red. Zhuzi quickly went to him worried. "Captain, are you okay?" Fu Qingyan shook his head and looked at Su Nuhan. "Are you all right?" Su Nuhan shook her head gently, looking at his bleeding arm, her heart tightening. She stared at him with tenderness in her eyes, her voice soft but with a hint of blame. "You're hurt, and you still went in? If you get hurt again, your arm might be useless." Fu Qingyan smiled slightly, his eyes gentle. "I was worried about you. Su Nuhan felt her heart warm from his words. When she looked into his tender eyes, her ears turned red and her cheeks blushed. She didn't know how to respond. At that moment, Dong Chuanjun looked up, terrified, and stared at Su Nuhan with trembling voice. Are you human or ghost? How can your speed be so fast?" He was completely stunned by Su Nuhan's skills. When she rushed into the bushes earlier, he and his companion had already raised their guns, but before they could pull the trigger, Su Nuhan disappeared like a ghost. By the time they reacted, they felt a pain in their wrists, and the guns fell to the ground. When they looked again, Su Nuhan appeared in front of them, delivering a palm strike to each. They were knocked back repeatedly and didn't have time to fight back.
Fu Chengyan also appeared. Under the attack from the two of them, he and Nakagawa had no chance to fight back. What frightened him the most was Su Nuhan's skills, which completely exceeded his understanding. They were trained special agents. They couldn't say they could fight 100 enemies alone, but they were experienced in battle. However, in front of Su Nuhan, they had no way to fight back. This was hard for him to accept. Also, Su Nuhan looked like a delicate young girl. He never expected her to have such terrifying skills, which caused all of them to be defeated here. Over here, Su Nuhan coldly glanced at Dong Chuanjun and ignored him. She turned to Fu Chengyan with a serious look and said, "I overheard their conversation just now. It seems they stole important national information and are planning to send it out." Fu Chengyan nodded and said, "I know about this. The two police officers already told me. It's a secret of our country's research." He then looked at the two injured police officers about 30 meters away. Su Nuhan understood and nodded. Her gaze returned to Dong Chuanjun and the others, and she asked, "So, what do they plan to do with them?" Fu Chengyan also looked at Dong Chuanjun and the other man, then turned to ask the two police officers, "Comrade Yen, when will your team arrive?" The two police officers struggled to stand up and came over. The middle-aged man called Yen Quan, who Fu Chengyan called Comrade Yen, said, "They should be here soon. We really appreciate your help." Fu Chengyan shook his head slightly and said, "Comrade Yen, you're too kind. Protecting the country is our duty as soldiers. No need to thank us." Yes. "You're right, Comrade Fu," Yen Quan replied with a smile. Then he looked at Su Nuhan curiously and asked, "Comrade Fu, who is this female comrade?" Fu Chengyan and Su Nuhan exchanged glances and smiled as he answered, "Oh, she is our military doctor." "Military doctor?" Su Nuhan was slightly stunned upon hearing this. She looked at Fu Chengyan with confusion. Yen Quan, however, seemed to be disappointed for some reason but still smiled and extended his hand to Su Nuhan. "Hello, comrade. My name is Yen Quan. I am the captain of the first team at Huayong Police Department." Su Nuhan nodded and gently shook his hand, then released it.
Hello, I am Su Nuhan. So, ore kamretsu.
I didn't expect that despite looking gentle and fragile, you have such courage and skills. "I'm truly impressed," Yen Quan said, sizing her up with admiration in his eyes. "It would be great if talented people like you could join our team."
Su Nuhan smiled humbly.
"Comrade Yen, you flatter me. I only learned a little from my master." "Master?" Yen Quan looked surprised. Meanwhile, Fu Chengyan and Juzi watched Su Nuhan with curiosity, waiting for her to explain. Su Nuhan noticed their expressions, especially Fu Chengyan and Juzi. Today, her skills were fully exposed. To avoid suspicion, she had to come up with a reasonable excuse. After all, the original owner grew up in the countryside and lived in a remote area. Although the villagers knew her, they didn't really understand her. Even the Lin family only saw her as free labor, not caring about her. So, even if someone investigated, they would only find rough details. Explaining her 6 months back at the Su family was easier. She could say it was for family reasons and endured their mistreatment. Later, she realized the Su family didn't like her, and she decided not to tolerate it anymore. "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Did your master teach you your skills?" Juzi asked curiously. Su Nuhan smiled and opened her mouth to answer. Suddenly, hurried and heavy footsteps sounded through the woods. Everyone immediately became alert, ready to hide. At that moment, Fu Chengyan suddenly remembered Feng Gang, who was still lying behind the tree. He quickly told Juzi, "Hurry, Juzi, take Feng Gang to a safe place." "Yes," Juzi responded and moved to act. But Yen Quan listened carefully and relaxed his expression. "Comrade Fu, they are with us." Just as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 police officers hurried over. Seeing this, Fu Chengyan sighed in relief and turned to Su Nuhan. "Feng Gang is badly hurt. Can you treat him first?" Su Nuhan's expression tightened. "Okay." The 3 of them quickly approached Feng Gang. Su Nuhan knelt down, carefully examined his injuries, and after a moment, let out a gentle breath. Fortunately, the bullet didn't hit any vital organs. "He's lost a lot of blood and is in shock, unconscious.
I will now help him remove the bullet, do a simple bandage, and then quickly take him to the hospital for a blood transfusion. Okay, sister-in-law, please go ahead, Juzi said anxiously as he looked at Feng Gang's pale face. Su Nuhan nodded quickly, took the medical kit, and skillfully began cleaning the wound and removing the bullet. Every move she made was precise and quick, stopping the bleeding, disinfecting, extracting the bullet, and stitching up the wound, all in one smooth process. Yen Quan watched closely without blinking, secretly admiring her. This comrade Su is truly extraordinary. Not only is she skilled, but her medical skills might be on par with those of surgeons in the provincial hospital. Just as he finished his thought, his colleagues arrived. The lead officer saluted and reported, "Captain." Yen Quan nodded at them, returned the salute, and instructed, "Immediately escort these people back to the station." Yes. After his colleagues responded, they began to act. Once Su Nuhan finished treating Feng Gang, Yen Quan stepped forward and sincerely thanked them. "Comrade Fu, Comrade Su, we are very grateful. I will report to my superiors and personally present you with a banner." Fu Chengyan smiled and waved his hand. "You're too kind, Comrade Yen. If anyone should receive it, it should be Comrade Su." Su Nuhan quickly shook her head. "Don't listen to him, Comrade Yen. Protecting the country is everyone's duty. There's no need to be so formal. That's not acceptable," Yen Quan said seriously. "You made a great contribution this time. This is our country's first major scientific research project developed independently, and it's highly valued by the authorities. If you hadn't acted promptly, not only could the research results have been leaked, but the country might have suffered enormous losses. You are true heroes." Hearing this, Su Nuhan frowned slightly and asked, "What kind of scientific project is so important?" Yen Quan lowered his voice, looking serious. "It's a new type of weapon to defend our borders." "I can't share more details." Su Nuhan nodded vaguely, recalling that during this period, our country had indeed made significant breakthroughs in defense technology. But then she wondered, if it's so important, how did spies get hold of it? Yen Quan sighed. "There was a traitor in the laboratory, an old researcher, who was blackmailed by enemies using overseas connections and stole the core blueprints and data." "I see." Sunua Han and Fu Qingyan exchanged a quick look, both understanding the seriousness of the situation. "Comrade Yen," Sunua Han noticed the bleeding wound on Yen Quan's arm. "Your injury isn't minor. Do you want me to help treat it?" Yen Quan waved dismissively. "It's just a small wound. I'll get it bandaged at the station." "All right then," Sunua Han agreed without insisting. Yen Quan adjusted his collar and saluted the two politely. "I'll take my leave now. After I return, I will send the award order to your military district." Fu Qingyan and Juzi immediately returned the salute. At this moment, Fu Qingyan awkwardly added, "Comrade Yen, if you're giving an award to Comrade Su, please send it to Lipo Village in Huayang County." "Lipo Village?" Yen Quan frowned in confusion. "Are you there on a mission?" Fu Qingyan looked at Sunua Han, unsure how to answer. Sunua Han shot him a quick glance and then explained with a smile, "Comrade Yen, actually, I am not a military doctor." "What?" Yen Quan looked surprised at Fu Qingyan and then at Sunua Han. "But Fu just said." Sunua Han smiled and said, "I'm a rural youth sent to the countryside. I work as a village doctor in Lipo Village." Fu said, "I am a military doctor," to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Hearing this, Yen Quan's eyes lit up, and he said enthusiastically, "I see. Comrade Su, since you're not a military doctor, I wonder if you're interested in joining our public security department. With your skills and abilities, you could really make a difference there." "No way," Fu Qingyan blurted out loudly, startling both Sunua Han and Yen Quan. They looked at him with different expressions. Juzi, standing nearby, secretly grinned and quickly looked down to hide his amusement. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Fu Qingyan cleared his throat and explained, "I mean, our military district is already planning to specially recruit Comrade Su." "Special recruitment?" "Into the military," Yen Quan and Sunua Han said in unison, both surprised and confused. Fu Qingyan nodded at Yen Quan and then turned to Sunua Han. "My grandfather wants to see you this time." That's probably what he means. Although this reason was a last-minute idea, given Sunua Han's abilities, a special recruitment into the military was quite reasonable. Moreover, if she really is his fiancée, she will eventually need to accompany the army. Sunhwa Han frowned slightly at this. Memories of my past life as a soldier flooded my mind, and those days of gunfire and chaos felt like they happened yesterday. Protecting my country was truly my belief, but in this life, I just want to live peacefully and enjoy an ordinary life. Although I still have a patriotic heart, rejoining the military is not part of my plans. Yen Quan smiled slyly. Comrade Fu, since your military district is only planning a special recruitment, our Ministry of Public Security also wants to try. Talents like Comrade Su are exactly what we need. Hearing this, Fu Qingyan's face darkened slightly. Comrade Yen, are you trying to compete with the military district for people? Comrade Fu, that's not right. How can we compete? Talents like Comrade Su are too good to miss for our Ministry of Public Security, Yen Quan said with a smile, but his eyes stayed on Su Nuhan. Seeing the two arguing, Su Nuhan quickly interrupted. All right, stop arguing. I have no plans to join the military now, and I definitely don't want to work for the National Security Agency. Hearing this, Yen Quan sighed regretfully.
All right.
But, Comrade Su, I will honestly report your situation to my superiors. As for your final choice, I respect your decision. He paused and added, of course, if you want, my door is always open for you. After saying that, he turned to Fu Qingyan and saluted seriously. Comrade Fu, no matter what, thank you again for your help. Fu Qingyan also nodded in return, but didn't say anything. Yen Quan nodded at Su Nuhan and then quickly caught up with his colleagues as they left. Seeing them leave, Su Nuhan turned around and looked at Fu Qingyan. Let me help you with that injury. She opened her medical kit and began to prepare. Fu Qingyan nodded, his gaze unconsciously following her movements. His arm was only grazed by a bullet, bleeding quite a bit, but it wasn't serious. Su Nuhan bent down carefully to clean his wound. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle glow on her face. Her thick eyelashes drooped slightly, casting a small shadow over her eyes. Her usually cold eyes were now filled with care and tenderness. Fu Qingyan looked on and suddenly lost focus. His throat moved involuntarily, and a strange feeling stirred inside him. After a moment, all right, Su Han suddenly said. She straightened up, ready to give some instructions, but unexpectedly caught his intense gaze. She paused slightly, her cheeks unconsciously flushing. Seeing this, Fu Qingyan finally snapped out of his daze and felt a bit awkward. The pillar nearby saw this and couldn't hold back, laughing out loud. Hearing the laughter, Fu Qingyan turned his head and shot him a sharp look, then looked back at Su Han, clearing his throat. Is it okay now? Su Han nodded gently, softly replying, yes, thank you. Be careful these next couple of days and avoid water, okay? The awkward atmosphere made the two exchange only a few words before falling silent. Seeing this, the pillar quickly broke the silence. Captain, we should hurry and take Steel to the hospital. Hearing this, Fu Qingyan seemed to find a way out and nodded quickly. Right. Then, the pillar carried the unconscious Feng Steel, and the group hurried out of the forest, getting into a jeep parked by the roadside. Inside the vehicle, the awkwardness from before still lingered. Su Han kept her head turned, looking out the window as if the scenery outside was particularly interesting. Meanwhile, Fu Qingyan kept sneaking glances at her, wanting to say something but unsure how to start. They remained silent all the way until they reached the hospital. Finally, Fu Qingyan gathered his courage and tentatively asked, earlier you mentioned you have a master? Su Han slowly turned her head and nodded gently. Yes. Who is your master? Fu Qingyan asked curiously. Of course, he didn't believe Su Han had a master. Her skills didn't seem like something an ordinary person could teach. Her abilities, her alertness, none of it was inferior to his, and he was from special forces, highly skilled in many areas. Su Han, an ordinary civilian, couldn't possibly have such skills even if she had a master. She knew he didn't believe her, but that was the only explanation she could give. She shook her head. I don't know either. What? You don't know? Fu Qingyan asked with a slight frown.
Sunuan smiled gently.
Not to hide anything, my master always taught me at midnight, so I've never really seen what he looks like. Hearing this, Fu Qingyan sighed inwardly and felt a bit embarrassed to ask further. He just nodded in response. At that moment, they arrived at the hospital. Zhuzi was the first to jump out of the car and rushed into the hospital lobby to call for doctors and nurses. Everyone hurriedly helped Fenggang onto a hospital bed and pushed him quickly toward the ward. The hospital director and Director Zhao, upon hearing that Su Nuhan had arrived, immediately put down their work and hurried to the ward.
Ah!
Comrade Su Nuhan, you finally came. The director greeted warmly as he entered, holding her hand tightly with joy. Su Nuhan frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, Director, what do you mean by that? Director Zhao explained with a smile. Nuhan, the director was about to send someone to invite you. Since the last time they worked together to treat the old leader, they had become quite friendly and now called each other sisters. Invite me? Su Nuhan was momentarily stunned. The director sighed and frowned.
Yes, Comrade Su.
A few days ago, our hospital received a leader, but he refused to cooperate with the examination. I heard from Director Zhao that you are not only skilled in Western medicine but also good at traditional Chinese medicine, so I want to ask for your help. Su Nuhan suddenly understood and nodded. Where's the patient? I'll go see him, next to the old leader's ward, the director said, showing a helpless expression. If it weren't for the fact that the old leader is here, our hospital might have been torn down by that leader. Su Nuhan turned to look at Fu Qingyan. I'll go see him first. After I finish, I'll check on your grandfather. Fu Qingyan nodded. All right, go ahead. I'll wait for you in my grandfather's ward. He watched as Su Nuhan left with the director and Director Zhao. Zhuzi then quietly approached Fu Qingyan and lowered his voice. Captain, sister-in-law. Fu Qingyan glared at him sternly. We haven't confirmed our relationship yet. Don't call her that again, or it'll ruin her reputation. Seeing Fu Qingyan so serious, Zhuzi immediately straightened up. Yes, sir. I was wrong. Fu Qingyan nodded satisfactorily. What were you just about to say? Captain, do you believe what Comrade Su said? What did she say? She said her skills were taught by her master, but I don't think she's telling the truth. Oh, Fu Qingyan said, raising an eyebrow with interest. Tell me more. It's like this, Captain. Comrade Su's skills look like they come from professional training in our army. Also, I feel she has a military aura. Besides her fighting skills, she can also do medical work, and surprisingly, she even speaks island language, Zhuzi said seriously.
Fu Qingyan nodded appreciatively.
Good, you're improving. Zhuzi looked confused. He didn't understand Fu Qingyan's meaning. Fu Qingyan glanced at him and then looked toward the direction where Su Nuhan had gone. He sighed. I know she's not telling the truth. Huh? You know? Then why? Zhuzi asked, more puzzled. It doesn't matter why she has these skills. As long as she's not a spy and hasn't done anything harmful to the country or people, she's a good comrade. Zhuzi nodded. Yes, that makes sense. All right, don't talk about her carelessly, Fu Qingyan warned. Yes, Captain. Zhuzi saluted seriously.
Fu Qingyan nodded. Good.
You watch over Gongzi here. I'll go see the old leader. Meanwhile, Su Nuhan followed the director and Director Zhao to the special care ward outside the leader's room. Before entering, she heard a loud, angry shout from inside. Get out! All of you get out! Right after, a young nurse, wiping tears, ran out of the room, nearly bumping into them. Su Nuhan stopped and looked at the director and Director Zhao with a raised eyebrow. The director shook his head helplessly.
You saw it.
That's the situation. No one is allowed to touch him, he sighed. How are we supposed to check him? Treat him. So I can only ask you to use the traditional methods look, listen, ask, and feel to help us check, he said.
Su Nuhan smiled softly.
But I hear his angry shouting, and it sounds very strong. The director sighed with a wry smile, unsure of what to say for a moment. Su Nuhan asked thoughtfully, Who is that leader? The director sighed and lowered his voice. It's said to be a high-ranking person in the research institute. Very temperamental, and has already scolded several nurses away. Research institute. Hearing this, Su Nuhan looked surprised. Could it be the research institute that Yen Quan mentioned about scientific research? She paused for a moment and then said, "Let's go in and take a look." The director and Director Zhao exchanged glances, both hesitant. But under Su Nuhan's determined gaze, they nodded. The three of them pushed the door open. Inside, they saw a man in his 60s sitting on a hospital bed. Although he had a full head of silver hair, his sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes gave him an imposing presence. As soon as he saw someone enter, he shouted loudly, "Who let you in? Get out." The director and Director Zhao were so frightened they immediately stopped and dared not step forward. But Su Nuhan calmly approached, carefully examining his face. A faint smile appeared on her lips. "Sir, your temper is quite fiery. Your face is red, your eyes are yellowed, your tongue is thick and greasy. With this irritable mood, it looks like a case of liver cheese stagnation turning into fire. You need treatment." Hearing this, the leader was first stunned, then became even angrier.
How dare you?
"Who are you, little comrade, to talk to me like that?" Su Nuhan saw his anger grow and was not afraid. Instead, she raised an eyebrow slightly. "And who might you be, sir? So high and mighty, so unkind. You're a troublemaker." "Director Lee, who is this little comrade? Please ask her to leave at once." The director was caught in a dilemma. He looked at the leader, then at Su Nuhan. She gave him a meaningful look. The director immediately understood and quickly forced a smile. "Leader, I just remembered I have something urgent to attend to.
I'll take my leave now."
"This is Dr. Su, our hospital's specially appointed doctor. She's very skilled. If you have any questions, just speak with her directly." After saying that, he grabbed Director Zhao and hurriedly left, almost like fleeing. The leader watched them rush away, his face dark with anger. Su Nuhan's lips curled into a smile. "What's the matter? Are you, a high-ranking leader, afraid of a young girl like me? Afraid?" "Humph." The leader snorted coldly. "When I participated in the Long March, you didn't even know where you were. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Su Nuhan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, really? So, you've been through life and death situations. Why are you still afraid to come to the hospital for a checkup?" The leader suddenly sat up straight, his sharp eyes fixed on her. "Who said I'm afraid of checkups? Not afraid." Su Nuhan smiled gently and walked slowly to the bedside. "Then why don't you dare let the doctors and nurses get close?" The leader was momentarily speechless, his eyes flickering with discomfort, and he turned his face away in annoyance. "Damn it, of course I'm afraid. I'm not afraid of dying or getting hurt. I just don't like injections, okay? Where does this young comrade come from? So clueless." Seeing this, Su Nuhan's lips curled into a sly smile. "You wouldn't be afraid of injections, would you? You. The leader's face suddenly changed from shock to anger, and finally a faint blush appeared. "Nonsense. I, Zhang Zhongming, have faced gunfire and explosions. Do I fear a tiny needle?" Seeing his embarrassed look, Su Nuhan found it amusing. It reminded her of a soldier in her previous life in the Special Forces, who was also fearless of everything except injections. Every time he got hurt, he refused to go to the hospital and insisted on being knocked out before treatment. The leader in front of her was just like that soldier. "So, your name is Zhang Zhongming?" Su Nuhan smiled. "Humph." Zhang Zhongming turned his face away, looking angry and refusing to look at her. Su Nuhan wasn't in a hurry. She continued softly, "If you're really afraid of injections, why don't I check your pulse? I'm trained in traditional Chinese medicine. If you're not seriously ill, I can prescribe some herbal medicine to help you recover." Hearing this, Zhang Zhongming's expression softened slightly, but he still stubbornly said, "You." "Humph. I'm not afraid of injections. All right. In that case, I'll ask the director to find someone else," Su Nuhan said deliberately, sighing as she turned to leave. "Stop." Zhang Zhongming quickly called out to her. Su Nuhan turned around, raising an eyebrow. "Leader, do you have any other instructions?" "You." "Humph. Do you want to take my pulse?" "Fine, I'll give you that chance," Zhang Zhongming said, puffing out his chest. Su Nuhan's lips curled into a slight smile, just about to speak. At this moment, suddenly, a loud, commanding voice came from outside the door. "Zhang Zhongming, you old kid, who are you talking to like that?" Su Nuhan turned to look and saw Fu Tingxiao walking in confidently, followed by Fu Chengyan. When Zhang Zhongming saw Fu Tingxiao, he shivered and quickly got off the bed, standing straight. Team leader, why are you here? Humph. If I didn't come, you wouldn't know how capable you are. In front of the young comrade, you keep calling me old man. Fu Tingxiao approached him with a stern but warm expression. Zhang Zhongming looked upset and explained, Team leader, you know I didn't mean it. Humph. Look at you. Fu Tingxiao shot him a glare. Fu Chengyan took the chance to walk over to Su Nuhan and asked softly, Are you okay? Su Nuhan nodded slightly.
Ai fine.
Why did you come? Grandpa heard you were here and insisted on coming to see you himself. Fu Chengyan explained, his gaze lingering on her face with a gentle, almost unnoticed warmth. At this moment, Fu Tingxiao looked at Su Nuhan with affection. Are you Sister Su Nuhan? Su Nuhan nodded slightly. Yes, I am. Hello, sir. Fu Tingxiao smiled and nodded. Good, good. Sister Su, if it weren't for you last time, I might have already gone to heaven. Don't say that, sir. You've dedicated your life to the country and the people. Heaven wouldn't be willing to take you. Ha ha. You girl, you really know how to talk. Fu Tingxiao burst into hearty laughter, his face relaxing as the wrinkles eased. After the laughter subsided, Fu Tingxiao turned serious. Sister Su, just treat this old kid. If he dares to resist, I'll help you deal with him. Hearing this, Zhang Zhongming looked aggrieved. Team leader, can you give me some face? Face? What face do you want? Fu Tingxiao said impatiently. You're already a grandpa. Afraid of getting a shot? If people find out, they'll just laugh. Enough, stop talking nonsense. Sit properly and let Sister Su Nuhan examine you. Although Fu Tingxiao kept a stern face, his concern was obvious. Zhang Zhongming reluctantly sat back on the bed, muttering defensively, I'm not afraid of shots. Su Nuhan fought back a smile and gently said, Leader Zhang, please extend your hand. Zhang Zhongming hesitated for a moment and was about to hold out his wrist. At that moment, the hospital room door was knocked. Su Nuhan and the others looked toward the door when they heard the knock. They saw a middle-aged man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, standing there with an impressive demeanor, accompanied by two people behind him. One of them was recognized by Su Nuhan and Fu Chengyan as Yan Quan. Seeing Yan Quan, Su Nuhan immediately understood. It seemed that this Zhang Zhongming was a high-ranking leader from the Academy of Sciences. Fu Chengyan looked calm as usual. He had already learned about Zhang Zhongming's identity from Fu Tingxiao, so he was not surprised to see Yan Quan arrive. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhongming saw the visitors and immediately smiled happily, as if he had found a savior. He quickly waved his hand. Xiaozheng, you've finally arrived. Come in quickly. Yan Quan and the others responded and entered. The middle-aged man called Xiaozheng was named Zheng Youxiong. He had been watching Zhang Zhongming closely, but as he approached, he accidentally caught sight of Fu Tingxiao. He was momentarily stunned, then quickly stepped forward, stood at attention, saluted loudly, Greetings, Commander Fu. Fu Tingxiao examined him from head to toe, then nodded slightly and responded with a faint Zheng Youxiong didn't feel awkward about his attitude. Instead, he looked proud and honored. Then he turned to Zhang Zhongming and asked with concern, Minister, are you feeling better? Zhang Zhongming didn't answer. Instead, he asked urgently, How is it? Did we catch the people? Were the documents intercepted? Zheng Youxiong nodded quickly, Yes, we caught them. All the enemy agents have been. Before he finished speaking, Yan Quan, standing nearby, was surprised and said, Hey, Comrade Su, Comrade Fu. Why are you here too? Hearing his voice, Zheng Youxiong looked towards Su Nuhan and Fu Chengyan. Zhang Zhongming frowned slightly and asked with doubt, Yan Quan, do you know them? Yan Quan smiled and nodded. Report to the minister. We were able to successfully capture those enemy agents from the island country thanks to comrades Fu and Su's help.
Oh,
really? Zhang Zhongming looked at Su Nuhan again, with a look of surprise on his face. Zheng Youxiong also asked, Yan Quan, are you talking about this lady, Comrade Su? That's right, Director. She is the person I mentioned to you before, Comrade Su, who is skilled and has excellent medical skills, Yan Quan replied seriously. Zhang Youxiong looked her over from head to toe and nodded. I didn't expect that, young comrade. You seem delicate, but you have such abilities. Su Nuhan smiled slightly and humbly said, You're flattering me. I think Comrade Yan might be exaggerating. Hearing this, Yan Quan quickly explained, No, Comrade Su, I wasn't exaggerating. You're just being modest. Su Nuhan only smiled and didn't say anything more. She didn't want to talk about her abilities too much, as they might cause suspicion. Zhang Youxiong then said, Comrade Su, Comrade Yan has asked me to invite you to work with our public security department. Would you be willing? Su Nuhan shook her head gently. Thank you for your kindness, but I am just a doctor. I am good at healing and saving lives, but catching criminals is not my specialty. Comrade Su, Yan Quan wanted to persuade her again. Su Nuhan looked at him and interrupted. Comrade Yan, thank you for your kindness and recommendation, but right now I just want to focus on being a doctor. After hearing this, Yan Quan sighed regretfully.
All right.
But what I said in the wood still stands. If you ever change your mind, our department will always welcome you. Zhang Youxiong also nodded in agreement. That's right, Comrade Su. Although I haven't seen your skills myself, if even Yan Quan praises and recommends you, I believe you must be extraordinary. Su Nuhan slightly bowed. Thank you for your recognition, leader. Then she turned to Zhang Zhongming. Leader, may I check your pulse? Zhang Zhongming looked at her, but didn't reach out. Instead, he looked at Yan Quan. Go ahead. What's the story with this young comrade? Yan Quan nodded, and then recounted in detail how they captured the enemies. Zhang Zhongming listened with a look of surprise. Meanwhile, Fu Tingxiao, standing nearby, slightly frowned, lost in thought. Zhang Zhongming looked at Su Nuhan and praised, I didn't expect young comrade to have such skills. Su Nuhan smiled and shook her head. Leader, Comrade Yan is exaggerating. If anyone deserves credit this time, it should be Comrade Fu. Then her gaze shifted to Fu Qingyuan. Zhang Zhongming heard this and looked at Fu Qingyuan with a slight smile. Young Fu, do you remember me? Fu Qingyuan frowned slightly, glanced at Fu Tingxiao, then shook his head. Zhang Zhongming laughed loudly. When you were wearing open-crotch pants, I was holding you and running around the yard. Hearing the words, open-crotch pants, Fu Qingyuan's face instantly darkened. Su Nuhan couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Realizing she was out of line, she quickly covered her mouth, blushing, and secretly glanced at Fu Qingyuan. Seeing his grandson look embarrassed, Fu Tingxiao also couldn't help but smile, but he quickly interrupted. That's enough. Mingzi, ask Comrade Su to check your pulse. I have something to discuss with her. Hearing this, Zhang Zhongming looked unhappy and begged pitifully, Squad leader, I can have my pulse checked, but can we not? He didn't finish his sentence. However, Su Nuhan understood what he meant. He probably wanted to say no injections, but with so many people present, he didn't dare to say it aloud. Fu Tingxiao gave him a meaningful look. Look at you, so timid. Then he turned to Su Nuhan. Girl, give him a proper diagnosis. Su Nuhan nodded, gently placing 3 fingers on Zhang Zhongming's wrist. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, looking serious. Leader, you're fine overall. You've been overworked for a long time, which caused liver qi stagnation, and combined with sudden anger, you fainted. Zhang Zhongming hesitated and asked, Then, do I need to get an injection? Su Nuhan smiled and shook her head. No need. I'll prescribe a remedy to soothe the liver and regulate qi. Take it regularly for a few days, and you'll recover. Just remember to rest more. All right. Zhang Zhongming was happy to hear no injections were needed. You're really good at this, I like it. Hearing this, Su Nuhan found it amusing inside. This old man was really interesting. People say old people are like children, and it's true. By the way, Comrade Xiao Su, Zhang Zhongming suddenly remembered something, his eyes brightening. Do you have a partner? I have a grandson who's not very capable and is looking for someone. Want me to introduce you? Fu Qinyuan's heart raced at this, and he was about to answer for Su Nuhan. But she turned her head to look at him at that moment. Their gazes suddenly met in the air, and for a moment, both of them were a bit stunned. Meanwhile, Fu Tingxiao, looking displeased, interrupted and glared at Zhang Zhongming, saying, "She has a boyfriend. Don't think about her anymore." Su Nuhan looked at Fu Tingxiao in surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt. Fu Qingyan, on the other hand, felt happy inside and couldn't help but smile. His grandfather probably didn't care whether Su Nuhan was his fiancée or not. He seemed to approve of her. Zhang Zhongming frowned and asked, "Captain, how do you know that Comrade Su has a boyfriend?" Fu Tingxiao didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked deeply at Su Nuhan and asked, "Girl, is your grandfather named Su Jingye?"
Su Hinye?
Brother Yi. Zhang Zhongming furrowed his brows after hearing this. "Captain, are you saying this little Su is Brother Ye's granddaughter?" Fu Tingxiao remained silent, watching Su Nuhan and waiting for her answer. Hearing this, Su Nuhan instinctively looked at Fu Qingyan, hesitating whether to tell the truth. Fu Qingyan also looked at her, full of hope waiting for her answer. Suddenly, the ward became quiet. All eyes focused on Su Nuhan. Although Yan Quan and the others didn't know who Su Jingye was, they understood from Fu Tingxiao's words that he must be an important person, so they also waited for her response. After a while, Su Nuhan took a gentle breath, slightly parted her lips, and was about to speak. At that moment, a noisy argument suddenly came from the corridor outside, breaking the silence in the ward. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Zhang Zhongming frowned and asked, "What's going on outside?" Fu Tingxiao was the first to stand up. "Let's go and see." Then, a group of people quickly left the ward. At the end of the corridor, two doctors in white coats were arguing with a foreign man with blonde hair and blue eyes. The foreign man was clearly agitated, speaking rapidly in broken Chinese and foreign languages, chattering at the doctors. The doctors seemed unable to understand him and helplessly waved their hands, urging him to leave in Chinese. Seeing this, Yan Quan was the first to suggest, "I'll go see what's happening." Zhang Youxiong nodded. "All right, go handle it. If it's nothing serious, tell them not to make noise here, so they don't disturb Commander Fu and the minister resting." "Yes," Yan Quan responded seriously and with another colleague quickly walked toward the end of the corridor. Su Nuhan listened carefully for a while, then turned to Fu Qingyan and said, "Let's go see what's happening. It sounds like they are talking about an illness."
Fu Qingyan nodded.
Okay. The two of them followed quickly. As they got closer, Su Nuhan could hear more clearly. Yan Quan stepped forward and asked seriously, "What happened?" The three people who were arguing stopped and all looked at Yan Quan. After a moment of surprise, the foreign man seemed to see a savior and hurriedly explained in broken Chinese, "They won't treat my companion." Hearing this, Yan Quan turned to the two doctors. "What's going on? Why aren't they treating him?" One of the older doctors sighed. "Comrade, it's not that we won't treat him. His companion just has a common cold. We prescribed medicine, but they insist on hospitalization. Our hospital is short on beds. We can't give a bed for a minor cold, right?" Yan Quan frowned slightly and turned to the foreign man. "Sir, our hospital has limited resources. If it's not serious, you can go home and take the medicine." The foreign man waved his hands anxiously and said in awkward Chinese, "My companion is very sick, nauseous, vomiting." Halfway through, perhaps because he couldn't speak Chinese well, he switched to another language and explained quickly. Although Yan Quan understood some foreign languages, the man was speaking too fast. He could only catch a few words and was left confused. After hearing the foreign man's explanation, Su Nuhan frowned slightly and quickly stepped forward, speaking fluently in the foreign language to the man. "You said your companion is nauseous and vomiting and has intermittent fever?" The foreign man saw Su Nuhan, and since her foreign language was so fluent, he immediately looked happy and excitedly exclaimed, "Oh my God! Finally, someone who understands our language." Fu Qingyan was surprised to see Su Nuhan's fluency in English as well. This woman is truly extraordinary, German, Japanese, and now English. She is proficient in every language. Is she really his fiancée? If so, how does she know so many languages? If not, then who exactly is she? Being able to understand so much is definitely not simple. Su Nuhan didn't have time to listen to the foreigner's feelings. She quickly asked a few questions in another language, then looked tense. "Where is your companion?" Take me to see him now. He's on the bench in the corridor downstairs, the foreigner hurriedly replied. Let's go and see, okay? After speaking, they headed downstairs. Yen Quan saw this and frowned. Comrade Su, what did he say? Why'd he look so nervous? Su Nuhan opened her mouth, wanting to say she suspected some contagious disease, but then she thought, without seeing symptoms, she shouldn't jump to conclusions. In the end, she shook her head. It's nothing. He just described his companion's symptoms in detail. Then why'd he look so worried? Yen Quan asked, puzzled. Fu Chengyan also frowned slightly, looking very confused.
Sunuan smiled.
I just think this illness might be serious. Yen Quan's eyebrows furrowed. Why do you say it's serious? Su Nuhan sighed softly. It's hard to say now. I'll go see for myself first. Yen Quan nodded and didn't ask further. Su Nuhan turned to Fu Chengyan. Go back to your room and stay with your grandfather. Fu Chengyan shook his head. I'll go with you. No need. I'll be back soon, Su Nuhan said softly, refusing. She couldn't let Fu Chengyan go, especially since she wasn't sure if it was an infectious disease. If it is, he might get infected. After saying that, she quickly walked down the stairs with the foreigner. Fu Chengyan watched her leave, lips pressed tightly, brows deeply furrowed. Yen Quan had long noticed that their relationship was unusual. He went over to Fu Chengyan, patted his shoulder, and said seriously, Comrade Fu, sometimes you need to be more proactive with girls. Being too polite isn't good. Without waiting for Fu Chengyan to ask, he and the other person returned to the ward. Fu Chengyan looked at Yen Quan's departing figure, his brows slightly knit, then turned back to look at the staircase, where Su Nuhan had gone. He paused for a long time before slowly returning to the ward. Fu Tingxiao saw him come back alone and asked, Where's that girl? Fu Chengyan pursed his lips. There is a patient who needs her to see him. Fu Tingxiao, hearing this, didn't think much and nodded without asking further. Zhang Zhongming couldn't help but be curious. Team leader, is that girl really the granddaughter of Brother Yi? Fu Tingxiao glanced at him. How would I know? That's why I'm asking. Zhang Zhongming was speechless after hearing this and could only awkwardly scratch his nose. Meanwhile, Su Nuhan, guided by the foreign man, arrived at the place where his companion was. They saw a man with blonde hair and blue eyes sitting slumped on a bench. His face was pale as paper, breathing quickly and shallowly, with beads of sweat on his forehead. Ma'am, my name is Stidio. Are you also a doctor? The foreign man introduced himself happily and asked.
Sunuan nodded.
After confirming, Stidio earnestly begged, Please, you must save my companion. Su Nuhan didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked at the foreign man lying on the bench. Then she turned to the two doctors following her. Do you have masks with you? The two doctors didn't answer right away, but exchanged uncertain glances. One of them asked back, Ma'am, who are you? Su Nuhan was momentarily stunned and then asked suspiciously, Don't you recognize me? Should we recognize you? The older doctor replied with clear annoyance. Su Nuhan was speechless for a moment. She thought that after saving Fu Tingxiao last time, all the doctors in the hospital would know her. Because there were quite a few doctors and nurses present that day, and today she and Fu Chengyan had just arrived at the hospital. The director and Director Zhao came quickly after hearing the news. Surely, someone recognized her and informed them. But unexpectedly, these two didn't recognize her. Su Nuhan sighed and was about to introduce herself. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out.
Ha!
She's just an intern who scored 0 on her exam, got into the hospital through connections, and doesn't know anything. Don't be fooled by her. Su Nuhan looked over at the sound. You see Wang Xiaoli dressed as a nurse and Zhou Ziyuan in a white coat walking toward her, both showing obvious pride on their faces. Su Nuhan looked surprised at this. She didn't expect these two to come to work at the hospital. It seems the director still fears offending that section chief Su. A few steps later, they arrive in front of her. Wang Xiaoli deliberately stands straight to make her nurse uniform more noticeable, like a peacock spreading its feathers. The two doctors see Wang Xiaoli and quickly smile, saying, Comrade Wang, did you just say she is an intern doctor who scored 0 on her exam? Wang Xiaoli glances at Su Nuhan, a mocking smile on her face, and raises her voice. That's right. Didn't you see? She doesn't even have a nurse uniform. Zhou Ziyuan also enthusiastically agrees. Yes, 2 teachers. She only got in as an intern because of Director Zhao's help. You must not believe her. She's just a girl from the countryside. If she causes a medical mistake, she might drag you down with her. He only got into this hospital because of Wang Xiaoli. If it weren't for him clinging to her after they left the hospital last time, comforting and agreeing with her, with Wang Xiaoli's proud personality, he couldn't have caught up with her. Now he has. Before officially becoming a doctor, he still needs to flatter her. Hearing this, the 2 doctors finally notice that Su Nuhan's outfit does look like that of a village girl. Their faces turn pale. Even the nearby studio shows a fearful expression, instinctively shielding his companion and watching Su Nuhan cautiously. The slightly older doctor angrily shouts at Su Nuhan, "You scoundrel! You're just an intern who didn't pass the exam. What are you pretending to be here?" Another doctor also scolds angrily. Exactly. I thought you were some expert from a department. You almost fooled us. Acting so convincingly. Su Nuhan feels speechless after hearing this. But this foreign man's illness is probably contagious, so she doesn't have time to argue. She gently shakes her head and smiles as she begins to speak. I'm not actually a doctor at your hospital, but I am. Enough, enough, the older doctor impatiently interrupted her, saying, You, who haven't even passed the exam, dare to boss us around? You almost caused a disaster. Exactly. Just get out of here and stop bothering us. Another doctor waved her away impatiently. Although Su Nuhan didn't mind, their attitude made her a little angry. She sneered and said, If I really leave, you won't be able to handle this illness. What did you say? Can't handle it. The older doctor looked surprised and sneered. You, an intern who hasn't even passed the exam, dare to say that? Yes, just get lost. Another doctor urged impatiently. Su Nuhan glanced at the 2 doctors, shook her head, and ignored them. She turned to look at the foreign man lying on the bench, her brow slightly furrowed. After thinking for a moment, she stepped forward. Studio saw this and immediately spread his arms to block her, asking in English, What are you going to do? Su Nuhan shot him a quick look. Of course, I need to check on him. This foreign man's condition couldn't be delayed. She had to quickly determine if it was an infectious disease. If it was, they needed to notify the hospital director immediately and isolate the person. They also had to start preparing a vaccine for treatment, or the consequences could be serious. Studio had completely lost trust in Su Nuhan by now. His face darkened. You don't even know medicine. What can you find out? Su Nuhan sighed. Who told you I don't know medicine? Do you believe what those 2 said? I'm a contracted doctor at this hospital. Contracted doctor? Studio looked surprised and then suspiciously looked at Wang Xiaoli. Wang Xiaoli seemed to understand English. She chuckled and said to Studio in Chinese, Don't believe her nonsense. Someone who hasn't even passed the exam can't possibly be a contracted doctor. Exactly. Zhou Ziyuan agreed, then fake smiled at Su Nuhan and said, Comrade Su Nuhan, it's not that we don't trust you. You know your own skills. Just don't ruin our hospital's reputation. Su Nuhan was too tired to bother with them. She fixed her gaze on Studio. If you don't let me see your companion soon and something serious happens, I guarantee you won't be able to go back to your country. Hearing this, Studio's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Su Nuhan sighed. I suspect your companion has contracted a contagious disease. What? An infectious disease. Studio trembled all over, his face full of fear. Yes, so. Suno Han was about to continue, but was interrupted by a harsh, mocking laugh. Haha, this is hilarious. Wang Xiaoli laughed loudly, leaning back. This looks like a common cold, but she calls it an infectious disease. That's just funny. What? Nurse Wang, are you saying that person has an infectious disease? The older doctor asked with a slight frown.
Yes.
She thought that by speaking a foreign language with that foreigner, we wouldn't understand. It's just a joke, Wang Xiaoli said proudly, mocking. I graduated from Yun City Medical College. A little foreign language is no problem for me. Suno Han turned around coldly, her eyes sharp as a knife. If you don't understand, just shut up. Suddenly, Suno Han's sharp rebuke stunned everyone present. Wang Xiaoli stared at her, her face burning with pain on her cheek, eyes wide with disbelief.
She thought this.
This person actually dared to hit me? Suno Han looked around at everyone, then casually turned back and crouched beside the foreigner lying on the bench, beginning to examine him carefully. At this moment, Studio did not stop her. She had just finished checking his pulse. Wang Xiaoli, furious, glared at Suno Han with hatred. You dare to hit me? Suno Han ignored her, still focused on checking the foreigner's symptoms. Wang Xiaoli, already furious from being hit, was now trembling with anger as she saw Suno Han ignoring her completely. She shouted hysterically, "You trash, I will tear you apart." After shouting, she lunged at Suno Han with claws bared. Suno Han didn't look at her. She suddenly stood up and delivered a quick, precise side kick, hitting Wang Xiaoli hard in the stomach. Ah! Wang Xiaoli cried out in pain, flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground, cowering and groaning in pain. Everyone saw this scene and was once again stunned. Did I see that right? That young girl is so fierce? She just hit someone without warning and even kicked them several meters away.
Wow.
Could she be mentally ill? The older doctor frowned as he watched Su Nuhan, feeling a bit scared. Zhou Ziyuan was also startled and instinctively took a step back, afraid that Su Nuhan might target him next. Meanwhile, the commotion drew everyone's attention. Soon, many people gathered around to watch, pointing and whispering. Seeing so many people crowding around, Su Nuhan felt anxious, worried they might get too close. She glanced at them briefly, then quickly turned back and squatted down to check on the foreigner. She carefully examined his pupils and tongue coating, then checked his skin. When she saw tiny rashes, she immediately confirmed it was a contagious disease, and her face grew serious. She was about to stand up. Zhou Ziyuan also snapped out of his shock and bravely shouted at Su Nuhan, You dare to hit Comrade Wang?" Su Nuhan stood up and shot him a cold look, her expression icy and unbothered by his question. Then she looked at the two doctors and said, "Hurry up and call your director." "Call the director?" The two doctors looked at each other hesitantly. "Yes, quickly," Su Nuhan urged. "I suspect." Seeing Su Nuhan ignore him, Zhou Ziyuan's face darkened. He interrupted her angrily. "I'm talking to you. Did you hear me?" Su Nuhan's cold gaze shot at him, sharp enough to pierce through. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll beat you too." "You." Zhou Ziyuan was stunned by her icy stare. His words caught in his throat, and he clenched his jaw, not daring to speak further. Wang Xiaoli, lying on the ground, seemed to feel some relief from the pain. She looked up angrily at Su Nuhan and shouted sharply at Zhou Ziyuan, "Zhou Ziyuan, go and tell my uncle to come. Today, I want this scoundrel to regret offending me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ziyuan hurried over to help her up, pretending to be concerned. "Xiaoli, are you okay?" Wang Xiaoli, still angry, turned to him and scolded bitterly. "Loser. Just a worthless person and you got scared. Are you even a man?" Zhou Ziyuan's face instantly turned red from her words, and he felt angry inside. "Damn it, whether I am a man or not, you'll find out if you try. When you marry me, you'll see how I deal with you. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up," Wang Xiaoli shouted sharply when she saw him hesitating. Okay, I'm going now," Zhou Ziyuan said, taking a deep breath and trying to please her quietly. Just then, a voice came over. "What's going on? Why is everyone gathered here?" Everyone looked up and saw the director and Director Zhao walking quickly toward them, with Fu Qingyan following behind. When Fu Qingyan arrived, he bypassed the director and Zhao, walking quickly to Su Nuhan and asked softly with concern, "What happened?" Su Nuhan shook her head. "It's nothing." After a pause, she added, "Didn't I tell you not to come? Stay away from me." Hearing this, Fu Qingyan frowned slightly. "Why?" Su Nuhan was about to answer but was interrupted by Wang Xiaoli's sharp crying. "Director, you came just in time. You have to support me. This worthless person actually hit me." The director frowned and looked displeased, about to speak. Two doctors hurried over and pointed at Su Nuhan, saying, Director, you came just in time. This young girl knows nothing and dares to say she's a visiting doctor at our hospital. The director looked at them with a serious face. Nonsense. What young girl? She is Comrade Sue, personally hired by me. Her medical skills surpass any expert or director in our hospital. Who said she doesn't know her stuff? What?
She
She is Comrade Sue. The two doctors trembled, their faces showing shock and fear. The director glared at them without replying, then looked at Sue Newhan with a smile and asked, Comrade Sue, are these two blind fools bothering you? Sue Newhan glanced at the two doctors and shook her head. It doesn't matter. But Wang Xiaoli suddenly interrupted her sharply, questioning the director. Director, what do you mean? She hit me, and you won't stand up for me. Why are you still so eager to please her? The director waved his arm and snorted coldly. Comrade Wang Xiaoli, don't forget, you came to the hospital to learn, not to cause trouble. If you keep acting like this, you won't need to come tomorrow. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoli's face immediately darkened.
You.
Director, don't forget, my uncle is Section Chief Sue. The director's face also darkened at this. If it weren't for your uncle's face, do you think I would let you stay at our hospital? You. Wang Xiaoli's face turned pale with anger. Enough! Sue Newhan interrupted Wang Xiaoli just as she was about to speak, and seriously addressed the director. Director, now is not the time to argue. I have an important matter to discuss with you. The director frowned slightly. What is it? Sue Newhan looked serious and turned to the foreign visitor, speaking in a deep voice. This person has contracted a contagious disease. We need to isolate him quickly, then. What? A contagious disease. Before Sue Newhan finished speaking, both the director and Director Zhao trembled all over and exclaimed in shock. Fu Chengyan also looked at the foreign visitor with a furrowed brow. But he understood why Sue Newhan didn't want him to come or get close. He probably was worried he might get infected, so he stopped him. Thinking of this, he felt a bit relieved. But then he also became worried. Sue Newhan looked at the director and nodded seriously. Yes, that's correct. The director knew Sue Newhan's medical skills. If she said it was a contagious disease, she was probably right. He immediately became tense. All right, I will have someone prepare a ward and isolate this person right away. After saying that, he ordered two doctors to start arrangements immediately. Then he looked at Sue Newhan. Comrade Sue, this is a serious matter. Do I need to report to higher authorities? Before he finished, a voice came from outside the crowd. Everyone looked over and saw Zhou Ziyuan walking quickly with Su Jinli. Seeing him, the director's brow furrowed. Wang Xiaoli looked upset and rushed forward, saying, Uncle, someone hit me. The director not only won't defend me but also says he wants to fire me. Su Jinli saw her cheeks were red and swollen, and his face darkened instantly.
Who?
Who dares to hit you like this? Wang Xiaoli immediately turned and pointed at Su Newhan. Uncle, it's this jerk who hit me. Su Jinli looked at Su Newhan, who was coldly staring at him, and his expression turned stern. Is it you again? Su Newhan looked at him coldly and said nothing. However, Fu Qingyan, with a serious face, said to Wang Xiaoli, Watch your mouth, or I won't mind making sure you can't speak forever. Wang Xiaoli was slightly stunned by Fu Qingyan's warning. Su Jinli then looked at Fu Qingyan, noticing he was in military uniform and frowning slightly. Comrade, may I ask who you are? Fu Qingyan sneered. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that your niece is very rude. It's best to take her home and discipline her properly before letting her out again. Otherwise, I don't mind helping you deal with her. Hearing this, Su Jinli's face darkened and his tone grew harsher. Comrade, no matter how wrong my niece is, it's not up to outsiders to interfere. And is it right for that woman to hit someone? You're a soldier, you should know about organization and discipline. What does being a soldier matter? He wasn't wearing any insignia, so he was probably just a low-ranking soldier. His nephew was a deputy regiment commander in the military district. With a single word, he could have this soldier dismissed. How dare he talk to me like that? He's asking for trouble. Hit someone, Fu Qingyan sneered. I think she hit lightly. You, Su Jinli's face turned green with anger. He was about to explode, but was stopped by the director standing beside him.
Old Sue, say less.
It was Wang Comrade who was at fault first, the director whispered, pulling him aside. Su Jinli shook off his hand, his face full of rage. Oldly, I only let Xiaoli come here to learn, because I gave you face. Now you're siding with outsiders? Fine. I see this director is about to be finished. I'll report this to higher-ups and find someone else to take his place. You. The director's face also looked unpleasant. He kindly advised him, but Su Jinli refused and even threatened him. Fine. Since you want to die, I don't bother to stop you. Humph. The director thought angrily, turning his face away in frustration. Meanwhile, Fu Qingyan looked at Su Jinli with a teasing tone. Oh, you have quite a mouth. A department head can decide who becomes the director. Su Jinli puffed out his chest proudly. That's good to know. So, comrade, I advise you not to interfere. Not just the hospital, even your military district, I have influence there. Really? Fu Qingyan raised an eyebrow, his tone calm but sharp. Of course. If you don't get involved now, I won't hold what you said earlier against you. No hard feelings, Su Jinli said arrogantly. The director silently turned his face away, grimacing. This Su Jinli was probably going to get into big trouble.
Serves him right.
He had thought about advising him, but he didn't appreciate it.
Oh well.
His own foolishness would be his downfall. Over here, Su Nuhan shook her head lightly, a trace of helplessness in her eyes. Fu Qingyan sneered coldly. Fine, I'll wait to see how you plan to let bygones be bygones. After speaking, he turned to the director. Director, call someone over and kick them out. How dare you? Su Jinli instantly became furious upon hearing this. Fu Qingyan snorted coldly, about to reply. At that moment, the foreign patient lying on the bench suddenly coughed violently. Su Nuhan's expression turned serious. Not good. Director, quickly, move him to the isolation ward. Seeing Su Nuhan so anxious, the director ignored Su Jinli and hurriedly ordered 2 doctors to arrange the transfer. Fu Qingyan frowned and looked at Su Nuhan, asking softly, how serious is this illness? Su Nuhan's face was grim. It's highly contagious. If not treated quickly, the consequences could be terrible. As soon as she finished speaking, the foreign patient suddenly convulsed violently, then let out a loud, wow, and vomited a mixture of blood and mucus. Everyone around was frightened and quickly backed away. Some onlookers even shouted in surprise. Su Nuhan grabbed Fu Qingyan's arm and quickly stepped back. Su Jinli was also frightened by this sudden change and frowned deeply. What's going on? Wang Xiaoli's face turned very pale, and she tightly grabbed Su Jinli's sleeve. Studio was also startled but quickly calmed down. He knelt down, speaking in a foreign language to comfort his companion, while anxiously looking at Su Nuhan. Ma'am, I apologize for not trusting you earlier. Please save him. Su Nuhan looked at him with a serious expression. Why did these 2 suddenly come here, and why did they bring a virus? Was it planned or accidental? Su Nuhan didn't answer directly. Instead, she said, go to the isolation ward for now. I will do my best. Thank you. Thank you so much, Studio replied gratefully. At that moment, 2 doctors and nurses pushed a stretcher quickly toward them. The director hurriedly ordered them to lift the patient onto the ambulance and transfer him to the isolation area. Su Nuhan looked around, her gaze passing over everyone present, finally settling on the director's face. Director, everyone here must be quarantined and observed, including you and me. Before the director could respond, Su Jinli exploded. Quarantine? Why should we be quarantined? Su Nuhan's eyes turned cold, and her tone became serious. Because this might be a new type of hemorrhagic fever virus, which is highly contagious. If it spreads, the consequences could be terrible, Su Jinli sneered. What new fever virus? I've never even heard of it. Exactly. You, who haven't even passed the assessment, know nothing about viruses. I think you're just trying to make a scene. Wang Xiaoli glared at Su Nuhan angrily. Zhou Ziwan saw this and quickly chimed in. That's right, comrade Su Nuhan. You're just overreacting. Su Nuhan ignored them and turned to Fu Qingyan, whispering, "Go tell your grandfather what's happening here. Remember, don't enter the ward, just stand at the door. Also, ask Comrade Yan Quan to come here." Fu Qingyan nodded, looked at her deeply, then turned and strode upstairs. After watching him leave, Su Nuhan turned to the director with a serious expression. "Director, this must be reported immediately. The hospital should be sealed off, and no one should leave to prevent the virus from spreading." The director frowned deeply. "Is it really that serious?" Su Nuhan nodded heavily. "I suggest reporting to higher authorities immediately and requesting the establishment of an emergency command center to coordinate prevention and control measures." Good. I'll handle it right away." The director knew Su Nuhan's professional skills and didn't dare delay. He quickly instructed the doctor beside him. "Hurry. Follow Comrade Su's instructions. Notify all departments to gather in the meeting room and have security lock down the hospital immediately. Everyone can only enter, not leave." Seeing this, Su Jinli's face darkened. "Old Li, what are you trying to do?" The director glanced at him. "Of course, it's for prevention and control." Su Jinli burst out laughing. "Old Li, I can't believe you're the director, and you're being fooled by such a young girl." The director sneered. "Whether she's fooling me or not, this concerns public safety. I prefer to be prepared. I don't want to make mistakes." Fine. I'll go to the bureau and report honestly to higher-ups. Just wait and see, you might get dismissed." After saying this coldly, Su Jinli called Wang Xiaoli. "Xiaoli, let's go." Seeing them about to leave, Su Nuhan looked at the director. "Quick, have someone stop them." Hearing this, the director immediately signaled to 2 security personnel who had just entered. "Stop them." The 2 security guards quickly stepped forward and blocked Su Jinli and the others. Su Jinli saw this, and his face darkened further. His tone was commanding. "Move aside. Do you know who I am?" The 2 security guards looked at each other, then turned their gaze to the director. The director took a deep breath, looked at Su Jinli seriously, and said, "Old Su, this is a serious matter. I advise you to cooperate. If anything happens, neither of us can afford the consequences." "Nonsense," Su Jinli sneered. "Old Li, if you want to go crazy with this young girl, that's your business. I don't have time to join in." After speaking, he turned to the 2 security guards. "I am the head of the resources department at the Health Bureau. If you still want to work here, move aside immediately. Otherwise, I'll make you leave." The 2 guards exchanged hesitant glances and looked back at the director with questioning eyes. The director's brow was furrowed, about to speak. At that moment, a strong, confident voice with a hint of anger came down the stairs. "How come I didn't know that a small department head has so much power and can decide others work freely?" Everyone turned to look when they heard this. They saw Fu Qingyan and Yan Quan appear at the top of the stairs, followed by Fu Tingxiao, Zhang Zhongming, Zheng Youxiong, and another colleague of Yan Quan. The person speaking was Zhang Zhongming. When the director saw them, he shivered and quickly put on a respectful smile, rushing forward. "Dear leaders, why have you come down?" Fu Tingxiao and Zhang Zhongming glanced at the director calmly but didn't reply. Then the group started walking down the stairs. Fu Qingyan hurried over to Su Nuhan and asked softly, "Are you okay? Did they give you a hard time?" Su Nuhan shook her head gently. "No." After answering, she frowned slightly. "Why did you bring Grandpa and the others down here?" Fu Qingyan sighed helplessly. When they heard it might be an epidemic, Grandpa couldn't sit still. He insisted on coming to ask for himself. Hearing this, Su Nuhan could only sigh softly. Fortunately, the 2 foreign visitors had already been taken to the quarantine ward, so they probably wouldn't affect the senior leaders now. Meanwhile, Su Jinli looked surprised when he saw who was coming. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, his whole body trembled, and his face turned pale quickly. He hurriedly jogged to Fu Tingxiao and unconsciously bent his waist, trembling as he spoke.
You
are the old leader." Fu Tingxiao glanced at him without replying and then turned to Zhang Zhongming directly. "Zhongming, this person is yours to handle. Don't worry, squad leader." Zhang Zhongming nodded. Then he signaled Yan Quan with a look. "Take them to the quarantine ward for supervision." "Yes, Minister." After responding, Yan Quan and his colleague immediately stepped forward. each grabbing Su Jinli's arms from opposite sides. Su Jinli panicked immediately. No, no, leader, what are you doing to me? He truly didn't expect to meet Fu Tingxiao here. If he had known Fu Tingxiao was here, even with 100 guts, he wouldn't have dared to act so arrogantly. This person is often featured in newspapers as a legendary figure. Don't forget, he's just a small department head, and even his younger brother, who is a deputy regiment commander, can't compare to him in status. Wang Xiaoli saw Su Jinli being restrained and immediately shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Let go of my uncle." She rushed forward, trying hard to push away Yan Quan and the others. Yan Quan frowned and snorted coldly, turning his hand to also hold Wang Xiaoli back. "Why are you doing this? Let me go." Wang Xiaoli struggled fiercely, shouting without thinking, "I tell you, my uncle is a deputy regiment commander in the military district. If you dare to hurt us, I will have him bring soldiers here." "Xiaoli, shut up." Hearing Wang Xiaoli's words, Su Jinli was instantly terrified and interrupted her sharply. "Uncle." Wang Xiaoli was stunned by the shout and looked at him with a sad face. Su Jinli's face turned pale with anger, and he lowered his voice to scold, "Damn it! Do you want to get us all into trouble?" Wang Xiaoli was frightened by his fierce expression and finally dared not speak anymore. Fu Tingxiao watched this scene coldly. When they finally calmed down, he waved his hand and said, "Take them away." "Yes, Commander Fu." "What? Commander?" Hearing this title, Wang Xiaoli's legs went weak, and her face turned completely pale. Soon after, the three of them were quietly taken away from the scene. Fu Tingxiao turned his gaze to Su Nuhan and spoke in a gentle tone. "Girl, I heard Yenner say you found out about the infectious disease." Su Nuhan nodded seriously. "Yes, sir." "Is the situation serious?" Fu Tingxiao's expression became serious. "If the virus hasn't spread, it's not too bad. We can work quickly to develop a vaccine and control the outbreak. But if it spreads, the consequences could be unimaginable. Is it really that serious?" "Yes." Su Nuhan nodded. Hearing this, Fu Tingxiao's brows furrowed even more. "Then how can we confirm if the virus is spread?" Su Nuhan thought for a moment. "Sir, my idea is, first trace the source. Quickly ask those two foreign colleagues about their travel history after entering the country, where they went, and who they contacted. Second, conduct an immediate investigation. Organize staff to perform initial screening on all patients and medical staff who have shown symptoms such as fever, cough, or similar signs within the past 24 hours. Focus on close observation." Fu Tingxiao listened carefully, thought for a moment, then turned to Zhang Zhongming. "Zhanzi, what do you think?" Zhang Zhongming also frowned and looked at Su Nuhan seriously. "Girl, are you sure this is definitely an infectious disease?" "I am very sure," Su Nuhan replied confidently, with a firm look in her eyes. "Good." Seeing this, Zhang Zhongming made a quick decision. "In that case, I will immediately send people to coordinate hospital security and assist with the screening work." After speaking, he turned to Zheng Youxiong. "Xia Zheng, personally contact the relevant departments and activate the emergency response plan. Also, investigate the travel history of those two foreign personnel as the top priority. We must find out as soon as possible." "Yes, Minister," Zheng Youxiong replied and quickly left. Zhang Zhongming looked at Fu Tingxiao. "Captain, if it really spreads the virus, your military district might also need to prepare for action." Fu Tingxiao nodded and looked at Su Nuhan again. "Girl, since you discovered this illness and know the situation best, from now on, you will be in charge of all hospital medical affairs." Then he turned to the sweating hospital director nearby. "You must fully cooperate with Comrade Su, mobilize all hospital resources, and understand?" The director straightened up and quickly responded, "Yes, we will fully support Comrade Su's work." Su Nuhan knew this was not the time for politeness. She looked at the director and quickly issued orders. "Director, please arrange immediately to set up a separate temporary screening area, completely isolated from the outpatient and inpatient departments. Then gather all internal medicine and emergency department doctors and nurses, have them wear protective gear, and assemble at the screening area right away. Also, notify the pharmacy and logistics departments to prepare enough disinfectants and basic medicines." "Understood. I will handle it right away. The director didn't dare delay and hurriedly took Director Zhao to make arrangements. Seeing them leave, Su Nuhan turned to Fu Tingxiao and lowered her voice. Chief, I suspect those 2 foreign personnel deliberately brought the virus into our country. Is it intentional? When Fu Tingxiao heard this, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Su Nuhan nodded seriously. Although I don't have solid proof, only one of them is currently showing symptoms. We haven't seen similar cases in our country. So, I suspect they might be trying to use the virus to harm our nation. Hearing this, Fu Tingxiao's face instantly darkened, and anger flashed in his eyes. Those bastards. Do they want to die? After speaking, he looked at Fu Chengyan. Yen, go to the isolation ward immediately, and carefully question those 2. Fu Chengyan nodded. Yes, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Su Nuhan quickly called out, Wait, Fu Chengyan stopped and looked back at Su Nuhan. What's wrong? Su Nuhan glanced at him. Those 2 are infected. Do you want to get infected too if you go over? Hearing this, Fu Chengyan's brow furrowed slightly. Then what should I do? Su Nuhan thought for a moment. Once the screening is done, I will question them. You will question them? Fu Chengyan looked surprised. Fu Tingxiao also looked at Su Nuhan in surprise.
Ah.
Feeling uncomfortable under their gaze, Su Nuhan quickly explained with a smile. I promised that foreigner I would help save them. As long as they don't want to die, I will ask them. They will tell the truth, and I am a doctor, so I know how to avoid getting infected. Fu Tingxiao nodded. The girl makes sense. Let's wait until the screening is finished, then go. Fu Chengyan also nodded in agreement. Then, Su Nuhan looked at them. Chief Leader, I will go find the director to arrange the next steps. If you have no other plans, you should leave the hospital. Fu Tingxiao thought for a moment. Girl, can you check us first? See if we've been infected. Su Nuhan chuckled. Chief, from what I see, you haven't. You 2 have been in the special care ward these days and haven't gone out, so the chance of infection is very small. When Fu Tingxiao and Zhang Zhongming heard this, they immediately looked very happy. That's good, girl. Since that's the case, let's leave the hospital first. The next task will be hard on you. If you notice any signs of spreading, please inform us quickly so we can prepare for disease prevention. Okay, Su Nuhan nodded, then looked at Fu Chengyan. Later, you take Zhuzi and Feng Gang out of the hospital together. Fu Chengyan frowned slightly and softly said, I'll stay and keep you company. Hearing this, Su Nuhan's face involuntarily turned red, and she looked away nervously. No need. You can go back first. If the virus spreads, it's better for you to stay in the military to help with prevention. Fu Chengyan then looked at Fu Tingxiao.
Fu Tingxiao nodded.
Listen to the girl. Fu Chengyan sighed. All right then, seeing that he agreed, Su Nuhan felt relieved. She didn't know why, but she really didn't want Fu Chengyan to leave. However, the virus was serious, and she didn't want him to get infected. Oh, and I need to trouble you. Please go to the village and tell the village chief that I have some matters in the county seat these days, so I won't be returning to the village for now. Su Nuhan suddenly remembered Lipo village and told Fu Chengyan. Fu Chengyan nodded slightly. Okay. After they finished talking, Zhang Zhongming suddenly remembered something and asked, By the way, girl, are you really the granddaughter of Brother Yi? Brother Yi? Hearing this, Su Nuhan was momentarily stunned. Yes, Brother Yi, I and the squad leader are all comrades in arms. We even agreed that one day we would become in-laws, Zhang Zhongming said with a smile.
Ah.
Su Nuhan looked at Fu Chengyan unconsciously. After a while, she finally spoke. My biological grandfather's name is indeed Su. Just as she was about to answer, the hospital director hurriedly ran over. Something's wrong, Comrade Su. Someone in the hospital is showing symptoms similar to that foreign person. What? Hearing this, Su Nuhan immediately became tense. She looked at Fu Chengyan and the others. Old leaders, Comrade Fu, please leave the hospital quickly. If others outside also show symptoms, please notify me immediately. Without waiting for their response, she hurriedly left with the director. Watching her leave, Fu Chengyan's brow furrowed with concern. Fu Tingxiao sighed. All right, kid. If you like her, wait until this is over, and then go find her. For now, we need to go back quickly and do our own jobs. Fu Qingyan also sighed, nodded, then turned and hurried upstairs to Feng Gang's hospital room. Zhang Zhongming asked Fu Tingxiao with a smile, "Team leader, that girl just now, does she seem like Yi Ji's granddaughter?" Fu Tingxiao glanced at him. "Whether she is or not, it's not your concern." At this moment, Fu Tingxiao was also pretty sure that Su Nuhan was the granddaughter of his comrade Su Jingye, because Su Nuhan's features are exactly the same as Su Jingye's. And just now, Su Nuhan almost said the words, "Indeed." "Huh? Team leader, I don't like hearing that," Zhang Zhongming said with a look of grievance. "We three agreed on something back then. So what if you agreed?" Fu Tingxiao raised his chin slightly, smiling proudly. "Didn't you see how well they match standing together?" Zhang Zhongming shot him a glance, but nodded in agreement. "Yes, they do match. But enough, stop talking," Fu Tingxiao interrupted, his expression serious. "Go back quickly. I have a feeling we might face a tough fight soon." Zhang Zhongming nodded. "All right, I'll go now. Do you want me to send a car to take you back to the provincial military district?" Fu Tingxiao shook his head. "No need. Yena will take me." "Okay, I'll go first." Zhang Zhongming looked at Fu Tingxiao with a hint of reluctance. Both of them held important positions. After a brief reunion, they didn't know when they'd meet again.
Fu Tingxiao nodded.
Zhang Zhongming spoke solemnly. "Take care, team leader." "You too, Mingzi," Fu Tingxiao replied with the same steady look. After a brief exchange of glances, Zhang Zhongming didn't delay further. He turned and strode away. Fu Tingxiao stood where he was, his gaze sweeping over the now noticeably busy hospital corridor. Medical staff hurried by, the air filled with disinfectant and a faint sense of unease. He furrowed his brows, his face serious. Meanwhile, Su Nuhan followed the director, almost running, to the temporary screening area. From a distance, I could hear a series of heavy coughs and frantic sobs. "Comrade Su, look." The director pointed at the makeshift beds in the screening area, with a pale face. "We have already found 3 people. One is a patient who came in this morning with a fever, claiming it was a cold. Another is a nurse from the internal medicine department, and the third is Dr. Yang, who was responsible for seeing those 2 foreigners earlier." Upon hearing this, Su Nuhan frowned slightly, her face serious. "Director, masks, gloves, give them to me." "Oh. Yes, yes." The director quickly took a mask and gloves from his pocket and handed them to Su Nuhan. She took them, quickly put on the mask and gloves, and moved forward. She approached one of the patient's beds, first feeling his pulse, then checking his eyes. After a moment, her expression became tense. "Director, move him to the isolation ward immediately, separate him from the 2 foreigners." Okay. The director nodded repeatedly, turning quickly to give the orders, his voice trembling. Next, Su Nuhan went to Dr. Yang's bed. Dr. Yang looked at her with an apologetic expression. "Comrade Su, I'm sorry. If I hadn't doubted you, this illness would have been under control long ago." Su Nuhan glanced at him. "It's fine." After that, she bent down to examine Dr. Zhao. "Dr. Yang, think carefully. When you contacted that foreign patient, did anything unusual happen? Why did Studio suddenly go to the special care ward building?" Dr. Yang thought for a moment before speaking. "He came with his companion, saying his friend was sick. I checked him and thought it was just a cold, so I prescribed some medicine. But unexpectedly, they left for a while and then came back. They said his friend didn't get better after taking the medicine and needed to be hospitalized. I thought it was just a minor cold, so I told them it was a small problem and didn't need hospitalization. The hospital was short on beds, so we couldn't admit them. Who would have thought he would go straight to the special care ward? When I saw that, Xiao Jia and I chased after him. We wanted to bring him down, but he refused, saying the special care ward was so quiet and there were beds available. He said we wouldn't treat him, and they started arguing. Later, you all arrived." After hearing his story, Su Nuhan's brow furrowed. It seems that Studio intentionally went to the special care ward area. But what was he trying to do?
Could it be?
Su Nuhan suddenly thought of something and felt a wave of fear. At that moment, the young man named Jia, who had been with Dr. Yang earlier, suddenly said, "Dr. Su, I just remembered something." "What did you remember?" Su Nuhan asked, turning to look at him with a slight frown. Jia recalled, I remember that when I was helping the foreign patient, a small glass bottle fell out of his pocket. A small glass bottle. Hearing this, Su Nuhan frowned and asked, "Did you see clearly what was inside?" Jia furrowed his brows and thought for a moment. "I only took a quick look, and it seemed to contain a blue liquid." "A blue liquid?" "Yes." Su Nuhan's brow tightened slightly after hearing this. It seemed her suspicion was correct. Studio and the other person deliberately brought the virus into our country. They are really asking for trouble. She turned to the hospital director and said, "Director, we can start screening now." The director nodded and replied, "All right, I will arrange it immediately." Then everyone began to act. Because there were many patients and family members, the screening process lasted until midnight before it was completed. "Comrade Su, everyone has been screened. Except for Dr. Yang and 2 others, no one else was found to be infected," the director said to Su Nuhan, feeling relieved. Su Nuhan exhaled and said, "Director, inform everyone that they must stay in the hospital for at least 24 hours. After 24 hours, if no symptoms appear, they can leave." "Okay." The director nodded and then instructed Director Zhao, "Director Zhao, please notify everyone." After receiving the order, Director Zhao went to deliver the notice. Seeing that everything was under control here, Su Nuhan was about to go to Studio's and the others' ward. Suddenly, a security officer hurried over and said, "Something's wrong, Director. Those 2 foreigners have escaped." "What?" The director's eyes widened in shock and fear. Su Nuhan's face grew even more serious. Anxiously, she said, "Quick, Director, have someone clear out 1 floor. Move everyone's screen tonight to that floor, and keep guards outside. No one is allowed to come in or go out. Also, send someone to the entrance to tell the police officers there to block all hospital exits. No one should enter or leave." "Understood," the director replied. He looked at the security staff who had just run over. "Xiao Zhang, go quickly and inform the police officers." "Yes, Director." Then the director went to arrange for people to clear the floors. Seeing everyone busy, Su Nuhan headed toward the rooms of the 2 foreign visitors. When she arrived at their room, she saw the window was open and immediately understood they had escaped by jumping out. The director had also come over unnoticed. "Comrade Su, you said there are guards at the entrance. Did they escape?" Su Nuhan simply replied, "They jumped out the window." "What? Jumped out the window?" "Yes. That shouldn't happen." The director frowned, looking confused. "Comrade Su, one of them was very sick. How could they have the strength to jump out?" Su Nuhan was also puzzled. Just then, suddenly, gunfire rang out outside. Without hesitation, Su Nuhan turned and rushed out of the room, quickly reaching the hospital entrance. She saw Yan Quan shooting and killing one of the foreigners, while Studio raised his hands and knelt on the ground, being restrained. Su Nuhan looked at Studio with cold eyes and stepped forward. Yan Quan saw her approach and said, "Comrade Su, isn't this the guy who argued with the doctor outside the corridor today?"
Su Nuhan nodded.
"Yes, it is." Then she looked at Studio. "Tell me, why did you deliberately bring a virus into our country?" Studio pretended to look innocent and scared. "I didn't. I don't know what you're talking about." "No, then why did you and your companion run away?" "We didn't run. We thought your hospital's medical skills weren't enough to treat us, so we wanted to leave and go back to our country for treatment." Upon hearing this, Su Nuhan sneered coldly, took a step forward, and began to search him. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Stop!" Shi Diao exclaimed, panicking. Su Nuhan ignored him. After a moment, she found a glass bottle containing blue liquid. Yan Quan looked at the bottle with a slight frown. "Comrade Su, what is this?" Su Nuhan didn't answer. Instead, she looked at Shi Diao. "Tell me, what is this?" This is..." Shi Diao hesitated, unable to answer immediately. Suddenly, he stood up quickly, grabbing Su Nuhan. His arm, like a steel clamp, was around her neck, and in his other hand, he pulled out a small, sharp dagger, pressing the blade against Su Nuhan's carotid artery. His movements were very fast, clearly trained professionally. The sudden scene stunned Yan Quan and everyone else. Su Nuhan was also momentarily stunned, then showed a bitter smile. "What's going on? I've actually been taken hostage. Back off. Everyone, step back." Or I'll kill her. Diao's face was twisted with rage as he shouted in rough Chinese. He looked completely different from his innocent and scared previous self. Yan Quan and the police officers immediately reacted upon hearing his shout. They raised their guns, aiming at Diao. Let her go. You won't get away, Yan Quan shouted sternly, veins bulging on his forehead, his face extremely grim. He never expected Diao to have such skills. Get away?
Ha!
With this beautiful lady in my hands, I dare you to shoot. Diao looked fearless and arrogant, pressing the knife against Su Nuhan, slowly retreating backward. Su Nuhan was struggling to breathe, her face slightly flushed. She never thought she would be taken hostage one day. In her previous life, she was the one holding others hostage. She never imagined that in this life, in the 1970s, she would be the one being taken. Was it because her fighting skills had declined? Or had her vigilance weakened? Or perhaps, after a few days of peaceful life, she had forgotten what she was capable of? Su Nuhan internally mocked herself. Then she gave Yan Quan a quick signal. Seeing the situation, Yan Quan frowned slightly and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. His serious face relaxed a little. He sneered at Diao. I think you're looking for trouble. Looking for trouble? Since I dared to come, I'm not afraid of death, he said, pressing the knife tip harder against Su Nuhan's neck. Blood immediately seeped out from her neck. Comrade Su Nuhan. At this moment, the director, Zhao, and several doctors ran out. Seeing Su Nuhan being held hostage, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Yan Quan saw the blood on Su Nuhan's neck and felt worried again, even though he had just calmed down. He also shouted nervously, Comrade Su. Su Nuhan looked at them, shook her head slightly, signaling that she was fine and not to worry. At this moment, her beautiful eyes showed no fear, only coldness. She smirked coldly. Diao, do you know? You are the first person to dare to hold me hostage. I advise you to surrender now, or I will make you regret messing with me. Regret? Diao was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Haha. Beautiful lady, you need to understand. Right now, you are in my hands. From what I see, you seem to be quite important to these people, so as long as you are with me, I'm not worried about leaving here. Su Nuhan smiled coldly. Oh, really? What else? Look at them. Do they dare to shoot? Diao looked at Yan Quan and others with mockery. Su Nuhan sneered. They don't dare, but I do. What do you mean? Diao was momentarily stunned, and his grip loosened slightly. Su Nuhan felt the knife tip near her skin. She moved. She quickly revealed a silver needle in her hand, then swiftly raised her hand and, with precise angle and force, stabbed into the pressure point on the inside of Diao's arm where he was holding her neck, near the elbow joint. Diao felt his entire right arm suddenly like being hit by high-voltage electricity, and he shouted in pain. Then, a strange sensation of soreness, numbness, swelling, and pain spread through him. The strength in his entire arm seemed to be drained away instantly, collapsing completely, with no strength left to lift it, and it hung limply.
What?
What did this woman do to me? Diao's mind went blank, and he stood there in shock. But Suno Han didn't stop. Just as he caught his breath, she struck again. She moved as if her bones were gone, squatting down and twisting her waist. Her center of gravity dropped suddenly. Her right elbow, powered by her whole body's rotation, forcefully hit Diao's soft ribs.
Bang!
A dull sound of impact echoed. Diao felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He bent over involuntarily and took 2 steps back. Once Suno Han was free, her left leg whipped up like a steel whip, cutting through the air with a sharp wind. She kicked precisely at Diao's right wrist, where he held his knife.
Crack. Ah.
A clear sound of bone breaking followed by Diao's loud, pig-like scream. Everyone finally came to their senses. They looked at Diao, then at Suno Han. All of them trembled with shock. What just happened? How did Suno Han suddenly free herself? And why did Diao look so hurt and pained, like he was injured? Did we see that right? Over here. Suno Han gently touched the tiny bloodstain on her neck. Then she looked at Studio with an icy gaze.
What did you do to me?
Studio finally reacted, staring at Suno-han with shock. What exactly did this woman do to me just now? Why does my arm suddenly hurt and feel weak? And how could she move so fast? She's just a doctor, right? How does she have such good skills?
Suno-han smiled coldly.
I told you. You'll regret this. Her voice was soft but carried a fierce killing intent, sounding like it came from hell. Studio shivered all over.
What?
What do you want to do? Do what? Suno-han's lips curled into a faint smile as she held a silver needle in her hand. She did not look at him but lowered her head to examine the silver needle in her hand. Step by step, she approached Studio, speaking calmly. I want you to understand what it feels like to wish for death. What? What are you saying? Studio trembled involuntarily, panic rising in his heart, and he took a step back. Suno-han did not reply. Suddenly, she raised her eyes sharply, her gaze cold as frost, making Studio feel a shiver run down his spine. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Suno-han seemed to cut him off, swinging her arm suddenly. A flash of silver light streaked across. Then, Studio let out a heart-wrenching scream. Everyone's eyes turned to Studio. Looking closely, they saw him kneeling on the ground, his face twisted with pain, cold sweat covering his forehead, trembling all over. How is it? Does it hurt? Suno-han stepped in front of him, looking down at him with a cold smile, asking. Studio did not answer. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs were being gnawed at, causing him unbearable pain. Everyone looked at each other in shock. Yen Quan frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then walked over to Suno-han with a concerned look. Comrade Suno, are you okay? Suno-han shook her head. I'm fine. Yen Quan nodded, then looked at Studio with a serious expression. What happened to him? Suno-han smiled slightly. It's nothing. I just sealed his internal organs and the blood flow points. What? Sealed them? Yen Quan shivered and looked surprised. No way. Sealing internal organs, that's the first time I've heard of such a thing. What kind of person is Comrade Suno to have such skills? Meanwhile, the director and Director Zhao saw that Studio was completely subdued. They hurried over to Suno-han. Comrade Suno, are you all right? The director asked with concern. Director, Zhao also looked worried. Noah-han, how are you? Are you hurt? Suno-han turned to them and smiled. I'm fine, but you are injured, Director Zhao said, pointing to the wound on her neck. Suno-han touched her wound and smiled slightly. It's just a small cut, no problem. You. Director Zhao looked at her, unsure of what to say. But Suno-han's skills really surprised her. She didn't expect the gentle-looking Suno-han to be good at martial arts and to have such strong skills. It hurts so much. Please let me go, Dio shouted in pain. Suno-han looked down at him. Does it hurt? It hurts. It hurts. Please, help me, Dio begged painfully.
Suno-han smiled coldly.
Want to stop the pain? If so, I have a question for you. What's inside that blue bottle? And your partner, who was infected with the virus, why does he still have the strength to run away with you? I don't know. Don't know? Fine, then I will make your pain 10 times worse. She picked up a silver needle again. Dio saw a sharp silver needle flash in her eyes. He looked up. Seeing her holding the needle, he trembled.
No.
I will tell you. Speak. Someone gave me this medicine to sneak into the hospital and inject it into the commander of the Eastern Sea Province Military District. The military district commander, hearing this, not only Suno-han but also Yen Quan, the director, and Director Zhao all gasped in shock, feeling a wave of fear. If Dio had approached the ward today, the consequences could have been terrible. Dio nodded. Yes. Who asked you to do this? I don't know him. Don't know him.
Ha.
Looks like you're not afraid of death, Suno-han said as she prepared to stab the needle again. Please. I really don't know him. He looks like a Chinese person, but his accent doesn't sound like it. Hearing this, Suno-han's brow furrowed slightly as she thought for a moment. Then she sneered. So, this pain isn't much for you. Dio heard this and frowned, confused. He opened his mouth to ask what she meant. But before he could speak, Suno Han suddenly lifted her foot and stomped hard on his lower leg.
Click.
Ah! A sound of bones breaking was heard, followed by a loud scream. Studio fell to the ground, clutching his left leg and rolling in pain.
This.
Seeing this, Yen Quan's pupils shrank suddenly. Is Sister Su really so fierce? She acted without hesitation, quickly and decisively, without even blinking. She's just a young girl. How does she seem more experienced and ruthless than us? The director and director, Zhao, also looked at Su Nuhan with shock. They never expected that Su Nuhan could be so harsh. Especially director Zhao. She felt lucky that she hadn't offended Su Nuhan because of Wang Xiaoli. She also felt grateful that she had kept her medical ethics and had made friends with Su Nuhan. Meanwhile, Su Nuhan didn't care about Yen Quan and the others' thoughts. She looked at the suffering Studio and said, "Speak or not. If you don't, I will first disable your limbs, then cut out your tongue so you can never speak again." Hearing her words, Studio trembled all over, looking at Su Nuhan with full of fear. This woman is a devil. How did I get involved with such a person? Yen Quan and the others also shivered, their faces full of shock as they looked at Su Nuhan again. Yen Quan pursed his lips and said, "Comrade Su, maybe I should handle this person for questioning. After all, he's a foreigner. If we go too far, it might cause international trouble." Su Nuhan smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry. You don't trust my medical skills?" "What do you mean?" Yen Quan frowned, looking confused. Even Studio stopped crying out in pain and looked at Su Nuhan, waiting for her answer. A smile appeared at the corner of Su Nuhan's mouth. "I can make him unable to speak and make doctors worldwide think he has a strange illness. So, you don't need to worry about causing any international disputes." That. Yen Quan's brow furrowed even more, unsure of what to say. Studio trembled again, and urine leaked from his body.
No. You.
"You're a devil." Su Nuhan smiled slightly at him. "No need to get so excited. You're an adult and you're wetting your pants.